Therefore, this rare heroic battle was not played on the screen in the lobby. After all, most of the current customers in Chila's store are students from the 3 major academies and cannot get involved in the sex affairs. There is nothing useful about it. But, coming to the point, Qi was kind enough to relay the live broadcast to Fei Xue. After all, Fei Xue is also a disciple of the sword-controlling sect, so it is appropriate to understand the situation of the sword-controlling sect. What's the point of fighting and killing all day long? Why don't you sit down, eat a bowl of crayfish, drink a sip of cold beer, and have a good talk? Qi sat on the sofa in the booth and directly put the picture into the small window of the New World mode. But to be honest, this was Qi Li's first time seeing a heroic battle. Not counting the previous fight with Bone Dragon, it was just Qi Li's one-sided crushing. However, looking at it now, the battle between the hero-level warriors was really violent and the situation changed. By the way, speaking of this, I almost forgot, I haven't looked at the black market for special items today. When Qi was looking a little bored, he suddenly became excited. Then I remembered this. Speaking of which, this is mainly because the probability of good items appearing on the black market for special items is too low. At the beginning, Qi waited with great interest every day until early in the morning, when the black market for special items was refreshed, and checked out the refreshed products as soon as possible. But after a long period of time, no precious goods appeared. So much so that Qi almost lost confidence. It developed into what it is now. Let me see what strange products will appear in the black market for special items today. Qi has long understood the character of the system. So now I never think about anything good coming out. Ignoring the useless ordinary products in front, Qi eyes fell directly on the last grid. That gold-trimmed plaid border. That sparkling quality font. It's a long-lost treasure. Sky Thunder Order, a treasure-level consumable. Sky Thunder is the most violent force and the most powerful force. Pure Sky Thunder contains unrivaled destructive power. Inject the target's aura and throw out the token, which will attract the thunder to judge the target. Ignores all defense methods at hero level and below. Note, the Heavenly Thunder token is extremely powerful, so use it with caution. Note again, those who have not yet entered the strong level will be counted as Sharo level. Purchase price, 100,000 spiritual crystals. Oh my god, either nothing good will come for 10 days and a half, or this kind of big killer will come as soon as it comes. When Qi saw the introduction of the attributes of the Sky Thunder Order, he suddenly took a breath of cold air. Although this day's Thunder Order is a one-time consumable, but the effect is simply unexpectedly powerful. At the highest level, it can ignore defense and instantly kill a hero-level strongman. This is equivalent to using 100,000 spiritual crystals to exchange the life of a powerful hero. Of course, the purchase price is only 100,000 spiritual crystals. If it were to be sold, Qi would definitely not be able to sell only 100,000 spiritual crystals. For such a tyrannical item, all you need to do is tell the effect. The people who want it are as countless as the crucian carp crossing the river. Even if Qi places a price tag of 1 million spiritual crystals, there are still many people who want them. If not for anything else, just for the powerful deterrent power of the Sky Thunder Order. It can ignore all defensive means and instantly kill a hero-level strongman. If this kind of magical object is put into the hands of some powerful forces, if it is used properly, the benefits it can bring can be described as countless. Even if it is placed in the hands of some small forces, it will make other forces afraid to provoke it. This way you can develop your own strength with peace of mind. Don't think that the Sky Thunder token is just a one-time consumable and has no deterrent effect. There is no one who can cultivate to the level of a hero who has not accumulated countless resources, super talents, and qualifications. After cultivating to this level, no one is willing to risk their lives to challenge the effect of the Sky Thunder Order. If you really meet a stupid young man. If you say instant kill, it means instant kill. It was indeed not a pity to die for that stupid young man, but how could the hero-level strongman who was killed instantly say that he had to suffer? No, I have to think about this again and don't rush to put it on the shelves. Qila thought for a long time before buying the Tianlei token. But it was not put on the shelves immediately. If not for anything else, it's just because the Sky Thunder token is so lethal. Kill the hero instantly. If this is really taken outside and used, it will not cause panic and everyone will be in danger. And, more importantly, the only ones who believe in the effect of the Sky Thunder order are probably the regular customers of the store. However, this doesn't really matter. After all, there is only one piece of Tianlei token, first come, first served, and those who arrive later can only watch. And if Ling Ao found out, even if Qi Lu offered 5 million spiritual crystals, Ling Ao would be able to buy them without blinking an eye. Thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly slapped his palm. Yes, why should I put it on the shelf? Just blackmail it. No, just sell it to the Fire Emperor. It's a pity that Ling Ao is not in the store now. Let's wait until he comes back. Not to mention Qi Li's luck, for some reason, it suddenly changed for the better. Outside the sword control sect, Bailey Fenghua, who was confronting Injioyo, also moved. With a wave of the thin sword in his hand, the sword energy surged like a rainbow. Bailey Fenghua's rank is called Sword Controller. This is a rare rank passed down from generation to generation by the master of the Sword Control sect. This is also the origin of the name of the Sword Control sect. Sword out. Cut. Bailey Fenghua raised his hand and drew his sword, thrust it upwards, through the air, and a sword energy flew out, slashing towards Injioyo. The sword energy roared, almost shattering the void. When Injioyo saw this sword energy, he did not dare to despise it at all, and a strange fire suddenly appeared on the skeleton staff in his hand. Magic Barrier. This is the most commonly used defensive magic by great magicians, and it is also one of the most practical defensive magics. The defensive barrier condensed by magic power can defend against both physical attacks and magic. And the more magic power is used, the stronger the defense power of the magic barrier becomes. The whistling sword energy hit the magic barrier. Boom! There was only an explosion, the sword energy shattered and dissipated, and Asmal's sword mark appeared on the magic barrier. Your attack is nothing more than that. And Injioyo smiled contemptuously. The skull staff in his hand, the skull's eyes glowed with blue-gray fire. Your magic is really weird. Bailey Fenghua's attack was just a test. But he also used 70% of his strength. There is absolutely no doubt about the destructive power of the sword energy. However, Injioyo's magic barrier is unexpectedly tough. This is the power brought by the method of blood sacrifice. The magic released after the sacrifice is more than 30% more powerful than before. This is definitely not a small number. The Great Magician's battle is composed of countless magic combinations. Each magic is 30% stronger, and the combined effect is not as simple as 30%. It's strange and weak, so don't blame it on magic. And Injioyo slapped the skeleton staff. It was clearly standing in the air, but the skeleton staff seemed to have been hit on the ground. Cracks suddenly appeared in the air. Dozens of extremely sharp wind blades, accompanied by space oscillations, quickly attacked Bailey Fenghua. Basic elemental magic and general magic are all magic that great magicians can learn. Simple space magic is naturally included. However, it is very difficult to combine elemental magic and space magic to release them. Because space magic is more violent than elemental magic. Once there is a slight mistake, the elemental magic will be wiped out by the space magic. Boom! The space oscillated with a huge roar, and the terrifying fluctuations completely surrounded Bailey Fenghua. The wind blade that followed closely blocked all Bailey Fenghua's escape routes. Compared to locking magic, covering magic is obviously more of a headache. And Jiu's combat awareness is extremely rich, and every time he makes a move, it is a big move. To dare to appear at such a time, his strength cannot be underestimated. Although they were enemies, Bailey Fenghua had to admire Jiu's fighting skills. Compared to He Ming, Jiu is undoubtedly much better. What He Ming sacrificed through the method of blood sacrifice was his own body. However, during the battle, He Ming did not take advantage of this advantage. Or, before the armor-breaking effect, the physical advantage cannot be used at all. But Jiu took the power of magic to its extreme. Covering magic, leaving no escape route. But if it's only to this extent, then I can only tell you in advance that you lose. The fighting spirit in Bailey Fenghua's body began to run wildly. The roaring sound is like a rushing river. The majestic sea-like fighting spirit was injected into the rapier, and the sword blade immediately emitted unparalleled sword energy. Unstoppable. Boom. Bailey Fenghua looked at the space shock that hit him and the wind blades in the sky. The expression on his face did not change at all, and he just raised the thin sword in his hand. In an instant, the sword energy burst out, almost tearing the sky apart. One sword can cut off mountains and rivers. The thin sword swung down, and the sword energy was like a sky-splitting blade. Therefore, everything blocking the front of the sword energy was torn apart and then ground into powder. Space shock and wind blade are naturally no exception. Dark Jiu's magic, under the sword energy that almost split the sky in two, could not hold on for even half a second before it was completely shattered. How is this possible? How could there be such a terrible attack? And Jiu looked shocked, waved his staff, and quickly retreated with a short flash. The seemingly tough magic barrier was shattered by the sword energy the moment Jiu stepped back. You ran away really fast. Bailey Fenghua sneered, raised his sword and moved forward, and countless sword energy was swung out from the thin sword. This is the fighting style of a swordsman. The indestructible sword energy will destroy all enemies standing in front of the sword wielder. Even the most powerful space magic could not stop Bailey Fenghua's sword energy. Perhaps the previous Bailey Fenghua was not so strong. Although he is known as the #1 hero, in terms of real combat effectiveness, he is still inferior to Lu Jingya. But at this moment, Bailey Fenghua's power has been proven. He is truly the #1 hero. As for the improvement of Bailey Fenghua's combat power, even though he stayed in Qila's shop for so long, part of the reason is that his basic attributes have been improved. But the biggest reason is probably due to the weapons Bailey Fenghua currently has in his hands. 7 Deadly Sins. Massively increase the user's physical attack power, and magic condensation speed. Sword Qi is a unique application of fighting spirit. However, no one thought that the effect of the 7 deadly sins in increasing the power of magic and the speed of magic condensation could also affect the concentration of sword energy. This matter, let alone Bailey Fenghua. Even Qi Lu didn't expect it. Or rather, I never thought about it at all. Originally, Bailey Fenghua's idea was very simple, he just wanted a powerful weapon. As for the 7 deadly sins, it is currently the only treasure-level weapon in Qi Li's shop. Naturally, it is the weapon that best meets the requirements of Bailey Fenghua. Although the price is a bit expensive, for Bailey Fenghua, the master of the sword control sect, spiritual crystals are not a problem. Moreover, 7 deadly sins is a synthetic weapon, and the choice of its appearance can be decided by the synthesizer. Whether it's swords, guns, swords, or halberds, or various staffs, it doesn't matter. Because the 7 deadly sins can not only increase physical attacks, but also increase magical power. So Bailey Fenghua naturally chose the thin sword that he was most comfortable with. However, after getting the 7 deadly sins, when he went to test the weapon, there was this surprise that no one expected. It is the effect of these 7 deadly sins in increasing the power of magic and accelerating the speed of magic condensation that can affect the concentration of sword energy. After all, the sword wielder owned by Bailey Fenghua is a fighting spirit class. It is impossible to fight with a staff in normal times. So I don't know this at all. And it was this effect that instantly increased the power of the sword energy released by Bailey Fenghua to a higher level. Moreover, the 7 deadly sins can not only increase the power of magic and the speed of magic condensation, but also greatly increase the user's physical attack power. This perfectly fits the fighting spirit class. It can be said that the attributes of the 7 deadly sins are simply tailor-made for the sword wielder class. What's more, while the 7 deadly sins increase physical attack power, magical power, and magic power concentration speed, they can also improve the user's strength attributes, physical attributes, agility attributes, and mental strength. Among these 4 basic attributes, 3 are required for the swordsman class. Moreover, it comes with 2 skills, 7 sins body and sin barrier. They are all extremely powerful skills. It was this weapon that directly improved Bailey Fenghua's combat effectiveness by more than one level. He is simply a completely different person. It can be said that as long as Bailey Fenghua holds the 7 deadly sins, under normal circumstances, he has no opponent among the hero level. Even if he is a half-step expert, he cannot easily defeat Bailey Fenghua. After all, the upper limit of the defense of the sin barrier is a full-strength strike at the level of a half-step strongman. At this moment, it can be said that the outcome of this battle has been decided. And Jiu, who has refined his own magic power through the method of blood sacrifice, may be ranked among the top 3 heroes among ordinary peak heroes. Even if you meet the previous Bailey Fenghua, it can also be defeated after a lot of effort. But unfortunately, Jiu met Bailey Fenghua, who was holding the 7 deadly sins. That is destined to end in defeat. The sword energy was flowing freely and horizontally, forcing Jiu to retreat repeatedly, not daring to use his edge at all. The magic released was as brittle as paper and completely vulnerable to these sword energies. Damn it! The Shadow Palace has been hiding for many years, and such a monster-like hero-level powerhouse has appeared in the sword control sect. Is our Shadow Palace destined to fail again? Jiu roared unwillingly. However, not being reconciled to this emotion cannot temporarily increase combat effectiveness. Jiu was beaten back by Bailey Fenghua and was unable to fight back. An evil sect like Shadow Palace should never appear at all. What's even more inappropriate is that you come to provoke me, the sword-controlling sect. The speed in Bailey Fenghua's hand was even faster, and the sword energy was like a sword, slashing towards Jiu. It seems we really don't need to take action. Ren Gongxiu observed the battle situation and felt that the situation had been decided before he spoke. It's naturally the best-case scenario if we don't take action. It's enough for us to help stop the people from the Shadow Palace. Gu Pingchuan said calmly. The struggle between the sect forces would be very troublesome if the college forces got involved. After all, there is still war between the imperial forces, and there are still troops available. But within the academy, except for the dean, vice dean, and tutors at all levels, there is basically not much fighting capacity. Moreover, the college emphasizes peaceful development. Even when colleges compete for rankings, they use group competitions. After all, if a college is full of enemies, who would dare to come to your college? That's true. Mr. Ren nodded. To be able to use guardian dolls to come to support is already considered the most benevolent thing. Because really speaking, Gu Pingchuan and Ren Gongxiu didn't have a very close relationship with Bailey Fenghua. In other words, there is actually not much overlap between the academy forces and the sect forces. Although they are different in nature, both require highly qualified students or disciples to add fresh blood. In essence, the two may still be competitors. If there are no accidents, it should be over soon. Let's release the guardian doll to stop people. Ling Ao interrupted at this time. The current situation of the battle is very clear. He Ming and Murong Song joined forces, but they were defeated by Lu Jingya. And Njioyo was even more defeated by Bailey Fenghua. It doesn't take long at all to determine the winner. When the time comes, Njioyo and others will definitely want to evacuate here and wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. After all, for a hero-level powerhouse, most of them are kept in the Green Hills, so there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Unless it's a desperate situation. Okay, now that everything is ready, let's get started. Pay attention to hiding your aura. Gu Pingchuan also gave a warning at the end. After using magic power to condense the guardian doll, the nature of the magic power has actually changed. As long as the condenser is willing, he can completely cover up the aura of the guardian doll. Guardian doll, come out. With a thought, the three of them attached a ray of spiritual power to the irrespective guardian dolls. This is to control the guardian doll. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Njioyo's hand tightly grasped the skull staff, and suddenly veins popped out, and red lines appeared on his arm. The blood lines snaked up like little snakes. Very terrible. Bailey Fenghua, your power is indeed beyond my imagination. In that case, I will let you see it. Why is the Shadow Palace capable of planning all of this? Magic power condensed in Njioyo's left hand, and he slapped the back of his right hand hard. The bloodlines on Njioyo's right arm spread faster. In just a few seconds, a circle of mysterious bloodlines appeared on the right side of Njioyo's face, and quickly spread to his eye sockets. Njioyo's right eye was dyed a strange red color. What you up to? An ominous premonition flashed through Bailey Fenghua's heart. You'll find out soon. With a cold and strange smile on Njioyo's face, he raised the skull staff in his hand. The majestic magic burst out instantly. The blue-gray will-o'-the-wisp emerging from the skull's eye sockets suddenly turned red, like a rising, swaying blood mist. Blood sacrifice formation, open. An unparalleled force burst out from Njioyo. Like a volcano that had been silent for a long time, it suddenly revealed its ferocious true face. The smell of blood spread in the air. Bailey Fenghua's expression suddenly changed when he smelled this scent. You. What did you do? This incident can't help but make Bailey Fenghua shocked and angry. Although the blood sacrifice formation is unique to the Shadow Palace, the fact that opening the blood sacrifice formation requires the power of many living beings is something that all major sects are familiar with. Otherwise, the Shadow Palace would not be regarded as an evil sect. And when the blood sacrifice formation is opened within the mountain gate of the Sword Control sect, one can easily imagine where the power of the creatures comes from. They must be disciples of the Sword Control sect. Can't you see what I did? Bailey Fenghua, there are really powerful people in the Sword Control sect, and the disciples of the Sword Control sect are the best nourishment. The bloodlines on Njioyo's right arm looked increasingly bright and evil. Above his right eye, a bloody flame ignited. Just like the evil skull on the skull staff in Njioyo's hand. The blood sacrifice array is not a trapping magic array, nor is it an attack magic array. It is an amplifying magic circle. To put it more clearly, the people who set up the blood sacrifice array can use the power of the blood sacrifice array to temporarily strengthen themselves and use it to fight. You can also directly use the power of the blood sacrifice array to attack your opponent. What is consumed is the power of the living being sacrificed in advance in the blood sacrifice array. It doesn't matter whether the person being sacrificed is an ordinary person, a cultivator, a monster, an alien beast, or another race. As long as it is a living species. And the stronger the vitality, the more life power you will get after making a sacrifice. There are more than tens of thousands of disciples of the sword control sect. Even if only a part of it is sacrificed into the blood sacrifice formation, the power of the living beings obtained is a huge and unparalleled force. Damn Shadow Palace, you really shouldn't be in this world. Bailey Fenghua was really furious. But at this moment, the attack had to be stopped. After the blood sacrifice formation was activated, all the magic power consumed by Enjoyo was obtained with the lives of sword control sect disciples. The more Bailey Fenghua attacks, the more casualties the sword-controlling sect disciples suffer. Bailey Fenghua, the sword control sect has been sitting at the head of the sect for too long, so have you all forgotten the principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace? And Enjoyo smiled disdainfully, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Successful king and defeated bandit, you are not qualified to say such things to me. Before Enjoyo finished speaking, the skeleton staff was raised. The crimson flames emerging from the skull's eye sockets looked so strange and alluring. Mist of life. A burst of bright red mist appeared out of thin air. Like a bloody flower blooming in the sky, it spread quickly. What is this? No, this mist can corrode fighting spirit. The moment Bailey Fenghua got the mist of life on his body, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated. And used his fighting spirit to dispel the mist of life that had contaminated his body. Sword riding, chop. Bailey Fenghua knew that even if he didn't take the initiative to attack, Enjoyo would not stop. As a last resort, he swung out his sword energy and slashed at the spreading crimson mist. This mist of life can corrode fighting spirit. Using protective fighting spirit to resist will only lead to gradual erosion, thereby weakening one's own strength. So we can only try to disperse this dark red mist. However, the sword energy that filled the sky cut into the mist of life, viewed it was like a mud cow entering the sea, making no sound. This situation made Bailey Fenghua's face darken. This weird mist can corrode even sword energy. This situation was something Bailey Fenghua had not expected. Before there is a solution, we can only continue to retreat and avoid this bright red mist first. However, Bailey Fenghua's avoidance will not stop the fog of life from spreading. The crimson flames on the skeleton staff in Enjoyo's hand burned even more fiercely. What's going on with this fog? As the fog of life spread, Lu Jingyao also noticed something was wrong. It's the fog of life. It seems that Enjoyo has activated the blood sacrifice formation. It's really unbelievable that just 2 people would force us to activate the blood sacrifice formation. Haiming, who was also aware of the mist of life, showed strong murderous intent in his eyes after the emotions of surprise and reluctance. Originally, this blood sacrifice formation was prepared to deal with more powerful heroes. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao dared to come to the sword control sect as just 2 people, which was something Haiming and others did not expect. However, they could not get any favor from these 2 people, which was the most unacceptable thing. Morong Song, get out of the way. You have not gone through the blood sacrifice method and cannot be contaminated by the mist of life. Haiming shouted in a deep voice. The fog of life is a kind of magic that Enjoyo can use with the help of the power of the blood sacrifice array. This dark red mist is the product of condensation of magic power and the power of life. It has a strong corrosive effect on the fighting spirit and magic power that have not been refined by the blood sacrifice method. Even a powerful hero cannot withstand this corrosive force. But for cultivators who have used the method of blood sacrifice to refine themselves, the mist of life is a good thing that can greatly strengthen their various attributes. Do you still want to run away? If this fog of life continues to spread, all the disciples of the sword control sect will be gone. Enjoyo looked at the retreating Bailey Fenghua with cold eyes and said in a gloomy tone. I couldn't tell whether the words meant advice or ridicule. Damn guy. After hearing Enjoyo's words, Bailey Fenghua's movements froze, but she stopped retreating. Keeping retreating will only consume the lives of sword control sect disciples. For the Shadow Palace, there is no loss at all. Instead of doing this, it is better to brave the fog of life and kill Enjoyo, which is the way to break the situation. Sect Master, what's going on? Seeing Bailey Fenghua approaching, Lu Jingyao also realized that something was wrong. Just now, He Minji and Morong Song joined forces to repel Lu Jingyao. This situation seems a bit strange. The people from the Shadow Palace have activated the blood sacrifice formation. Now they are consuming all the life force of the sword control sect disciples. Bailey Fenghua gritted her teeth and said angrily. What? Lu Jingyao's pupils shrank slightly, looking a little shocked. The two of them came all the way back just for the sword-controlling sect. If all the disciples of the sword-controlling sect were sacrificed, then the sword-controlling sect would be dead in name only. This is definitely not the result Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao want to see. For the current plan, only by taking down Dark Nine Nether can we have a chance to break the situation. Bailey Fenghua said in a deep voice. Sect Master, protect me to the sword control sect. I can break through the blood sacrifice formation. Lu Jingyao looked at the rapidly spreading red mist and whispered. You sure? Bailey Fenghua took a serious look at Lu Jingyao, and his tone was very serious. This is not the time to joke. I wouldn't joke about something like this. Lu Jingyao nodded and rubbed his fingertips on the bronze storage ring on his finger. With the magic-breaking crystal ball here, no magic circle can be destroyed. A mere blood sacrifice formation is nothing to worry about. Okay, I get it. Bailey Fenghua nodded solemnly, and then rushed into the mist of life. The dark red mist instantly wrapped Bailey Fenghua in it, crazily eroding the fighting spirit in Bailey Fenghua's body. You got in after all. An as expected expression appeared on Enjoyo's face. As the leader of the sword-controlling sect, it is impossible for Bailey Fenghua to give up on the many disciples of the sword-controlling sect. Then it is necessary to step into this mist of life. And a hero-level strong man who has had all his fighting spirit eroded has no power to deal with the people in their shadow palace. You actually dare to enter the mist of life. You really don't know whether to leave or die. He Ming took a deep breath, his face full of murderous intent. After being blessed with various attributes by the mist of life, He Ming would not have the slightest fear when faced with the previous Bailey Fenghua, whose fighting spirit was being eroded all the time. Under this situation, Bailey Fenghua's strength at this time is impossible to be stronger than He Ming. What's more, the fog of life will also corrode the sword energy. This is simply a fatal blow to the swordmaster class. He Ming also understood this, so when he saw Bailey Fenghua taking the initiative to enter the mist of life, he immediately faced him. You're such a ridiculous #1 hero, you better die. He Ming raised his fist, and the fighting spirit in his body roared, as if he wanted to vent his master's anger. Combat skills are only for people of equal strength. When facing a hero whose fighting spirit is almost completely eroded, there is no need to pay attention to any fighting skills at all. It seems that you are not only arrogant, but also stupid. Bailey Fenghua stared closely at He Ming, who came forward, with a contemptuous smile on her lips. Before you die, why don't you leave a better last word? After being mocked by Bailey Fenghua, He Ming's punch speed increased even more. Only by smashing this face can this noisy mouth stop. Sword controlling pose, water stops flowing. Bailey Fenghua didn't say any more nonsense. He just put his hand on the hilt of the sword and swung the sword. The sword light flashed, like thunder suddenly appearing. Along with a trace of blood, and a bunch of blood flowers scattered everywhere. Laugh. He Ming's eyes widened and his raised fist was frozen in the air. The tyrannical fighting spirit condensed on it gradually dissipated like a withered flower. A sword mark that traversed the entire chest and abdomen appeared on He Ming's body, and blood continued to pour out. Even among the gurgling blood, tiny fragments of internal organs were still faintly visible. One sword, serious injury. The vitality of a hero-level strongman is certainly strong. But this kind of injury that completely hurts the internal organs can also greatly weaken the combat effectiveness of a hero-level strongman. How can you still use fighting spirit? This is impossible. He Ming covered his wound and stumbled back. The fighting spirit in his body collapsed, and he almost fell from the air. Your fighting spirit, why? Why hasn't it been completely eroded? And Jiu also opened his eyes wide, looked at Bailey Fenghua in disbelief, and let out a hysterical roar. This is absolutely impossible. There is absolutely no problem with the effect of the fog of life. Ignorant, powerful strength does not come simply from fighting spirit. Bailey Fenghua gasped and said with a sneer. The fog of life can indeed erode fighting spirit, and Bailey Fenghua is not immune to it. But don't forget it. The enhanced evil spirit body consumes not fighting spirit, but its own blood. If Bailey Fenghua had not obtained this martial skill in Qi Li's shop, there would really be nothing Bailey Fenghua could do to deal with the missed-off creatures. The moment when the fighting spirit is completely eroded, that is the moment when Bailey Fenghua loses control. However, the enhanced evil spirit body doesn't care about this. As long as the user's blood is not burned out, it can continue to be used. Moreover, Bailey Fenghua's control over power was far superior to Ling Zhao's. For the enhanced evil spirit body, although it can't be turned on and off in seconds. But it's not that far off. Therefore, even in the fog of life, Bailey Fenghua can still fight with Jiu and He Ming for a long time. However, after burning a lot of blood, for Bailey Fenghua, there will also be considerable side effects. That's why Bailey Fenghua chose to retreat when he was ahead. But now, Bailey Fenghua must come forward to buy some time for Lu Jingya. In shock, Jiu suddenly seemed to notice something and glanced in the direction of the Sword Control Sect's mountain gate. No wonder you are the only one left. Did the other one plan to destroy the blood sacrifice formation? After sensing Lu Jingya's aura, Jiu didn't want to stop it. Instead, he looked at Bailey Fenghua with a playful expression. Even He Ming, who was seriously injured, laughed mockingly. To actually want to destroy the blood sacrifice formation, you really overestimate your capabilities. What do you mean? Bailey Fenghua held the 7 deadly sins tightly and frowned slightly. But I heard Jiu sneer, and slowly said, "It doesn't hurt to tell you. The blood sacrifice array is not an ordinary magic array. Attacking the blood sacrifice array from the outside will only speed up the consumption of the power of living beings. In other words, if you want to destroy the blood sacrifice formation, you are just speeding up the sacrifices of the Sword Control Sect disciples." Following Jiu's mocking voice, Bailey Fenghua's face became increasingly ugly. He only thought that the blood sacrifice array must be destroyed, but he never expected that the blood sacrifice array would be such a sinister magic array. Come on, let's see what Lu Jingya's expression will be like when she finds out about this. Jiu looked at Bailey Fenghua's extremely ugly face and smiled proudly. If only Lu Jingya knew. Her attack to destroy the blood sacrifice formation was just to kill the sword-controlling sect disciples with her own hands. That expression should be wonderful. Unexpectedly, the leader of the sword control sect has been smart all his life, but now he has to watch this happen. He Ming also laughed. It was as if even the pain from the wounds on his chest and abdomen had eased by 3 points. Hateful. Although Bailey Fenghua was angry. But he knew that Jiu and He Ming would never let him tell Lu Zhenji about this. Now, Bailey Fenghua can only pray that Lu Jingya can discover this matter soon. However, Jiu and He Ming's laughter did not last long and was replaced by surprise and horror on their faces. Because they discovered that the fog of life was quickly dissipating. And the feeling of Enjoyo is even worse than that of He Ming. The power of the blood sacrifice array is flowing away rapidly. How could this happen? Has the blood sacrifice array been destroyed? But this is impossible. Except for the Shadow Palace, it is impossible for anyone to know how to break the blood sacrifice formation. Enjoyo's shocked roar came out. He Ming, who was standing aside, suddenly showed a look of disbelief. It is impossible for the people in the Shadow Palace not to know how powerful the blood sacrifice formation is. Before the power of the creatures in the blood sacrifice formation is exhausted, it cannot be destroyed by brute force. But the speed at which the blood sacrifice array dissipated could never be caused by exhaustion of the power of the creatures. Because the power of life is exhausted, there will be a gradual weakening process. However, the speed at which this power disappears now is more like the blood sacrifice formation, dissipating directly. Sect Master, fortunately you have lived up to your fate. After Lu Jingya destroyed the blood sacrifice formation with the magic-breaking crystal ball, she quickly returned to the sky. Thank you, you did a great job. Bailey Fenghua glanced at the sword-controlling sect. Then after a sneer, he said coldly, it seems that the situation has been reversed. The number of disciples brought by the Shadow Palace to attack Sword Control Sect this time was actually not that many. The reason why they were able to suppress all the disciples of the Sword Control Sect was entirely due to the intimidating power of 3 powerful heroes. Everyone below the hero level is an ant. After Yu Qifeng escaped from the Sword Control Sect, the remaining Sword Control Sect disciples were no longer able to resist. However, when the heroes of the Shadow Palace were restrained, it is absolutely impossible for the remaining Shadow Palace disciples to fight against the sword-controlling sect disciples. It's really a bad start. And Joyo can naturally imagine this. If the Shadow Palace casts such a large net, the number of disciples that can be used to deal with the sword control sect will definitely not be large. But as long as there are strong heroes at the hero level, some low-level practitioners cannot make any trouble at all. However, Joyo and others were completely unexpected. Even if there are only 2 hero-level experts left in the sword control sect, they can still be so fierce. This was completely unexpected. Both Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya are extremely powerful. Or was it Lu Jingya's method of destroying the blood sacrifice formation? These are unexpected things. Especially the method of destroying the blood sacrifice formation. If he hadn't experienced it personally, Joyo would not believe it at all. This is also the biggest reversal of this raid. If the blood sacrifice formation is not broken, then no matter how strong Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya are, they will be consumed by this mist of life. It's a pity that things went counterproductive. Qila suddenly thought of selling the magic-breaking crystal ball to Lu Jingya, which played the most critical role. It also made the Shadow Palace's plan come to nothing. Withdraw. Our Shadow Palace has been dormant for so many years. As long as we don't die, we still have a chance. And Joyo made a decisive decision. He Ming and Morong Song also immediately prepared to escape from here. As the saying goes, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. As long as the hero-level powerhouses are still there, the foundation of the Shadow Palace will not be destroyed. It doesn't matter if we lose some disciples. It's just a pity that the plan of the past 13 years was ruined because of this unexpected situation. You guys, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. But at this moment, 3 heroic levels of momentum rose simultaneously. The majestic momentum formed an encirclement, trapping Joyo and others. The 3 guardian dolls also emerged from the darkness. The guardian doll condensed by magic power is not as dull as the guardian doll in the treasure hall of the doll maze. Instead, he looked heroic because of his armor. The weapons in his hands, whether swords or guns, also look full of momentum. There is no magician among the guardian dolls, so there is no guardian doll holding a staff. How could this happen? It's 3 hero-level experts again. And Joyo was really dumbfounded this time. Where on earth did this powerful hero come from? Why did he come to the sword control sect? He Ming and Morong Song became even more panicked, with shocked looks on their faces. Although the faces of these 3 guardian dolls are unfamiliar, but the heroic aura exuded cannot be faked. When did hero-level powerhouses become so common? After a long fight between the sword-controlling sect and the Shadow Palace, there were only 5 hero-level heroes, and now there are 3 of them all at once. Could it be that the Shadow Palace has been dormant for 14 years and the entire Eastern Wasteland has changed? Thank you to the 3 people who took action and left the people from the Shadow Palace behind. Bailey Fenghua quickly handed over his hands and thanked her. At this time it was of course impossible to directly address Gu Pingchuan and others by their names and identities. Otherwise, using this guardian doll as a cover would be pointless. You're welcome. Such evil sects will naturally be punished by everyone. This move by Bailey sect leader is also a righteous move. One of the guardian dolls returned the favor. The voice was somewhat dull. Although the guardian doll itself has no thinking ability, as long as the condenser controls it, there is no problem in making the guardian doll speak. The righteous deeds of the 3 of you will be borne in mind by me, Bailey Fenghua. Bailey Fenghua then said politely. Gu Pingchuan and others did not take action before, but it was actually discussed in advance. There is no need to show off all your strength at once. If Joyo and others knew they were outmatched, they would jump over the wall and sacrifice all the disciples of the sword control sect. That Bailey Fenghua didn't even have a place to cry. But now, the blood sacrifice formation has been broken. The disciples of the sword control sect were rescued and sounded the clarion call to counterattack the Shadow Palace. At this time, even if Joyo and others wanted to jump over the wall, there would be no wall for them to jump over. Damn it, are we really going to be left here today? He Ming looked a little panicked. The great cause of the Shadow Palace has not been completed. I will not be willing to die here. And Joyo roared unwillingly, but the blood lines on his arms slowly disappeared. This means that the power of the blood sacrifice formation has completely disappeared at this moment. There is nothing to be unwilling to do. The winner is the king and the Lazarus the bandit. That's what you said. Since you have failed, then be ready to accept the sanctions you deserve. Bailey Fenghua exhaled a breath and said expressionlessly. I have to say that the plan of the Shadow Palace is indeed exquisite. The strength of Joyo and others is indeed not weak. Without the help of Gu Pingchuan and others this time, even if Bailey Fenghua called defeat Joyo and others, it would only be a miserable victory. It is almost impossible to keep the 3 of them. Moreover, even if the blood sacrifice formation was destroyed in time. But in the previous fog of life, Bailey Fenghua's fighting spirit was exhausted. Lu Jingya's situation is not much better either. It's just that the situation of Joyo and others is also about the same, which makes Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya not so miserable. Since Master Bailey has spoken, let us do it for them and capture them. Gu Pingchuan saw the situation of Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya and knew that their fighting spirit was almost exhausted and they had no strength to fight anymore. Then he controlled the guardian doll and spoke. Then I'll trouble you 3. At this time, Bailey Fenghua will not show off. It's a good thing if Joyo and others can be captured. It doesn't matter who captures them. It's just a little effort. The guardian doll nodded. Then he raised the weapon in his hand and walked towards Joyo and others. The auras of the 3 guardian dolls overlapped and echoed each other, blocking all possible escape routes around them. The so-called centipede insect is dead but not stiff. Even the magic power and fighting spirit of Joyo and others are about to be exhausted. But just in case, you still need to be careful where you should be careful. Bailey Fenghua, who stayed behind, also took out a few qi rejuvenation pills from his arms and put them in his mouth. Ordinary level elixirs can be said to have very little effect on heroic level experts. But the qi restoration pill can somewhat speed up the recovery of fighting spirit. If one pill doesn't work, just take a few more pills, and it will have some effect. This matter is finally over. Lu Jingyao looked at the 3 guardian dolls surrounding them and breathed a sigh of relief. Martial arts idiots are just addicted to martial arts. Instead of getting obsessed with fighting. This kind of battle that involves the entire sect is not what Lu Jingyao wants to see. After this incident is over, the sect also needs to be cleaned up. After this incident is over, the remaining disciples of the sword control sect will also need to undergo a thorough cleaning. I don't want to see such a traitor appear again. Bailey Fenghua looked at Morong Song, who was surrounded by 3 guardian dolls, with a look of determination on his face. Within the sect, no one can challenge the majesty of the sect leader. All traitors will be killed without mercy. Boom. Ouch. However, at this moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded under the sword control sect's mountain gate. Looking around, you can see the smoke and dust being thrown up, covering the sky and the sun. In the sudden rise of smoke and dust, countless monsters roared and rushed towards the sword control sect. What's going on? Bailey Fenghua was in the process of swallowing the qi restoration pill to restore his fighting spirit. When he saw this scene, he was suddenly shocked. It's a monster. Why are there so many monsters? Lu Jingyao also saw the situation under the smoke and dust. Such a huge movement naturally alerted Jiuyo and others who were besieged, as well as Gu Pingchuan and others who were staying on the edge of the battle. Even the movements of the guardian doll were stagnant. This is a group of magical beasts, is it coming? And Jiuyo looked at the roaring group of monsters. After being stunned for a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Is that really it? The panic on He Ming's face turned into surprise. If it was really the reinforcements they thought they had, then they would be saved. There should be no one else who dares to attack with a swarm of monsters in the presence of so many powerful heroes. Morong Song's initially panicked face became calmer. A trace of excitement that couldn't be hidden also appeared on his face. There is a very powerful aura hidden among the monsters. Gu Pingchuan's perception can be regarded as the strongest among everyone present. Immediately I felt the faint aura. Can you tell the difference between strength and weakness? Ren Gongxiu frowned slightly and asked aloud. Roughly estimated, his strength is not inferior to mine. Gu Pingchuan frowned slightly and said solemnly. Ding Gu, are you sure you didn't perceive a mistake? Ling Ao asked suspiciously after hearing this. You know, Gu Pingchuan is a genuine half-step expert. Really speaking, its realm should be considered beyond the heroic level. If the person's aura is not inferior to Gu Pingchuan's, wouldn't he be another half-step strong man? I'm not an old fool yet. Although the aura is deliberately hidden, the power level of the aura cannot be faked. Gu Pingchuan answered with certainty. For a strong person in the magician class, perception is definitely more important than one's own strength. Only the changes in magic power and the condensation of magic power can be clearly perceived. Only then can you better control your own power. This is bad. Ling Ao's face also became a little ugly. While several people were discussing, a huge demonic wolf walked out of the rushing group of demonic beasts. This demonic wolf's fur was covered in crimson red, as if dyed with blood, making it appear ferocious and violent. The huge wolf body is 3 meters tall at the shoulder alone. Standing there, it's like a high wall. The sharp wolf teeth flashed with cold light, like daggers, which made people's hair stand on end. And the most ferocious thing is the beast eyes of this demon wolf. It was as red as blood, but the blood lines could be faintly seen in the pupils, which looked evil and strange. As expected, it's you, Red Moon Wolf King. And Jiu stared closely at the demonic wolf that came out of the group of demonic beasts, with a relaxed look on his face. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King is a genuine half-step strong level monster. You are moving too slowly, so I came here to take a look. The voice of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King was low and solemn. Stepping in the air, he passed directly through the three guardian dolls and came to Jiu. It's not that we moved too slowly, it's that there were too many surprises. The sword-controlling sect is much stronger than we imagined. And Jiu spoke out a few words to argue. At the end of the sentence, he sighed and gritted his teeth and said, "This is your negligence and lack of strength. After we go back, we will apologize, Tove Palace Master. This kind of thing is beyond my control." The Scarlet Moon Wolf King said calmly. The Red Moon Wolf King and the Shadow Palace cooperated entirely for the sake of the general outline of the beast control technique. This is why Zhuziki's status is so high that he can sit in the same room as Jiu and others. In the general outline of beast control techniques, there are several ways to control monsters. However, the effects of using them by humans are far inferior to those of monsters. Because there is a natural level of suppression among Warcraft. And bloodline suppression. This method is also recorded in the general outline of animal control techniques. However, it is to strengthen and utilize the natural level suppression and bloodline suppression between Warcraft to control the Warcraft to fight for oneself. After all, it is purely level suppression and bloodline suppression. It will only make the weak monsters feel fear, but will not allow the monsters to fight. Special means must be used to control it. The beast-taming sect back then wanted to use this method to control a huge number of magical beasts. Only then would he set his sights on hero-level monsters. But unfortunately it didn't succeed. However, after the Scarlet Moon Wolf King learned about this matter, he obtained this method to strengthen his own bloodline suppression by cooperating with the Shadow Palace. The purpose is to control all beasts for their own use. However, the target this time is the Sword Control sect. Since I am here, I have to end this mission. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King said slowly in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense, your opponent is not as weak as you think. And Jiu looked at the Red Moon Wolf King and gave a kind warning. Even if the Scarlet Moon Wolf King is a genuine half-step strong level monster, it will not gain much benefit when facing 3 strong hero-level players at the same time. Then just open your eyes and take a good look. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King sneered contemptuously, then turned around and looked at the 3 guardian dolls surrounding him. Who do you think you are? Are you going to help the Shadow Palace and help the evildoers do evil? Bailey Fangwen knew that she needed to stand up and speak at this time. Warcraft and humans have always been at odds. Even heroic-level monsters have developed their own intelligence and have their own ideas. It is also difficult to get close to the human race. But for some reason, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King wanted to help the Shadow Palace in this critical moment. It doesn't make sense at all. Aiding the evildoer? The Shadow Palace and I only have a cooperative relationship. There is no such thing as aiding the evildoer. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King grinned, revealing his sharp white fangs. What's more, the more chaotic your human race is, the happier I will be. The Red Moon Wolf King bared his teeth, and his sharp white teeth looked a little penetrating. Regarding this point, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King is definitely not telling lies. The human race is in chaos, and the happiest ones are the Warcraft. And secondly, there are other races. Otherwise, why would the Scarlet Moon Wolf King want to control all beasts for his own use? Not just to enhance your own strength. The human race is the biggest obstacle to Warcraft. Do you know that you are facing 3 heroes? Do you really want to get involved in this matter? Seeing that negotiation was not possible, Bailey Fenghua, could only give a warning. Humph, it's just that none of the three powers have fully mastered the heroic level. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King sneered. Immediately afterwards, the bloody mouth suddenly opened, revealing sharp teeth that shone with cold light. Wolf King, Xiaoya. A sharp wolf howl erupted from the mouth of the Red Moon Wolf King, like a huge storm, sweeping through everyone present in an instant. Bailey Fenghua immediately recovered a little bit of his fighting spirit and condensed it into body-protecting fighting spirit. Lu Jingyao also transported his fighting spirit and protected it outside his body. The three guardian dolls were driven back by the sudden burst of energy. But at this moment, the Red Moon Wolf King moved. A bloody phantom arrived in an instant, and slapped one of the guardian dolls on the head with a claw. Bang! The guardian doll was immediately shot and flew away. The violent force caused obvious cracks to appear on the guardian doll's head where it was hit. After repelling a guardian doll, the Red Moon Wolf King did not stop, and the bloody phantom was still charging wildly. In just a few breaths, the remaining two guardian dolls were all shot away. But the Scarlet Moon Wolf King returned to Enjoyo. Your strength is not enough. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King stared at Bailey Fenghua closely, his crimson eyes flashing with amusement. This kind of power is by no means an ordinary hero-level powerhouse. Could it be that? No, it should be a half-step powerhouse level. Bailey Fenghua's body-protecting fighting spirit suddenly collapsed. His pale face became particularly ugly. How could it be possible? It's actually a half-powerful monster. Lu Jingyao's expression also changed again and again. If it were at the beginning, Lu Jingyao's fighting spirit and physical strength were still at their peak, and he would indeed be able to fight against the Red Moon Wolf King. But at this moment, there is nothing we can do. Gu Pingchuan and others who were guarding the edge of the battlefield didn't look very good either. They never thought that at this last moment, a half-step strong level monster would appear. And look at the massive group of monsters. Even if Gu Pingchuan and others wanted to help, they had to think twice. Unlike the human race and most other races, Warcraft does not require any trial crystals to advance to the next level. Gu Pingchuan is certainly a half-step expert. But if there is no strong level trial crystal, then Gu Pingchuan will only be half-step to the strong level in his whole life, and will not be able to make any progress. However, the half-step strong level monsters are different. This kind of monster, which has already stepped into the threshold of the strong level, may be promoted to the strong level at any time. At that time, it will not be comparable to the heroic level at all. Moreover, even if it is a strong level that has not been promoted, it's just a half-powerful monster. Being able to lead such a large group of monsters is not so easy to provoke. Neither the Huangyuan Empire, nor the Brilliant Academy, nor the Peak Academy would want to provoke such a huge group of monsters. If these demonic beast groups turn their guns and, under the leadership of their Moon Wolf King, launch an attack on the Huangyuan Empire, or the Brilliant Academy, or the Peak Academy, it's simply impossible to stop it. When it comes to this level of Warcraft, it is no longer a matter of friendship or not. What's more, it is impossible for 3 guardian dolls to stop a half-step strong monster. The first point is that although the guardian doll can keep up with the level and realm, however, in terms of martial arts and magic, they are absolutely shortcomings. When evenly matched, it can indeed enhance a lot of combat effectiveness. But when facing a monster that is good at basic attributes, and can even completely crush the human race in terms of basic attributes alone, the guardian doll has no advantage at all. And this second point is combat skills. It is self-evident how terrifying the fighting instinct that a half-step strong level monster possesses. But the guardian doll, even if controlled by a condenser, is not much better in terms of combat skills. Because those who can use guardian doll magic must be of the magician class. The guardian doll is indeed capable of close combat. Let a magician class control a guardian doll for close combat. How strong can you expect his combat skills to be? Do you really think that everyone is a freak like Qi Lu? Moreover, this Red Moon Wolf King, strictly speaking. Even if Ren Gongxiu and Ling Ao went into battle in person, they might not bite opponents. Even Gu Pingchuan, who is also a half-step expert, has to weigh it. After all, the magician class does not have an advantage when facing such a sensitive and attack-type monster. That's why Gu Pingchuan and others were so embarrassed when they saw the Scarlet Moon Wolf King appear. Damn it, why did it happen at this time? Ling Ao gritted his teeth and growled angrily. This is really troublesome. I didn't expect it to be a half-step strong monster. Gu Pingchuan had sensed this aura before. But I didn't expect this. Because Warcraft and humans cooperate, it is unlikely to happen. What should we do now? Even if we go into battle in person, even if we can repel the Red Moon Wolf King, we may not be able to keep it. Mr. Ren's face also looked a little sad. If we say this time, the reinforcements come from a human race who is half a strong man. If Gu Pingchuan and others join the battle, they will definitely be able to keep people here. But facing the last half-step strong level monster, it's easy to fight off, but hard to stay. No matter how powerful the human race is, at the same level, it is basically impossible for their basic attributes to be stronger than those of Warcraft. Therefore, even if he is defeated, the Red Moon Wolf King can still escape despite being injured. After escaping, Gu Pingchuan and others must be careful. The revenge of Warcraft, unless you can kill the Red Moon Wolf King. Otherwise, it is endless. The impact of the Warcraft wave is definitely no joke. This is where Gu Pingchuan and others really get into trouble. And the people who are worried about this matter are not just the few heroes present. There are also a few people from Qila's shop. Master. Fei Xue clenched her fists tightly, her nails pricked her palms until they bled, but she didn't even notice. The appearance of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King made Fei Xue feel as if a huge boulder weighed down her heart. Fei Xue clenched her fists tightly. Even though his nails pricked his palms until they bled, he didn't even notice. The appearance of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King made Fei Xue's heart feel as if a huge boulder had been pressed down on her, leaving her breathless. The soft conversation between live broadcaster Ling Ao and others let Fei Xue know that this was a half-step strong monster. If this problem is not solved, today will be the day when the sword control sect disappears. How come a half-step strong level monster suddenly appeared? Banjing also looked at the live broadcast in astonishment. On weekdays, don't these heroic monsters stay in their own territories and go out and move around? Why is it that when I move around now, I see a monster of this level? Huh? What's going on? Why did such a thing suddenly appear? Qi Lu, who was watching the live broadcast, was also quite shocked. This battle has been full of twists and turns. Just when he was about to win, another guy came to the rescue. Really epic blockbusters are not so exciting. System, host, a temporary task has been triggered. Do you need to accept it? I'm watching a blockbuster movie, how can you be so able to find every opportunity? Qi stared at the screen, worried, when the system prompts sounded in his mind. Qi Lu immediately complained in dissatisfaction. However, the system remained unmoved, and the faint voice sounded in Qi Lu's mind again. System, host, I just want to ask you. A temporary mission has been triggered. Do you need to accept it? Please decide quickly. At the end of the sentence, the system urged me. TSK, you are really troublesome. Take it, just take it. Qi Lu said with dissatisfaction. Once the system adopts this urging tone, to a large extent, it is trying to get Qi Lu to take over the task. And this urging tone will also appear in the process of completing the task after accepting it. For example, the original task of collecting dragon blood, dragon bone, and dragon soul. This means that the system has needs. It also means that Qi can open his mouth and squeeze some benefits from the system. That's why Qi was so dissatisfied. So that you can wait a while and speak more easily. System, accept the mission, powerful Warcraft. System, task content, please ask the host to collect a unit as soon as possible, which is not lower than the hero level, the blood, bones and soul of Warcraft. System, task reward, 1 chance to draw snacks and 1 chance to draw drinks. The reminder about the mission immediately rang in Qi Li's mind. Qi Lu immediately understood why this temporary task of the Irby system came about. It was a mission he issued on a whim after seeing the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. What a powerful monster! What is not lower than the heroic level, the blood of Warcraft, the bones of Warcraft, and the soul of Warcraft? Doesn't he refer to the Red Moon Wolf King? The reason why I co-authored this 2-stroke system is because I have taken a fancy to this half-powerful monster, which can also be called a temporary mission. System, I have a question, what is a unit? Qi Lu resisted the urge to complain and asked a small question. System, a unit refers to a monster, regardless of size. Good. As expected. This Irby system only needs to name and say that the target of this temporary mission is the Red Moon Wolf King. System, don't you think it's a little overpowered for me to deal with hero-level monsters now? Qi Lu tried his best to hide his complaints in his heart, and then hinted out loud. I really hope this 2-bill system can be a little smarter. You can understand that this is an explicit hint at all. Let Qi Lu use his master-level strength to run to the gate of Yujian sect to deal with the Red Moon Wolf King. That was really filling. However, Qi Lu still underestimated the system and pretended to be crazy and shameless. System, since the host has accepted the task, please ask the host to find a solution on his own and don't always rely on the system's ideas. Bah, what do you mean by trying to take advantage of you? It's so ugly, Totok. Facing the system's shamelessness, Qi Lu could only respond with even thicker skin. Aren't I afraid that it will delay the completion of the task? I'm afraid that you will have to wait impatiently. If you are not in a hurry, why not wait for another 2 years until I am strong enough to complete this task? Qi Lu asked back with a smile. System, no. The urgent voice only uttered 2 words and then stopped abruptly. Immediately afterwards, there was an awkward silence. System, host, if you have any requests, you may as well tell us directly. If request is reasonable, this system will consider it. When Qi Lu heard this, he knew that the system was trying to trick him. Whether it is reasonable or not is not the system's final say. I really don't know why. A system that usually doesn't seem very smart suddenly has its IQ rise when it comes to this kind of problem. But if you want to plot against Qi Lu, this 2-stroke system is still a bit lacking. What can I ask for? It's just because my own strength is too low and am afraid of delaying the mission. Qi Lu said, pretending to be self-deprecating. He never mentioned what he wanted. This kind of thing must be said by the system personally. In this case, no matter how many more rewards the system adds, Qi Lu can easily make a counteroffer. And it can also deduce where the bottom line of the system is. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? System, temporary mission, powerful Warcraft, the reward after completion will be increased by 1. After the mission is completed, the 4th large map off the New World mode can be opened at any time. As expected by Qi Lu, the system was indeed a little anxious. He directly offered his own price. Qi Lu tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, calculating the gains and losses in his mind. To be honest, the summer carnival event of Doll Maze has only ended for a few days. Even if a new large map is to be opened, there is no rush during this period. After all, you have to take a break in between Krypton Gold activities. Let those players recover their health. Therefore, this new task reward is not as cost-effective as the previous snacks and drinks. System, although I really want to complete the mission as soon as possible, but my strength is low and my will is weak. Even if I risk my life and fight hard, I'm afraid the target will escape. Sheila didn't know that the reward was not enough. It's just that the system is blocked with the problem of not being able to complete the task. When it comes to speaking skills, no matter how much the system's IQ increases, there is still a big gap compared to Qi Lu. System, host, are you deliberately deceiving this ignorant system? Oh, this two-stroke system is really rebuttal. How could such a thing happen? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said with a heartbroken expression. I sincerely share your worries. After all, I am not strong enough and let the target escape. There is nothing I can do about it. You actually say that I deceived you. I sincerely share your worries, but it's a pity that I am not strong enough. If you accidentally let the target escape, there is nothing you can do about it. You actually said that I deceived you. Speaking of this, Qi Lu looked sad and angry. Forget it, it's okay not to do this task. This acting skill makes all the movie stars feel ashamed when they see it. System, wait a minute, host, this system still feels a little wrong. System, however, as for the mission reward, this system can make the decision and add an equipment synthesis drawing. This sentence was said with a bit of gritted teeth. Equipment synthesis drawings. Qi Li's heart moved. This equipment synthesis blueprint is almost equivalent to a piece of treasure-level equipment. Subconsciously ignoring the somewhat painful tone of the system, Qi Lu knew that the mission rewards were just as bad as this. If you continue to cheat, you may have to sever ties with the system. Since this mission is so urgent, I should sacrifice my life to accompany you. Even if I risk my life, I won't let the mission target escape. Qi Lu patted his chest and expressed his determination. Then he stood up and shouted to Yu Shi'er. Shi'er, I need to go out to deal with something, so I'll leave the store to you for now. Well, okay, store manager, please go slowly. Yu Shi'er responded with a smile, looking very well behaved. The gate of Yujin sect, at the foot of the mountain. Although all the disciples of the Shadow Palace have been killed. But the huge group of magical beasts once again surrounded the dilapidated Sword Control sect. As long as the Scarlet Moon Wolf King in the sky gives the order, the dilapidated Sword Controlling sect and the Sword Controlling sect disciples guarding the sect will be flattened. I have long said that if you want to scare me away with these three heroes who have not even fully mastered their power, you would be too naive. The Red Moon Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly, his beast pupils flashing with bloodthirsty light. The three guardian dolls were already covered in scars at this moment. The few fighting energy that Bailey Fenghua had recovered by relying on the Qi Restoration Pill was all exhausted at this time. Sect Master, we are really in trouble this time. Lu Jingya touched the bronze storage ring on her finger. Inside, there is also a bottle of Midong vitamin functional drink, which can instantly restore all fighting energy. However, at this time, even if Lu Jingya could recover his fighting spirit, it would not help. As long as the Red Moon Wolf King is not solved. Lu Jingya, please stop restraining yourself for a moment. The group of monsters guarding the foot of the mountain could crush the sword-controlling sect at any time. Unless, Gu Pingchuan and others can take action. Lao Gu, what should we do now? Do we want to take action? Ren Gongxiu, who was guarding the edge of the battlefield, also saw the situation clearly and couldn't help but ask aloud. Ever since Gu Pingchuan was promoted to the half-step strong level, he has vaguely begun to feel like a talker. Ren Gongxiu and others would often unconsciously ask Gu Pingchuan for his opinion. If we take action, unless we can keep the Red Moon Wolf King here forever, the gain will outweigh the loss. Gu Pingchuan said calmly. Is it worth it to provoke a half-step strong level monster and put one's own power in danger for the sake of Sword Controller sect? This is the biggest problem now. Whether or not the Red Moon Wolf King can be retained is the key. And Gu Pingchuan and others also knew that if the Red Moon Wolf King deliberately avoided the battle, they really would not be able to forcefully keep it. Let the three magicians keep an agility and attack monster. Isn't that a joke? No, I feel that Master Bailey and Elder Lijing should have some backup plans. We can try to take action. Ling Ao suddenly interrupted. The Huangyuan Empire is in charge of war, and the Academy is in charge of peace. If my judgment is really wrong, I cannot be responsible for the lives of so many students. Gu Pingchuan sighed. When the two people beside them lowered their eyes, the conversation changed. But if you want to become a strong person, how can you not go through danger? They have been cultivating in Manager Qi's shop for such a long time. If they are still not opponents of these monsters, then they have failed to live up to the Academy's expectations of them. When Gu Pingchuan said this, he had already taken out his staff. I knew how Dean Gu could be the kind of person who looks on coldly. Ling Ao smiled and took out the fire element staff from the bronze storage ring. Gu Pingchuan shrugged, non-committal. If the strength of the students had not been greatly improved during such a long period of practice, Gu Pingchuan would not have dared to make such a decision. What's more, even if you are not strong enough, there are also pet protections that are equally good in combat effectiveness. If the group of monsters dares to come, they will turn into piles of magic cores. Then he was taken to Manager Qi's store and turned into a fighting force for all the students. Ren Gongxiu also took out his staff and prepared to take action, leaving their Moon Wolf King behind. But at this time, the expression on Gu Pingchuan's face suddenly changed, and he said, "Wait a minute, I feel a very familiar space fluctuation." No way, could it be? When Gu Pingchuan reminded him, a strange expression appeared on Ren Gongxiu's face. If you have no other means, the sword control sect will disappear forever today. All monsters obey orders. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King let out a thundering howl. Roar. The monsters surrounding the sword control sect's mountain gate responded to the howl of wolves and let out beastly roars that resounded throughout the sky. The deafening roar of the beast made many sword-controlling sect disciples guarding the sword-controlling sect turn extremely pale. But even though I was so scared that my legs were weak and my hands were shaking, none of the sword-controlling sect disciples retreated. It is instinct to fear death, but it is the will and belief to fight to the death. Put down the sword-controlling sect for me. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King howled again, causing all the monsters to riot. Damn guy. Bailey Fenghua almost bit her teeth into pieces before preparing to burn the blood and activate the enhanced evil spirit body. Lu Jingyao also took out the Maidong vitamin functional drink. I just want to be able to resist for a while, that's a while. Wait a minute. A slow voice appeared suddenly. Who? The Scarlet Moon Wolf King roared violently. It's me, Qi Lu, just a very ordinary store manager. Qi Lu activated the power of the empty boots and walked out of the space door. Looking at the ferocious-looking Red Moon Wolf King, he introduced himself in a calm and natural tone. However, Qi Lu can be calm. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King could not calm down. Because the way Qi Lu appeared was too weird. Walk out directly from the door of space. Is this guy a powerful space magician? Unlike other magicians, the space magician is so weird and powerful that even the Red Moon Wolf King is extremely afraid of him. Just a space-locking magic. No matter how fast the Red Moon Wolf King is, it is impossible to avoid the space magician's attack. How is it possible? Why would he interfere in this matter? After Morong Song saw Qi Lu, his face was even more shocked, even a little frightened. Morong Song still vividly remembers the scene of defeating 7 powerful heroes by himself. Originally, what Morong Song was most worried about in this battle against the sword control sect was whether this mysterious strong man would take action. I didn't expect that I could escape the first grade of junior high school, but not the 15th grade. He came over after all. Store manager Qi. Why are you here? Bailey Fenghua also looked at Qi Lu in shock. When facing the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, Bailey Fenghua placed her hopes on Gu Pingchuan and the others, hoping that they would take action. But I never thought that Qi Lu would come. Store manager Qi, we probably don't owe any debts. Lu Jingyao also looked at Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared with a surprised look on her face, and asked with some surprise. It's okay, you don't owe any debts, I'm just passing by. Qi Lu waved his hand, somewhat confused. Why did Lu Jingyao think she was here to collect a bill when she saw him? You know, Qila's shop doesn't accept credit. Your Excellency suddenly appeared here. What's the matter? Scarlet Moon Wolf King asked rather fearfully. It's nothing serious. The main thing is to come here and see if there is any chance to do something brave. Qila shrugged and said casually. You can't just start by saying that I have accepted a mission and I am here to take your life. It felt like a gangster. There is no place for you to act bravely for justice. If nothing happens to you, please leave this place. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King grinned, revealing his sharp wolf teeth. The tone sounded like a warning, but also like a threat. Whether you can act bravely or not is not up to you. Qila looked at Bailey Fenghua with half-squinted eyes and a questioning gaze. This statement is self-evident. There must be some excuse to take action. Manager Qi, please help me, the Sword Controller sect, to destroy our powerful enemies. I am willing to pay you a satisfactory reward. Bailey Fenghua was stunned. Before he could speak, Lu Jingyao spoke first. Regarding the topic of how strong Qi Lu is. The longer you stay in the store, the deeper you feel. And people like Lu Jingyao, who have personally experienced Qi Li's explosive momentum, know it even more deeply. So after seeing Qi Li's eyes, Lu Jingyao's reaction was much faster than Bailey Fenghua's. Look, the opportunity to act bravely has come, hasn't it? After Qi Li listened to Lu Jingyao's words, he immediately looked at the Red Moon Wolf King. That's right, except for looking for a reason to take action. Qi Lu also has another purpose, which is to get some benefits from the Sword Control sect. Otherwise, thank you. This time, we don't need to take action. Ren Gongshou didn't know why, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Store manager Qi came just in time. I even doubted whether he came in a hurry. The look on Gu Pingchuan's face also relaxed a lot. When they were preparing to deal with the Red Moon Wolf King before, they really didn't have much confidence. But after Qi Lu appeared, this worry disappeared. For no other reason than to look at Qi Li's past achievements. Just tear apart the bone dragon with your hands. It is still within the hero level. Even if the Red Moon Wolf King is half a strong person, its strength is only on par with that of the bone dragon. Since Qi Lu can tear apart a bone dragon with his bare hands, then tearing apart a Red Moon Wolf King with his bare hands is not a big problem. Your Excellency, are you determined to go against me? Scarlet Moon Wolf King asked angrily. Although he was worried about Qi Li's strange appearance, he was also worried that Qi Li might be a space magician. But this does not mean that the Red Moon Wolf King is afraid. I'm more interested in reciting poetry, but I'm not very good at making mistakes. Qi Li said with a smile. His tone did not fluctuate at all, due to the anger of the Red Moon Wolf King. Court death. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King roared angrily, and his figure suddenly turned into a bloody phantom, attacking Qi Lu. The speed was so fast that only a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Qi Lu was blown away. This scene shocked Bailey Fenghua. Store manager Qi was shocked back. Lu Jingyao, who knew how powerful Qi Lu was even more shocked. Is this Red Moon Wolf King stronger than the Bone Dragon? How can this be? Gu Pingchuan and others at the edge of the battlefield also looked stunned. You must know that Qi Lu was able to defeat the bone dragon without falling behind, but this time, he was even more repulsed by the Red Moon Wolf King. It's incredible. Your Majesty, you are brave enough to do justice. With just this kind of strength, I'm afraid I can't protect myself. After testing Qi Li's strength, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King couldn't help but mock. He couldn't even take this kind of tentative attack. This kind of opponent is nothing to worry about. With the Red Moon Wolf King here, the Sword Control sect will undoubtedly be defeated today. And Joyo also shouted. The group of demonic beasts that surrounded the Sword Control sect also let out loud beast roars, echoing the Red Moon Wolf King's taunt. Phew, you are indeed quite powerful. It took a long time for Qi Lu to regain his breath. With his master-level strength, he caught the attack of the Red Moon Wolf King head-on. Even with the terrifying defensive power of the dragon bone armor, Qi Lu is proud enough. However, you will soon know how stupid your arrogance is. Qi Lu stood up straight and said coldly. Humph, such nonsense is simply ridiculous. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King sneered, his beast eyes full of contempt. Everyone can talk big words, but without the corresponding strength, it's just a tough talk before death. And Joyo and He Ming also laughed disdainfully. He didn't take Qi Li's words seriously at all. Ah. Qi Lu just chuckled, then stretched out his right hand and waved it lightly. Heavenly Thunder Order. A palm-sized token was thrown out by Qi Lu and instantly shattered into pieces. In an instant, the situation changed. In the sky, a thundercloud suddenly appeared covering the sky and the sun. A series of thunder dragons surged in the dark clouds, making bursts of thunderous sounds that resounded throughout the heaven and earth, which captured the hearts and souls of the people. How is this possible? The Scarlet Moon Wolf King looked at the thunderclouds in the sky with fear in his eyes. But he just happened to see a thunderbolt that was like a pillar of heaven, striking towards him. The majestic pressure locked the Red Moon Wolf King, making it unable to move at all. This is the true pressure of heaven and earth. The power of thunder is the power of heaven and earth. As long as you don't achieve the level of a strong person, it's all nonsense under this thunder. Boom! The sky thunder struck, and the flashing dazzling white light illuminated the faces of everyone present. It also reflected the incredible look in the eyes of everyone present. The system is ready to receive the blood, bones, and souls of monsters that are no lower than the hero level that you want. System, ready to receive what you want. Qi Lu looked at Tianlei expressionlessly and shouted in his mind. In the thunder, who knows whether the Red Moon Wolf King will be wiped out into ashes. The Heavenly Thunder Order requires the target's aura to be injected into it before it can lock on to the target. The reason why Qi Lu went to receive the attack of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King head-on was to collect the breath of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King and inject into the Heavenly Thunder Order. System, the mission items have been submitted successfully, and the temporary mission Powerful Warcraft has been completed. The rewards will be distributed after the host returns to the store. After Qi Lu reminded me. The system moves much faster than imagined. The thunder fell, directly killing the Red Moon Wolf King's vitality. Even a half-powerful monster is as helpless as an ant under the Heavenly Thunder Order. This is such a terrifying power. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King disappeared. In this thunder, he disappeared. The three people closest to Tianlei, including Joyo and He Ming, only felt cold all over. The blood in the whole body was almost half cold. This is the thunder. What a terrifying power this is. It can actually annihilate a half-step-strong level monster in an instant. If it hits him, he will probably turn into ashes as well. Manager Qi, what is this? What kind of method is this? Heaven, thunder. Every time store manager Qi shows his strength, it can amaze and shock people. Gu Pingchuan, the official cultivator, and Ling Ao looked at each other in talk. There was undisguised shock on his face. Previously, they were still thinking whether Qi Lu would tear apart the Red Moon Wolf King again just like the last time he tore apart the Bone Dragon. At least they wouldn't be surprised if they were mentally prepared. But who would have thought? Qi Lu did not engage in close combat this time, and directly struck the Red Moon Wolf King to death with a thunderbolt. This move almost overturned the three people's worldview. Double cultivation of magic and martial arts? No, it's impossible. Fighting spirit and magic power cannot coexist in the same person. This is an Iran rule that cannot be broken. This is also the rule of this plane. That means. Gu Pingchuan looked at Ren Gongxiu and Ling Ao, their expressions were equally solemn. Combined with Qi Li's previous battle to defeat the Bone Dragon, plus this time, he directly summoned the Sky Thunder to kill the Red Moon Wolf King. That proves a point. Qi Lu is based on the magician class and has tempered his body to the point where he can defeat the Bone Dragon. Once this idea came out, it was completely unbearable. Because there is no better explanation other than that. At this moment, the three of them thought of another class, which was the most difficult class in the combat power enhancement arena. Battle Mage. Is a Battle Mage really possible? A Battle Mage who can practice to the level of store manager Qi is such a monster. No matter how shocked Gu Pingchuan and others were. After the thunder, Bailey Fenghua was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth when he found that the Red Moon Wolf King had completely disappeared, even his breath was gone. Is this the strength of store manager Qi? Although when she was in Qi Li's shop, Bailey Fenghua had heard about how powerful Qi Lu was. But that's just hearsay after all. As the leader of the sword control sect, Bailey Fenghua naturally didn't believe such rumors. However, today, after seeing Qi Li's power with my own eyes, only then did Bailey Fenghua realize that the rumors in the store seemed to be understated. The strength of this store manager is much stronger than the rumors say. A majestic half-step strong level monster, in Qi Li's hands, couldn't even move past it. A strong man of this level must be running rampant in Donghuang. He actually stayed in a small cloud city and opened a magical shop. Besides being principled, he didn't even have the airs of a strong man. This is really admirable. It's a great thing that I didn't offend store manager Qi in the first place. Lu Jingyao also wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Then, as if he remembered something, he made a decision in his heart. In the future, it is better not to discuss with the store managers outside, but to discuss in the New World mode. Lu Jingyao praised her decision. Okay, the act of bravery is done. You can handle the rest by yourselves. It should be fine. Qi Lu said with some pain after getting the reminder that the task was completed. In order to complete this temporary task, Qi Lu reluctantly consumed a Sky Thunder token. The purchase price of the Heavenly Thunder token is 100,000 spiritual crystals. If it were put on the shelf for sale, the price of 500,000 spirit crystals would be a low price. Thank you very much, Manager Qi, for your generous help. If we can't solve the next problem, then it would be a big letdown for Manager Qi's help this time. Bailey Fenghua cupped her hands and thanked her. The eyes looking at Qi Lu were full of awe. You're welcome, Master Bailey. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll take my leave first. Qi Lu also bowed his hand politely. Although using a Sky Thunder token made Qi Lu very painful, even though Lu Jingyao had said before that he would pay Qi Lu a satisfactory reward. But it's not easy for Qi Lu himself to mention this kind of thing. A powerful man who can kill even a half-step strong level monster with a wave off his hand. After the battle, he openly asked for payment. If Qi Lu loses face, the aloof image he has established for a long time will collapse in an instant. Store manager Qi, go slowly. The sword control sect has a lot of matters left behind. After I finish handling them, I will go to the store to thank Manager Qi. Bailey Fenghua obviously did not forget about reward. If such a powerful person could use spiritual crystals to make friends, Bailey Fenghua would definitely be a dream come true. Talk later. Sheila nodded slightly and didn't expect much. The empty boots opened the door to space. Sheila stepped in and disappeared in front of Bailey Fenghua. Store manager Qi is really here to do something brave, and he didn't mention any reward at all. He is truly a role model among the strong and a role model among the mighty. Bailey Fenghua looked at the place where Sheila disappeared and couldn't help but sigh. If every strong person could be as benevolent and righteous as store manager Qi, how could there be so many things? The Scarlet Moon Wolf King has been eliminated, so please help me capture the 3 remnants of the Shadow Palace. After Bailey Fenghua sighed, she did not forget what she had to do next. It would be better to capture Enjoyo and others alive than to kill them on the spot. It would be a great thing if the secrets of the Shadow Palace and subsequent plans could be interrogated from Enjoyo and others. It's just a matter of effort, Master Bailey. You don't have to be polite. The scarred guardian doll standing by the side nodded, cupped his hands, and said. Although the guardian doll is defeated by the Red Moon Wolf King, there is still no problem in taking down Enjoyo and others who have already exhausted their fighting spirit. This is also one of the advantages of guardian dolls. Because the guardian doll is a fighting machine made of condensed magic power. So there is no such thing as fighting spirit and magic power. The basic attributes that are comparable to those of heroic heroes are all possessed by the guardian doll itself, and do not require the blessing of fighting spirit. As long as the guardian doll is not broken, its combat effectiveness will hardly diminish. After Enjoyo and others saw Sheila take action and kill the Red Moon Wolf King instantly, their hearts were filled with despair. In the hands of the 3 guardian dolls, they had no ability to resist at all and were captured alive. Sword controller, it won't be easy. The Shadow Palace is by no means as simple as you think. After Enjoyo was captured by the guardian doll, he was sent to Bailey Fenghua with an extremely cold look in his eyes. No matter how powerful the Shadow Palace is, you can't see it anymore. Bailey Fenghua said coldly. Although he had some concerns about Enjoyo's words, he also knew that this matter must be established. Whether the sword control sect can rise from the ashes after suffering such a catastrophe depends mostly on the prestige of the sect leader. Break the seal of trial and imprison him. Bailey Fenghua didn't say anything to Enjoyo. He left these words in a cold voice and returned to the gate of the sword-controlling sect. The seal of trial is the source of strength for practitioners. If the seal of trial is broken, it means losing the recognition of the power of heaven and earth. The skills once embedded in the seal of trial will disappear, and the fighting spirit and magic power will also dissipate. Dealing with cultivators and breaking the seal of trial is more painful than killing them. Once you have power, you will never want to be weak again. However, if you want to break the seal of trial, you have to deal with it without any resistance and lose control of the seal of trial. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to handle. Therefore, in many cases, it is much more convenient to kill directly than to break the seal of trial. It's just that this time, there are indeed too many things about the Shadow Palace hidden in the fog. Bailey Fenghua had to leave Enjoyo and others alive. As for the 3 heroes Enjoyo, He Ming, and Morong Song, if they didn't break the seal of trial, Bailey Fenghua really wouldn't dare to imprison them in the sword control sect. Enjoyo and others had their trial seal broken and lost all their fighting spirit. The remaining power is definitely not stronger than a professional class. Even though most of the sword control sect was broken, it was still easy to find a dungeon. An iron chain made of steel bars as thick as a thumb was enough to stop Enjoyo and the other 2 from thinking about escaping. Thank you 3 for helping me with today's matter. In front of the sword control sect, Bailey Fenghua once again thanked Gu Pingchuan and others. The group of monsters gathered at the foot of the mountain had long been scared away by the terrifying thunder. Master Bailey is so polite. If I really want to thank you, Manager Qi has done much more than us. Gu Pingchuan is not greedy for merit. Sometimes, seeking truth from facts is more important. No, what the three of you have done is no less than store manager, Qi. If you do something here, you will be rewarded generously. Bailey Fenghua insisted. Regarding the matter of Scarlet Moon Wolf King, Bailey Fenghua understood the difficulties of Gu Pingchuan and the others. In fact, it was Bailey Fenghua's fault to drag them into the sect dispute. Even if there is an intersection between the major forces, it will be when the general trend is inevitable and a catastrophe is coming. Otherwise, Donghuang would really be in chaos. The sword-controlling sect will not be destroyed or established if it encounters such a catastrophe. It will surely be reborn from the ashes in the future. This is the time when everything is waiting to be done. The generous rewards mentioned by Bailey sect leader should be discussed in the future. Now, Sword Control sect needs you to take charge of the overall situation. Ling Ao stepped forward and spoke very sincerely. If the Sword Control sect returns to its former glory, then the Huangyuan Empire will have a powerful ally. Ling Ao couldn't do anything about taking the heat out of the cauldron. Yes, there is no need to entertain us. Now is not the time. Since the people of the Shadow Palace have been killed, I will leave first. Ren Gongxiu also stepped forward and spoke out. Bailey Fenghua nodded and didn't say anything to persuade her to stay. Now the entire sword control sect is in a semi-destroyed state, which is really not a good place to entertain people. And after that, Jiuyo and He Ming will be interrogated. And clean up all the rebellious disciples of the sword control sect. Especially Morong Song's lineage. Moreover, the most important thing is that all the sects must be notified of the secrets buried by the Shadow Palace. Otherwise, when the Shadow Palace's NZ attacks, not every sect has the strength of the sword-controlling sect. Not every sect can find so many helpers. Sect Master, Shuiziki has disappeared. Lu Jingya, who went to clean up the disciples of Morong Song's lineage, came to the main hall of the sect and said in a deep voice. Shuiziki was Morong Song's direct disciple. If there was nothing wrong with Shuiziki, Bailey Fenghua wouldn't believe Idavan to death. Disappeared? He is more aware of opportunities than his master. Bailey Fenghua frowned, but in the end he didn't say anything more. If Shuiziki wanted to leave, he would have left long ago. Looking for him now would not help. Compared to Morong Song, Shuiziki knew that he only had the strength of a Grandmaster level and could not help at all in the Shadow Palace's night attack on the sword-controlling sect. So when the incident happened, he left the sword control sect overnight. Mingzhi protects himself. This is not fear of death, but self-awareness. Keep an eye on Jiuyo and He Ming. I'm worried that things will change. I see. Qi Lu left the store for only an hour or two. With the broken boots, it saves time on the road. In fact, the battle will not delay much time. Store manager, welcome back. Yu Shi'er greeted Qi Lu with a smile. It's still comfortable in the store. Qi Lu smiled at Yu Shi'er, then took a bottle of cold beer to quench his thirst. Now that things are over, I can probably be clean for a while. Once Bailey Fenghua finishes handling the matter with Yujian sect, there will probably be another batch of customers in the store. The entire sword control sect has more than tens of thousands of disciples. The number of decks in the store now is only 5,000, which may not be enough. In a few days, the store will probably be crowded again. Qi Lu leaned on the sofa and looked at the situation in the store. Although students from the three major colleges often come to the store, college matters still take up the majority. But even so, the combat power improvement training room area was still packed. There are often people hanging out in the shelf area. The male students looked at the equipment, and the female students looked at accessories. The elixir is a bestseller. Then there were the members of the Pet Card Research Guild who gathered next to the pet card machine and talked. I heard that. I don't know who spread the news. It is said that cards are drawn next to the pet card machine, and the probability of getting high-quality pet cards will be higher. Qi Lu, who heard this rumor for the first time, subconsciously asked about the system. Then I immediately thought, how could such a thing happen? Isn't that treating the system like a fool? However, who can explain clearly such a metaphysical event as card drawing? The store's lobby has also been expanded several times at Qi Li's request. And many long leather sofas and benches were added. It's because there are sometimes too many customers coming to the store, and we have to wait in the lobby as a last resort. However, now this hall is more like a restaurant. Those customers waiting for the booths had buckets of instant noodles in one hand and Sprite in the other, eating more happily than anyone else. Sales of other snacks and drinks are also not bad. In this period of peace, drinks and snacks sell much better than equipment and elixirs. Manager Qi, for so long, I haven't noticed that your attainments in magic are much deeper than those in martial arts. Seeing that the live broadcast was over, Banjing looked at Qi Lu with half surprise and half awe in his eyes. He was even more in awe of Qi Li's strength. This was probably the same idea as Gu Pingchuan and the other three. I think Qi Li's own class is a magician class. After all, in the New World mode, Qi Li's class is the Great Mage, and this cannot be concealed. However, with a magician class, he can temper his body to the point where it can defeat a bone dragon. This is completely beyond the level of natural talent. He is simply a monster that is rare to see in 10,000 years. There is no shame in admiring such a monster. Why did the class dean say this? Qi Lu felt a little strange when he heard this. I was feeling distressed because I had used a Sky Thunder token for free. Why did this guy come over and say something like this? Then this is not a wasted Sky Thunder order. It hasn't had any publicity effect yet. If I had known earlier, I should have spoken out clearly about the Sky Thunder order. Store manager Qi doesn't have to be self-effacing. With such strength, he can be regarded as the #1 person in the Eastern Wasteland. Banjing said solemnly. As for the Tianlei order, let alone Banjing, who watched the live broadcast. Even the nearby Bailey Fenghua didn't see it. Besides, even if they saw Qi Lu using the Sky Thunder order, in their eyes, they would only think that the weapon Qi Lu used was a bit strange. It was simply impossible to imagine that the effect of the Sky Thunder order would be so amazing. There is no way, after all, Qi Li's strength. The rumor in the store was really evil. No one would doubt it at all. Night soon came. After closing the store door, Qi Lu naturally started the system in his mind. This time's temporary mission, the reward is not too much, but not too much. But as long as he can get more rewards from the system, Qi Lu will always feel happy. System, don't hide it, the rewards are ready. Qi Lu walked into the bathroom carrying a towel. System, the host can receive mission rewards at any time. Bathing is the most important ritual, before receiving the reward. I really should have agreed to the system before and received the holiday benefits for Qingming Festival. Maybe I can burn incense and purify my hands now. Qi Lu thought, while wiping the water drops on his body. System, let's get started, smoke snacks first. Putting a towel around his neck, Qi Lu sat on the edge of the bed and shitted in his head. System, snack extraction is ready, host, please draw rewards. What appeared in front of Qi Lu was a very familiar lottery tube. It feels like the same lottery ticket from which the drink was drawn last time. This is not a good memory. Don't sign for me to buy black coffee again. Qi Lu grasped the lottery tube, took a deep breath, and then began to shake it. The signatures in the lottery tube shook and collided, making a clatter sound. It sounds a little intoxicating. Bata. Soon, a sign was shaken out from the tube. Chi Le had quick eyes and quick hands. Before the sign landed, he picked up the sign and took a closer look. This time the number of words is larger, 7 small characters. Colorful fruity pizza. Chi Lu no longer had any doubts this time, and had already started to have a headache. The snacks taken out now look less and less like snacks. Instead, it felt like a proper meal. Are these two systems seeking transformation? Do you think the current industrial structure of the store is not profitable enough, so you want to turn it into a fast food restaurant? Then the area of the current store lobby may not be enough. System, I have a small proposal. Chi Le said in his mind while thinking. System, host, please speak. After having tasted the benefits several times, the system generally would not refute Chi Le's suggestions. As long as you can earn spiritual crystals, anything is easy to say. I suggest enlarging the store hall again, then removing most of the sofas, adding benches and armchairs, and adding a sufficient number of small round tables. Chi Lu was thinking about it in his mind as he spoke. Slowly outlined the layout of the expanded store hall. Chi Lu knew that the system could see his thoughts. This saves Chi Lu from having to draw design drawings again. A long leather sofa actually takes up a lot of space. It can be replaced by a bench to hold at least 3. After removing a large number of long leather sofas, a lot of space can be saved for placing a small round table. Just set it up. Chi Lu is not turning the store lobby into a restaurant, but into a fast food area. Bacon sandwiches, fried chicken wings, double cheese beef burgers, vanilla ice cream cones, and now a colorful fruit-flavored pizza are enough to open a fast food restaurant. There is a small round table for the convenience of customers. The most important thing is that it can also generate income. The reason is simple. If there is no table, it will be inconvenient to take out too many snacks. But with the small round table, it's natural to have all you can eat. And with the current number of customers, there are those customers waiting in the lobby every day, so there is no need to worry about the revenue of the fast food area. It can also attract the guys from the Pet Card Research Guild. It is much better to have a small round table, buy a bunch of snacks and drinks, and chat with each other than to sit around and chat. Chi Lu explained the benefits. The system agreed immediately. Although these two systems are a bit greedy for money, they still do things vigorously and resolutely. After agreeing to Chi Lu, the hall on the first floor was quickly decorated as Chi Lu imagined. The layout is completely like an expanded version of a fast food restaurant. The only difference is that there is no ordering counter. If you want to eat, just go to the snack vending machines and drink vending machines, and buy it yourself. When it comes to spiritual crystals, these two systems are faster than anyone else. Chi Lu was deeply moved by this. Then I clicked on the detailed attributes of the colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Colorful fruit-flavored pizza, colorful fruits, delicious cheese, endless deliciousness, bringing you the most ultimate enjoyment. Long-term consumption of colorful fruit-flavored pizza can significantly increase the eater's all-element affinity. Price, 50 spiritual crystals per portion. Full elemental affinity. Another excellent attribute. Compared with the vanilla ice cream cone, which can only increase the affinity of the ice element, the special effect of the colorful fruit flavor pizza is much stronger. Full elemental affinity means that it is useful for all magician classes. It is simply the food that all magicians dream of. It has special effects. Although the price of a colorful fruit-flavored pizza is the same as the price of a double cheese beef burger. But 50 spiritual crystals can still be obtained by gritting one's teeth for most cultivators. After all, one brave level magic core is worth 100 spiritual crystals. With such powerful special effects, I have more confidence in the fast food area. Qilu rubbed his chin, still thinking about this matter. I would like to suggest that even if you don't earn spiritual crystals, at least you can't lose money. Otherwise, there will be no way to convince this money-grubbing Irby system. I'm going to draw a new drink. Qilu was thinking and looking at the lottery tube in his hand. By the way, guess what method the system is going to use to allow you to draw a drink this time? Host, the drinks are ready to be drawn. Please continue to draw the drinks. What? Qilu was stunned for a moment. Then he raised the lottery tube in his hand with some surprise. You don't mean to let me continue to use this lottery tube to draw drinks? Exactly. The expression on Qi Li's face disappeared instantly. Even if it is to save costs, you should at least make a show of it. This perfunctory approach really gave Qilu a headache. It seems quite like a secret operation. Okay, just use this. Qilu rubbed his temples and stopped shaking the lottery tube in his hand. He reached out and took out a lottery ticket. Glancing at the words above, the three big characters simply blinded Qi Li's titanium alloy eyes. Mineral water. Pa bang bang. Qilu couldn't help but put down what he was holding and applauded the system. In the past, Qilu could still say that although the system's definition of snacks was biased, at least the drink was still the same drink. But now, Qilu really wanted to give himself a slap in the face. When can mineral water be considered a beverage? In the past, this Irby system only had a vague understanding of snacks. But at least with Qi Li's wise decision, it can be transformed into fast food. However, now this two-bill system is really getting better and better. Are you directly insulting your own intelligence by using mineral water? I may need an explanation. After Qilu applauded, he suddenly felt a slight toothache. By the way, I also had a headache due to toothache. However, the system probably felt that it was in the wrong, and after Qi Li said out loud, it did not intend to show up at all. After waiting for a long time, Qi Li sighed quietly. Suddenly, I felt that it was really tiring to argue with an Irby system that lacked IQ. Could it be that because he has been with this guy with a seriously low IQ for a long time, his IQ has also dropped? Is there really any law of conservation of IQ? Qilu is unknown. I could only silently open the detailed properties of the mineral water. Mineral water, the purest water source, bringing the purest power and the purest sweetness. Long-term drinking of mineral water can wash away impurities in the drinker's body and slightly improve the drinker's cultivation qualifications. Price, 30 spiritual crystals per bottle. What? Qilu almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. This mineral water actually improves the cultivation qualifications of the drinker. Cultivation qualifications are something that is destined by nature. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who would not be able to step into the threshold of cultivators throughout their lives. Are those wealthy merchants and aristocrats who are as wealthy as the country powerless? Can't you find the treasures of heaven and earth? However, even so, it cannot change one's own cultivation qualifications. Whether you can practice cultivation or not is something you are destined to do at birth. However, at this moment, this iron rule. It was changed by a bottle of mineral water. Let alone genuine mineral water, with this special effect, even if it is horse urine, people are rushing to drink it. And let alone the price of 30 spiritual crystals, even if it is 300 spiritual crystals, 3,000 spiritual crystals. Still, some people are robbing them. And it's still the kind of grabbing method where demand exceeds supply. Qilu now only feels that the price of this mineral water is really too low. Although I don't agree that mineral water is a drink, I strongly agree with the special effects of mineral water. Qilu thought silently in his heart. Whether it can be called a drink or not is a matter of principle. But the special effects are different. This is the only bright spot of mineral water, and it is a bright spot that can overcome all shortcomings. After all, Qi didn't think a bottle of mineral water would be that good. Since you can't make a good drink, you can only make a good product. Qi, who was worried about it, didn't bother to think about it anymore. He put the lottery tube next to the bed, and then the system took it back. By the way, I remember there is also a blueprint for synthesizing equipment. Show it to me. Qi suddenly said as he recalled the rewards he had cheated out of the system earlier. Snacks and drinks are what Qi wants. Food can always be the sustenance of the soul. In this foreign land, I cherish the thoughts that are deeply hidden in my memory. As for the equipment synthesis blueprint, if its attributes are good enough, it can become another best-selling product. I just hope it won't be another equipment like the 7 deadly sins that anyone can use. System, Equipment Synthesis Blueprint, for Seasons Rotation, has been distributed. Please pay attention to the host to check it. The prompt sounded, and a crystal appeared in front of Qi. It's the same as the last 7 deadly sins composite drawing. You have to load it into the equipment synthesizer below, before you can see specific attributes. Just in time to go down and see how the fast food area is arranged. Qi put on loose clothes and came to the first floor. In the shop hall, which has been expanded to at least twice the area, there are many small round tables. Around the small round table, there are chairs or benches. The distance between the small round tables is also just right, so that it neither feels crowded nor wastes any space. Although the design plan was proposed by Qi. But in terms of space utilization, the system is still relatively powerful. After all, if you put an extra small round table, you can earn more spiritual crystals. As a system that is as greedy for money as Pishio, it is natural to make full use of the space. In this way, the entire store flows from left to right. It becomes 3 major areas: the shelf area, the fast food area, and the combat power improvement training room area. Between these 3 large areas, there are 2 slightly smaller areas. One is a snack vending machine and a beverage vending machine next to the counter. This place is next to the fast food area, and there are usually a lot of customers queuing up. And the other one is the pet card machine area next to the store door. This is also right next to the fast food area. This is also what Qi did intentionally. After all, there are a lot of people squatting in front of the store. Even if the road is not blocked, it is not so beautiful. It's better to put some tables and give them some stools to sit on. Next to the pet card changer is the equipment synthesizer. However, although this thing looks full of technology, it is actually a rare high-end product sales area in the store. There are very few customers who usually come here. Mainly because there are not many customers who can use treasure-level equipment. Moreover, among the current equipment synthesizers, there is only one synthesis solution for 7 deadly sins. After all, not everyone is a swordsman, and not everyone is a hero. Unless they are greedy for the high attack power of the 7 deadly sins, Moon will synthesize this kind of weapon with no outstanding attributes. Confirm to load the synthesis blueprint of the 4-season rotating equipment. Qi pushed the crystals in his hand into the screen of the equipment synthesizer. This extremely magical loading method appears on such a technological machine, which is really hard not to complain about. Seeing the second synthesis plan appear on the screen, Qi immediately clicked on it. Synthesis plan, the rotation of seasons. The equipment required for synthesis: helmet, moisture of spring; armor, fierce of summer; leg armor, foam of autumn; boots, cold of winter. Synthesis cost: 12,000 spiritual crystals. Rotation of seasons, treasure level: the user's physical defense and magic defense are greatly improved, and the user is immune to all physical attacks and magic attacks below the professional level. Massively improve the user's strength and physical attributes. Additional skill: Song of the 4 Seasons. Song of the Seasons, active skill: after entering the battle, 4 groups of energy will be generated in the 4 seasons armor, which can freely change form according to the user's thoughts. When a certain energy is exhausted, it will not be able to transform into that form during this battle. Song of 4 Seasons, Power of Spring, convert half of the damage suffered by the user into a protective barrier. While the protective barrier exists, it will continue to heal the user's injuries and continue to restore the user's fighting spirit or magic power. Song of Seasons, Power of Summer, converts half of the damage suffered by the user into fire magic and reflects it back to the attacker. Song of the 4 Seasons, Power of Autumn, focusing on the user, it opens the harvest field and continuously restores the fighting spirit and magic power of all friendly forces in the field. The upper limit of the number of friendly forces is 10,000. Song of 4 Seasons, Power of Winter, focusing on the user, it opens a severe cold field and reduces the basic attributes of all enemies in the field by 10%. The upper limit of the number of enemies is 10,000. Restrictions on use, Grandmaster level, all warriors, and knights. Nice one. Chi Li's eyes widened. Although I have known it for a long time, this 4 seasons rotation is definitely a new treasure level piece of equipment. But Chi Li never expected that the attributes of the 4 seasons would be so good. The appearance of the rotation of seasons is a piece of armor, and its basic attributes are quite satisfactory. It improves a lot of double resistance. It is also immune to all physical attacks and magic attacks below the professional level. The appearance of the 4 seasons is a half-length armor with an unruly shape. The basic attributes it possesses are quite satisfactory. While improving a large amount of double resistance, it is also immune to all physical attacks and magic attacks below the professional level. That's not a big deal. You know, Chi Li's dragon bone armor is immune to most of the heroic attacks. Although the attacks of professional class are harmful to the peak master class, they are definitely not much higher. The 4 seasons armor comes with this attribute, which is to prevent a large number of professional classes from attacking the Grandmaster, thus causing the Grandmaster to be invincible. After all, the gap between the Grandmaster level and the professional level isn't as insurmountable as the hero level and the Grandmaster level. A hero-level strongman is already reborn and has improved his level of strength. Therefore, these basic attributes of the 4 seasons armor can only be said to be quite satisfactory. However, the skill attached to the armor of seasons, Song of the Seasons, is an extremely supermodel active skill. Among them, the power of spring and the power of summer are used for single-player combat. However, the power of autumn and the power of winter are quasi-magical skills used in large army battles. After the windwalking domain activated by windwalking white horse, this domain-like skill appeared again. Windwalking domain is used to enhance marching speed. The power of autumn in Song of 4 Seasons can greatly enhance the group's continuous combat capabilities. The power of winter in Song of Seasons can weaken the enemy's basic attribute as be a full 10%. Don't underestimate this 10% basic attribute. When 2 armies are fighting and their combat strengths are equal, this 10% basic attribute is what determines victory or defeat, life or death. And, most importantly, there are restrictions on the use of the season's armor. Just the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Among the major forces, you can find a few, or even a dozen. Moreover, even if the number is not large, this peak master level is not a hero level. As long as you have the potential and qualifications, just get the resources. Although Grandmaster level trial crystals are rare, they are nothing to big forces. It's not a hero level trial crystal. Moreover, the restrictions on the ranks of the 4 seasons armor are also very common for all warriors and knights. After all, no magician would wear armor to fight the enemy hand to hand. The properties of this 4 seasons armor are much stronger than those of the 7 deadly sins. Chi Li said to himself with emotion. Compared with the previous 7 deadly sins, which almost no one patronized, Qi Lu was sure that the Four Seasons armor would definitely be a bestseller. Synthesizing equipment requires 4 pieces of rare-level armor, a total of 16,000 spiritual crystals. Plus the synthesis cost of 12,000 spiritual crystals. Then, the total price of a piece of Four Seasons armor is 28,000 spiritual crystals. Compared to the total price of the 7 deadly sins, 19,800 spiritual crystals, it is indeed much more expensive. But when it comes to cost performance, the Four Seasons rotating armor definitely wins. And still a complete victory. However, if we talk about the shortcomings of the Four Seasons armor, there is indeed one. It's the energy of Song of the Seasons. The description of the Song of Seasons skill makes it very clear that after entering the battle, 4 balls of energy will be generated in the Four Seasons armor. And when a certain energy is exhausted, it will not be able to transform into that form during this battle. This is probably the only shortcoming of the Four Seasons rotating armor. The 4 forms of spring, summer, autumn and winter will be restricted by these 4 groups of energy. Therefore, learning to reasonably change the form of the Four Seasons rotating armor will be a required course for a long time. But there is no need for Qi Lu to worry about this. Although there is this small shortcoming, the flaws outweigh the advantages. In Qi Li's view, the Four Seasons rotating armor is still an armor with supermodel attributes among treasure-level equipment. Very good. System, you finally showed your conscience for once and didn't fool me with junk-like treasure-level weapons like the 7 deadly sins. Qi Lu clapped his hands and said happily. If you cheat, you will earn it. Originally, Qi Lu just wanted to get some gadgets, but unexpectedly, he gave them to the big guy directly. It was probably caused by the system's embarrassment about the mineral water that appeared earlier. In this way, the system's perception of drinks does not have a particularly large deviation. It can still be saved. Qi Lu, why are you on the first floor? Hey, why did the hall on this floor become like this? Just as Qi Lu was thinking and sighing, a milky voice came from the corridor. Shao Shu, it's so late, are you here to stay up all night? Qi Lu didn't need to turn around to know who the voice belonged to. Yu Xuanxue, who had slept all day, got up in the middle of the night. She must have been full of sleep. Hey, it's been many days since the summer carnival ended. I need to check out the market more now. Yu Xuanxue seemed to be explaining, but also complaining. After the guild warehouse was opened and the character backpack expansion was opened, Yu Xuanxue immediately expanded her backpack to 200 spaces. But because the Kitty Guild is engaged in the great job of being a game merchant, only Yu Xuanxue is there. And there are really not many members in the Kitten Guild. Therefore, the matter of opening the guild warehouse has been put on hold for the time being. But Yu Xuanxue still has to pay attention to the ups and downs in the trading system. By the way, if you come down now, it won't be because the New World mode is about to be updated again. Yu Xuanxue skillfully bought a bottle of black coffee from the beverage vending machine, then squatted on the small round table and looked at Qi Lu very alertly. Although Yu Xuanxue was surprised by the changes in the store hall, she didn't really care. Now I can eat well, sleep well, and don't have to worry. And there is still a lot of spiritual crystals to earn. For Yu Xuanxue, this is a very satisfying life. For the civet cat, who has been alone for generations, this kind of day, although I dare not say that it will never happen again. But at least it can be regarded as unprecedented. Are you trying to get information from me again? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. It can be said that Qi Lu is indispensable for Yu Xuanxue to have such a great reputation in the Merchant Guild. How could it be really not updated? Yu Xuanxue took a sip of black coffee, stretched out her pink tongue and licked the fluff around her mouth, and said with a smile. Okay, you go ahead and I'll come find you later. Qi Lu waved his hand. It won't be updated, so I have to read it first before talking about it. After all, there hasn't been much activity recently, so customers have to take a break. Oh, are you really not updating? Yu Xuanxue was quite disappointed, but she still didn't give up. TSK, don't be so eager to speculate. Qi couldn't help but lift up the skin of the back of Yu Xuanxue's neck. The soft white hair felt extremely comfortable in his hand. He grabbed the black coffee with his other hand, then carried Yu Xuanxue to a booth. Ah, why can't I move? Qi, let me go quickly, you can't treat a poor little kitten like this. Yu Xuanxue was lifted by the back of her neck by Qi, and her whole body suddenly felt stiff. When catching a cat, lifting the skin on the back of the neck is one of the most appropriate techniques. It can instantly control all the cat's movements without hurting the kitten. Of course, this method is limited to cats that can be lifted with one hand. If bitten by a big cat, Qi said, there is nothing he can do. Throwing Yu Xuanxue into the booth, Qi returned to the hall and got one portion each of colorful fruit-flavored pizza and mineral water. It finally feels like a fast food restaurant. Qi sat at the small round table and said with some nostalgia. I used to sit like this in a fast food restaurant. Eating fried foods that are not healthy and drinking soda drinks filled with high calories and sugar. Running around for a living. It's not like now, where you can easily eat and wait to die. When Qi thought of this, he felt that he might be lucky. The packaging of colorful fruit-flavored pizza is a flat square cardboard box. After punching in, the pizza inside was revealed. 9 inches in size, enough to feed an adult. No wonder I dare to sell 50 spiritual crystals per portion. The portion ice indeed, not bad. Qi looked at the colorful fruit-flavored pizza in the box, with thick cheese on top. And under the cheese, there are colorful fruit pulps. Pineapple, mangosteen, coconut, apple, cantaloupe, kiwi, and so on. To name a few. Qi was very doubtful whether all these messy fruits could really be eaten together. With a skeptical and rigorous attitude, Qi divided the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8, picked up a piece, and put it into his mouth. Take one bite. In an instant, the sweetness of various fruits burst out in Qi's mouth, sweeping Qi's taste buds instantly. Set off by the rich taste of cheese, the fruity flavors that merged together at first burst out together and then gradually separated. The layers are stacked one on top of the other, making them sweet and fragrant without interfering with each other. At that moment, Qi felt like he had entered a fruit garden. The breeze blows on your face, and the fragrance of fruits comes to your nostrils, making people intoxicated involuntarily. It is indeed a colorful fruity flavor, it really refreshed my understanding of fruity flavors. Qi let out a long breath. It's full of fruity fragrance. I have to say that although these messy fruits are put together, the colors are indeed pleasing to the eye. But Qi, who recognized the fruits, looked very sad. However, in terms of taste, it subverted Qi's imagination. However, this kind of hodgepodge approach can only be achieved by this magical system. It's better for ordinary people not to imitate. Pizza with mineral water, it's okay. After eating the colorful fruit-flavored pizza, Qi picked up the mineral water at hand. The same 500 milliliter size glass bottle as always. Open the bottle cap and pour the mineral water into your mouth. Wild drinking methods are suitable for mineral water. This taste seems a bit sweet. Qi smacked his lips, and an advertisement slogan suddenly appeared in his mind. To be honest, the taste of this mineral water is similar to that of ordinary boiled water, but unexpectedly it has a slight aftertaste. It makes people feel relaxed and happy. But apart from that, there is no other taste. It seems that even the system cannot make the mineral water taste better. However, it is this sweet and delicious taste that is the true meaning of mineral water. Qi put down the glass bottle in his hand. My heart became much calmer. The purest lusciousness cleanses impurities from the drinker's body. It seems that the taste of this mineral water is not as bland as imagined. Although it's not really a drink, it has a unique flavor, which is good. Qile looked at the glass bottle in his hand with admiration, and then drank it in one gulp. And after eating the midnight snack, Qile also entered the New World mode. After all, there is one last reward yet to be claimed. The fourth large map of the New World mode can be opened at any time. System, please introduce the fourth large map, and then help me open it alone. I'll explore the path first, Qile said in his mind. System, host, please wait. System, the fourth large map has been opened. Please enter the New World mode and explore by yourself. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the system sound rang again. The system prompts that after defeating the guardian dolls on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the doll maze, there will be a chance that teleportation array fragments will drop. After collecting the 28 teleportation array fragments, you can open the one-way teleportation array leading to the fourth large map. Teleportation array fragments. Qile suddenly remembered the fragment of the teleportation array in his backpack. That was the item dropped when the guardian doll on the 6th floor of the doll maze was defeated for the first time. Qile immediately opened his backpack. Then I discovered that the introduction of the teleportation array fragments had changed. Teleportation array fragments. After gathering 28 teleportation array fragments, a one-way teleportation array leading to the Shadow Assassin's entrance will be opened. Boy, do you really not want to take a quick trip? The fourth large map, Shadow Assassin's entrance. So, is this the teleportation array that completes the fourth large map? Qile looked at the fragments of the teleportation array in astonishment. At that time, the system had already thought about the content of the fourth large map. It's a pity that the introduction of the teleportation array fragments at that time only said that it would open a teleportation array that leads to an unknown place. So Qile didn't pay too much attention. And the drop rate of this thing is really impressive. It's simply outrageously low. 28 pieces. Qile rubbed his chin, and then resolutely contacted Yu Xuanxue. Xiaxue, I have business, do you want to do it? What business? You? Yu Xuanxue's reply was very fast, almost within seconds. Replying to this kind of thing in seconds may mean that the other party is interested in you. Or, the other party has nothing to do now. Therefore, it seems that at this time, Yu Xuanxue should still be scanning goods in the trading system and not painting pictures. Yes, it's me. Do you have any fragments of the teleportation array? Qile asked immediately. Yes, but not much. I don't know what the use of this thing is, so I don't dare to stock up on it. Yu Xuanxue opened her backpack and rummaged around before replying. Until Qile lets the system announce the information about the fourth large map, the introduction of the teleportation array fragments in other people's hands will not change. It is still opening a teleportation array that leads to nowhere. Wait, you suddenly want this thing, do you mean? Yu Xuanxue was halfway through, when suddenly an idea flashed across his face. It has to be said that the game merchant's sense of smell is really sharp. Yes, this thing is useful, and it is a necessity for the next stage. You can stock up on it. Qile returned helplessly. At this time, there was no way to hide Yu Xuanxue. It would be easier to just sell a favor directly. This is a big business opportunity. How many teleportation array fragments do you want? If the quantity is not large, I will give it to you for free. Yu Xuanxue's eyes lit up, and the beard on her lips curled up. 25 tablets are enough. Qile has gone through the doll maze so many times. Although the explosion rate of teleportation array fragments is impressive, it is not zero after all. 25 tablets, forget it, I'll give you such big news. Yu Xuanxue endured the pain and sent Qile a private transaction window request. although the purpose of the teleportation array fragments is unknown. But this impressive explosion rate has also kept the price of teleportation array fragments from falling. 25 teleportation array fragments are worth at least 1,000 spiritual crystals. It's strange that Yuxuangshu doesn't hurt my body. It's my fault, don't come out looking so pitiful. After Qi Lu accepted the private transaction window, he looked quite helpless. That's it. I have to continue to scan the goods. I only found out the news tonight. I have to discuss it with the Merchants Guild tomorrow. After Yuxuangshu sent the fragments of the legendary array, she immediately disconnected, so as not to be moved by the scene. Shao Shu is much more generous than the system. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart, and then clicked to synthesize the fragments of the teleportation array, turning it into a one-way teleportation array. One-way teleportation array, a one-time item that opens a one-way teleportation array leading to the fourth large map, Shadow Assassin's entrance. This is a trip with a high probability of no return. Are you prepared? Qi Lu is used to seeing this kind of content. After leading to the next big map, under normal circumstances, there is no way to return to the previous big map. After all, in the New World mode, level is still very important. Regardless of whether you can gain experience after returning to a low-level map. At least when it comes to taking people through dungeons, having a higher level does have a huge advantage. So this approach is also to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Of course, another purpose is to prevent high-level players from bullying low-level players. Although combat is not allowed in the safe zone. But there is no guarantee that after leaving the safe zone, you will not be blocked outside the copy. Confirm use. Qi Lu clicked in his backpack to use the one-way teleportation array. The magic array belonging to the one-way teleportation array immediately appeared at Qi Li's feet, and then a bright light rose. This transfer is an irreversible process, please be prepared. Teleportation begins. There was a flash of white light. Qi Li's eyes instantly fell into darkness. Immediately afterwards, the surroundings slowly became brighter, and a huge purple gold door appeared in front of Qi Lu. On the purple and gold gate, there is a huge plaque. There are 6 large characters carved on it. Shadow Assassin's entrance. Then, information about this large map was introduced into Qi Li's mind. Entering the purple gold gate, a wide road will appear. Ahead is the Shadow Assassin entrance. This is the territory of the Shadow Assassin. The further you go, the higher the level of the Shadow Assassins appear, and the stronger the Shadow Assassination skills they possess. The Shadow Assassin's porch is the territory of the Shadow Assassin. The further you go, the higher the level of the Shadow Assassins that appear. And the Shadow Assassination skills possessed by the Shadow Assassins are stronger. So after walking through the purple and gold door, never take it lightly. Because no one knows when the Shadow Assassin will appear. No one knows how the Shadow Assassin will appear. The most noteworthy thing is that in the 4th map, Shadow Assassin's entrance, there is no absolute safe zone. Unlike the first 3 submaps, there will be an absolute safe zone. For example, there is a small village at the foot of the Goblin Mountains, and the frontline city of the Evil Warrior frontline. The adventurer town of Dalmaze. In the absolute safe zone, no wild monsters will enter. Fighting between players is also not allowed. In fact, it's not that fighting is not allowed, it's just that in the absolute safe zone, there is no way to cause damage. However, there is no such place in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. The system's explanation for this is that assassins kill regardless of location or location. As long as the target's spirit is relaxed, there is an opportunity. Then the Shadow Assassin will take action. This 4th large map is indeed called the Shadow Assassin's porch. Even the fact that there is no safe zone seems reasonable and convincing. Qi Lu spread his hands and was non-committal about the system's explanation. Whoever believes this nonsense is stupid. who knows what the system is planning. If there was no safe zone in a normal online game, then the designers would not be scolded to death by the players. It's a pity that the New World mode was designed by the system based on Chila's memory, adhering to the spirit of playing if you like, and getting out if you don't. The reputation so far is pretty good. After all, there is no harm without comparison. The New World model is unique and has a monopoly advantage, so no one really says anything. How else to say? Is it because the Evil Spirit Body skill book cannot be refreshed, or is it that the Guardian Doll skill book is no longer popular? It's better to go in and take a look first. Chila looked at the purple gold door. This is the entrance to the Shadow Assassin's entrance. As long as you don't walk in, the Shadow Assassin will not attack you. But even if you don't go in, it's not a safe zone. Other players can still cause damage to you. Guardian Barrier. Chila took out his staff and released a translucent shield on himself before stepping into the purple gold door with a wary face. It's impossible not to be on guard. Although Chi-Lu is confident in his fighting consciousness and fighting skills. But when it comes to the system, it's better to be careful. After all, Chila did not have an easy time in the trial space opened up by the trial room. Every trial mission can be regarded as a nightmare. This is enough to prove that in this aspect, even Chi-Li's combat skills and combat consciousness are far beyond ordinary people, and he can even crush even the hero-level strong ones. But in front of the system, it is still not enough. Whoosh! The purple gold gate is like a barrier. The moment Chila stepped in, a black shadow rushed over. The gleaming dagger seemed to speak of its sharpness. Ice spike. Fireball. Wind blade. Chi-Li's reaction was naturally not slow. The moment the black shadow appeared, he raised the staff. The magic power gathered together and turned into 3 magic spells in an instant. Blocked all attack directions of the black shadow. Boom. Boom. The sudden black shadow had no time to avoid it and was immediately hit by 3 magic spells. His blood volume was instantly emptied and he fell to the ground. After falling down, Chi-Lu could clearly see the appearance of the black shadow. Wearing night clothes and a black mask, only a pair of cold eyes were exposed. But now, his eyes had become empty and lifeless. Is this the Shadow Assassin, the First Order Shadow Assassin? Chila looked at the appearance of the fallen man, and his eyes suddenly fell on the dagger in his hand. On the handle of the knife, there is a Chinese character engraved on it. It seems that Shadow Assassins are indeed divided into levels. Just as Chila wanted to go over and take a closer look, the killed Shadow Assassin turned into a ball of black light and then disappeared. This has been refreshed. However, before Chi-Lu could be surprised, 2 more black figures appeared. Attacked Chi-Lu. Just as the information passed into Chi-Li's mind said, as long as the player spirit is relaxed, there is an opportunity. The Shadow Assassin will take action without hesitation. Tisk, that's really troublesome. Chi-Lu finally understood. In the large map of Shadow Assassin's porch, like the doll maze, there are Nakapis, only wild monsters. The level of danger is much higher than that of the doll maze. It is indeed an honorable product of the Combat Strength Improvement Training Room. Each big map is more difficult than the last, and each one is aimed at improving combat effectiveness. After Chi-Lu explored not far forward, he thought about retreating. That's not to say how powerful the Shadow Assassin became after his level was raised. This is nothing to Chi-Lu. However, as long as the spirit is slightly relaxed, Shadow Assassins will appear and assassinate, making Chi-Lu feel extremely difficult to deal with. It's not an easy thing to have your nerves tense all the time. After killing another Shadow Assassin, an object that looked like a torch attracted Chi-Li's attention. Camping bonfire, disposable item, light a torch to form a temporary safe zone, which lasts for 24 hours. Shadow assassins will not assassinate within the range illuminated by torches. I see. Qi suddenly realized something in his heart after looking at the camping bonfire in his hand. The terrain of the shadow assassin's entrance, seen from the sky, is a road with no end as far as the eye can see. Qi walked on this road for several hours, but there was still no sign of an end. Moreover, the level of the shadow assassin has only just reached the 3rd level. In other words, trying to walk through the entire shadow assassin entrance hall in 4 hours is simply a dream. That's why this camping bonfire appeared. This is to take care of those players who need to log off in the shadow assassin entrance after using up their 4 hours a day. Before you log off, light a campfire to ensure you won't be attacked. Thinking of this, Qi no longer wanted to continue exploring. Because the shadow assassin porch can be used as a large map, the length off this road cannot be completed in one night. Even without the interference of the shadow assassin, it would not have been possible to complete the journey in one night. It's almost enough to find out so much information tonight. For the rest, let's wait until the 4th large map is opened and there are more people, before continuing to explore. Better go to bed. Qi put the campfire into his backpack. Then he turned around and ran out of the purple gold door. The next day. Because he gave up the all-nighter and slept for a while, Qi seemed to be in good spirits. After getting up in the morning, when I went downstairs, I met Yu Shi'er, who looked surprised. Store manager, where is the lobby? Yu Shi'er pointed at the small round tables and thought she was in a restaurant. It's nothing, it's just that the hall has been renovated into a fast food area. Qi waved his hand and said lightly. This is nothing surprising. Anyway, Qi's store has never fixed what type of goods it sells, and naturally it has no fixed direction of development. By the way, 2 new products were added last night. If anyone asks, please remember to introduce them. Qi paused for a moment, then continued speaking. One is colorful fruity pizza. One is mineral water. As for the 4 seasons armor, that has to be discovered by the customers who use the equipment synthesizer. After all, in the equipment synthesizer, the attributes of synthesized equipment are clearly introduced. Okay. Improve your training qualifications. Store manager, are you telling the truth? Yu Shi'er was acting as usual at first, remembering Qi words and responding obediently. But after listening to the introduction of mineral water, Yu Shi'er had just finished nodding her head when she suddenly became excited. There seems to be something wrong. Improve your training qualifications. Recalling this sentence, after Yu Shi'er confirmed again and again that she heard it correctly, she looked at Qi in surprise, completely unable to believe this sentence. That's right, it's about improving your cultivation qualifications and the special effects of mineral water. Qi nodded and helped Yu Shi'er confirm it. This is too precious. Is this mineral water really good for sale? Yu Shi'er was so shocked that she stammered when speaking, and even felt a little distressed for Qi. This is precious mineral water that can improve your cultivation qualifications. Whoever gets this kind of thing should not hide it for fear that others will find out. Otherwise, just use it directly. But Qi actually put this rare and precious item on the table and sold it to the public. There's nothing bad about it, but it's not very good. Qi spread his hands and said lightly. This was said so naturally that even Yu Shi'er felt for a moment that the special effects of mineral water were nothing more than that. But soon, Yu Shi'er woke up. The look in his eyes towards Qi also became particularly complicated. Isn't that such a good thing? If something that can improve your cultivation qualifications is not a good thing, then there really is nothing in this world that can be called a good thing. Precious items that no one else can even dream of. Qi actually still had this indifferent attitude. It's really. Yu Shi'er doesn't know what to say. Okay, stop looking at me like that. If you want to drink, go get it yourself. But you can only drink 1 bottle a day. Qi Lu was stared at by Yu Shi'er with hair all over his body. After leaving these words, he went to open the store door. Good morning, boss. Morning, Tiger Hunter. Qi Lu just opened the store door and saw Hu Shou striding in. Then I went to the snack vending machine and bought a double cheese beef burger. Eating meat is always enjoyable. Hey, boss, when did you change this hall? It's nice to have a table when you're drinking. Hu Shou took the cold beer, casually found a small round table, and sat down. Looking at the surrounding environment, I can't help but admire it. Although there were sofas and benches before. But when it comes to having breakfast in a store, it's always inconvenient without a table. Hu Shou, you eat meat every day, haven't you ever thought about eating some fruit? Qi Lu also sat next to the small round table and suddenly asked. Fruit? How can fruit be as delicious as meat? Besides, those fruits are so sweet that I can't get used to it. Hu Shou waved his hand and said with a smile. For most mercenaries, fruits and vegetables are generally not eaten unless necessary. Drinking alcohol and eating meat is normal life. Isn't fruit delicious? What's so delicious about meat? Manager, is there any new delicacy in the store? Lan Yi, who walked into the store, heard Hu Shou's words and asked casually. For Lan Yi and others, they don't drink or eat meat very much. After all, there is a difference between a delicate girl and a rugged man. Even if his personality becomes a lot more bold after becoming a mercenary, it does not mean that his taste will change. There are indeed new delicacies, just in the snack vending machine. Qi Lu just asked casually before. Now that someone is asking about it, it's natural to sell it. What is it? Colorful fruity pizza. Lan Yi just asked her name and went to the snack vending machine to buy one. When you open the box, a rich fruity fragrance comes out. It tastes so good. No, the double cheese beef burger is still delicious. After Hu Shou smelled the fragrance, he couldn't help but admired it, but he quickly reacted. Since it tastes delicious, would you like a piece? Under Qi Li's guidance, Lan Yi divided the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8 triangles of the same size. However, there are only 7 people in Lan Yi's team. So it doesn't matter if I give Hu Shou a piece of it. Otherwise, the last piece would probably have been eaten by mainland Qinqi, the youngest girl. I'm not used to eating fruit that smells sweet, but since you're willing to invite me to eat, then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Tiger Hunt sniffed. Then took a sip of cold beer. That fruity fragrance has been tempting him. So after making an excuse for himself, Hu Shou immediately took the pizza handed over by Lan Yi and took a big bite without ceremony. With this bite, the sweetness of various fruits burst out in Hu Shou's mouth. In an instant, it swept over Hu Shou's taste buds and filled Hu Shou's entire mouth. Immediately afterwards, the colorful fruity flavors that merged together gradually separated under the rich taste of cheese. The sweetness of various fruits bursts out one by one. While they are sweet and fragrant, they do not interfere with each other. Compared with meat, it is a different kind of delicious food. It's so fragrant and delicious. No, it's not, forget it, eating pizza is more important. After Hu Shou took a big bite of the colorful fruit-flavored pizza, he couldn't help but sigh for a while, and then he reacted. The feeling of being slapped on the face made Hu Shou feel a little weird. It's not a red-faced feeling. After all, everyone present was so familiar with him, and the most he could do was to be teased. However, the colorful fruit-flavored pizza is indeed delicious. Store manager, Qi, good morning. Just when Hu Shou was indulging in the delicious taste of colorful fruit-flavored pizza, several customers came in one after another outside the store. Ding Gu, Fire Emperor, Dean Ren, you are all back. After Qi Lu heard the sound, he subconsciously glanced at the store door and saw 3 familiar faces. It seems that he must have rushed back from the sword control sect overnight in order to catch up on breakfast. Gu Pingchuan took a deep look at Qi Lu and then said with a smile. Although the methods Qi Lu used in the sword control sect really shocked Gu Pingchuan and others. But after being shocked, Gu Pingchuan and others also figured it out. Qi Li's strength was unfathomable from the beginning. Ever since he tore apart the bone dragon with his own hands outside Yunwu City, Qi Lu had been marked as a heroic invincible. It's just that the power displayed this time was a bit unexpected. From martial arts to magic, they can all be said to be within the hero level and absolutely invincible. This is a bit scary. However, no matter how scary it is, Qi Lu still opens a shop in this Yunwu City. Judging from his usual behavior, there is no trace of him being an invincible hero-level strongman. As a role model among the strong, a role model among the mighty, an outstanding example among practitioners, and a role model for the great hermit in the world, Qi Lu has never been a domineering person. Nor is he a bully. Therefore, Gu Pingchuan and others have no reason to be afraid of Qi Lu, they just need to act as usual. Of course, the necessary awe is still required. This is also respect for the strong. Is that so? Then come in and get what you want. Qi Lu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he turned to look at the counter. I happened to see Lan Zier lying on the counter, saying hello to Yu Xier. Hey, Sister Xier, what are you drinking? Lan Zier stared curiously at the glass bottle in Yu Xier's hand. Although Lan Zier is a standard carnivore, she also loves drinks. After all, Lan Zier is still just a little lowly, so drinking or anything else will not be allowed by Lan Yi, Lan Qinger, the others, or Qi Lu. This is called mineral water. Drinking it regularly can improve your cultivation qualifications. Yu Xier also glanced at the glass bottle in her hand before introducing it aloud. Is this mineral water delicious? Lan Zier lay on the counter and asked next. It is sweeter than ordinary water, and it seems to be able to wash away the anxiety in people's hearts. Yu Xier answered seriously. However, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. Lan Zier didn't particularly care about training qualifications. After all, Lan Zier, who has dragon bloodline, is already considered to be at top of all races in terms of cultivation qualifications. Especially Xing Lian, who formed a two-soul contract with her. Together, Lan Zier didn't care much about her training qualifications. However, Lan Zier could not care less, because her cultivation aptitude was too strong. Not others. Even Gu Pingchuan and others who had just entered the store looked at the glass bottle in Yu Xier's hand on the counter with shocked faces. Then he couldn't wait to ask Qi Lu. Manager Qi, can that mineral water really improve your cultivation qualifications if you drink it for a long time? Gu Pingchuan tried to make his tone calmer. Others were the same, looking at Qi Lu with shock on their faces and expectations in their eyes. He was afraid that a negative answer would come from Qi Li's mouth. Of course it's true. Long-term drinking of mineral water can wash away impurities in the body, thereby improving your cultivation qualifications. Qi Lu affirmed it very seriously. Although the tone was a bit bland, it really filled the hearts of those in the store with surprises. There were even people who couldn't hold back their excitement and rushed directly to the drink vending machine. I'm afraid it will be gone if I'm too late. Cultivation qualifications are a good thing. People who don't have it want to have it. And some people just want better. Even those who have been promoted to the hero level dare not say that their training qualifications are sufficient. Naturally, the stronger the talent, the better. The higher the potential, the better. And these things are all linked to cultivation qualifications. So it's no wonder these people would be so excited regardless of their image. Brother, is mineral water really so delicious? Lan Zier, who walked over from the counter, saw people in the store rushing to the drink vending machine and couldn't wait to buy mineral water. I couldn't help but ask aloud. This question left Qi speechless. When Lan Zier asked Yu Shier about the taste of mineral water earlier, she was asking subconsciously. It's not because your cultivation qualifications are top-notch, so you don't care. The way of thinking of foodies is indeed a little different from that of normal people. Actually, drinking mineral water is mainly good for your health. Qi thought for a long time before answering aloud. If we really compare the taste among the drinks, mineral water is definitely the weakest one. Of course, if Qi is really unlucky enough to get out of the mountains and rivers in the future, just pretend that he didn't say this. But special effects aside, the biggest role of mineral water is to quench thirst. So I won't talk about the taste for now. That just doesn't taste good. As for Qi Legu's reaction, Lan Zier's foodie acumen made it easy to understand the meaning. So Lan Zier immediately gave up the mineral water and ran to buy a pair of fried chicken wings. Carnivores don't need colorful, fruity pizza. The only non-meat food that can attract this little loli with dragon blood is vanilla ice cream cones. Dessert. Qi was thinking about this problem in his heart. Obviously, compared to fast food, desserts are obviously more in line with the definition of snacks. However, the system's understanding of snacks, apart from potato chips and jelly at the beginning, has already deviated from barreled instant noodles. And it has not recovered yet. It's useless to think about it now. There's no way to save him. Regarding this situation, Qi really had no other choice but to show his helplessness with his hands. Shao Shu, you haven't gone to bed yet? After eating breakfast, Qi saw Yu Shuai, who had been working hard all night, squatting in front of the crystal ball in the combat power improvement training room area with an excited look on his face. Qi, why are you here? Yu Shuai glanced at Qi, then stretched out on the table. The snow-white cat body is elongated, showing a slender and well-proportioned figure. Then he yawned. I have to say, a kitten yawning is really cute. Let's see why you are still so energetic. Qi glanced at the 2 glass bottles, placed next to the crystal ball. Staying up all night will pass the 12 o'clock node. It is normal for Yue Xuanxue to drink 2 bottles of black coffee in one night. Fortunately, lynching lion cats are all white with no trace of color. If Yu Xuanxue were an orange cat, with this way of eating, I really don't know if she could continue to maintain such a small body shape. I cleared the inventory for half the night last night and contacted people from the Merchant Guild to see how many teleportation array fragments they had. Yu Xuanxue explained. The first requirement of game merchants is to be clear about the goods in their hands. Otherwise, when others ask, you will search the warehouse. Isn't that a very low price? That's it. Qi nodded, then glanced at the newly renovated fast food area. There are gradually more people in the store. After learning about the special effects of mineral water, the level of shock was the same as the previous customers. Even more so. Then, while waiting in line, he used the guild communication system to call friends and tell them the news. As a result, the news of mineral water spread at an extremely fast speed, causing more customers to rush to the store. If it weren't for the purchase restriction on mineral water, one person could only buy 1 bottle per day. Qi believes that many people can now eat mineral water as food and survive by drinking water for 3 meals a day. Among the customers in the store, the majority are those with mediocre cultivation qualifications. Especially those students from wealthy families, or young men like Han Ming. The desire for cultivation qualifications has almost turned into an obsession. Just in time, take advantage of this momentum. System, when the deck is full, we will issue a world announcement and open the 4th large map. Qi said in his mind. System, received. The attraction of being able to improve your cultivation qualifications is terrifying. Mineral water has also quickly become the best-selling product in the store. It is different from other products. Cultivation qualifications are something that everyone can use. And something that I long for very much. As a result, the beverage vending machine was crowded with people, and many other beverages and snacks were also sold. Let the fast food areas become overcrowded. As a result, many customers couldn't even find a seat and had to stand around and eat breakfast. The customers who came a step earlier and bought mineral water were also satisfied to find a booth in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room area and start their day. World announcement: the fourth large map, Shadow Assassin's entrance ice officially opened. Kill the Guardian dolls on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the doll maze. There is a chance of dropping teleportation array fragments. The teleportation array fragments can be used for synthesis. One-way teleportation array leading to the Shadow Assassin's entrance. World announcement: the fourth large map, Shadow Assassin's entrance ice officially opened. Kill the Guardian dolls on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the doll maze. There is a chance of dropping teleportation array fragments. The teleportation array fragments can be used for synthesis. One-way teleportation array leading to the Shadow Assassin's entrance. World announcement: the fourth large map, Shadow Assassin's Pass, officially opened. Attracted by the mineral water, the booths in the store quickly filled up. The system also issued a world announcement accordingly. Suddenly, the New World mode was filled with excitement. Big map updates and various activities have always been the source of power for online games. Since the New World mode refers to the model of online games, updating the big map will naturally stimulate the enthusiasm of players. Becoming stronger has always been a constant topic in the New World mode. Powerful equipment, rare skill books, and levels. They are all elements of becoming stronger. Unfortunately, the experience suppression that occurs after each big map reaches a certain level is equivalent to indirectly locking the level cap. Now that a new large map has appeared, a new level cap has been opened. You can also get stronger equipment and unlock better skill books. It would be strange not to be excited. I see. No wonder you said you can hoard the teleportation array fragments. After Yu Shuangxiwei heard the world announcement, she glanced at Qi Lu with sudden realization. When did I lie to you? Qi Lu lowered his eyes and returned calmly. It seems not. Yu Shuangxiwei thought seriously. To say that Yu Shuangxiwei got a lot of information from Qi Lu, such as what equipment is powerful and what medicines are easy to use. In short, Yu Shuangxiwei can get news of various small version updates as soon as possible. And then profit from it. How many teleportation array fragments did you hoard last night? Qi Lu asked another key question. I only have a few hundred tablets here, and the Merchants Guild probably hosts a few thousand tablets. That's the entire amount they have hoarded for such a long time. Yu Shuangxiwen looked at the public channel of the trading system. The trading system has been open for such a long time, and the number of items in it is at least hundreds of thousands. Looking through these items has almost become Yu Shuangxiwei's daily routine. That's not bad, you can make some money. If Qi Lu had opened the fourth large map a few days later, Yu Shuangxiwei would have earned even more. But in this case, Qi Lu himself would be at a loss. So just think about this kind of thing. If you really want to do it, Qi Lu can't do it. After all, it's not a loss if you lose anyone, so why should you lose yourself? What's more, Yu Shuangxiwei didn't lose money, at most he just made a little less. Boss Cat, you are right. You can really make a lot of money by collecting teleportation array fragments. This time we can at least double the price and sell it. Fortunately, I came here early today and went to the trading system to scan the goods. Leave a few sets of teleportation array fragments and send some brothers Toph new map. We need to set up a consumable stall there first. There was also cheering in the merchant guild. They all thanked Yu Xuanxue for the news and arranged the next step. Now, those who sold the teleportation array fragments at low prices will beat their chests and regret it. The explosion rate of teleportation array fragments is very clear to those who study pictures every day. Probability is very mysterious. Sometimes, even after dozens of swiping attempts, nothing comes out. Sometimes it comes out after just 1 or 2 swipes. Moreover, the most important thing is that the fragments of the teleportation array will only explode on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the doll maze. This is a very important dividing line. Players who can go to these 3 floors are considered to be little masters. Especially on the 6th floor, even with Qi Li's instructional video, not many people can pass it. The large map of doll maze will be opened for a long time. There are quite a few players who have reached level 45, which is a level of experience suppression. Therefore, for some players who are level enough and eager to go to the new big map, buying teleportation array fragments is the best choice. If you really want to fight it yourself, you will be really worried. So all of a sudden, there were many players looking to buy fragments of the teleportation array. It was indeed a huge profit for Yu Xuanxue and the Merchant Guild. However, changing to a larger map is a special situation, and the most you can make is this amount of money. After that, no one should take advantage of the teleportation array fragments. But after Yu Xuanxue and the Merchant Guild had shipped out the teleportation array fragments, hundreds of players came to the Shadow Assassin's entrance through the one-way teleportation array. Why is there no safe zone? No way, there aren't even pharmacy stores or equipment stores. Wow, is this big map abandoned? After these players arrived at the Shadow Assassin's entrance, they quickly discovered something was wrong. The first is the problem of no safe zone. Secondly, there are no consumable stores. But this is also a problem that can be thought of. After all, there is not even a safe zone, so how can there be an equipment store and a pharmacy store? At this moment, all the players who came to the new map suddenly felt that they had been cheated. I spent a lot of spiritual crystals to buy fragments of the teleportation array. As a result, we ended up in such a deserted place. The introductory information of the Shadow Assassin's entrance is even more embarrassing for players of the magician class. As we all know, assassins are always the nemesis of crispy skin. If it were in the outside world, at least a prerequisite of the same level would have to be added. But in the New World mode, since you can stay on this big map, the level all the wild monsters in this big map will definitely be the same as the players, or even surpass the players. However, there is one thing to say, the Shadow Assassin porch may be really unfriendly to players of the magician class. But for game merchants, it is simply too friendly. There is no consumable store, no equipment store. What are game merchants used for? Isn't it just about communicating what is available and what is not? Since the system does not arrange stores, let us game merchants arrange it. This discovery made the people of the Merchant Guild who were the first to enter the Shadow Assassin's entrance and seize the opportunity suddenly cheered. But Qi Lu doesn't care much about these things. After all, those Shadow Assassins are not such troublesome wild monsters for Qi Lu. But it would be impossible for other players to get to where Qi Lu is now without a week of exploration. And there is only one respawn point in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. Just outside the Purple and Gold Gate. In other words, if you can't go all the way to the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, you will definitely be sent back to the respawn point by the Shadow Assassin. Unless you bring countless campfires with you. But the only advantage is that even if you are killed by a wild monster, you will only lose experience, not your level. Otherwise, these Shadow Assassins are enough to make those magician class players collapse. Return to New World mode. The place where Qi Lu appeared was in the entrance hall of the Shadow Assassin, within the lighting range of the camping bonfire. Although the surroundings are not completely dark, the gray scene is not very visible. The shadow assassin will not show up until he takes action. Not even the breath appears. Apart from making some players with keen senses feel like they have a thorn in their backs, there is no other movement. This made the entire shadow assassin entrance hall seem extremely quiet. But Qile knew that this was just an illusion. As long as he unpreparedly walks out of the lighting range of the campfire, Qile can guarantee that at least 3 shadow assassins will attack at the same time. It's better to go back first. Qile glanced ahead. There's absolutely no end in sight. The shadow assassin porch is not a map that can be passed by one person. At least 2 people must take turns to guard it. Otherwise, if a person remains on alert all the time, his mental energy will be consumed too quickly. Once something is neglected, the shadow assassin will not hold back. Going back, the shadow assassin will gradually become weaker. But it's much easier than walking forward. It took 4 hours to push forward last night, and now it only takes 2 hours to go back. After Qile walked out of the purple gold door, he happened to see the light off the rebirth point flash, and a figure appeared on the rebirth point. Dingu, are you here too? Qile looked at the figure at the rebirth point, thought about it, and said hello. Store manager Qi, you are here too, what are you doing? Gu Pingchuan was walking out of the rebirth point with a depressed look on his face when he heard a voice greeting him. Looking up, he saw Qi Leshi walking out of the purple gold door. The road is too long. Halfway through, I found that I ran out of consumables, so I came out to replenish some. Qile said lightly. This is also true. To enter the shadow assassin's entrance, not only must you prepare enough campfires, but you must also prepare enough consumables. Maybe you have to prepare a few sets of replacement equipment in case the durability is not enough, just in case you need it in case of emergencies. Not enough consumables. Gu Pingchuan stared, speechless for a moment. Among those who are eager to enter the new map, Gu Pingchuan is also one of them. Since the summer carnival has ended, there is nothing to do if we stay in the doll maze. However, what Gu Pingchuan never expected was that the new big map, Shadow Assassin Porch, would be so unfriendly to the magician class. Never mind how powerful Gu Pingchuan is in the outside world. But when you enter the Shadow Assassin entrance hall, as long as you are a magician, you have to kneel down. The only exception is Qi Lu. This is really a comparison of goods, and comparison of people to death. Gu Pingchuan could not advance more than 500 meters before he was sent out by Shadow Assassin. As a result, Qile walked out and said that there were not enough consumables. Even when there are not enough consumables, you can walk out of the Shadow Assassin's entrance. How strong your combat skills are to achieve this? I'm convinced, store manager Qi. Gu Pingchuan didn't care about his image and sat directly on the ground. I now realize that rushing to a new map is not the right choice, at least for the magician class, it is not a good choice. When saying this, Gu Pingchuan seemed quite depressed. In the summer carnival event of the doll maze, the magician class players were very proud. The Guardian Doll skill book is really the envy of Dochi class players. As a result, a new map has arrived. He was instantly knocked back to his original shape. Then the situation changed, and it was the players of the warrior class and knight class who started to feel proud again. Shadow Assassin is indeed restrained in hitting crispy skin. But facing those rough-skinned warriors and knights, it won't work. If you really encounter a heavily armored warrior with top-notch equipment, those shadow assassins will never be able to successfully assassinate them even if they are exhausted. In the end, you still have to fight head-on. Of course, this is only based on the normal level and grade of the shadow assassin. After all, in the New World mode, even if the levels of boss-level wild monsters and ordinary wild monsters are the same, their combat capabilities are vastly different. Don't worry, just find a few suitable team members. Qile comforted him. When entering the Shadow Assassin entrance, team members are still very important. After all, those shadow assassins are very slippery. Those classes with rough skin and thick flesh can only deal with control, and their damage resistance is okay, but for this output, they need the magician class. I know this too, but this teammate, let's wait a little longer. Gu Pingchuan glanced at Qi Lu. Two magicians entered the shadow assassin's entrance. In the end, it was Gu Pingchuan who was sent out by the shadow assassin. Then, Qi Lu will wander out again, because of consumables. By the way, store manager Qi, don't you have enough consumables? I just didn't prepare much, so let's go together. Gu Pingchuan thought about the issue of consumables, and suddenly remembered that he didn't prepare many consumables. After all, no one would have thought of it before coming to the shadow assassin's entrance. In this large map, there is actually no consumables store. If there are not enough blood medicine and blue medicine, as well as those medicines that relieve abnormal conditions, even Qi Lu will be sent to the rebirth point due to the limitation of the amount of blue medicine. People from the Merchant Guild are definitely one of the first players to enter the shadow assassin's entrance. Several large consumable stalls were set up in the most conspicuous place outside the purple gold gate. Some players are bargaining with stall owners. Is there any blue medicine here? It's level 35. I need a unit. Gu Pingchuan also came to the stall and said to the stall owner. A unit in the New World mode is not a unit in the system. This is a common saying among players. One unit refers to the maximum number of stacks on a grid, which is 99. Yes, wait a moment. Hey, isn't this Dingu? Why are you here at the Shadow Assassin's entrance? Since it's you, I'll give you a 10% discount on these blue medicines. The stall owner looked like he was a student from the 3 major colleges. His attitude towards Gu Pingchuan was completely different from his attitude towards other players. Although the 10% discount is not much, it is still a heartfelt gift. This was very useful to Gu Pingchuan. Store manager Qi, look, although this discount is not much, you can still save some money. Even after buying the blue medicine, Gu Pingchuan came to Qi Lu with a provocative look, as if he wanted to show off. Tisk. Qi Lu expressed his disdain for this kind of behavior. But there is no other way. Isn't it normal for students to give a discount when they see the dean? It's better to replenish the consumables first. Is there any blue medicine here? I need 3 units of it, no matter the level. Qi Li's biggest demand for consumables is blue medicine. In front of the shadow assassin, the magician class is basically killed instantly, or else there is only a trace of blood left. There is really not much demand for things like blood medicine. Hey, isn't this store manager Qi? The stall owner looked up, and when he realized it was Qi Lu, not only his attitude but also his tone changed. You know, Qi Lu is a living legend in the store. It's me. Qi Lu nodded, then looked at the stall owner with questioning eyes. Yes, of course. Our president has said it, and Senior Cat has also said that if you come to buy consumables, no matter what they are, all orders within 5 units will be free of charge. The stall owner sounded very excited, and when he talked about the free order, he didn't feel like losing money at all. On the contrary, it seems to be a profit. But this is normal. The Merchants Guild and Yu Shuangxue couldn't even remember how many spiritual crystals they had made from the gossip they got from Qi Lu. But if you can gain a favor by giving away these 5 units of consumables, it won't be a loss. That's really embarrassing. Qi Lu was also surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, he did not refuse this kindness. After all, these are small things compared to what the Merchant Guild earns. Dean Gu, I'm free of charge here. Qi Lu returned to Gu Pingchuan and said with a smile, as if replying to what happened a few minutes ago. Gu Pingchuan was speechless for a moment. This businessman is all about profit. There was friendship between him and Gu Pingchuan. Getting a discount is a minor issue. But between him and Qi Lu, it was a real benefit. Moreover, it is normal for people from the merchant guild to sell off Yueshuangshua's reputation. A little kitten's reputation is not small in the merchant's guild. Isn't it just free of charge? It's a small thing. Well. Gu Pingchuan sighed quietly. The look in the stall owner's eyes was obviously melancholy. Qilu responded politely to Gu Pingchuan. It was impossible for the two of them to be upset over such a thing. But depression is always inevitable. After sighing, he still had to enter the shadow assassin entrance. Then, there are still some depressing places. Sword Control Sect. The main hall of the clan, this area, was the first place to be rebuilt. Bailey Fenghua stayed in the sect master's hall, dealing with what happened during this period of time. The matter of the Shadow Palace planting secrets in various sects has already begun to ferment after the sword-controlling sect was suddenly attacked and then recovered. After being informed of this incident by the sword-controlling sect, many sects began to clean up the secrets buried in the sects by the Shadow Palace. However, the effect is not very ideal. The reason why dark particles are called dark particles is because no one would have thought of them before they exploded. Just like Morong Song before his rebellion, no one would have thought of it. Morong Song turned out to be from the Shadow Palace. It's really a big deal to let a hero-level powerhouse act as a lurking secret agent. Therefore, within the Sword Control sect, the disciples belonging to Morong Song's lineage are all key interrogation targets. Sect Master, all the disciples of Morong Song's lineage have been checked. Now the origins and family backgrounds of all the remaining disciples in the sect can be found out, otherwise they are direct disciples and not from the Shadow Palace. Yu Chifeng came to the sect master's hall and put a lot of papers in his hand on the table. These are the information on all the disciples of the Sword Control sect. And Yu Chifeng has already taken care of it and is just waiting for Bailey Fenghua to read the file. After all, Lu Jingyao wouldn't do these things. As a martial arts fanatic, I get a headache when I see these files. It's okay to let Lu Jingyao deal with those traitors and hidden people, but as for dealing with these materials, it's really one head and two big ones. Fortunately, I have the help of the elixir from Qilu's store. Yu Chifeng recovered quite well from his injuries, despite taking the healing pill and intermittent pill as food. So now I can return to the Sword Control sect and help Bailey Fenghua share some of the affairs. I can probably guess that there should be no problem with the others. If the Shadow Palace wants to take down the sword-controlling sect, it's impossible without using all the shadows. However, the situation of other sects is not optimistic. If the Shadow Palace wants to take down the sword-controlling sect, it's impossible without using all the secrets buried in the sword-controlling sect. But the sword-controlling sect can hold on, but the situation of other sects is not optimistic. Bailey Fenghua looked through the papers sent by other sects. Although there are many hidden objects in the Shadow Palace that have been cleared out. But no one knows if there are other secrets that have not been caught. It's like a volcano that could erupt at any time. If it breaks out at a critical moment, it is likely to bury the entire sect. It is precisely this that makes most sects panic all day long. A mere Shadow Palace can actually make everyone in the entire Eastern Wasteland sect feel in danger. This ambition that has been planned for decades is really too big. Yu Chifeng also sighed. Although the Shadow Palace was destroyed by many sects 14 years ago. But the time when the layout actually started was definitely more than 14 years. Because the Shadow Palace had thought of this scene for a long time, and it was even possible that they were the ones who led it. The purpose is to make all sects take it lightly. Thus, the secrets were buried in various sects. After the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace was exposed, the shadows of many small sects may have received new orders. They all began to show up on their own initiative, causing turmoil in their small sects. It can be said that a large number of sects in the entire Eastern Wilderness are now involved in war. Smoke was everywhere. The sword-controlling sect is being rebuilt. Other sects are asking for help, but we can't allocate manpower. What's more, we have to ask for help at this time. If the Shadow Palace hidden in the darkness really comes to light, what can these sects do? Bailey Fenghua picked up a document asking for help. After taking a look at it, he threw it back. It seems that these years of ease have made those sects forget how to fight. Just a few secret figures who dare not show up on weekdays can throw the entire sect into turmoil. It's really a disgrace to the sect's forces. If there is any news like this asking for help in the future, don't worry about it. This kind of guy who relies on the sect's brand name to swindle and deceive everywhere will be gone. Bailey Fenghua said with a sneer. A sect is not something that a group of cats and dogs can just find a place to build. A force that can be called a sect does not have its own foundation. That doesn't deserve to be called a sect at all. Yes, sect master, I understand. Yu Chifeng nodded. Since the disappearance of the Shadow Palace, these self-proclaimed sects may have swelled. Build your reputation and then just focus on making money. Do you really think that if you don't work hard, your realm will rise on its own? Yu Chifeng also despises these sects. Sect master, something happened. Just when Bailey Fenghua and Yu Chifeng were about to continue discussing the manuscript, Lu Jingyao hurriedly walked into the sect master's hall. What happened? Bailey Fenghua raised his eyes and found that Lu Jingyao's face was a little solemn. This kind of expression doesn't often appear on Lu Jingyao's face. And Jiuyo, He Ming, Morong Song, are dead. Lu Jingyao explained the matter concisely. What? Upon hearing this, Bailey Fenghua stood up immediately. Surprise and astonishment appeared on Bailey Fenghua's face, and also on Yu Chifeng's face. What happened? Yu Chifeng asked hurriedly. And Jiuyo, He Ming, and Morong Song all had their trial seals broken and were imprisoned in the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, there are 3 teams of elite disciples taking turns guarding. Make sure there are no patrol gaps. Under normal circumstances, unless 3 people committed suicide. Otherwise, no outsider can reach them. But if Jiuyo and the other 3 wanted to commit suicide, there was none to wait until now. Compared to committing humiliating suicide in a dungeon, it is even more heroic to explode oneself while being captured alive. Probably not suicide. Lu Jingyao naturally knew what the 2 of them were thinking, so she immediately denied the possibility. I checked, and all 3 of them died from exhaustion of blood. It looked more like they had all their vitality sacrificed by the blood sacrificer. It's just that I can't think of anyone who could set up a blood sacrifice formation in the dungeon without us even noticing. Lu Jingyao glanced at the 2 of them and continued. This eliminates the possibility of sword-controlling sect disciples taking action. Because except for the people in the Shadow Palace, no one knows how to arrange the blood sacrifice formation. Damn it, the matter of the Shadow Palace has not been tortured yet. This was a real miscalculation. Bailey Fenghua said annoyed. Bailey Fenghua didn't really care whether Jiuyo and the other 3 were dead or alive. What Bailey Fenghua cares about is the news about the Shadow Palace. The enemy is in darkness and we are in the clear, and in the end it is oneself who suffers. The matter has come to this, and it is useless to talk about it anymore. However, the sect-protecting magic circle of the sword control sect must be rebuilt as soon as possible. Also, prepare to take the sword control sect disciples to store manager Kai for training. Since you can't grasp the enemy's information, the best way to deal with it is to make yourself stronger. This is also something Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao have discussed before. Divide all the disciples of the sword control sect into 3 parts. In each round, a hero within the sect will lead a group of disciples to Cloud Mist City for a period of intensive training. Only when the overall strength of the entire sword control sect increases can we remain unchanged in response to all changes. We are ready. The first group of disciples will be led by me to Cloud Mist City. Lu Jingya said immediately. Then it's hard on you. This is my duty, it's not hard work. The fourth large map, after the Shadow Assassin entrance, is opened. It made many players cheer, but also made many players frown and complain. However, once they arrived at the Shadow Assassin's entrance, there was no turning back. Therefore, those players who came to the new map early can only bite the bullet and explore and advance inside the Shadow Assassin entrance. This really made those merchant players extremely happy. Shadow Assassin is a standard wild monster with high agility and high attack, thin blood and brittle skin. Except for those more mobile warriors and knights, other classes are a headache. The consumption of blood medicine and blue medicine is naturally huge. But the advantage is that the improvement of combat awareness and perception are also huge. There is no way, if the perception is worse, or the movement is a little slower, those Shadow Assassins will show no mercy. Shao Shu, are you really not coming to the new map? Qi Lu called Yu Xuanxue in the guild communication system. After those players who had been tortured by the Shadow Assassin for a day, one after another went offline because the closing time was coming. Qi Lu was the only one left in the entire Shadow Assassin entrance map. If you don't come, do you really think I don't understand the situation? What it looks like inside the Shadow Assassin's entrance has been spread throughout the guild communication system. Yu Xuanxue glanced at Qi Lu and hummed. I'd better continue to be a supplier of consumables. The beard on Yu Xuanxue's lips trembled. Qi Li's proposal was rejected on the spot. Yu Xuanxue knew very well what was going on at the Shadow Assassin's entrance. It is precisely because these impatient players entered the new map one step ahead that more players survived. I didn't even plan to go to the Shadow Assassin's entrance before I was fully prepared. Isn't it good to just stay in the doll maze? You have to go to a map that doesn't even have a safe zone to find abuse. Moreover, because of the teleportation array fragments, Yu Xuanxue owed a favor to the Merchant Guild. So Yu Xuanxue took the opportunity to ask the Merchant Guild for a few people, and sent them to Shadow Assassin Xuanguan as downstream shippers. As for Yu Xuanxue herself, she stayed in the doll maze scanning goods. I have nothing to say to a self-destructive little kitty like you. Qi Lu spread his hands. Forget it if you try to persuade me again. Although the Shadow Assassin's entrance has deterred many players, but it also attracts many players who are brave enough to challenge themselves and eager to become stronger. Therefore, there is actually no shortage of players at the Shadow Assassin entrance hall. What does it mean to be willing to fall? I don't need to rely on this to become stronger. Earning more spiritual crystals is more important than anything else. Yu Xuanxue said plausibly. For the spirit-eating cat, if you want to become stronger, you can really do it without relying on yourself. Devouring a large amount of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and various artifacts and treasures can also achieve the purpose of becoming stronger. Well, I can't tell you. Qi Lu shrugged, lit a campfire at his feet, and then went offline. Yu Xuanxue is willing to stay up all night, but Qi Lu is not. Unless there are special circumstances, Qi Lu would prefer to take a nap. It's not because I'm tired, but because I like the feeling of sleeping. Return to the master bedroom on the second floor. Qi Lu had just sat down on the bed when the sound of the system rang in his mind. System, host, there is something good. Do you want to know about it? Can you tell me anything good? Let me tell you first. Qi Lu lay half lying on the head of the bed, reached out and scratched the back of his head, and answered casually. System, according to calculations, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon, so this system has specially prepared a Dragon Boat Festival benefit. Does the host need to receive it? What? Dragon Boat Festival benefits. Hearing this, Qi Lu sat up on the floor. After such a long time, Qilu almost forgot about the holiday benefits. After all, there is no such thing as the Dragon Boat Festival in this world. Qilu really wants to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival, that is, he will celebrate it in private, just as a commemoration. What is this benefit? Forget it, I want it no matter what it is. After Qilu asked subconsciously, he immediately continued. System, Dragon Boat Festival benefits, new activities in the New World mode, let's eat rice dumplings together. System, Dragon Boat Festival event, start time, the day of Dragon Boat Festival, duration, 7 days. System, during the Dragon Boat Festival event, in the New World mode, in all dungeons and the big map, killing wild monsters has a very small chance of dropping quest items. System, the mission items include rice dumpling leaves, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish, bean paste, and vegetation gray water. System, task items include rice dumpling leaves, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish, bean paste, and vegetation gray water. Rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice are necessary items, and the other 5 are optional items. System, during the duration of the Dragon Boat Festival event, Dragon Boat Festival chefs will appear on all large maps. After players collect the mission items, they can go find the Dragon Boat Festival chef and synthesize the Dragon Boat Festival limited props, Zongzi. System, 10 rice dumplings can be combined into a rice dumpling redemption card. Players who have a rice dumpling redemption card can find the store manager to redeem the corresponding rice dumpling, etc. Qilu listened carefully to the long list of instructions given by the system. But at the last sentence, Qilu suddenly felt something was wrong. The content of the Dragon Boat Festival activity is very simple, which is to collect task items to synthesize Zongzi, then synthesize Zongzi exchange cards, and finally exchange them for edible Zongzi. But the key question is, why do you need to exchange it with the store manager? System, where did I get the rice dumplings? And I don't have the ingredients to make the rice dumplings. Qilu knocked on the head of the bed and said seriously. Customers exchange rice dumplings with the store manager. Is this a Dragon Boat Festival benefit for customers or a Dragon Boat Festival benefit for the store manager? Qilu thought angrily in his heart. System, host, please rest assured that all rice dumplings are provided by the system. By the way, during the Dragon Boat Festival event, host, if you want to eat as many rice dumplings as you want, this system will provide them all for free. Qilu was silent. It turns out that this is the real Dragon Boat Festival benefit. Unlimited supply of rice dumplings. Do you really eat rice dumplings? Although Zongzi is made of glutinous rice and can indeed be eaten as rice, the problem is that eating too much glutinous rice is not easy to digest. By the way, system, there are 7 kinds of task items in this Dragon Boat Festival event. Apart from rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice, do the remaining materials represent the 5 flavors of rice dumplings? Qilu suddenly remembered this question. If you keep eating the same flavor of rice dumplings, you will get bored easily. If there were more flavors, it might actually be a bonus. System, yes, this Dragon Boat Festival benefit provides a total of 5 flavors of rice dumplings. The host can go to the store manager's back-end to check for food like Zongzi. With his systematic personality, there is no doubt that he is classified into snacks. And it's also a snack limited to Dragon Boat Festival. After Qilu thought about this problem, he silently opened the store manager's backend. Fresh meat Zongzi, a delicacy limited to the Dragon Boat Festival, it is delicious and fragrant. After eating it, the strength of the eater will be slightly increased. Chestnut rice dumpling, a delicacy limited to the Dragon Boat Festival, it is fragrant and delicious. After eating it, the eater's physical condition will be greatly improved. Seafood Zongzi, a delicacy limited to the Dragon Boat Festival, it is delicious and rich. After eating, the eater's agility will be greatly improved. Rice dumplings with red bean paste, a delicacy limited to the Dragon Boat Festival. It is sweet and fragrant. After eating, it will slightly increase the energy of the eater. Grey water rice dumpling, a delicacy limited to the Dragon Boat Festival. It tastes better when dipped in sugar. After eating, the eater's martial arts or magic proficiency will be slightly improved. Note: for all flavors of rice dumplings, the eating effect will gradually decrease until it disappears. 5 flavors of rice dumplings, 5 different special effects. And unlike other snacks, they need to be eaten for a long time. All the special effects of zongzi can be exerted by eating only one zongzi. It's indeed a Dragon Boat Festival benefit. But unfortunately, this is a benefit for customers. This Dragon Boat Festival benefit is being sent out with the intention of irritating people. Qi Lu stared with resentment on his face. However, the system did not appear because of Qi Li's resentment. Instead, it seemed to disappear without saying a word. That's all, at least I've earned unlimited rice dumplings. Although it's only for these 7 days. Qi Lu sighed quietly, then lay on the bed, mentally planning the Dragon Boat Festival activities. After thinking about it, I fell asleep. Early the next morning, a ray of white light just appeared on the horizon. The sleepy Qi Lu thought of the Dragon Boat Festival and jumped out of bed. In terms of time, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Then it's time to warm up for this Dragon Boat Festival event. For such a grand festival, it is necessary to prepare for setting up a plaque. Since there is no Dragon Boat Festival in this world, let's start from Mistor. Qi Lu looked at the standing sign designed and made by combining the power of himself and the system, and nodded with satisfaction. The background above the standing sign is a lonely figure, standing under a huge wave that seems to have overwhelming power, looking unruly, yet upright. On top of this background, there are things to pay attention to regarding Dragon Boat Festival activities. Store manager, do you have a new pet card? Yu Shi'er came down from the 2nd floor and asked after seeing the new sign. Because there have been several stand-up cards in the store, always when new pet cards are updated. No, this is a new event. Dragon Boat Festival activities. Qi Lu looked at the standing sign and said with some nostalgia. Dragon Boat Festival? Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Lu with a puzzled face and repeated the name in her mouth. Yes, it's a festival in my hometown. Qi Lu lowered his eyes slightly, seeming to be lost in memories. The store manager's hometown, isn't the store manager from Donghuang? Yu Shi'er was a little surprised. Although Donghuang is vast, Yu Shi'er has never heard of the Dragon Boat Festival. Yes or no, it doesn't matter anymore. Qi Lu shook his head and did not bring up the topic of hometown. For Qi Lu, hometown only exists in memory after all. I want to go back, but I don't know if it's possible to spend my entire life there. Brother, are the fresh meat rice dumplings delicious? The store door is open, and the first person to come over today is someone from Lanya's team. Lan Zier's focus is slightly different from others. Lan Zier didn't care about festivals or anything like that at all. What she cared about more was whether the fresh meat rice dumplings were delicious. Because it has the word meat in it. From this point of view, Lan Zier must belong to the salty zongzi school. After all, it is impossible to add meat fillings to sweet rice dumplings. Of course it's delicious. Although Qi Lu has not yet tasted the taste of rice dumplings, there is none to worry about the snacks produced by the system. Qi Lu also dared to endorse the system. Store manager, you just said that the Dragon Boat Festival is a festival in your hometown, right? Lan Yi asked after entering the store. Lan Yi was very curious about Qi Li's identity. Such a powerful man with unparalleled strength is willing to hide in the alleys of Yunwu City and open a shop. What kind of secrets there are is probably something that most customers are curious about. Manager Qi's hometown? It seems we came at the right time. After everyone from Lanya's team entered the store, Gu Pingchuan and others followed closely and walked into the store. As soon as I entered the store, I heard this sentence. He immediately came over curiously. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the boss's hometown? Shui Lang and Hu Shou also happened to arrive at the store early in the morning. Seeing so many people gathered together, I followed them. Although no one particularly cares about where Qi Li's hometown is. But definitely curious. Store manager, where is your hometown? If you don't mind, can you tell us? Everyone looked at Qi Lu with expectation. My hometown. Qi Lu blinked and was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about something or recalling something. After a while, he slowly spoke. My hometown is in a very faraway place. Even if I tell you, you probably won't know it. It was a beautiful and prosperous place. Although not all it brought me good memories, it will always occupy a corner in my memory. However, now that I have come to Cloud Mist City, I don't want to mention the past anymore. The Dragon Boat Festival event is a commemoration of this. Qi Lu thought a lot, but in the end, he still didn't tell where his hometown was. After all, this kind of thing is too shocking. It's better to keep it a bit mysterious and not say it out loud. Fortunately, although everyone in the store was curious, they were also reasonable and knew that Qi Lu didn't want to talk, so they didn't ask any more questions. In fact, it was also because Qi Leruo didn't want to say it. There was nothing they could do. Then, Manager Qi, why did you choose to hold the Dragon Boat Festival event? Is it because the Dragon Boat Festival has any special meaning? Lan Yi asked in a different direction. There are also various festivals in this world. It's just that most of them are festivals that are commemorative days within each major power and are stipulated by themselves. There are very few festivals that are truly accepted by most forces. So in the end, there is such a thing as a festival. But the celebrations mostly fell by the wayside. It is quite rare to celebrate a festival with such great fanfare as Qi Li's. It doesn't have any special meaning. Qi Lu raised his head halfway, then glanced at the signboard for the Dragon Boat Festival event, and then continued to speak. But regarding the Dragon Boat Festival, there is a legend in my hometown. What legend? Everyone's interest was immediately piqued by Qi Lu. Generally speaking, festivals are days with great commemorative significance when various major events occur. Therefore, everyone is also very interested in the legend told by Qi Lu. This is a good way to understand Qi Li's life experience and the situation in his hometown. Are you also interested? It doesn't matter if I tell you. When Qi Lu saw that everyone was so interested, he naturally spoke up. It is said that in ancient times, there were two major forces fighting against each other. One of the big forces is relatively weak, but if the other big force wants to take over this relatively weak force, it also needs to expend a lot of power. Therefore, another relatively powerful force resorted to conspiracy and tricks in order to save power. And a strong man among this weak force saw through the tricks of the powerful force. But because the leader of the weak force questioned the strong man's judgment, he lost his chance to fight. In the end, there is no doubt that the weak force was destroyed. However, although the weak forces were destroyed, but this strong man who had clearly seen through the tricks of the powerful forces did not leave after being questioned. Instead, he chose to fight with the weak forces until the end. Even though the destruction of this weak force is a foregone conclusion, he also does not change his ambition. And in the end, this strong man did not give in. Instead, he exploded with fighting spirit and died for his own force. Later, in order to commemorate the loyalty of this strong man, people designated the day when he died in battle as the Dragon Boat Festival. Zongzi is a unique food during the Dragon Boat Festival. Qi Lu explained the origin of this magically modified version of the Dragon Boat Festival. He also added details of fighting spirit and magic, which made everyone mesmerized. This strong man is indeed a loyal man. He knows that he will die, but he can still regard death as if he were to die. I can't wait. After hearing this legend, Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but sigh. Said it before. For hero-level powerhouses, keeping the green hills and not having to worry about running out of firewood is what most people think. As long as you can survive, you have a chance to make a comeback. However, like the strong man Qi Li said, he is someone who can regard death as if he were going home. Especially there are too few hero-level experts. Others also looked respectful. Even though they know that this may be just a legend, it does not hinder their admiration for such a loyal person. So that's it. No wonder store manager Qi holds a Dragon Boat Festival event. Maybe it's a tribute to such a loyal person. Director Qi is also a role model among strong men and a role model among cultivators. He must also have sympathy for such a loyal person who is willing to face death. Everyone began to speculate on Qi Li's purpose of holding the Dragon Boat Festival event. In the end, even Qi Li himself became such a noble person with both loyalty and justice. If the Huangyuan Empire can have such loyal people, why worry about the Huangyuan Empire not being prosperous? Ling Ao looked at the signboard for the Dragon Boat Festival event. The figure in the background, the aloof and unruly back, should be the strong man who looked down upon death. That giant wave that poured into the sky must be the unrivaled power of that powerful force. Such a courage to regard death as home. This smile faces the will of life and death. It's really convincing and has to be admired. By the way, these rice dumplings, like elixirs, have special effects and can permanently increase some basic attributes. Qi Li reached out and knocked on the standing sign. Then he told the news that was not on the sign. The special effects of the 5 flavors of rice dumplings will be revealed in detail after the Dragon Boat Festival event starts tomorrow. After all, I just went to eat rice dumplings, just for the delicious food. That's not very attractive. Among the activities, it is quite difficult to collect all the mission materials and then make a rice dumpling to exchange for a card. Without any attractive items, how can we fully mobilize the player's energy? Oh. When does the Dragon Boat Festival event start? When Ling Ao heard this, he immediately stopped sighing and asked quickly. When Ling Ao came to the store before, in addition to obtaining the Guardian Doll skill book, Ling Ao also came to the store for those pills that could permanently increase attributes. It's a pity that the number of customers in Qi Li's store is increasing day by day. It was really difficult for Ling Ao to snap up those rare pills. However, the number of customers in Qi Li's store is increasing day by day. It was really difficult for Ling Ao to snap up those extremely rare elixirs that could permanently increase attributes. Therefore, Ling Ao usually eats a lot of snacks and drinks. But now, there is a rice dumpling that is almost as effective as a pill that can permanently increase attributes. Ling Ao will naturally be excited. In fact, several other people also wanted to ask this question. It's just not as fast as Ling Ao. So after Ling Ao finished asking, the others also looked at Qi Li. Start tomorrow. Qi Li replied. As long as someone asks, the purpose of this propaganda will be achieved. With a guild communication system, these messages will quickly spread among various guilds. Whether people who don't have membership cards know or not is beyond Qi Li's consideration. After all, the Dragon Boat Festival event is originally an event that provides benefits to customers. It's not a Krypton Gold activity. Qi Li specially set up a sign to promote it because the Dragon Boat Festival has its own commemorative significance. As for how many people know about it, that's another matter. And what happened next was not what Qi Li expected. The guild communication system was quickly filled with news about Dragon Boat Festival activities. It also includes the legend Qi Li said. The origin of the magically modified version of the Dragon Boat Festival. This unknown strong man's act of loyalty deeply moved a group of customers. The courage to look down on death also made many students still in the academy excited. It even made the elites selected by the Huangyuan Empire and sent to Yunwu City for training very excited. This kind of behavior would rather die than surrender for the power to which one belongs. It's something they admire in the military. Therefore, before the Dragon Boat Festival event started, the public screen of the entire guild communication system was full of news about this matter. This is what I want to see. If publicity has no effect, how can it be called publicity? At night, Qilu took the membership card and refreshed the information in the guild communication system. 1 day of fermentation time is enough for the Dragon Boat Festival activities. In fact, the main reason is that when the system mentioned this matter, it was too late. You know, the world that lived before Qilu. If there is any big event, promotion should start at least half a week in advance. If this event was particularly able to stimulate sales, then the promotion would have to start 10 days and a half in advance. System, how about we discuss this matter? Qilu was lying on the bed and suddenly said. System, what's the matter? If the host can make reasonable suggestions, this system will consider it as appropriate. This speed is almost a matter of seconds. From this point of view, sometimes the system does not speak and is simply pretending to be dead. It's this holiday benefit, and there will definitely be more in the future. So, can you tell me this kind of thing at least 3 days in advance? Otherwise, how will I promote it? Qilu proposed very seriously. But then, there was a moment of silence. The system didn't reply instantly. It was either pretending to be dead or thinking. If there is no more movement, then you are pretending to be dead. To put it mildly, this behavior is called polite rejection. To put it mildly, it means ignoring it. Fortunately, Qilu didn't wait for a few minutes before the system made a sound. System, the host's proposal seems to make some sense. System, host, your proposal sounds reasonable. System, however, holiday benefits are distributed benefits, so there seems to be no benefit in promoting them in advance. When did this guy become so smart? Qilu was momentarily stunned by the system's words. But it's true. Just like this Dragon Boat Festival event, it is not a Krypton Gold event, Buta welfare event, for distributing rice dumplings. And there are no level restrictions or map restrictions. The only difficulty is that it is difficult to redeem the Zongzi redemption card. But how can it be so difficult to find Qilu with such a small problem? Increase passenger flow, passenger flow. As the store's customer flow increases, the store's turnover will also increase. The promotion of this kind of welfare activities is to increase customer flow. Qilu deceived him very seriously. In fact, it is not a scam. Passenger flow is a very important indicator for increasing turnover. However, for Qilu's store, the current customer flow is a bit too much. Unless the combat power is improved, the number of decks in the training room area can be increased. At this time, System, host, I sense that you are thinking about something very constructive. What was I thinking just now? Upon hearing this, Qilu suddenly looked confused. System, this system has decided to accept the host's suggestion and increase the number of decks in the combat power improvement training room by 3,000. This? Qilu looked blank after hearing the system's decision. This is really a flower planted intentionally but not blooming, but a willow planted unintentionally to create shade. The goal of knowing what the holiday benefits would be in advance was ruined, and in the blink of an eye, there were 3,000 booths in the combat power improvement training room. Now there are a total of 8,000 booths in the entire store. Fortunately, all customers who come to the store use self-service. The function of the counter is to activate membership cards. Customers have to throw away any packaging bags and glass bottles after eating snacks and drinking drinks. There are unlimited capacity trash cans in several places in the store. I don't know what the system does with these packaging bags, glass bottles, etc. Otherwise, there would be a total of 8,000 decks. Even if we recruit 10 more clerks, I'm afraid they won't be able to keep up. System, host, 3,000 decks have been purchased. Regarding holiday benefits, this system does not accept your proposal. That's it, that's okay. Qi Lu found that he seemed to be unable to keep up with the system's thinking. However, since you have already received a benefit, you should accept it as soon as it is good. We can only talk about holiday benefits next time. And the system clearly does not accept this proposal. Then this issue is worth pondering. However, Qi Lu has never done such a waste of brain power. There is no benefit to be gained from trying to figure it out anyway. If you use this matter to deceive the system again, it might make the system angry and the two of them will break up their friendship and go their separate ways. Of course, this is just for fun. After all, the system and Qi Lu have cooperated sincerely for so long, so they can be considered to have feelings for each other. By the way, I remembered, the trial crystal. After discussing this matter with the system, Qi Lu just closed his eyes and remembered something important. That is the trial crystal produced by the subsidiary function of the trial room. That's probably all it takes to discuss things with the system. So Qi Lu didn't think too much and thought it would be more practical to sleep. However, just as Qi Lu closed his eyes, he remembered something important. That is the trial crystal produced by the subsidiary function of the trial room. Previously, after the store manager's level was upgraded, the ancillary functions of the trial room were also upgraded. The production capacity of the trial room has become to produce 10 brave level trial crystals and 1 professional level trial crystal every day. 1 grandmaster level trial crystal is produced every week, and 1 hero level crystal is produced every 2 months. It's been such a long time now. You should have accumulated a lot of trial crystals. It's time to hit the shelves. Thinking of this, Qi Lu got up and went to the trial room while he was still sleepy. The trial crystals produced by the auxiliary functions are piled up very casually in a corner of the trial room. This way of stacking. If others saw it, they might call Qi Lu a prodigal. It looks like there are quite a lot of them. Qi Lu squatted in the corner of the trial room, counting the pile of trial crystals. The trial room is the place where Qi Lu has the most tragic memories. Every time you enter the trial space to challenge a trial mission, it is the beginning of a nightmare. However, at this moment, the trial room finally brought some good memories to Qi Lu. Piles of trial crystals. That is a larger hill made of spiritual crystals. 7 Grandmaster level trial crystals, 50 professional level trial crystals, and 500 brave level trial crystals. If only I had waited 1 more week. Maybe there will even be a hero level trial crystal. But Qi Lu was too lazy to wait. There are more than 500 trial crystals on the shelves, no problem at all. Although in terms of quality, it may not be good. After all, brave level trial crystals are really not that rare. But in terms of quantity, it is completely on a scale that can only appear in a large commercial bank. Brave level trial crystals, even if they are not rare. But after all, you need to hunt down the brave level beasts to get it. Rather than being dug out directly like spiritual crystals. As a saying goes, if you are lucky enough to mine a vein of spiritual crystal, you will not have to worry about it for several lifetimes. And in these few lifetimes, you can still squander it as you like. After all, it is not easy for a force to be able to defend a vein of spiritual crystal. As for the hero-level trial crystal, Qi Lu thinks it's time to wait. This kind of thing that can only be produced in 2 months must be well advertised and promoted in order to sell it at a high price. Auction is the best option. That's right, it's an auction. Qila nodded in agreement, applauding his idea. However, a voice soon shattered Qili's fantasy. System, host, this system must remind you that since your store manager level is still insufficient, the pricing of trial crystals will still be based on the previous pricing. System, in order to prevent the host from forgetting, this system has decided to help you review it again. Brave level trial crystal, 500 spiritual crystals. Professional class trial crystal, 5,000 spiritual crystals. Grandmaster level trial crystal, 50,000 spiritual crystals. Hero level trial crystal, 500,000 spiritual crystals. Oops, how could I forget this? Qilu was stunned for a moment, before suddenly remembering this matter. Oops, how could I forget this? Qilu was stunned for a moment, before suddenly remembering this matter. Maybe it was because of the long time that Qilu had forgotten the original situation. Now that I think about it, the system did say that his store manager level was not high enough, which made Qilu feel depressed for a while. But later, Qili's store manager level was raised by another level. Unexpectedly, it was still not enough. These two systems sometimes look like greed for money, and sometimes look like black-heartedness. But why do you seem so conscientious at this critical moment? If this hero-level trial crystal were to be auctioned, let alone 500,000 spiritual crystals, even 5 million spiritual crystals would not be impossible. Previously, Ying Kuang came to the store to purchase equipment and elixirs, and he counted 5 million spiritual crystals in one go. And it will increase in the future. Moreover, the elites who were specially selected to form the Sharp Knife team spent a lot of money in Qila's shop every day. All of these add up to more than tens of millions of spiritual crystals. However, the deterrent power of these things is really not as great as the deterrent power of a hero-level strongman. A hero-level strongman is called the cornerstone of a great force, which is no joke. The more powerful heroes there are in a force, the greater the deterrence. Even if the backbone of this force is insufficient, it will not affect its deterrence. After all, although Grandmaster-level trial crystals are rare, they are not as impossible to find as hero-level trial crystals. If you want a hero-level trial crystal, you can only rely on luck. And among the general big forces, although there are few Grandmaster-level trial crystals, they are absolutely impossible to have. As long as there are candidates with the right potential and qualifications, it is very simple to train a few masters. Hero level, that is the realm where you really want qualifications. In the trial space for promotion to the Grandmaster level, unless it is a medicine jar that is completely built with natural materials and treasures, there will basically be no promotion failure. And if you want to be promoted to the hero level, you only need to be not prepared enough. So the failure rate is not low. This is also the reason why you must be careful when selecting Grandmaster candidates for promotion to hero level. Because of one bad move, this precious hero-level trial crystal was wasted. This kind of loss, no matter which force it belongs to, is unbearable. Damn, store manager level, there are so many restrictions. Qila said bitterly. But there was nothing we could do. Forget it, let's put it on the shelves. Qila came to the first floor carrying a pile of trial crystals with a dejected look on his face. Although you can't make a big fortune, there is nothing wrong with making a small profit. The 3 trial crystals were quickly put on shelf separately. Then on the shelf below, the prices marked. The next day. Because the Dragon Boat Festival event was spread in the guild communication system. So early in the morning, people gathered outside the store. They were all waiting to enter the store as soon as possible, buy a bottle of mineral water, and then enter the New World mode to collect a rice dumpling exchange card. Manager Qi, it's good morning. I made a special trip early today. Gu Pingchuan greeted with a smile. Following closely behind were Ling Ao, Ren Gongxiu, and Ban Zheng. These 4 hero-level experts usually come to the store together. There are only exceptions unless something happens to someone. This caused students from the three major colleges to run to Yunwu City when they had a little free time. The reason is also very simple. Even the deans of the three major colleges come to this store every day. We are following the dean's example and striving to improve ourselves. Especially the students of Dadi Academy. Because there is a two-way transmission magic circle, it is convenient to come and go. So now the students from Dadi College have replaced the former students from Brilliant College and become the customer group that spends the longest time in Chila's store every day. It's early for you too. Chila nodded slightly and returned the greeting. But when his eyes fell on Ling Ao, Chila felt a little strange. Isn't this guy the current fire emperor of the Huanyuan Empire? Why does he stay in Yunwu City every day? Don't we need to deal with the court affairs of the Huanyuan Empire? Gu Pingchuan was appointed as a public cultivator and Ban Zheng. These three people are just the deans of the college, so they just stay in Yunwu City every day. After all, there are only so many affairs in a college, not to mention the deputy dean and many tutors who are helping to handle it. But does Ling Ao dare to leave the affairs of the Huanyuan Empire to the subordinates below? Then do we still want this Huanyuan Empire? Your Majesty, Manager Qi, and the three deans, you are so early. But before the doubts in Qi Li's eyes disappeared, the store door was pushed open again. The person who walked in this time was Ying Kuang, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. However, Mr. Ying Kuang's grandson Ying Feng and granddaughter Ying Shui often come to Qi Li's shop. Mr. Ying, long time no see. Qi Li still has a good impression of this old man who brings in huge amounts of transactions every time he comes here. It's been a long time indeed. During this period of time, I have been training the selected elites. Now I came here temporarily after seeing the news in the guild. Ying Kuang smiled heartily. Although the Huanyuan Empire selected elites from various military posts and border guards, they would be sent to Yunwu City and then trained at Chila's shop. But for such a large Huanyuan Empire, the number of elites selected is at least tens of thousands. There will definitely be no end to the decorations in Chila's shop. Therefore, they can only be sent to Yunwu City in batches. The rest were trained by veterans who had conquered the battlefield that year. To maximize the strength of these elite teams. Is it for the rice dumplings? Chila asked, curiously. For Zongzi, and for the legendary unknown strong man. Ying Kuang answered truthfully. The nameless strong man who was transformed by Qi Limo had the courage to rather die than surrender and to regard death as home, which was very suitable for the appetite of Kuang, a veteran general in the war. Ying Kuang even felt that the legend about the Dragon Boat Festival should be promoted in various military posts and border guards. This kind of loyalty is worthy of being an example to all soldiers. Mr. Ying is really thoughtful. As soon as Qi Li heard Ying Kuang's words, he knew what they meant. This is also one of Qi Li's purposes. Because Qi Li feels that since he has brought the Dragon Boat Festival to this world, he has the obligation to carry forward this festival. Using a popular legend to promote this festival is a good choice. Loyalty and righteousness are spirits respected by all decent people. Qi Li also amplified this point to magically change the content of the entire legend. To achieve a subtle effect. Now it seems that this effect is not bad. If you really think I'm serious about it, then store manager Qi might as well give me a discount on the next batch of purchased equipment. Ying Kuang said immediately. As the great general of the Huanyuan Empire, he has to think about the national treasury. If purchases of this scale happen a few more times, the Minister of Revenue will really have to hang himself. After all, the expenditures from the Ministry of Revenue are not just military expenditures. Expenditures of city-states in various places. There are also large-scale construction expenditures, and so on. There are quite a few spiritual crystals needed. The large quantities of equipment and elixirs that Ying Kuang had previously purchased from Qi Li's store had already been transported to various border garrison stations. Most of them were stored in warehouses, and a small part was distributed to border garrison troops at the border garrison so that they could become familiar with these new equipment. And those elixirs that have never been available before. As for why not give them all out? That's mainly because the equipment in Chila's shop is really too expensive. The cheapest ordinary level weapons and armors cost 10 spiritual crystals each. If this were replaced with the standard weapons and armor equipped by border guards in the past, it would be enough to equip 5 sets. That's not to mention those excellent weapons and armors, as well as higher level rare weapons and armors. Without a certain position, it is simply impossible to equip these weapons and armors. But correspondingly, the effects of these new equipment are worth the money. Take the cheapest common level weapon as an example. Purchase an ordinary grade sharp horse Santang knife from the Qi store, and use it to slay with the standard long sword that the border guards use to equip the border troops. With just one strike, the standard long sword will be cut off. But the sharp sword was completely unscathed, not even a scratch. This is the value of 10 spiritual crystals. Put it in the hands of the border guards and fight the enemy. As long as they are protected by armor of the same level, it is not a problem at all to fight 1 against 10. The difference in equipment becomes more apparent when the cultivator's level is lower. Instead, it is after the cultivator level becomes higher. You need to equip higher level equipment. Therefore, it is necessary to contribute spiritual crystals to Chila's store again. Mr. Ng, I'd better not mention the discount again. One of our store's principles is to never discount. Qi answered Ying Kuang's words very seriously. Then he added in his mind. At least until the store manager level is upgraded to the point where he can set his own prices, there will definitely be no way to offer discounts. After all, that stingy system will definitely not be discounted. However, for these customers who ask for discounts, if they have a broken bone, I believe the system will still have no problem. I'm just saying it. I won't make it difficult for store manager Qi. What's more, every item sold by store manager Qi is worth the money. If it is discounted, it would be taking advantage of store manager Qi. Ying Kuang is also a mature man, and his words are impeccable. By the way, the rice dumplings exchanged can be taken out of the store. At the end, Ying Kuang asked again. Because most of the snacks and drinks in Chila's store cannot be taken out of the store. Snacks and drinks are available and less fighting. For example, Sprite and black coffee. One can be completely immune to fire damage for a short period of time. The other can instantly restore half of the drinker's mental power, and will also greatly increase the drinker's mental power recovery speed within the next half hour. Effects like Sprite and black coffee can only be used in the store. That's such a waste. That's why Ying Kuang asked specifically. Yes, the rice dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival should be shared with the family. Qi nodded after asking about the system. Making decisions on your own is not a good habit. If the system gets a handle on this, there will be no way to trick it in the future. That's good. In that case, there's no point in disturbing store manager Qi. Ying Kuang raised his hands and walked towards the combat power improvement training room area. The Dragon Boat Festival event only lasts for 7 days. It's really not that long. However, there is a limit of 4 hours a day in the combat power improvement training room, so there is no need to race against time. Just make sure you make good use of your 4 hours a day. With veteran generals like Uncle Ling in the court, the Huangyuan Empire can be stable. Ling Ao looked at Ying Kuang's back and couldn't help but said aloud. Then Ling Ao took a deep look at Qi Lu and spoke again. Manager Qi, I know what you are thinking, but the affairs of the Huangyuan Empire are not as complicated as you think. If something big happens, I won't stay in Cloud Mist City any longer. Ling Ao is in a high position, so observing words and emotions must be a necessary skill. It is something that every king must learn to have a clear understanding of the behavior of his ministers. Otherwise, the position would not be secure. Therefore, the confusion in Qi Li's eyes naturally also fell in Ling Ao's eyes. However, Ling Ao didn't think Qi Lu was nosy, but thought it was a good thing that Qi Lu would be suspicious of such things. That's why I opened my mouth to explain. Because Qi Lu can have such doubts, he must be thinking about the Huangyuan Empire. It must be a great blessing for the Huangyuan Empire to have such powerful people take care of it. As for court affairs, before Ling Ao came to Yunwu City, he had already left it to Ling Chongkong, the eldest prince. The ministers of the DPRK are also supervised by Ku Zhenhe and Ying Kuang. Moreover, during this period of time, the surrounding areas of the Huangyuan Empire were stable, and all major forces were dormant, including the ancient Luo Empire and the Star Empire, probably keeping a low profile. That's why Ling Ao dared to stay in Yunwu City. Furthermore, some important court memorials were delivered to Ling Ao through secret channels. Even though Ling Ao was in Yunwu City, he knew the situation in the DPRK very well. Well, the Dragon Boat Festival activities have begun, why don't you guys come over? Qi Lu looked at Ling Ao steadily. Xian said, I was just thinking about it casually, why did you explain so much to me? However, Qi Lu did not raise his doubts again, but wisely changed the topic. Have we already started? Let's not talk anymore. Store manager Qi, I will go over first. Ling Ao raised his eyebrows and immediately rushed to the combat power improvement training room area. As the Fire King, Ling Ao is extremely obsessed with power. Because only when the king's power becomes stronger can the Huangyuan Empire be more stable. Although Gu Pingchuan, a half-step strong man, is now in charge. But Gu Pingchuan is the dean of Brilliant College after all. If there really comes a day when the Huangyuan Empire and the Brilliant Academy are attacked at the same time, it will be all over. In that case, Manager Qi, let's talk about it next time. Banjing also said with his hands in hand. Then I won't say more. Ren Gongxiu also bowed as a magician, and then followed Ling Ao to find a booth. Where are they? Have the Dragon Boat Festival activities started yet? Store manager Qi, I'll go there first. Gu Pingchuan just walked over with mineral water and saw the other three people disappeared. As soon as I thought about it, I understood. The Dragon Boat Festival activities attract quite a few customers. If you wait a little longer, you might not be able to find a spot. In Chila's store, no one would leave a seat for others. The principle of first come, first served has always been adhered to. There is also a first come first served basis. World announcement: the Dragon Boat Festival event has officially started and will last for 7 days. During the event, players can collect materials for making rice dumplings, which can be used to make rice dumplings and exchange for rice dumpling redemption cards. For the detailed attributes of the rice dumplings, click on the details of the Dragon Boat Festival event to learn more. World announcement: the Dragon Boat Festival event has officially started and will last for 7 days. During the event, players can collect materials for making rice dumplings, which can be used to make rice dumplings and exchange for rice dumpling redemption cards. For the detailed attributes of the rice dumplings, click on the details of the Dragon Boat Festival event to learn more. World announcement: the Dragon Boat Festival event has officially started and will last for 7 days. Just as Qi Lu said, all the 8,000 booths in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room were filled. In the New World mode, world announcements were also released. After learning about the special effects of various flavors of rice dumplings from the event details, these customers who were attracted by the Dragon Boat Festival legend burst out with great enthusiasm. Those elixirs that permanently improve attributes have a limit on the quantity they can be used. High-quality elixirs, limited to 3 pills per person in a lifetime. A rare elixir, each person can only use 1 pill in his lifetime. Eating more is ineffective. This makes most customers feel regretful. However, there is no limit on the quantity of rice dumplings that can be exchanged for this Dragon Boat Festival event. And the effect is not much worse than that of high-quality elixirs. At most, it has the effect of 2 rice dumplings, which is as effective as 1 high-quality elixir. Although the effect of rice dumplings will gradually weaken as the amount of food consumed increases. But at least it's effective. Unlike pills, you can only take as many pills as you are told. So the New World mode suddenly became lively. On the details page of the Dragon Boat Festival event, someone also took a screenshot of the attributes of the rice dumplings and uploaded them to the public screen of the Guild communication system. All of a sudden, those who had not yet come to the store were even more crazy. In the 3 major colleges, a large number of students asked for leave suddenly emerged. The reasons are also all kinds of strange. My big yellow dog had a difficult delivery. She broke her leg when she went back to the upper bunk to sleep last night. She ate last night's leftovers this morning and had diarrhea and was weak all over. This gave the instructors of the college a headache. What does your big yellow dog's dystocia have to do with you? Do you know how to deliver babies? Did you break your leg when you went back to the upper bunk to sleep? Can a practitioner break his leg if he falls from the upper bunk? I can't wait to break your legs directly. There are still people eating leftovers from last night. Isn't the food in the college cafeteria delicious? In short, it doesn't matter if the instructors approve, it doesn't matter if they don't. Because after these students left the leave note, they ran directly to Yunwu City without waiting for a response. Even if they are not approved, I am afraid they will not come back. The Dragon Boat Festival event is once a year. No, it is still unknown whether there will be a Dragon Boat Festival event next year. I missed the Guardian Doll skill book from the last event, so forget it. Anyway, only the magician class can use it. I missed the stand-in doll from the last event, so forget it. Anyway, under normal circumstances, it is not life-threatening. But this time, we can't miss the rice dumplings. Improving basic attributes is something that every cultivator, no, everyone can use. Even for ordinary people, it is a good thing to eat 2 rice dumplings to improve their basic attributes. The physique is improved and the body is strong. For ordinary people, it is no less than an indirect life extension. Ying Kuang had this in mind when he asked if the rice dumplings could be taken out of the store. Since the family is so big, not everyone has the qualifications to practice. For those close to him, Ying Kuang will not be stingy with 1 or 2 rice dumplings. Therefore, after the Dragon Boat Festival activities officially started, in the New World mode, all dungeons are filled with players. The wild monsters that usually appear in the wild have also been cleaned up by enthusiastic players. Even on difficult maps like Shadow Assassin's Gate, players are constantly rushing in, attracting shadow assassins to come out and kill them. However, most of the time, they will be quickly sent back to the resurrection point by the shadow assassin. But that doesn't stop these guys from being enthusiastic. Anyway, level 45 has no experience bar. Nothing to lose. As long as you can kill a few shadow assassins and get 1 or 2 materials for making rice dumplings, before going to the resurrection point, it's not a loss. If you can explode the rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice, it will be even more profitable. After all, the purpose of Dragon Boat Festival activities is to provide benefits. Therefore, the explosion rate of the materials for making rice dumplings is still much higher than the explosion rate of the task items in the previous 2 activities. 7 materials: rice dumpling leaves, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish, bean paste, and vegetation gray water. In fact, it is mainly rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice. With any of the following 5 ingredients, plus rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice, you can make a rice dumpling at the Dragon Boat Festival chef. However, in order to synthesize a rice dumpling redemption card, you must have 10 rice dumplings of the same flavor. So, except for zone leaves and glutinous rice, there are still quite a few of the other 5 materials in the public channel off the trading system. Warrior class and knight class want fresh meat rice dumplings and chestnut rice dumplings. Agile attack classes such as the assassin class and the archer class want seafood rice dumplings. Magician classes want red bean paste rice dumplings. And gray water rice dumpling is a taste that all ranks want. It can improve the user's martial arts or magic proficiency to a very small extent, and its value is undoubtedly half higher than the basic attributes. Sure enough, it has its benefits, which makes players less motivated. Qi Lu stood at the edge of the combat power improvement training room area and did not sit in the booth. Because Zongzi is really not a rare thing for Qi Lu. The system is provided for free, so you can eat as much as you want. Except that he couldn't give it to others for free, Qi Lu had no problem eating and throwing away one. Therefore, this deck should be given to customers in need. Brother, can we eat rice dumplings today? Lan Zier pushed open the store door, ran behind Qi Lu, tugged on Qi Lu's gloves, and asked excitedly. The soft and waxy sound is a bit like bean paste rice dumplings, just as sweet. Qi Lu, what does the red bean paste rice dumpling taste like? Mainland Qingqi followed behind and asked. In this world, there is no such thing as red bean paste. However, as a standard magician class like the Ice Queen, the requirements for mental strength are still quite high. That's why Mainland Qingqi decided to ask about the taste of bean paste rice dumplings first. The bean paste rice dumplings are sweet, very sweet. Qi Lu turned to look at Mainland Qingqi and spoke slowly. Qi Lu doesn't like sweet rice dumplings. Because Qi Li's standard salty rice dumpling pie, I have always felt that sweet rice dumplings are simply. Can't tell what it is. Anyway, Qi Lu won't eat the sweet rice dumplings. It's sweet, that's great. Mainland Qingqi smiled when he heard this, obviously he likes sweets. As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu felt something was wrong. This is the beginning of the battle between sweet and salty rice dumplings. Manager Qi, it seems like you don't like red bean paste rice dumplings very much. Lan Yi and others followed Mainland Qingqi. Seeing the look in Qi Li's eyes, he immediately said with a smile. What you said is not accurate, because to be precise, I don't like all sweet rice dumplings. Qi Lu spread his hands and made no secret of his preferences. Zongzi is made of glutinous rice. After the glutinous rice is steamed, it becomes rice. Instead of eating meat when eating, add sugar instead. Isn't that the way children eat? Of course, when Qi Lu said this, he emphasized the word I a little bit. After all, the battle between sweet and salty represents your own taste. It is really a stupid behavior to praise the flavors you like and belittle the flavors you don't like. Therefore, Qi Lu does not mean to disparage sweet rice dumplings here. I also like rice dumplings with meat, big brother. It seems that what you like is the same as Zier likes. Lan Zier pulled Qi Li's clothes and said happily. Of course, the salty rice dumplings are delicious. Qi Lu smiled and reached out to rub Lan Zier's hair. Lan Zier just chuckled and did not stop Qi Li's movements. Brother, can I eat rice dumplings? Xing Lian suddenly emerged from Lan Zier's eyebrows. After not seeing each other for a while, Xing Lian's aura became much stronger. It's just that she is restricted by Lan Zier's realm, so she has been accumulating strength and cannot be promoted. I'm afraid not. Qi Lu looked at Xing Lian's soul body and spoke after a long time. Drinks are pure energy condensates, so Xing Lian can naturally drink them. But snacks are not pure energy condensation. Xing Lian is just a soul, so there is no way to absorb it. Oh. Xing Lian responded somewhat gloomily. The many inconveniences of the soul body will inevitably make you depressed until you get used to them. However, there is one more thing you may need. Looking at Xing Lian's depressed expression, Qi Le suddenly said. What? Xing Lian's dragon tail flicked slightly and he asked softly. Grandmaster level trial crystal. Qi Lu answered loudly. Although Xing Lian is in a soul body, as his realm improves, there is still a chance to recondensate his physical body. But Qi Lu doesn't know where this opportunity lies. But Lan Zier definitely needs the Grandmaster level trial crystal. I have been stuck in the working class for so long. Presumably Lan Zier is not in a hurry, but Xing Lian is almost in a hurry. Grandmaster level trial crystal? Manager Qi, you have a Grandmaster level trial crystal here. Neither Xing Lian nor Lan Zier responded yet, but Lan Yi spoke up first. The surprise in his tone was palpable. The 7 members of Lanya's team, except Lanya, Fei Xue and Yojiao, who entered the ruins last time, obtained the Grandmaster level trial crystals and were promoted to Grandmaster level. The other 4 people are still working class. This also proves how rare and precious Grandmaster level trial crystals are. Moreover, if it had not been for the last trip to the ruins, there would not have been so many Grandmasters among the 8 major forces suddenly emerging. Because even if those big forces have master-level trial crystals in their hands, they will not use them indiscriminately. This kind of thing used to cultivate the backbone can already be regarded as strategic material. Of course, use caution when the quantity is small. Moreover, for the 3 empires, there are too many Grandmasters, which is not a particularly good thing. For sect forces, Grandmaster-level experts are indeed the mainstay. When their numbers increase, they can intimidate other sects. Moreover, the status of everyone in the sect is relatively stable, so it isn't easy for trouble to occur. However, within the 3 major empires, this is not the case. Take the Huangyuan Empire as an example. The only heroic heroes who belong to the Huangyuan Empire are Fire Emperor Ling Ao and Dharma God Gu Pingchuan. On the lower level are the powerful masters. If a master-level expert joins the army, it will be a position worth at least 10,000 households. Above 10,000 households, there are commanders, and lieutenants. How many thousands of households are there in an entire border garrison guarding one side? According to the number of people who can fight, the logistics and scouts in the border garrison must also be eliminated. Because logistics and scouts do not have 10,000 households. All orders are given directly by the commander, chief commander, and lieutenants. The remaining number of combatants was only more than 300,000. The number of households with 10,000 households can only be more than 30 at most, and the powers cannot overlap. Therefore, for the Huangyuan Empire, the number of master-level experts only needs to be maintained within a certain range. No more words. How to arrange it? Among the army, there are some veteran generals with richer combat experience and more experienced commanding abilities. How could it be the turn of a newly appointed one who has no power to point fingers? After the last trip to the ruins, the Huangyuan Empire had the idea of expanding its troops, so Ling Ao started to continue cultivating master-level experts. However, mercenaries have no such concerns. How many people are there in a mercenary team? Of course, the stronger the individual's strength, the better. Manager Qi, how many Grandmaster-level trial crystals do you have in your store? Do you have 4? After Lan Yi was surprised, she asked excitedly. The 4 Grandmaster-level trial crystals are just enough to upgrade Evryonian Lanya's team to the Grandmaster level. Of course there are 4. The thing is over there. Qila nodded and responded lightly. Then he pointed at the shelf area. It felt like this precious Grandmaster-level trial crystal was just cabbage on the street. When Lan Yi heard this, he immediately ran over. Grandmaster level trial crystal. 50,000 spiritual crystals each. At this price, it is as good value as ever. It seems that 4 crystals should be fine. Lan Yi thought excitedly as he calculated the spiritual crystals in his hand. 50,000 spiritual crystals and 1 Grandmaster level trial crystal are lower than the market price. Originally, Lan Yi was still thinking about how to gather more spiritual crystals, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Hey, there are still a bunch of brave level trial crystals here. Store manager Qi's handiwork is still as exaggerated as ever. After taking down 4 master level trial crystals from the shelf, Lan Ye glanced to the side again. The pile of hero level trial crystals was like a hill. Qi Lu is probably the only person who can pile up such precious things so casually. Owners of other shops, if they have channels, they can get the trial crystals. No matter what level of trial crystal it is. Who doesn't use exquisite boxes with fine flannel as the bottom, place them neatly, and wait for customers to come to the store to choose? Not like Qi Lu. I don't even bother to sort it out. It feels like you can just take it, and I hate plenty of it here. However, Lan Yi would never have thought that Qi Lu would indeed have a lot of trial crystals. 200,000 spiritual crystals. Sheer, help me check how many spiritual crystals are left in my membership card. Lan Yi went to the counter with 4 Grandmaster level trial crystals. Since the trading system of the New World mode became completely popular, there are many people who earn spiritual crystals through the trading system. This is not the exclusive domain of the Merchants Guild. Among the customers who came to the store, there were many young men with lots of spiritual crystals in their hands. These are the young masters who either have low levels, poor combat skills, or lack of awareness of combat. They are the main contributors to the spiritual crystals. Others will also spend spiritual crystals in various ways in the New World mode. Therefore, the customers who come to Qila's store now are not just for wallinging. There are also various ways to earn spiritual crystals in the New World mode. This is one of the reasons why the New World mode will become more and more popular. Sister Lanya, you still have 187,232 spiritual crystals in your membership card. Yu Shi'er checked Lanya's membership card balance through the membership card activator on the counter. Because Lan Yi is the president of Lan Yi Guild, Lan Ye's membership card is connected to Lan Yi Guild's guild reserves. This is an integrated update of the membership card and guild system after the trading system is opened. This allows customers to use their membership cards to better consume in the New World model. If other members of the guild, even the vice president, want to use the guild's reserves, they need the consent of the president. Just use magic core to make up the remaining balance. Lan Yi took out a bag of magic core from the bronze storage ring. Okay, a total of 200,000 spiritual crystals, confirmed receipt. After clearing the magic core, Yu Shi'er said with a smile. He looked at the Grandmaster level trial crystal, paused for a moment, and then quickly moved away. Thanks, Shi'er. Lan Yi took 4 master-level trial crystals from the counter. Then he greeted the rest of Lan Yi's team. Qinger, Zier, Xiaya, Xiaoqi, all come here, 1 for each. Lan Yi quickly distributed the master-level trial crystals. The members of Lan Yi's team have been practicing in Qi Li's shop for so long, and they have been at the peak of the working class for who knows how long. Now that I have obtained the Grandmaster level trial crystal, I naturally want to use it immediately. Zier, hurry up, open the trial space quickly. Xing Lian looked at the Grandmaster level trial crystal in Lan Zier's hand and said excitedly. Dragon Clan promotion does not require any trial crystals. Although Dragon Clan promotion does not require any trial crystals, Dragon Soul is also not needed. However, due to the restrictions of the two-soul contract, Xing Lian has been accumulating strength, but his level has remained at the professional level. Now that I see the hope of promotion, I will naturally be excited. You guys should start quickly, store manager Qi. It should be okay to open the trial space in the store. After Lan Yi finished the first half of the sentence, he looked at Qi Li again. The second half of the sentence was naturally addressed to Qi Lu. It doesn't matter. Qi Lu replied calmly. Opening the trial space does not take up space, because the trial space is equivalent to an alien space. Just like the magical space created by the Ice Queen's shadow. What's more, Qi Li's shop itself has a trial room specifically used to open the trial space. Huh? There are spatial fluctuations, which seem to be caused by the opening of the trial space. In the New World mode, Ling Ao, who was concentrating on brushing the ingredients for the rice dumplings, was suddenly startled. Then he quickly brushed away the wild monsters in front of him and exited the New World mode. It's the fluctuation of the Grandmaster level trial space. Opening the trial space will naturally cause space fluctuations. Even if this kind of fluctuation is very weak, it cannot be hidden from the perception of a powerful hero. Why would someone come to the store to advance to the Grandmaster level? Could it be? Ling Ao was no stranger to the spatial fluctuations that opened up the trial space, but there was something wrong with the location where such spatial fluctuations occurred. It seems you feel it too. Gu Pingchuan was sitting in the booth, next to Ling Ao. Seeing Ling Ao's reaction, he immediately understood what Ling Ao was thinking. Ding Gu, tell me, who would go to Manager Qi's store to get promoted? Ling Ao narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. I think it's probably not that I came to Store Manager Qi specifically to get promoted, but that Store Manager Qi has trial crystals for sale. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Gu Pingchuan had a thorough understanding of this kind of thing. With Qi Li's strength, it's not surprising that there are trial crystals for sale in the store. That's what I think. It seems that the surprise that Store Manager Qi gave mice, not just Dragon Boat Festival rice dumplings. Ling Ao pressed the membership card on the base of the crystal ball. This means that this deck is occupied. Press the membership card on the base of the crystal ball, and the 4 horse a day will continue to be consumed, and the amount of spiritual crystals that should be deducted will not be less. I gonna go see. As the Fire Emperor of the Huangyuan Empire, Ling Ao has a huge demand for trial crystals. But Gu Pingchuan, as the Dean of Brilliant College, is different. Most of the students are self-sufficient. Among the resources that the Academy needs to provide students, trial crystals are not included. Why are you here? Qi Li sat on the sofa and looked at Ling Ao approaching with some confusion. Did the 4 hours today go by so fast? Time really flies by and is gone in the blink of an eye. Store Manager Qi, I feel that there are fluctuations in the trial space in the store, so I would like to ask if there are trial crystals for sale in the store? Ling Ao said bluntly. When it comes to doing business, there is no such thing as so much hypocrisy and compromise. Being direct is the right way to have a conversation. Yes, they are all over there. Qi Li nodded and pointed to the shelf area. Ling Ao immediately walked over and exclaimed. Wow, Manager Qi, how many trial crystals do you have here? Ling Ao looked at the almost mountain of trial crystals on the shelves and asked in shock. This kind of stacking method is something that even warehouses dedicated to storing trial crystals would not dare to do. It seems that Store Manager Qi's character is really quite bold. 500 for the brave level and 50 for the professional level. Qi Lu reported the number of the mountain of trial crystals in an understatement. 50, 500, that's a lot. Manager Qi, I want these trial crystals. Ling Ao looked at the trial crystal in front of him and said without hesitation. For the Huangyuan Empire, the demand for these low-level trial crystals is even greater than the demand for Grandmaster-level trial crystals. This is different from sect power. A sect, no matter how many disciples it has, can only stand in the tens of thousands. But the Huangyuan Empire's military strength, including the city guards off various city-states and local guards, plus border guards, numbered in the millions. Such a large number of troops will also consume a huge amount of low-level crystals. Among the army, the brave level can hold the position of hundreds of households. The professional class can hold the post of thousands of households. If the Huangyuan Empire wants to expand its military strength, both brave-level cultivators and professional-level cultivators are indispensable. On the contrary, the demand for master-level experts is not that great. There are so many trial crystals in Qi Li's shop now, which are enough to solve Ling Ao's current urgent need to expand his troops. You want them all? Qi Li raised his eyebrows and looked at Ling Ao. One of the 500 spiritual crystals of the brave level trial crystal. There are 5,000 spiritual crystals for professional class trial crystals. The total price of this pile of trial crystals is 500,000 spiritual crystals. This is much more expensive than the equipment and elixirs purchased before. That's right, I want them all. If store manager Qi still has brave level trial crystals and professional level trial crystals in the future, I want as many as they have. Ling Ao said with great certainty. If you want to expand your military strength, hundreds and thousands of households are indispensable. If it is all directed by Wanhu, then unless it is a big battle between two armies, the strategy will definitely be a mess. Next month, another batch of trial crystals will arrive in the store. Qi Li did not agree to Ling Ao's words, but said lightly. It is impossible to keep goods. The rule in the store is always first come, first served. Okay, I get it. Ling Ao also knows Qi Li's principles, so he won't force it. I am very grateful to Qi Lu for saying this. Telling Ling Ao the time to replenish the goods is tantamount to reserving goods for Ling Ao in disguise. As for whether Ling Ao can grab it, it has nothing to do with Qi Lu. The ancient Luo Empire, in the imperial palace. The Sword Emperor sat behind the imperial court and handled the affairs of the ancient Luo Empire. In recent times, the ancient Luo Empire has been hiding its capabilities and biding its time. With the gains from the ruins, its strength has also increased a lot. It's just that the border between the Guluo Empire and the Huangyuan Empire is flanked by Yunwu City. Qi Lu is there. Let the Sword Emperor dare not act rashly. It's a pity that the last time we jointly attacked the Huangyuan Empire, the Xingyao Empire suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, there might not be no chance. After a long time, the Sword Emperor put down the pen and memorial in his hand, stretched out his hand and rubbed the center of his brow to relieve fatigue. At this moment, the Sword Emperor seemed to be on a whim, and his heart suddenly shook. Oops, something happened. Heroic premonitions are sometimes very mysterious. The Sword Emperor did not dare to neglect this sudden premonition. He quickly stood up and walked into the secret room in the inner hall. There are only a few people who know the secret room of this inner palace. Because here, the soul fires of the three heroes of the ancient Luo Empire are stirred. Soul fire represents vitality. The weaker the vitality, the weaker the soul fire. When a person dies, the soul fire is extinguished. However, at this time, the soul fire representing the Spear King had been extinguished. How is this possible? The Sword King's eyes widened, his pupils narrowed slightly, and he looked at the base of the extinguished soul fire lamp in disbelief. That is a hero-level strongman. Although he is not a peak hero, he is at least a high-level hero. Unexpectedly, just like that, he was killed silently. Knife Emperor, what's going on? Why are you here? Yu Feng felt that the secret room of the inner palace was opened and rushed over quickly. Inside, only the soul fires of 3 hero-level experts are stored. Normally, they would not be opened. See for yourself. The Sword Emperor's tone was very solemn. What are you looking at? The soul fire went out. Yu Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. A hero-level strongman unexpectedly fell. In the entire eastern wasteland, the hero-level warriors are at the pinnacle of combat power. How could he die so easily? The battle did not take place within the Guluo Empire. Let the magician come over to trace the process of the soul fire extinguishing. The Sword Emperor said with red eyes and suppressed anger. The battle between heroes affects a wide range, even if they are separated by a city. Even if they are both hero level, they can all sense it. The magicians in the Imperial Palace arrived quickly, and retraced the process of the soul fire extinguishing in the image crystal ball in the inner sanctum chamber. At the beginning of the image, the soul fire is as strong as a torch. But soon, it became flickering. This situation lasted for a full quarter of an hour, and then the soul fire suddenly brightened, like a flashback. Then, it gradually became fainter. Finally, like a candle in the wind, it swayed slightly. Completely extinguished. The energy and blood were exhausted. He didn't even manage to self-destruct before his soul was destroyed by the shock. The Sword Emperor stared at the image crystal ball, his eyes full of anger and bloodlust. This is not something that one person can do. Only with at least 3 heroic levels taking action at the same time can it be possible to defeat a strongman of the same level within a quarter of an hour. 3 heroes. Yu Feng's expression became serious. Being able to have 3 hero-level forces is already considered a top force in the Eastern Wasteland. If this kind of force wants to deal with the Guluo Empire, that was an absolute disaster. Don't reveal a single word about this matter. The Sword Emperor said seriously. I know. Yu Feng naturally understood what the Sword Emperor meant. Those are 3 powerful heroes. If the people of the ancient Luo Empire knew about this, their hearts would be in chaos and they would be in panic all day long. Then let me see which force dares to do such a thing. The Sword Emperor's eyes were red and his face was ferocious. Regardless of the friendship, the death of a hero would definitely be a huge blow to the Guluo Empire. And this kind of blow will be reflected in various aspects. Morale, deterrence, popular support, top power, etc. This is why the Sword Emperor is so angry. Yunwu City, Chila Shop. After enough accumulation, the process of promotion to the Grandmaster level will not be difficult. After Ling Ao bought both the Brave level trial crystals and the Professional level trial crystals, Lan Zier and others came out of the trial space not long after. No one fails. Suddenly, the auras of the 4 Grandmasters filled the shop. Then it was blocked by Qi Lu in a small area. It all worked out. Lan Yi looked at the 4 people coming out one after another and asked with a smile. This is just routine concern. Lan Yi has confidence in her partners or sisters. Of course it worked. Lan Qing'er clenched her fist and smiled. Thank you Sister Lanya, I am now also at the Grandmaster level. Xiaoya happily waved the priest's staff in his hand. Faint magic elements danced on the staff, releasing bursts of gentle fluctuations. Of course, how could such a simple trial fail? Naylan Qingqi held her head high and said a little arrogantly. Great, Zier has finally been promoted to the Grandmaster level. Lan Zier happily felt the power in her body. And Xing Lian seemed to be happier than Lan Zier. If we talk about who has improved the most after these 4 people were promoted to the Grandmaster level, then it is undoubtedly Lan Zier. After coming out of the trial space, not only Lan Zier was successfully promoted to the Grandmaster level, but Xing Lian was also promoted to the Grandmaster level. And the aura surpassed that of Lan Zier. The contract between 2 souls only restricts the realm of both parties. Therefore, Lan Zier's improvement is at least double the amount of improvement for ordinary people. Otherwise, it is not necessarily 3 times the amount of improvement. Okay, calm down your momentum quickly. Sheila sat on the sofa nearby and said lightly. In the store, you are not allowed to show off your own momentum, Because it is easy to be judged as dangerous and then trigger the defense system. And it is easy to disturb other customers. For those who have been practicing in the New World mode for a long time, it is not difficult to restrain their momentum. Even if you have just gained power, you can do it after you get a little familiar with it. Manager Qi, I'm sorry, I got a little carried away. Lan Qing'er said apologetically. Xiaoya and Nailan Qingqi also quickly restrained their momentum. It was more convenient for Lan's ear. Xing Lian directly used the dragon soul to wrap up Lan's ear's aura. Nothing. Qi Lu waved his hand. Qi Lu had thought of this when he opened the trial space in the store before. Otherwise, they would not have been prepared to seal their momentum in this small area. Now that they have been successfully promoted to the Grandmaster level, the next goal for Lan Yi and others is naturally to exchange rice dumplings for cards. No amount of good stuff that can permanently improve various attributes is too much. Zongzi is so attractive. Looking at the customers who were still pouring in outside the store, Qi Lu felt quite emotional. This lively situation will probably continue until the end of the Dragon Boat Festival activities. So much so that the fast food area, which had been expanded once, could no longer accommodate so many customers waiting for booths. 8,000 booths still seem a bit short. But Qi Lu knew that this was also during the Dragon Boat Festival. As long as these 7 days pass, the 8,000 decks will be almost ready. Moreover, those students who came on leave will probably have to return to the academy to be punished after the Dragon Boat Festival. Who told them not to even find a better reason to ask for leave? In fact, if students want to take leave, they can go directly to the instructor to apply for out-of-town experience. Except for freshmen, under normal circumstances, the instructor will approve this kind of thing. However, there are too many students who apply at one time. It's not certain how many people can be approved. At night. The shop that seemed noisy during the day seemed a little quiet after closing the door. Sheer. Store manager, what's wrong? Yu Sheer, who was arranging the counter, raised her head blankly and looked at Qi Lu, who stopped her. This is your Dragon Boat Festival benefit. Qi Lu leaned in front of the counter, with a faint smile on his face, and placed a Grandmaster level trial crystal in front of Yu Sheer. During the day before, Qi Lu discovered Lan Yi when she was checking out at the counter. Yu Sheer's desire for the Grandmaster level trial crystal. No, to be precise, it should be the desire for strength. Yu Sheer's level has improved rapidly. Since she last obtained the professional class trial crystal, she is now almost at the peak of the professional class. As a clerk in Qi Lu's store, as long as your training qualifications are not too bad, your strength will definitely improve faster than the average person. What's more, now the store also sells mineral water, which can improve your cultivation qualifications. This is... No. Manager, this is too precious. I can't have it. Yu Sheer took a closer look at what Qi Lu put over and recognized it. It was a Grandmaster level trial crystal. He immediately waved his hands and refused. Compared with professional level trial crystals, Grandmaster level trial crystals are undoubtedly much more precious. If we say that among cultivators, the brave class and the professional class belong to the foundation. The Grandmaster level is undoubtedly the mainstay. As for the hero level, ordinary practitioners don't even dare to think about it. Talent, qualifications, resources, and luck are all indispensable. Anyone who can become a hero-level powerhouse is the pride of heaven. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary practitioners, the master level is already the pinnacle. Whether it is precious or not depends on the value that this item can exert. If it cannot display its due value, then this Grandmaster level trial crystal will be worthless. So, you don't have to refuse. Because this is your Dragon Boat Festival gift. Qi Lu solemnly placed the Grandmaster level trial crystal into Yu Sheer's hand, and then clenched her fist. Yu Shi'er felt the warmth coming from the back of her hand, and her heart was filled with warmth and emotion. Thank you, store manager, Okay, just get the gift. It's what you deserve. There's no need to say anything more. Qilu interrupted Yu Shi'er's words. Then he slowly walked to the bedroom on the second floor with his hands behind his back. Yu Shi'er was left standing inside the counter, tightly holding the master-level trial crystal in her hand and clasping her hands over her heart. You can still vaguely feel the temperature remaining on it. The Dragon Boat Festival activities are in full swing and will soon be on the 4th day. Players are frantically brushing the map and clearing out wild monsters. This can cause disaster to the wild monsters in the big map. Because the rice dumpling materials dropped by swiping the dungeon, if the dungeon fails, these rice dumpling materials cannot be brought out of the dungeon. But when you fight wild monsters, you can use as many rice dumpling ingredients as you want. Therefore, wild monsters that used to be carefree and wandering around the big map with almost no one paying attention suddenly became a hot commodity that everyone needed. A large number of players are guarding the spawn points of these wild monsters, waiting for them to spawn, and then kill them as soon as possible. If you move a little slower, you will become someone else's prey. So, these wild monsters are in this Dragon Boat Festival event. For the first time, I enjoyed the treatment of being wiped out on the spot without even being able to take a complete breath. I finally had the same feeling of pioneering the wilderness when I was playing online games. Sheila thought happily on the edge of the combat power improvement training room. Large-scale online games are the memories of the older generation of players. We've finally arrived, it should be here. That's right, it's right here. You're here to see Kiriheim-senpai, right? She and Xuanxuang-senpai spend most of their time in this store. Outside the store, a student from Brilliant Academy came here with a strong man. After some conversation, the students from Brilliant Academy walked into the store first. Store manager, good morning. Greeting someone respectfully is the basic respect for the strong. Even though this strong man has a very easygoing personality. Morning for you too. When Qi Lu is in a good mood, he will return the gift. But just 3 words made this student's face show a flattered expression. Go ahead and don't block the store entrance. Qi Lu waved his hand. In fact, sometimes Qi Lu is also very depressed. He is not a vicious person, why are these people so afraid of him? Store manager, morning, it's you. After the strong man followed, he originally wanted to say hello to the store manager like the student. But when he saw Qi Li's face, the strong man suddenly showed a look of fear. What? Do you know me? Qi Li saw the shocked and fearful expression on the strong man's face, and his depression suddenly came out again. Store manager, are you the manager of this store? The strong man stammered, his tone indescribable respect. That's right. Gao Lai. Why are you here? While Qi Lu was looking at the strong man in confusion, Hu Shou strode over with half a double cheese beef burger in one hand and a cold beer in the other. There was a joy on his face that could only come from meeting an old friend. Yes, this strong man is Gao Lai of the ancient Luo Empire. The employer of an escort mission that Hu Shou took over a long time ago. Tiger hunting. I'm looking for someone, this is. When Gao Lai saw Hu Shou, he was indeed pleasantly surprised for a moment, but then he looked at Qi Lu with fear and asked with some difficulty. During the previous trip to the ruins, Gao Lai was prominently involved. Naturally, he was very clear about the power that Qi Lu displayed at that time, and it could be said that he still had it fresh in his memory. Otherwise, he would be a master-level peak powerhouse. One of the commanders of the border garrison of the ancient Roman Empire. Why do you look so panicked? Speak to Boss Qi. He is the manager of this store. He is very easygoing. As long as you don't mention the discount, everything else is easy to talk to. Hu Shou said with a smile. Qi Lu is still powerful in the store. But the customers in the store respect Qi Lu more than fearing him. Especially those who are regular customers. After staying in the store for a long time, they know that Qi Lu is not a grumpy person. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, Qi Lu is still easy to get along with. Yes, really. A smile appeared on Gao Lai's face. It's just that the smile is a bit forced. Do I look ferocious? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and asked Hu Shou with his eyes. No, how is that possible? Tokari stuffed the remaining double-cheese beef burger into his mouth and laughed. Among all the heroic heroes, Qi Lu can be regarded as the best in terms of temperament and character. If it were those hero-level strong men with a more violent temperament. If someone is ridiculed like this by a weak person, he should be punished with a small amount of punishment, even if it is a small amount of words, as a warning to those who come after him. Since he is your friend, then you should entertain him. Qi Lu shrugged. Qi Lu still has some confidence in his own character. Being aloof does not mean being cruel. I just don't know why, but there are always a few people who look frightened when they see him, which makes Qi Lu inexplicably depressed. Okay. Hu Shou happily accepted this errand. Then he walked forward and hugged Gao Lai's shoulders. Hu Shou and Gao Lai, after all, lived and died together. Although that incident happened suddenly, it did not hinder the friendship between the two. You said you came here to find someone. Who are you looking for? Hu Shou has a straightforward personality and is naturally too lazy to chat. Get straight to the point and get to the point right from the start. She said her name was Kiri Ji and she was a student of Brilliant Academy. However, I went to Brilliant Academy before and couldn't find her. Fortunately, she is quite famous in Brilliant Academy, so I was brought here by another student. Gao Lai has nothing to hide. If you are looking for someone who is secretive, how can you find someone? After the last trip to the ruins, Gao Lai, Wu Ji, and Shuang separated and returned to the Goryeo Empire. It was only recently that I had time to look for these two people. Kiriheim, I remembered it was her, I know. Hu Shou can be regarded as one of the regular customers who came to Chila's store from the beginning. He is also very familiar with the customers in the store. You know? Gao Lai was a little surprised. Is Kiriheim really so famous? Why does everyone know her? Previously in the ruins, Wu Ji gave Gao Lai a stand-in doll without feeling any distress, which made Gao Lai feel that Wu Ji definitely had a big background behind her. But I never thought about it. Kiriheim is so famous. It didn't matter that the students from Brilliant Academy knew each other. After all, Kiriheim was a student of Brilliant Academy. But isn't Hu Shou a mercenary from Yunwu City? Why does he also know Wu Ji? Of course we know each other. Although we're not familiar with each other yet, it's okay to exchange a few words. Kiriheim is also a regular customer of the boss's shop. Hu Shou looked at Gao Lai and felt that this guy's mood was a bit strange. A regular customer of the store. Gao Lai was a little stunned. No wonder Kiriheim and Shuang looked a little surprised when they were outside the ruins last time, but they were not afraid at all. Wait a minute, I'll call someone over for you. Tokari took out his membership card and called Kiriheim in the guild communication system. The Blood Wolf Guild and the Brilliant Guild have always had a friendly relationship. Tiger hunting? What do you want from me? Kiriheim was in the New World mode at the moment, so she could reply very quickly. Someone is looking for you, right in front of the store. Where are you? Or are you coming here? Hu Shou spoke very directly. But there really isn't that much to say between these two people, so it's nice to be more direct. Is there anyone looking for me? In front of the store? Then let me come over and wait a moment. After Kiriheim said this, she exited the New World mode. Then he came to the door of the store with some doubts. To be honest, Kiriheim couldn't imagine who would come to her at this time, and they didn't even need a membership card to contact her. Do you want to give yourself a surprise? Kiriheim, it's great to finally see you again. You. Gao Lai. Looking at the excited-looking strong man in front of her, Kirigi thought for a while before remembering. What a big surprise. Originally I thought it would just be a person who met by chance, a passerby we had fought together, but after this separation, we parted ways. Unexpectedly, Gao Lai actually found this place. Cloud Mist City is within the territory of the Huangyuan Empire. Is it really appropriate for you, the commander-in-chief of the Guluo Empire's border garrison, to come here? So you still remember me, that's great. Gao Lai looked very excited. You came here specifically just to find me, right? Wu Ji looked at Gao Lai in surprise and asked in disbelief. Run to the enemy's territory to find someone. He is really courageous. If Manager Chi's store had not strictly prohibited anyone from causing trouble, then if Gao Lai was discovered, it would be a problem whether he could get out or not. Exactly, I went to Brilliant Academy before and didn't find you, so I came here. Gao Lai nodded and said. You also went to Brilliant Academy? Kiriheim was even more surprised. The location of Brilliant Academy is closer to the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. As one of the commanders of the Guluo Empire's border garrison, would it really be a risk to his life if he ran to that place? Searching for you 1,000 miles away is really touching, a hammer. So helpless. I hit it well, nothing will happen to me. Gao Lai also knew that it was dangerous to come to the Huangyuan Empire alone. But Gao Lai is confident in his own strength. Unless he is introduced into the magic circle in advance, like last time, Gao Lai is confident that no one can keep him. Huh? Isn't this the High Commander of the Guluo Empire? However, things always happen by chance. Just after Gao Lai finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded behind Gao Lai. Suddenly, Gao Lai was sweating profusely, and a layer of cold sweat appeared in his forehead. Fire, fire, fire Emperor. Gao Lai turned around with difficulty, and when he saw the person standing in front of him, his vision almost went dark, and he wanted to faint on the spot. It seems that I did not admit the wrong person. What is your purpose in coming to our Huangyuan Empire? Ling Ao looked at Gao Lai with half-squinted eyes. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. Gao Lai also felt bitter in his mouth at this time. Faced with Ling Ao's questioning, he couldn't say even a single word. There is a limit to having confidence in one's own strength. No matter how Gao Lai imagined it, it was impossible to imagine that Ling Ao would actually appear here. There is no comparison between the Grandmaster level and the hero level. If Ling Ao insisted on keeping Gao Lai, it would be a piece of cake. Commander Gao, if you can't explain why, you won't be able to leave Cloud Mist City today. Ling Ao said coldly. He is strong enough to say this, and means what he says. If a great leader of the Guluo Empire could be weakened, it would also be a good thing for the Huangyuan Empire. Hey, wasn't it a drama about searching for love over 1,000 miles before? When did it change? Chila walked around the store and came back here. When Chila saw that there were too many people, he looked very nervous. He quickly reminded him, I don't care what you do, but fighting is absolutely not allowed in the store. Anyone who violates this rule will be permanently blacklisted in the store. Store Manager Chi, okay. I'm going to give Store Manager Chi some face. I won't care about today's matters. Ling Ao originally wanted to explain something, but when he thought of Chila's temper, he thought it was better not to explain. If you can't fight, you can't fight. How could he be a mere commander and influence the pattern of the Huangyuan Empire? With Qilu in Yunwu City, as long as the Guluo Empire has ideas about the Huangyuan Empire, it must consider Yunwu City. Just don't fight. Chila nodded and walked away calmly. After seeing Ling Ao leave, Gao Lai, who was covered in cold sweat, almost gave up his legs and sat down on the ground. Fortunately, Hu Shou was there to help him. "Why does the Fire Emperor appear here?" Gao Lai asked, with lingering fear. If his legs weren't still weak, he would have wanted to leave here right away. He is also a frequent visitor to the boss's shop, so of course he will appear in the shop. Hu Shou answered naturally. A regular customer, Boss Qi is indeed very capable. Gao Lai looked at Qi Lu, who was patrolling the store, with a look of awe in his eyes. Just a word, not even a threat, just a reminder, can make Ling Ao give up the idea of taking action against him. This kind of strength is simply unimaginable. Fortunately, store manager Qi is here, so you can stay here for the time being. Kiriheim was also scared into a cold sweat just now. If Gao Lai came to find her, he was suppressed by Ling Ao on the spot. Kiriji felt very guilty. Qi Li's store is equivalent to a safe zone, and no one is allowed to take action in the store. Gao Lai was reminded by Wu Ji and thought of this matter. If he leaves now, he might be defeated by Fire Emperor Ling Ao. Might as well stay in the store. That's fine. Now that you're here, let me show you around the store. Kiriheim sighed and said. Gao Lai's arrival in Yunwu City did not cause much trouble. I don't know what Ling Ao was thinking. Anyway, he finally gave up the idea of taking action against Gao Lai. The affairs of the Sword Control sect are almost settled. The first batch of selected disciples from the Sword Control sect led by Lu Jingyao also came to Yunwu City to settle down. Probably caught up with the last 2 days of the Dragon Boat Festival activities. There is nothing we can do about this. Lu Jingyao could indeed rush from Sword Control sect to Yunwu City in 1 day. But this is the speed of a powerful hero. Disciples of the Sword Control sect cannot do this. Lu Jingyao also seemed very depressed and angry after learning about this. So much so that in the New World mode, Lu Jingyao frantically practiced with sword-controlling sect disciples and vented her anger. Who told them they were too slow? It delayed Lu Jingyao's time to brush the rice dumpling ingredients. But that's probably what happened in this matter. After all, the Dragon Boat Festival event only lasts 7 days and will not be extended. The only thing I can do is to collect the rice dumpling materials as efficiently as possible in the remaining 2 days. Kitten, do you have any zone leaves and glutinous rice in your hand? For the rice dumplings, Lu Jingyao also began to contact the famous Little Kitten in the New World model. Fortunately, Yu Shuangshu knew that the Dragon Boat Festival event was a big event. So it's basically online all day during the day. The price of zongzi and glutinous rice is not low. Are you sure you want it? Yu Shuangshu's tone was much better when facing Lu Jingyao, the eldest sister of many players. A person's name, the shadow of a tree. Lu Jingyao's strength is well known. Want. Lu Jingyao answered firmly. Among the 7 kinds of rice dumpling ingredients, rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice are the most expensive, and the prices remain high. After all, it is a necessary material. If there are no rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice, we can still make hammer rice dumplings. And closely followed is the gray water from vegetation, which is the material used to make gray water rice dumplings. The price is not friendly to ordinary players either. The other 4 materials are not expensive. It's just that there are fewer people who need it. Most people only need 1 or 2 of them to collect the same kind of rice dumplings so that they can redeem the rice dumpling exchange card. Okay, then I'll give you a cheaper price. How much does it cost? Yu Shuangshu replied lazily. 20 sets first. Lu Jingyao said after considering it. A set consists of 10 rice dumpling leaves and 10 glutinous rice. Those 20 sets are 200 pieces each. It's still a big business, 20 sets, right? No problem, accept the deal, I'll give you half the market price. Yu Xuanxue moved very quickly. Most people can't buy 20 sets of materials. Most of the people who have this kind of purchasing power are players of the level who have spiritual crystal mines at home. Tens of thousands of spiritual crystals were thrown out without blinking, just to buy a few rice dumplings. Normal players are willing to do it themselves. Moreover, many children from poor families will take the initiative to sell the glutinous rice and rice dumpling leaves they get. Otherwise, Yu Xuanxue and the Merchant Guild would not be able to receive so many rice dumpling leaves and glutinous rice. In the New World mode, there are not just wealthy players. Players from normal family backgrounds still account for the majority. Therefore, many times, the mission items obtained through such activities will be traded. But unfortunately, the Dragon Boat Festival activities will be over soon. This kind of opportunity to easily earn spiritual crystals can only wait until next time. The Dragon Boat Festival activities are over. The days soon became peaceful. The reconstruction of the Sword Control sect is proceeding in an orderly manner. The incident in the Shadow Palace did not seem to have much impact on the Sword Control sect. Among other sects, during this sudden incident in the Shadow Palace, while cleaning up the secrets in the Shadow Palace, many people with evil intentions were also cleared out. And, in the meantime, many sect forces that had insufficient foundation, or simply relied on the sect's reputation to try to impress others, were completely destroyed. The matter in the Shadow Palace is like a fuse. It ignited the storm that purged the sect's forces. Everyone in the small sect is in danger. But the big sect is sitting firmly on Dio Yutai. Faced with what happened to those small sects, they mostly just watched with cold eyes, not to mention adding insult to injury. But all this has nothing to do with Qi Lu, who is staying in the store. Qi Lu also talked about these things, while chatting with Lu Xingya when he teamed up with Lu Xingya to clear the lore in the New World mode. It is worth mentioning that Lu Xingya also came to the big map of Shadow Assassin's entrance. And it seems that he really likes this big map. Martial arts idiot. It's normal to like to challenge yourself. Another day has passed, and the purge of the sect's forces always makes people feel like a storm is coming. System, do you think it's really safe for me to stay in Cloud Mist City? Sheila suddenly asked as he stood at the door of the store after closing it. System, host, there is no need to worry, the store is the safest place. I hope you're right. Sheila shrugged and returned to his bedroom with some melancholy. By the way, System, I remember, today should be the day when the purchase channels for class inheritance scrolls are refreshed. Coming out of the bathroom, Qi Lu, wrapped in a towel, suddenly thought about it. It seems that I spent so leisurely during this period that I forgot to remember the date. Once a month. System, to be precise, it should be past 12 o'clock. There is still 1 minute left in the cooling time of the class inheritance scroll purchase channel. Isn't that the same thing? Sheila wiped the water droplets from his hair with a towel and sneered at the system's fussy performance. System, it's different, host. 1 minute difference is 1 minute difference. System, if the host thinks it doesn't matter for 1 minute, then it doesn't matter if the system reduces your share by 1%, right? No. Sheila didn't even think about it, and just answered it reflexively. This damn Irby system would try every means to deceive the host's spiritual crystal all day long. It is truly an example of a black-hearted system. System, that's enough. It's just right. 1 minute is up, and the supply channel for class inheritance scrolls has been cooled down. System, the host can draw a new class inheritance scroll at any time. Having every detail is not what a good system should do. Sheila has not given up teaching the system yet. Trying to be persuasive and let the system learn the informality of his host. System, host, do you want to draw this class inheritance scroll? If not, this system will leave first. You know, this system is very busy. What can you do to keep busy? Are you busy sleeping every day? Qi knew that this was just a systematic excuse, and it was hard to change his nature. Stop talking about it, let's open the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls. I feel like I'm pretty lucky today, and I should be able to get something good. The Gasapon machine immediately appeared in Qi Li's mind. The system seems to like the image of the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls. It's completely different from snacks and drinks, where the lottery is often changed. Once a month, let me see what this month's class inheritance scroll is. Qi Li turned the knob. The Gasapon machine immediately made a dinging, banging sound, and the Gashapon inside the Gasapon machine rotated and collided rapidly. Not long after, a Gasapon fell out from the exit. Qi Li immediately grabbed the Gasapon and opened the egg shell with ease. A ball of white light floated out from the remaining half of the eggshell, turning into a simple-looking sheepskin scroll. It was tied with an extremely delicate ribbon. It has quite an elegant and delicate feel. It's just that the feeling of the ribbon this time is slightly different from the ribbons on the previous two class inheritance scrolls. It seems more gorgeous. Is my feeling wrong? Qi Li took the class inheritance scroll and did not try to open it. Regardless of whether it is suitable or not, no matter how powerful this ancient class is, it is meaningless for Qi Li to use the class inheritance scroll. As long as there is a system in place, the store manager position is considered fixed. But it doesn't matter. Qi Li just wanted to see what class this class inheritance scroll was. Overlord class inheritance scroll. He is unruly, domineering and stern, his power can shake the heaven and earth, his power can scare the devil, he is called an overlord. The Overlord's halberd, the Overlord's only weapon, along with the power of class inheritance, can be inherited by those who are qualified. The Red Lion, the Overlord's only mount, along with the power of class inheritance, will be inherited by those who are qualified. Mount? Qi Li looked at the information about this class inheritance scroll and was stunned for a moment. Then there is full of envy and jealousy. Why do these class inheritance scrolls give more and more things when inheriting the class? The previous two class inheritance scrolls only gave weapons. With this third class inheritance scroll, even mounts have begun to be given away. Will the future class inheritance scrolls be sent together with armor? Qi Li didn't know this. But this Overlord class inheritance scroll, together with the Mount Red Lion with the power of inheritance, are real. Red Lion, it is said that there is a red rabbit in the horse to praise the excellence of its mount, but after all, it is just an ordinary horse. The Red Lion is a strange beast with a powerful bloodline passed down from ancient times. It can move mountains, walk on clouds, and cross water, and ice omnipotent. Later, he was impressed by the Overlord's momentum and was willing to become the Overlord's mount. I am impressed by the Overlord's momentum. Qi Li slowly read the information about Red Lion, but he always felt something was wrong. The aura of the Overlord is not just domineering. Qi Li still vaguely remembers that there are 3 types of domineering, oneies. No, it seems like a joke. Qi Li rubbed his eyebrows, feeling that he might be too tired and kept thinking of some strange memories. System, let's talk about it. What price do you plan to set for this Overlord class inheritance scroll? System, after appraisal by this system, purchasing the Overlord class inheritance scroll requires 20 master-level magic cores. This is really not cheap. It is more than twice as expensive as the previous Ice Queen class inheritance scroll. Although Qi Li knew that the price might also include Red Lion. But based on price, the Overlord class inheritance scroll is definitely better than the Ice Queen class inheritance scroll. Only, this time, Qi Li really couldn't think of anyone who could become a qualified candidate for the Overlord class inheritance scroll. Ling Xiao at the beginning. And the last, Nalankan chess game. Their own ranks are related to these ancient ranks. But the Overlord class. To be honest, Qilu had no idea what his initial class would be. If it doesn't work, just leave it in the store. Qilu thought very broadly. After all, the purchase of class inheritance scrolls did not require spiritual crystals. You can't lose yourself even if you lose. It has been some time since Yu Shi'er obtained the master-level trial crystal. When there is a goal, there will be motivation. The hard work you put in during this period will eventually turn into fruits. Just last night, Yu Shi'er successfully passed the Grandmaster level trial space and was promoted to a genuine Grandmaster level. Grandmaster level. It seems that you really have less time to rest these days. Qilu put the Overlord class inheritance scroll on the shelf, then returned to the counter and saw the dark circles on Yu Shi'er's face. Under normal circumstances, practitioners will not have dark circles under their eyes. Unless the rest time is too little. Store manager, Shi'er just wants to improve herself as soon as possible and help the store manager share more tasks. Yu Shi'er shook her head and said she was not tired. It's not a good thing to be brave. Qilu took a serious look at the dark circles under Yu Shi'er's eyes and said lightly. Besides, you have done a lot for me. If you are really too tired, you can take half a day off and I will approve. By saying this, Qilu was not entirely trying to comfort Yu Shi'er. Qilu's original purpose of keeping Yu Shi'er was to recruit a clerk for his shop so that he could be lazy during the day. And Yu Shi'er also did a good job. Yu Shi'er can handle most things in the store very well. Normally, Qilu is not needed to help. By now, except for some new customers, most of the old customers know that if something happens in the store, it is more useful to go to Yu Shi'er than to go to Qilu. Because if you are looking for happiness, you may not be able to find it. Although Qilu will stay on the first floor, most of the time he will be in the New World mode. However, if you have to find Qilu, there is nothing you can do. As long as he is willing to cause trouble in the store, the custodian Qilu will appear immediately, and then add an ice sculpture at the entrance of the alley outside the store. I know, thank you store manager for your concern. Yu Shi'er said with a smile. But in Yu Shi'er's heart, she does remember it very clearly. Qilu's debt to him could not be repaid by working as a clerk. Although Qilu didn't care, Yu Shi'er couldn't help but care. Yu Shi'er is the only one left in the Yuling cat clan. If she left Qilu's shop, Yu Shi'er would really be lonely and alone. I hope you really know. If others knew, they would think I abused the store clerk. Qilu scratched the back of his head, then took a bacon sandwich and pure milk, and found a small round table to sit down on his own. There used to be no tables. So Qilu could only bring breakfast to find a booth. Speaking of which brings tears of bitterness. However, Yu Shi'er's breakfast was still served on the counter. Boss, although I come here every day, why do I always feel like I haven't seen you for a long time? Shui Lang led the members of the Shui Lang team and pushed open the store door. This person is a typical person who if you want to find Qilu for something, you can't find him at all. Usually when Shui Lang comes to the store, Qilu is nestled in the booth. There are a total of 8,000 booths. Not to mention that you can see Qilu at a glance. Even if you deliberately look for it, it is difficult to find it. I came here early today and met Qilu having breakfast. Cold beer is the standard for mercenaries. Every time someone from the Blood Wolf team came over, they would turn the small half of the fast food area of Qilu's shop into a tavern. Although there is a limit of 1 bottle of cold beer per person per day. But this doesn't bother these mercenaries who do anything to drink. The simplest way is to let other customers buy it on your behalf. They are all regular customers of Qilu's shop, and they can't see each other when they look up. No one has the nerve to charge a fee to buy a cold beer on my behalf. As long as the members of the Blood Wolf team can hold on to their wallets, basically everyone starts with 5 bottles of cold beer. And I also eat crayfish during the day. Simply outrageous. It's been a long time indeed. Qi Lu raised his head, glanced at the blood wolf, and caught a glimpse of what was in his hand. Then I was quite stunned. Your taste is really strange. Cold beer and colorful fruit-flavored pizza, are you really not afraid of spoiling your taste buds? Boss, what are you talking about? I'm not the guy from Husho who only loves meat. This colorful fruit-flavored pizza tastes pretty good. Shui Lang thought Qi Lu was talking about the pizza in his hand. Well, as long as you like it. Qi Lu declined to comment. Cold beer with fruit flavor, I wonder if it can taste like fruit wine. It's also a colorful fruit-flavored fruit wine. Captain, I just found a parchment scroll on the shelf. I wonder if it's Theon you were talking about before. Just as the Blood Wolf was nibbling on the colorful fruit-flavored pizza, a member of the Blood Wolf team ran over. You sure? The Blood Wolf suddenly raised his head and stared at this team member. The class inheritance scroll, this legendary product, is well known among the customers in Qi Li's shop. The reason is that there was too much movement when the class inheritance scroll was being passed down. The two phantoms that appeared from the scrolls of class inheritance shocked the customers in the store. Don't say anything else. Just say that Gu Pingchuan was present the two previous times. Just looking at the envious expression on Gu Pingchuan's face, you can tell how precious this class inheritance scroll is. Not to mention the aura emanating from those two phantoms and the terrifying sense of oppression. The legendary ancient class. Boss, are there new class inheritance scrolls in the store? The Blood Wolf stuffed the remaining colorful fruit-flavored pizza into his mouth, then mixed it with cold beer and swallowed it with difficulty. It's not that it's unpalatable, it's just that I choked after eating too much in one bite. Yes, indeed there is. Qi Lu put the last piece of bacon sandwich in his hand into his mouth, and then spoke slowly. That's great. I missed it the first 2 times, and this time it's finally my turn. Shui Lang stood up excitedly, took 3 steps at a time and ran to the shelf area in excitement. There's nothing to be anxious about. The class inheritance scroll will look for qualified candidates on its own. It's not something you just need to worry about. Qi Lu drank the last sip of pure milk from the glass bottle, and then threw into the trash can along with the packaging bag. This time I slowly came to the place where the class inheritance scrolls were placed. How's it going? Did the scroll of class inheritance respond? Qi Lu stood behind and shouted. People from the Blood Wolf team were surrounding them in front, and their voices were lowered. Qi Lu was afraid that the Blood Wolf wouldn't hear them. What's the reaction? Shui Lang's confused voice came from inside. Perhaps hearing that it was Qi Li's voice, everyone in the Blood Wolf team quickly opened a path and let Qi Lu in. If you are qualified, the class inheritance scroll will react to you, and you can open the class inheritance scroll. Otherwise, you can only look at it. Qi Lu explained in a calm tone. Is that what it is? The Blood Wolf's eyes widened with astonishment on his face. It seems that the rumors about the class inheritance scroll are incomplete. When Qi Lu saw Shu Along's expression, he knew that they must not have known about the existence of a qualified person before. You all come and try it out to see if any of you are qualified. With a wave of his hand, the Blood Wolf planned to let the members of the Blood Wolf team come up one by one to try. No matter what, as long as the qualified person is in the Blood Wolf squad, the power of this class inheritance scroll still belongs to the Blood Wolf squad. However, the Overlord class inheritance scroll seems to be really different from the previous 2 class inheritance scrolls. All the members of the Blood Wolf team tried it, but no one could make the Overlord class inheritance scroll show the slightest reaction. TSK, this is really... Shui Lang started to feel some toothache at this moment. Ling Xiao and mainland Qinchi received their inheritance as soon as they came here. Is this the so-called opportunity? Hey, Blood Wolf, what are you doing here? The voice that came was hearty and rough. Without even thinking about it, you knew it was Hu Shou. Hey, the boss is here too, what's wrong? The scroll of class inheritance. Hu Shou walked into the circle surrounded by the Blood Wolf team with a smile, then glanced at the shelves and screamed in surprise. I won't go into details about how precious the class inheritance scroll is. At least the surprise on Hu Shou's face was clear. Have you tried it? Regarding the matter of qualified candidates, Hu Shou still knew a little more than Shui Lang, so he asked first. Tried it? The Blood Wolf nodded sadly. After trying it, if the class inheritance scroll is still there, it means failure. It's really a torture to see the power in front of you but not be able to possess it. Have you all tried it? Hu Shou turned around again and looked around. When this question was suddenly asked, the expressions on the faces of the members of the Blood Wolf team were not very good-looking. Not to mention sadness, it all seemed a bit uncomfortable. Then it's my turn. Hu Shou looked happy and said happily. With such a good relationship with the Blood Wolf, Hu Shou would not do anything to take advantage of others. But if the qualified person for the class inheritance scroll is not Shui Lang and others, then Hu Shou will not be polite. In terms of first come, first served, it should be your turn. Tiger Hunter grabbed it with his hand, and the Overlord class inheritance scroll shook slightly. Then quickly calmed down. Although there was a reaction, he still refused. Hey! I thought you could do it, but this is what happened. It was too fast. The Blood Wolf harmed the Tiger Hunter, but showed no mercy at all. The better the relationship between bad friends, the more powerful the teasing will be. However, it does not affect the friendship. It's okay, you're all the same. Qilu patted Hu Shou on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. As soon as these words came out, Hu Shou and Shui Lang suddenly fell into depression. Along with the members of the Blood Wolf team, they also fell into depression. Send this news to the guild communication system. This was the thought of everyone present. Anyway, I have no chance of using this class inheritance scroll, so I might as well let more people try it. At least you can't let yourself be ridiculed alone. As long as there are more people being ridiculed, I won't be so depressed. This is an eternal truth. As a result, the news of the new class inheritance scroll spread quickly. In just a few hours, it spread all over the public screens of all guilds in the guild communication system. Fortunately, I'm close and can get here quickly. For the new class inheritance scroll, Gu Pingchuan is absolutely unwilling to be absent. As a half-step strong-level powerful person, if there is no strong-level trial crystal. So if Gu Pingchuan wants to continue to improve his strength, he can only work hard on his professional level. And this legendary ancient class was exactly what Gu Pingchuan needed urgently. Good morning, Dean Gu. There is also the Fire Emperor, who serves as Dean and Class Dean. Qilu glanced back and found that the other three heroes had indeed come together. Store manager Qi's tone sounded like he was surprised. Ren Gongxiu stroked the beard on his chin. Fortunately, since you are here, let's come over and give it a try. Qilu shrugged and pointed to the shelf area. The process of selecting qualified candidates for the class inheritance scroll is very simple. If you can open it, you are qualified. If you can't open it, go to the next one. Then let me try it first. Gu Pingchuan was naturally the first one to stand up. However, the class inheritance scroll will not be lenient at all, just because Gu Pingchuan is a half-step expert. When choosing a qualified person, it is more important to see whether it is suitable. The Overlord class doesn't look like a magician-type class. After that, Ling Ao was appointed as a public cultivator. But just as Qilu expected, Overlord should not be a magician-type class. When it was Ban Zheng's turn, there was still no movement on the Overlord class inheritance scroll. Ban Zheng is known as the War King, his class is a fighter, and his weapons are usually his fists or gloves. The weapon that comes with the Overlord class inheritance scroll is the Overlord halberd. It is expected that Banjing is not qualified. It's not like I'm qualified. I really don't know when Manager Qi's store will have a class inheritance scroll that we can use. Gu Pingchuan looked at the class inheritance scroll on the shelf and said with regret. What a shame. Ling Ao also sighed. The power of the ancient classes was definitely far beyond those of today's ordinary classes. However, the choice of this qualified person is really deceiving. I'm lucky to get it, but I'm going to lose my life, so I won't force it. Mr. Ren was free and easy and quickly looked away. Old Ren, you are open-minded, but if you are really selected as a qualified candidate, you don't know how to be happy. Banjing teased with a smile. It can be regarded as relieving the depression in my heart. Customers come in batches after batches in the store. Basically, every customer who comes to the store will go to the shelf area to try it out first. If you are the one who is qualified, wouldn't it mean that you can make a lot of money? Unfortunately, the miracle did not happen. The Overlord class inheritance scroll is far more cold-blooded than the two previous class inheritance scrolls. Store Manager Qi, we saw news in the guild communication system. It seems that there is a new class inheritance scroll in the store. This time, the 7 people from Lanya's team came. Among them is Nailan Qingqi, which has been inherited by the Ice Queen. But so far, Nailan Qingqi has not unlocked the Ice and Snow Spear. Indeed, it is over there. Qila sat on the sofa and pointed at the shelf area. After half a day, there were not even 10,000 but 8,000 customers who had tried in the past. Qilu was a little tired from watching. Then let's go over and give it a try first. After Lan Yi said hello, he walked towards the shelf area. Okay. Qilu leaned on the sofa and responded lazily, even yawning, by the way. However, Qilu is not optimistic about them. Mainly because the title of Overlord doesn't sound like a title that a woman would have. System, the first qualified candidate for the Overlord class inheritance scroll has appeared, with a compatibility of 69%, activating the shadow of the previous Overlord class owner. However, Qi Li's yawn was not over yet. The system prompt almost choked Qi Lu to death. Cough cough cough. System, I didn't hear what you just said. System, the first candidate for the Overlord class inheritance scroll has appeared, with a compatibility of 69%. Stop, right here, 69%. Qila took out his ears, almost wondering if there was something wrong with his hearing. 69% fit, which is definitely the highest fit ever. Who is the one? Qila quickly stood up and came to the shelf area, where he saw Lan Yi holding the Overlord class inheritance scroll in his hand. The female Overlord. Store manager, why are you here? Lan Yi turned around and saw Qi Lu and asked in surprise. I came over to see who the qualified candidate was, but I didn't expect it to be you. Qila smiled, then pointed at the Overlord class inheritance scroll in Lanya's hand and said, Open it. You are the qualified person for this class inheritance scroll. Really? Lanya looked at Qilu in surprise and couldn't believe it. To be honest, Lanya came to the store just to give the class inheritance scroll a try, and she actually had no hope. But I didn't expect that the qualified person would be me. Certainly. Qila said with certainty. Open it. Good. Lan Yi followed the words and pulled open the ribbon on the scroll of class inheritance. The parchment rolled out immediately, then shattered into pieces, turning into fluorescent light that filled the sky. Then it quickly condensed and turned into a shadow riding a red lion, holding an Overlord halberd, and a look of disdain between its brows. This phantom is wearing armor and looks domineering and unruly. The so-called power of one person can be compared to an army of thousands. A single cavalry general can defeat a million-strong army. It is precisely the terrifying momentum displayed by this phantom that is so vast and soul-stirring. This is the shadow of the previous owner of the overlord class. What's going on? How could there be such terrible pressure? There is a shadow in the shop hall. Could it be a class inheritance scroll? Here comes the qualified person for the class inheritance scroll. The moment the overlord's aura burst out, the customers in the store were instantly startled. Although Qi Lu blocked this momentum in time, the overlord's momentum Unikido the overlord class is not so easy to block. This is a kind of blessing from the power of heaven and earth. After the customers in the store saw the phantom, their voices were filled with envy and jealousy. I can't hate it. Because the method and probability of selecting qualified candidates for the class inheritance scroll are absolutely equal for everyone. It is even more impossible to operate in the dark. Even Qi Lu, as long as he is not recognized by the class inheritance scroll, can only look at the information of this class inheritance scroll, but cannot accept the power of this inheritance. What's more, Qi Lu doesn't care about himself. These customers sitting in the store have basically tried it. It's just that the overlord class inheritance scroll does not recognize them as qualified ones. This is opportunity. It's an opportunity that others simply don't envy. The power of this class inheritance scroll is far greater than the previous two class inheritance scrolls. When Gu Pingchuan, as a 3-level inheritance scroll, erupted as a phantom, the hero-level experts who were all present had the deepest impression of the momentum erupted by the overlord's phantom. This aura of looking down on the world, just one look is enough to shock people's hearts and souls. Compared to the pressure of the Ice Queen's phantom, it is more than 1 level stronger. Manager Qi, what kind of ancient class is this class inheritance scroll passed down? Ling Ao also asked with a look of shock. This is also one thing that all customers in the store want to know now. The legendary ancient classes are all mysterious and unpredictable. Even if you know the name of this class, you may not know how powerful this class is. Ancient classes were not like ordinary classes today. Those have all been thoroughly studied. If you want to become stronger, in addition to improving your level and realm, you can only work on your combat skills and combat awareness. Unlike those ancient classes, he is born to be able to crush these ordinary classes. Overlord. The name of this class is Overlord. Qi Lu looked at the shadow that appeared in the store and said calmly, Overlord. The way the customers in the store looked at the phantom suddenly changed. Ah. This unparalleled domineering and invincible momentum deserves the name Overlord. Overlord. This name is absolutely correct. It's a pity that we are not the ones who are qualified. The eyes of Gu Pingchuan and others were also full of envy. Just the pressure released by a phantom has completely overwhelmed heroes like them. This is something that even the Ice Queen's shadow cannot do. It is unimaginable how powerful the Overlord class possessors are at their peak. Is this red lion actually a horse? Different from other people's focus, Qi Li's attention was all focused on Overlord Phantom's mount Red Lion. Although there have been speculations before. But Qi Li didn't expect that this red lion was actually a horse like the red rabbit horse. However, the brown-red fur all over the body of this red lion horse is as red as the setting sun in the sky, as red as blood, and the mane on the back of the horse's neck is as thick as a lion's. There was a domineering look like the king of beasts in those eyes. It's like looking down at the world. Ancient strange beasts, red lions, and horses. It is worthy of being the Overlord's mount. This momentum is already comparable to that of a hero-level warrior. After Qi Li looked at the red lion horse carefully, he couldn't help but sigh. Several other hero-level experts in the store also discovered this after noticing Qi Li's gaze. Could this heroic beast be the Overlord's mount? This discovery immediately made them take a breath of cold air. The temperament of Warcraft has always been unruly. Especially when facing humans, the more powerful the monster, the more difficult it is to surrender. This is also reflected in the strange beasts. But this overlord's shadow actually has a heroic beast as a mount. There's a glimpse of the leopard in that tube. Based on this alone, one can only imagine how powerful those with the overlord class would be in their heyday. Moreover, what is even more frightening is that this heroic beast is also just a shadow. This discovery is really shocking. Is it you who woke me up? Overlord Shuiying's eyes swept across the store, and finally fell on Lan Yi. Anyone with lower strength would feel cold in their hearts as long as they were touched by the overlord's phantom's gaze, and their backs would instantly be soaked with cold sweat. And Lan Yi, who was stared at by the overlord's shadow, felt even more oppressive. The pressure of the overlord is like a towering mountain or a vast ocean. Pressed on Lan Yi. Lan Yi's breathing almost stopped. This is the domineering power of the overlord class, blessed by the power of heaven and earth. Ordinary people simply cannot bear it. If Qi Lu hadn't used the authority of the store manager to suppress this domineering force, I am afraid that all the customers in the store who are below the professional level will be shocked and fainted by this coercion. Even if you are at the grandmaster level, you have to stay away. Yes, it's me. Lan Yi resisted this terrible pressure, gritted her teeth, and spit out a few words from between her teeth. But just after saying these few words, Lan Yi seemed to have used up all his strength. The pressure of the overlord is no joke. I feel a familiar aura from your body. Overlord Shuiying said slowly. The voice was deep and commanding. After saying this, Overlord Shuiying's eyes seemed to show a look of reminiscence. After a long time, Overlord Shuiying's eyes fell back on Lan Yi. Let go of your momentum and let me see your power. Overlord Shuiying suddenly said after looking at Lan Yi for a while. Yes. Lan Yi felt that after Overlord Shuiying said these words, the pressure that had been oppressing him disappeared immediately. After losing this pressure, Lan Yi immediately released his momentum. Compared with Overlord Shuiying's majestic sea-like momentum, Lan Yi's momentum is like a small boat in the sea. It's really not worth mentioning. But that's enough. Sure enough, there is the aura of that old friend. Overlord Shuiying looked at Lan Yi's face, seemingly lost in memories. But what Bawang Shuiying seemed to be saying to himself made Qi Lu feel a huge wave in his heart. Does it smell like that old friend? How can this be? Where did Overlord's shadow come from? That was condensed from the Overlord class inheritance scroll. But if Overlord Shuiying can feel the breath of his former old friend from Lan Yi, that would mean it. The previous owner of the Overlord class actually existed in this world. If this guess is true. So, where did the Overlord class inheritance scroll come from? In other words, the system is really powerful enough to be able to get the shadows of these ancient class owners who once existed into the class inheritance scrolls. If that's the case, the capabilities of that system are too terrifying. No, I should say, that is too powerful. Able to salvage the shadows of these powerful men who have passed away from the long river of time. What a magical power this is. It seems that I really have an amazing system. Qi Lu couldn't help but marvel in his mind. System, host, congratulations, you finally have a correct understanding of the system. This system is the greatest, most powerful, and most amazing system. URB system, don't keep peeking at my thoughts. Qi Lu doesn't know yet whether he is strong or not. But when it comes to narcissism alone, this two-stroke system is indeed rare in heaven and rare on earth. However, Qi Lu has already experienced the vast power of the system. It's just that after seeing the shadow of the Overlord today, I felt this way. Who would have thought that just by thinking about it, this second-stroke system would spy on me, and then shamelessly show it off? There is absolutely no stability that a system should have. System, bah. What is narcissism? This system deserves its name. The system hummed in Qi Li's mind. However, Qi Lu ignored it. This two-stroke system is driven by personal madness, and the more you deal with it, the more powerful it becomes. Leave it to dry for 2 minutes, and it will go away. And in the 2 minutes that Qi Lu was arguing with the system, Overlord Phantom made another move. You can get my recognition, but you may have better choices in the future. Overlord Shuiying's eyes looked at Lan Yi a little softer, as if he was looking at his old friend's descendant, with a hint of kindness in it. Better choice? Lan Yi stared blankly at the shadow of the Overlord. She had never thought that such a thing existed. The power of Overlord's shadow is unheard of. Once this kind of power appears, it will be enough to break the power structure of Dong Huang. However, now Bawang Shuiying actually told Lan Yi that she would have a better choice in the future. This makes Lan Yi believe it. Yes, a better choice. Overlord Shuiying nodded, then straightened his face, and said, "Now, tell me your choice." I choose. Overlord class. Lan Yi did hesitate. But that illusory choice gave Lan Yi an extremely unreal feeling. So after just a few seconds of thinking, Lan Yi chose the inheritance power of the Overlord class, without any hesitation. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed that guy's descendant. Hearing Lan Yi's choice, Overlord Shuiying laughed loudly, as if he had encountered something happy. This scene immediately made the customers in the store look at each other in confusion. What's going on? Was it a success or a failure? Even Qi Lu and the person involved, Lan Yi, looked confused about this question. This Overlord's phantom is completely out of line with common sense. Senior Bawang, do you recognize my qualification as a qualified person, or? Lan Yi was a little flustered by Overlord Shuiying's smile and couldn't help but ask. Sorry, I cannot recognize your qualifications. After laughing, Overlord Shuiying looked at Lan Yi and said slowly. What? Lan Yi looked at the Overlord's shadow with confusion on his face. But Overlord Shuiying ignored Lan Yi and just talked to himself. It is indeed the most important thing to grasp what is in front of you. But is different because you are his descendant. I cannot recognize your qualifications, and I cannot delay your future. However, I will give you my Overlord Halberd and Red Lion to protect you and find the power that truly belongs to you. After the Overlord Phantom said these words, it shattered into pieces and turned into fluorescent light that filled the sky. Then it was recondensed into the Overlord Class Inheritance Scroll. System. The Overlord Class Inheritance Scroll recognized the identity of the first qualified person and gave away the Overlord Halberd and Mount Red Lion. System. What on earth is going on? Qi Lu looked dull. Can this happen? System. I don't know either. That sentence before was not what the system wanted to say. System. This system is just a routine reminder of class inheritance scrolls. Who knew this would happen? No, even if you only give away weapons and mounts, you still have to collect the magic core. What did you say? At this moment, Qi Lu was really confused. It turns out that even the system doesn't know what's going on. What should we do now? For the first time, Qi Lu felt that things were a little numb. System. This system is only responsible for purchasing goods, not after service. How do I know what to do? This sentence was said with a rather frustrated feeling. It's like the feeling of a stingy businessman who loses money. Then I'll deal with the situation now? Qi Lu asked tentatively. It is really a huge test to make the system lose money when the system is in a state of despair. System, that's all we can do now. System, the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls must be temporarily closed, otherwise we don't know how much we will lose. Although the system promised generously, Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief. But the system's next words immediately made Qi Lu suck back all the breath he had exhaled. Closure? Qi Lu stared and asked dissatisfiedly, then when will you turn it on? System, the activation time is to be determined. When the after-sales problem is fixed, when will it be activated? It turns out that after-sales service is not managed by the system at all. But that's not right either. Among the products produced by the system that require after-sales service, the only ones are probably the class inheritance scrolls. Moreover, among all purchase channels, the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls is considered the most special purchase channel. Because each class inheritance scroll has the shadow of the previous person of that class. This gives the class inheritance scroll a very high degree of autonomy. This is probably why the system prices each class inheritance scroll separately. For other products, no qualified person can say this. However, even if he figured this out, Qi couldn't just suffer this loss. No, system, you have to think clearly about the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls. That is the purchase channel I own. It's not good for you to close it without permission. Qi immediately started arguing in his mind. System, don't worry, host, this system will compensate you. Perhaps he has made up his mind to close the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls. This time the system didn't argue with Qi at all, and directly agreed. Okay, cool, let's do it. Since the system readily agreed, Qi was even more cheerful. Originally, there was a 1-month cooldown period for the purchase of the class heritage scroll. In terms of turnover, any other product would exceed the class heritage scroll dozens of times. And it's so troublesome. If it's closed, just close it. I just hope that Gu Pingchuan and the others won't feel sad after knowing that there may no longer be a class inheritance scroll for sale. Manager Qi, this. After Lan Yi got the Overlord Halberd and the Red Lion, he was stunned for a moment. Overlord Phantom indeed gave the Overlord Halberd and the Red Lion to Lan Yi, and also gave many combat skills and martial arts to Lan Yi. The only thing that was not given to Lan Yi was the power of inheritance. Ahem, this shows that the Overlord class inheritance scroll still recognizes your status as a qualified person, but the situation is a bit special. So, take this class inheritance scroll with you, maybe you can use it. Qi coughed lightly, and then put the Overlord class inheritance scroll into Lan Yi's hand. Just kidding. What is the use of a class inheritance scroll that only has the power of inheritance? There are no fighting skills and no corresponding martial arts. There are no corresponding weapons and mounts. The strength of the Overlord class must be reduced by at least half. It's better to be a favor and sell it to Lan Yi together. Yeah, I understand, store manager. Lan Yi nodded, and then put the Overlord class inheritance scroll into Thaner pocket of his clothes. The combat skills, corresponding martial arts, and writing skills given to Lan Yi by Overlord Phantom also taught Lan Yi how to use the Overlord Halberd and how to fight side by side with the Red Lion. The halberd combines almost all the advantages of a long weapon. It can be pointed or stabbed, hooked or cut or hung, whipped or beaten. However, among all long weapons, the halberd has always been the most difficult to practice. After possessing the fighting skills of Overlord's shadow, Lan Yi became a strong halberd wielder and used Overlord's halberd as his own fighting weapon. Store manager, I wonder how much this Overlord class inheritance scroll costs? Although Lan Yi feels that it is not good to use price to measure such a precious class inheritance scroll. But a deal is a deal. The spiritual crystals and magic cores that should be paid must still be paid. The price is 10 Grandmaster level magic cores. Qi paused before telling the price. Because the power of inheritance has been removed, Qi is not embarrassed to ask for 20 Grandmaster level magic cores. Since the system has decided to close the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls, it does not care about the price of this Overlord class inheritance scroll. 10 Grandmaster level magic cores are not expensive. Even if it is collected on the spot, as long as there are spiritual crystals, you can receive it. After delivering 10 master level magic cores, the Overlord class inheritance scroll was successfully purchased. However, there was one thing that made Qi Lu very curious. That is who the old friend that Overlord Shuiying mentioned could be. He actually has a tyrannical class that even the Overlord's shadow is willing to defeat. That was definitely the era when the Overlord class holder was still alive, and he was one of the few people who stood at the top of the world. It's a pity that the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls has been closed. Qi Lu could only think about it. After the Overlord class inheritance scroll found a qualified candidate, the customers who came to watch in the store dispersed. This matter will probably become a topic of conversation for them for some time to come. Then it will slowly fade away. Unless Lan Yu did something earth-shattering, it would be impossible to be remembered forever. System: the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls has been closed. After dealing with this matter, Qi Lu leaned on the sofa tiredly. The body is not tired, but the mind is tired. System: it has been closed. After the repair is completed, we will find an opportunity to open it. That's good. Qi Lu nodded and asked abruptly, what about my compensation? This is a whole purchase channel. If the system does not provide enough supplements, Qi Lu will not agree. System: one chance to draw snacks, one chance to draw drinks, a new pet card, and a mysterious item. System: would you like to receive the supplement now? This time, the system was really generous. Not long after the colorful fruit-flavored pizza and mineral water were drawn out last time, the system sent so many more things. Could it be that because of this loss, he suddenly woke up? System: host, don't even think about it. If this system loses money, it will definitely make it back. Qi Lu was a little stunned. It turns out that the system compensated so many new products at once just torn back the spiritual crystals lost when the class inheritance scroll purchase channel was closed. That would be interesting. Systems, snacks, drinks, and new pet cards are all new products. Then what is this remaining mysterious item? Qi Lu thought for a while and asked again in his mind. This mysterious item cannot be another new product. System: this mysterious item is your compensation. What? In other words, after closing the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls, will the only compensation given to me be this mysterious item? Qi Lu asked, with his eyes widened. System: the host is right. Because the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls is closed, this system should be the one who loses the most. These words are very plausible. It also left Qi Lu speechless. Because really speaking, according to the share ratio, Qi Lu only accounts for 30%. Therefore, it is indeed the system that accounts for the bulk of the losses. Sure enough, this two-stroke system is usually not very bright, but when it is related to the income of spiritual crystals, it becomes smarter. Stop, I won't argue with you. Tell me first, what is this mysterious item? Qi Lu waved his hand. There is no point in arguing with a stubborn and stingy system. And this time, Qi Lu didn't expect to fool the second-stroke system like this. System: don't worry, host, you won't be disappointed. The system generously passed the information on the mysterious items to Qi Lu. Heaven's Secret Order, epic consumable, a one-time item that can fulfill Theosur's wish within the scope allowed by the power of heaven and earth. The information on the mysterious object is simple. But those three big words about quality almost blinded Qi Li's titanium alloy diamond-encrusted eyes. Epic. This is the real first time. There is a higher level of quality than treasure level. If the treasure level corresponds to the hero level, then the epic level corresponds to the strong level. The strong level is a level that has never appeared in the entire Eastern Wasteland. The system's words were indeed correct, and Qi Lu was really not disappointed. Not only was I not disappointed, I was extremely shocked. The Heavenly Secret Order is no better than the original Heavenly Thunder Order. Unlike the Heavenly Thunder Order, which can only be used to kill enemies, The function of the heavenly secret order is to fulfill the user's wish within the scope allowed by the power of heaven and earth. According to the level of heaven's secret order, it is epic level. The scope of this wish can be said to be very huge. What a good thing, it's worthy of being used to compensate for an entire purchasing channel. Qilu looked over and over at this secret order from heaven. Before it was used, the secret order of heaven was just a golden token, covered with mysterious lines and a very strange writing style. Qilu can guarantee that he has never seen this word before. But now he recognized it at a glance. Sky. This character is the character in the secret order of heaven. This is the condensation of the power of heaven and earth. Although I feel that it is not enough to compensate for the loss of one purchasing channel, I have a large amount, so I don't care about it. While Qilu was talking, he put away the secret order of heaven. Decided to use this thing as his trump card. It's an epic item. Just by looking at its quality, you can imagine its power. As for the remaining compensation, as usual, let's wait until evening to watch it. Qilu thought this, and his depressed mood immediately improved a lot because the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls was closed. Then I randomly found a deck and entered the New World mode. So much time has passed again. Players in the New World mode have gradually improved their levels. Including the disciples of the Sword Control sect brought over by Lu Jingya, they are frantically brushing up pictures and dungeons every day. Disciples of the Sword Control sect are basically sword-wielding classes. There is a high demand for the Evil Body skill book. What's more, the last time the Shadow Palace attacked the sword-controlling sect, Bailey Fengwo relied on the body of the evil spirit to hold back the Shadow Palace people in the fog of life. The disciples of the Sword Control sect who heard about this naturally worked harder to collect the Evil Spirit Body skill book. This resulted in the Evil Spirit Warrior copy being occupied by Sword Control sect disciples all day long. Other players dared not speak out in anger, so they could only move on to the next big map. Even the number of players taking the Shadow Assassin entrance has increased a lot. The most famous among them is probably Lu Jingya. As a martial arts fanatic, what I like most is to hone my martial arts skills and challenge my limits. A place like the Shadow Assassin's entrance is the best place to hone your combat skills and awareness of combat. In addition, Lu Jingya's class is that of a light swordsman who is good at agility and perception. He is even more capable in dealing with the Shadow Assassin, who is also an agility type. However, the Shadow Assassin's entrance seems to be just a transitional large map. Unlike the first two big maps, it can be upgraded 20 levels. In the Shadow Assassin's porch, as long as the level reaches level 55, the acquisition of experience will be restricted. All in all, it has only improved 10 levels. To upgrade, you don't need to keep walking forward in the Shadow Assassin entrance. If you really want to, you can just continue to attract the Shadow Assassins to come out at the beginning of the Shadow Assassin's entrance. But this can only improve the level. If you want to move forward, this method is useless. Currently, the player who has made it farthest in the Shadow Assassin's entrance 1 is Qilu. As a player with the most evil combat skills and combat consciousness, even the rank of Great Magician has no impact. As long as you fill your backpack with blue medicine and a small amount of blood medicine, you can continue to advance. As for his teammates, they were all the medical soldiers who carried Medicinito Qilu. Those who can barely give Qilu a sense of combat are considered among Phoebeist among players. And the other one is Lu Jingya. However, unlike Qilu, who likes to find teammates to serve as medics, Lu Jingya usually uses his sword alone to advance deep into the Shadow Assassin's entrance. Blood medicine and blue medicine are not that important to Lu Jingya. And compared to blood medicine and blue medicine, camping on the bonfire is more important to Lu Jingya. Because Lu Jingya is not Qilu after all, he only spends 4 hours in the New World mode every day. If there is no campfire, just go offline. Well, those shadow assassins won't be polite to you. There are many players who find themselves sent out of the shadow assassin's entrance as soon as they go online. Except for the two monsters Qi Lu and Lu Jingya. Closely behind in the advancement distance of the shadow assassins and Trancius Gu Pingchuan's team of heroic heroes. The fighting consciousness of a heroic level expert is absolutely impossibilito be inferior to Grandmaster level. There may also be medicine jars made from various natural materials and earthly treasures. But for a hero-level powerhouse, just to pass the hero-level trial space and get the chance to successfully advance to the realm, he has to go through a lot of hardships. If you are not careful, all your previous efforts will be wasted. I want to use the treasures of heaven and earth to build a hero. That is impossible. What's more, Gu Pingchuan's heroic team is not all magicians, there is also Ban Jing, a fighter class, protecting them. In addition, the veteran customers of Hushou and Xuelong stores also ranked among the best in terms of advancement distance. Those were the days when I was tortured to death in the arena of combat power improvement arena all day long. Now, it seems that it has really become their most valuable fighting skill. So recently, in Chila's shop, the advancement distance of the Shadow Assassin's entrance seems to have vaguely become a way to measure combat skills and combat awareness. Although not guaranteed to be accurate. After all, in the Shadow Assassin entrance hall, you can still form a team to hug each other. But it's still generally correct. Because among the customers of the entire Chila store, and among the entire New World model, a master who can become a big figure in the Shadow Assassin's entrance, and who can also drag down those novices who are in a hurry when encountering a Shadow Assassin. Very few. For example, the strongest leg is Qi Lu. Under normal circumstances, I will only bring a few old customers with me, and then enter the picture. Besides Qi Lu, there is also a second figure, Lu Jingya. However, this one is a one-on-one maniac. Then the ranking of thighs is further down, but they are not such reliable thighs. For example, Yu Shuangshu. The reputation of a little kitten is still very loud. I think that in the circle of leading people through dungeons, Yu Shuangshu was also a well-known brother, Mao? There is no doubt about his fighting skills. The fighting instinct of the spirit-devouring cat is several times stronger than that of ordinary monsters and alien beasts. This is the fighting talent of this race. How could a strange beast that could survive the pursuit of countless powerful beings be weak? However, ever since Yu Shuangshu established a bridge with the Merchant Guild, it rarely takes action personally. In the words of Yu Shuangshu, that is, after all, this cat is a cat with status. How can I just sell it casually? The price will drop too much. But in fact, as long as the spiritual crystal is in place, Yu Shuangshu will still be the same, running over in a hurry. Phew. If we move forward, the level of the Shadow Assassin will become higher again. After Qila knocked down the last Shadow Assassin with magic, he immediately took out the camping bonfire. The Shadow Assassin fell to the ground, and the dagger in his hand fell out, revealing the cursive writing on the handle. 6. Level 6 Shadow Assassin. Qi Lu already needs to be very serious to deal with a Shadow Assassin of this level. It is really difficult to counterattack under the surprise attack of several 6th-level Shadow Assassins and protect the burdensome teammates around you. Store manager, the Shadow Assassin, just revealed a skill book. Ying Feng ran to the Shadow Assassin to pick up the items that had just exploded, and then happily came to Qi Lu to claim credit. He is the medical corps member Qi Lu chose when he entered the Shadow Assassin's entrance this time. What skill book? Qi Lu took the items from Ying Feng's hand. Breath of Shadow Skill Book, a universal skill book that can be used by all classes. After use, it can be converted into martial arts or magic according to the user's class. Breath of Shadow condenses the breath. The higher the skill level, the better the effect. Every 20 levels of the shadow breath skill increases, the breath gathering level increases by 1 level. After entering combat, the breath holding effect is automatically removed. It's actually a general skill book. It seems to be the breath-gathering technique of the shadow assassin. Qi Lu quickly thought of this after checking the properties of the Breath of Shadow skill book. The shadow assassin's breath condensation technique is definitely a top breath condensation technique. Before taking action, even if Qi Lu turns on the God's perspective skill, he may not be able to discover these shadow assassins. But even if he couldn't find it, Qi Lu could still be sure. These shadow assassins must be lurking around them, waiting for the opportunity to give them a fatal blow. Because breath can be hidden. But that vague feeling, like a light on the back, cannot be hidden. It was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. This is a strong person's premonition of danger, not perception. But it is undeniable that this kind of breathing technique is really terrifying. It seems that the self-made skill book provided by the system has appeared on this large map. Qi Lu squinted his eyes and thought silently in his heart. Same as the Evil Spirit skill book and the Guardian Doll skill book. The Breath of Shadow skill book is another system-made skill book. And in terms of effect, it is as powerful as ever. More importantly, the Breath of Shadow skill book is a universal skill book. Unlike the first two skill books, one is dedicated to the fighting class and the other is dedicated to the magician class. However, the Breath of Shadow skill book is not a skill book that directly increases combat effectiveness. The purpose of breath-gathering technique is not for fighting. Instead, it is used for reconnaissance, lurking, and attacking unprepared areas. Every 20 levels of the Breath of Shadow skill level can be increased to increase the breath-gathering effect of this skill by 1 level. To put it simply, he wanted to completely restrain his aura in front of a powerful hero, so that the hero would not be aware of it. All you need to do is upgrade Breath of Shadows to level 80. According to the usual upgrade method for system-made skills, there are 80 Breath of Shadow skill books. This is not a huge amount. Because the Breath of Shadow skill book is not limited to the event, but can be exploded like the Evil Body skill book. However, according to Qi Li's guess, if you want to explode the Breath of Shadow skill book, you probably have to kill at least a level 6 shadow assassin. Because Qi Li had killed quite a few shadow assassins before. But it has never been revealed, not even a Breath of Shadow skill book. Qi Li didn't think his luck would be so bad. But even so, even if it means killing the 6th level shadow assassin, players who want Breath of Shadows must still be flocking to it. Especially the assassin class and archer class, which are players who often act as scouts. Concentrating one's breath is simply a necessary skill. At this time, a Breath of Shadow skill book suddenly appeared, which was definitely what they longed for most. As a scout, the more you can hide yourself, the safer you are. The benefits it brings to the team will be greater. Because in most cases, scouts do not need to fight, but to detect the information and ensure that the information is sent back. The first skill book has benefited the fighting spirit class. The second skill book benefits the magician class. Are you starting to shift your goals again to benefit those unsophisticated professions? Qi Li thought about it and couldn't help curling his lips. The assassin class and the archer class are absolutely partial classes. Compared with those mainstream classes, the number is really too rare. The assassin class is slightly better. After all, as a scout, the assassin class is the most suitable. However, the archer class is not as good as the magician in long-range attack, and the melee class is not as good as the warrior class and knight class. That is to say, standing high and looking far has some advantages. Unless they are extremely talented, not many people in the human race are willing to change their profession to the archer class. It is said that there are many levels of archers among the elves, but I don't know if this is true. Do you want it? Qi Li took the Breath of Shadow skill book and shook it towards Ying Feng. Don't want. Ying Feng shook his head. Why would a sword knight class learn the Breath of Shadow skill? The knight class is one of the classes least likely to learn the Breath of Shadow. Because the knight class is always the class at the forefront when fighting. Even a paladin with healing martial arts would not hide behind or do scouting. Therefore, Breath of Shadow is really of no use to knights. Okay, I'll ask the others later. Qila sat on the ground and looked at the light from the campfire. Then he continued, for the next advancement, it will be difficult to carry you with me. How much blue medicine do you still have? Leave it to me to fight monsters and return to the rebirth point. I'll go to the front alone to check it out. Hitting monsters refers to drawing out the shadow assassin, then not resisting, and being instantly returned to the respawn point. This method of exiting the Shadow Assassin's Porch has become inexplicably popular on the Shadow Assassin's Porch map. Because in the New World mode, there is no such thing as leveling up. Therefore, if you have just upgraded, the cost of hitting monsters is not high. Not even experience is lost. Okay, store manager, be careful. Ying Feng knew that if he moved forward, he would be completely unable to keep up with Qi Li's fighting rhythm. So there is no pretense. After trading all the blue medicine and blood medicine in his backpack to Qi Lu, Ying Feng walked out of the campfire and attracted a shadow assassin. I have a headache. Qi Lu scratched his head and then opened the guild communication system. Shao Shu Jiu, are you here? I have something good for you. What good stuff? Yu Xuangshua's recovery speed was as fast as ever. The Breath of Shadow skill book, I think you can start collecting it in advance. Qi Lu sent over the properties of the Breath of Shadow skill book. Good stuff, where did it come from? After a while, Yu Xuangxue sent a message. There was a bit of urgency in his tone. Although the Breath of Shadow skill book is a general-purpose skill book, it will definitely not be used by most classes. However, for a niche class like Assassin, the Breath of Shadow skill book is definitely not to be missed. As long as there is a need, there is a market. Yu Xuangxue has a very keen sense of smell for these products. It exploded in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. If you want it, come here quickly. Qi Lu replied slowly. The main reason for contacting Yu Xuangxue was to trick her into entering the Shadow Assassin's entrance map. After learning how strong the 6th level Shadow Assassin is, Qi Lu knew that if he wanted to continue to move forward, he had to find a more reliable team member. Not to mention being on the same level as Qi Lu. But at least don't hold back. Yu Xuangshu is the best choice. It has strong fighting instincts, and its backpack has been expanded and can carry a lot of consumables. It's just that there was nothing to earn spiritual crystals in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. And the environment is not very good either. So Yu Xuangxue just asked the Merchants Guild for a few stalls. Then he hid in the puppet maze map to supply goods. Okay, I'll be right over. Yu Xuangxue did not hesitate. It's just that there is no safe zone. There are spiritual crystals to earn, these are minor problems. Okay, I'll wait for you. After Qi Lu hung up the message, he got up and started walking back. The Breath of Shadow skill book is one of those unnecessary classes and you didn't need to learn it at all. But the required job level must be upgraded to a higher level. Therefore, the market demand will definitely not be small. After all, this is not a problem that can be solved with a dozen Breath of Shadow skill books. Level 20 is just a brave level breath gathering technique. It can be said that the Breath of Shadow skill is a skill that cannot be used until it reaches level 60. Yu Xuangxue also saw this. That's why I rushed here from the doll maze. The day passed quickly. Although Yu Xuangxue and Qi Lu are in the New World mode, there is no time limit. But Qi Lu was still waiting to receive compensation at night. So I didn't continue spending time with Yu Xuangxue in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. Yu Xuanxue, on the other hand, seemed to have stayed up all night the day before. After staying up all night and all day, she seemed a little dazed. After Qilu went offline, Yu Xuanxue also went offline immediately. System, I want to receive compensation. Qilu came out of the bathroom and wiped his wet hair with a towel while shouting in his head. System, which one does the host want to receive first? Drinks. Qilu said without hesitation. In the past, I started with snacks, and the things I pulled out were a bit weird, so this time, Qilu decided to change the order. Pump the drink first. System, as you wish, host, the drinks are ready to be drawn. Please start drawing. As the sound of the system fell, 3 golden eggs appeared on the table in Qilu's bedroom, and next to the golden eggs, there was a small hammer. This scene feels familiar. Qilu stared at the 3 golden eggs on the table. Without learning anything, these 2 systems have learned to peek into the host's memory every day. This is not a good thing. This is a very 7+2 scene, which is really nostalgic. System, host, please withdraw your compensation. I understand, don't rush me. Qilu reluctantly picked up the small hammer on the table, then aimed at the golden egg in the middle and knocked it down. Crack! There was only a crisp sound, and the golden egg was suddenly knocked into pieces. An expected 500 milliliters glass bottle appeared in front of Qilu. What was contained inside was a bottle of thick milky white liquid. Yogurt. Qilu recognized it at a glance. Yogurt has 2 consistencies, thick yogurt and thin yogurt. The yogurt stored in a glass bottle should be thin yogurt. It should be fine if you count yogurt as a drink. Seeing the yogurt appearing on the table, Qilu couldn't help but patted his heart and let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that the choice to drink the drink first was the right one. Compared with the sense of ritual, this luck is pretty good. But even if he recognized that it was yogurt, Qilu still had to open the store manager's back end to check the specific properties of this bottle-off drink. Yogurt, thick and mellow, sweet and sour, it is the best choice for leisure and entertainment. Long-term consumption of yogurt can enhance the eater's resistance and slightly increase the eater's all-element resistance. Price, 25 spiritual crystals per bottle. This yogurt not only looks good. Unexpectedly, the special effects it has are even better. Full elemental resistance is a very good special effect. This type of special effect has also appeared in previous snacks, that is, vanilla ice cream cones. However, the vanilla ice cream cone only improves the resistance to fire magic. Compared with all-element resistance, it is still far behind. It's a good start. It seems that we are very lucky today. Qilu directly picked up the yogurt on the table. Unexpectedly, during the drink draw this time, the system also specially gave away free drinks. This saves the effort of running downstairs again. Without saying a word, Qilu opened the cap of the glass bottle with a flick off his thumb. A rich milky aroma, mixed with the sweet and sour fermentation aroma, emanated from the glass bottle. You can tell it is pure yogurt as soon as you smell it. Tons, tons, tons. Qilu took a deep breath and drank most of the bottle of yogurt in one go. The taste of yogurt is different from that of pure milk. With the slight sweetness of milk and the unique sourness of yogurt, as soon as you drink it into your mouth, the mellow taste of the mixture of sweet and sour will immediately whet your appetite. Original yogurt. Qilu's eyes lit up. The purest taste of yogurt is still original yogurt. Other yogurts with mixed fruits or other flavors are destroying the pure taste of yogurt. Of course, Qilu does not deny it. Some flavors really complement yogurt. But that's not drinking yogurt. It's more like eating yogurt with other flavors added to it. As for plain yogurt, the taste of thin yogurt is usually much better than thick yogurt. The sweet and sour taste is suitable for all ages. And it adheres to the consistent style of system-produced products, all of which are high-quality products. In terms of taste, it is absolutely impeccable. As for thick yogurt, as we all know, the longer yogurt is fermented, the thicker it becomes. The thicker the yogurt, the more sour it is. Therefore, the system cleverly sets the yogurt in the drink to thin yogurt, which is in line with the taste of most people. However, according to Chi Li's guess, probably because the thick yogurt was put in a glass bottle and there was no way to pour it out, so I chose thin yogurt. Pure milk is suitable for breakfast, but this yogurt is suitable for dinner. Chi Li took a rest before finishing the remaining yogurt in one gulp. Milk does help you sleep, but not yogurt. But Chi Li has never been a wasteful person, even if the system doesn't say anything. But since the bottle has been opened, it needs to be finished. What's more, yogurt does taste delicious. System, continue, I want to extract snacks. Chi Li threw the glass bottle into the trash can next to the bedroom door. System, snack extraction is ready, host please continue to extract. System, host, please wait, the snacks are ready to be drawn. Host, please continue to draw. The beep came quickly. But the scene in front of Chi Li did not change at all. There were still 2 complete golden eggs, 1 eggshell that was broken all over the table, and the small hammer that Chi Li casually threw on the table. This means, knock on? You are too stingy. Chi Li suddenly began to wonder whether the products in these 3 golden eggs had been arranged by the system in advance. Damn backroom operation. Crack. The small hammer was raised and brought down. Chi Li could only regard one of the golden eggs as the head of the system, and then knocked it down viciously. The golden eggshell immediately fell into pieces, and the snack that appeared in front of Chi Li was another thing that was very familiar to him. The golden color and flat shape made Chi Li feel nostalgic. Egg tart. The fast food world, snack world, and dessert world all have such magical meals. It seems that I am one step closer to my goal of becoming a fast food restaurant owner. Chi Li said with emotion, and clicked on the details of the egg tart. Egg tarts, rich and delicious, unstoppable fun. Long-term consumption of egg tarts will slightly increase the martial arts talent of the eater. Price, a pair of 25 spiritual crystals. Another top-notch special effect that can actually improve your martial arts talent. Chi Li's eyes widened. Talent and qualification sound similar, but they really mean different things. It's complicated to explain. But simply put, qualifications represent the speed of cultivation and the affinity for fighting spirit and magic power. If you do not have the qualifications to practice, it means that your affinity for do chi and magic power is 0, your practice speed is 0, and you will naturally be unable to practice. Talent, on the other hand, represents the speed and understanding of learning martial arts and magic. The higher the talent, the faster the learning speed. In terms of online games, qualifications represent the speed of gaining experience. The higher the qualification, the faster you gain experience and the faster you level up. Talent represents the acquisition of skill proficiency. The higher the talent, the faster the skill level increases. As for the potential that has not been mentioned here, it represents the upper limit of the level. The higher the potential, the higher the level cap that can be achieved. However, without qualifications, everything is in vain. Therefore, qualifications, talents, and potential are complementary to each other. If one of them is missing, he is like a lame man walking. It must not be far. The previous mineral water can improve the cultivation qualifications of the drinker. And now the egg tarts taken out can improve the martial arts talent of the eater. This means that the special effects of egg tarts are on the same level as mineral water. But it is a pity that egg tarts can only improve martial arts talents, but cannot improve magic talents. Unlike mineral water, they are suitable for everyone to drink. Even if ordinary people drink it, it will be of great benefit. There is no way, everyone needs cultivation qualifications. As for martial arts talent, no matter how high it is useless without the qualifications to practice. And even if you have cultivation qualifications, if you are a magician, you do not need martial arts talent. But even so, the special effects of egg tarts cannot be denied. This will once again become one of the best sellers in the store. The magician class does not require egg tarts, but the fighting spirit class is definitely in high demand. Anyone with a fighting spirit class will long for their martial arts talent to become stronger. As martial arts talent becomes stronger, it means that the proficiency of martial arts is improved, and the use and coordination of martial arts are stronger. This is equivalent to directly strengthening one's own combat skills and enhancing combat effectiveness. My luck is really good today. Qi Lu suddenly became happy. Heaven's secret order, yogurt, egg tarts. 3 of the 4 compensations are very good things. Especially the secret order of heaven and the egg tarts, they are already considered to be a surprise level. Let me try how this egg tart tastes. Although Qi Lu is not a fan of sweet rice dumplings, he still likes egg tarts very much. The egg tarts provided by the system are about half the size of a palm, which is not very big. But the price reached 25 spiritual crystals, too. I have to say that in terms of cost performance, the price of egg tarts is indeed the most expensive of all snacks so far. And one reason why it is not sold alone is probably because the system does not accept half a spirit crystal. Take a small bite and eat half of the egg tart into your mouth. The egg tart melts in your mouth. The rich and sweet milky aroma and extreme sweetness instantly occupied Chila's mouth and then went straight to his brain. The deliciousness of cream, the freshness of eggs, and the richness of butter. After baking, it blends together perfectly. The layers are distinct and blended with each other. After melting in your mouth, it forms an incredible delicious taste. This is too delicious. Qi did not deny that he did like eating egg tarts. But this time, Qi can guarantee that it is definitely not because he likes egg tarts that he is biased in his evaluation. It's because the taste of this egg tart is so delicious. The fragrance and sweetness are so rich that they can't be melted away. Even after swallowing the egg tart, there is still an aftertaste that lingers in your mouth, leaving you with endless aftertaste. No, I have to go get some more. Qi licked his fingers and felt that one egg tart was not enough. In terms of cost performance, egg tarts are indeed the most expensive snack so far. But it's also the best snack so far. Except for those who are pure carnivores, the deliciousness of egg tarts can definitely conquer everyone. By the way, the system should have a new pet card. Send it to me too. Qi wiped his licked clean fingers, and then said in his mind while going downstairs. New pet cards do not need to be drawn by Qi. However, even if Qi is drawn, according to the system's usual practice, I'm afraid Qi will have to pick up a small hammer and smash the 3rd golden egg open. System, new pet card, Golden Winged Griffin, has been updated, please check the host. Griffin? When Qi heard the name of the new pet card, he immediately became interested. The griffin is a good thing. It is recorded in the history books collected by the Huangyuan Empire that in ancient times, some major forces made great efforts to form flying squads. Of course, it is impossible for all of these flying teams to be hero-level powerhouses. If you really have this kind of strength, then you can just form a flying squad of hammers and claim the throne directly. Therefore, the mounts used by these flying teams are griffins. This is a flying monster that looks like a lion but has a pair of huge wings. Relatively docile in temperament, but extremely aggressive. After training, it can become a mount, and can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers. However, the reproduction of griffins is not easy. The number has never been large. And after being captured by the human race and determined to be trained as a mount, there was a craze for capturing griffins. This resulted in a sharp decline in the number of griffins. To this day, the griffin has long disappeared. It is estimated that it is extinct. This is why Qi Lu is interested in griffins. A mount once used to form flying squads. Anyway, it's not too bad. At least, it won't be worse than those A-level pet cards. Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't wait to open the store manager's backstage and clicked on the detailed information of the golden-winged griffin. Golden-winged griffin, quality R, wind pet, fighter, main attributes, strength, agility. R-level pet cards are indeed much better than A-level pet cards. As long as it's an R-rated pet card, it's not a loss. Qi Lu thought optimistically. So far, the R-rated pet cards that have appeared are pretty good. Death Knight, Wind Dragon, Bronze Giant Soldier. Each pet card has a clear positioning. The Death Knight's solo charge, and the unique soul pressure of undead pets. A mechanism that can load the dragon bloodline, magic and martial skills of the Gale Flying Dragon. The Bronze Giant Soldier has the potential of a war machine and unlimited physical strength. They can win over a large number of customers who like them. Presumably this R-rated pet card is no exception. Therefore, what Qi Lu is more concerned about is the positioning of the golden-winged griffin. Click for more detailed information. The pattern of the golden-winged griffin pet card is a griffin with golden wings and a majestic appearance. Compared with the griffins recorded in history books, the golden-winged griffin is obviously larger. And the pair of golden wings are even more shining. The golden patterns from the wings spread out and covered the entire body of the golden-winged griffin. The aura of the golden-winged griffin appears extremely sharp. Pet card, our golden-winged griffin. Main attributes, strength, agility. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, fighter, mount, flying, advanced bloodline. The two positions of flying and mounting are labels that Qi Lu expected. As a mount that has been recorded in history books, the golden-winged griffoni is just as suitable as a mount as those griffins in ancient times. Moreover, compared to the griffins in ancient times, the combat effectiveness of the golden-winged griffin is undoubtedly more powerful. But what does fighter and high bloodline mean? Qi Lu looked at the remaining two labels with a confused look on his face. Each of these new pet cards now comes with several new positioning tags. It seems that without a new mechanism, it is not worthy of being a new pet card. Fortunately, Qi Lu can still ask the system. System, fighter means that the pet has strong close combat capabilities and is suitable for learning martial arts. System, higher bloodline means that the pet has a high-level bloodline, and its attributes will become higher as it grows. Systematic explanations came quickly. Very simple and very clear. The golden-winged griffin, like the Gale Dragon, is a pet that can be loaded with martial arts and magic. However, the Gale Flying Dragon has dragon blood and is very adaptable to martial arts and magic, especially wind magic, which even has bonuses. Although the golden-winged griffin is also a primitive in both magic and martial arts. However, the golden-winged griffin is more suitable for loading martial arts, and the value of loading magic is not high. And the positioning tag has fighter, which means that the golden-winged griffin is suitable for close combat and hand-to-hand combat. In fact, among the many Warcraft, the golden-winged griffin's physical strength is also among the best. As for the higher bloodline, that would be easier to understand. Warcraft and exotic beasts are species that pay great attention to bloodline level. This has been explained before. The bloodline level is related to the qualifications, talents, and potential of the monsters and alien beasts. The bloodline of the golden-winged griffin is also a high-level bloodline. To be precise, the bloodline of the golden-winged griffin belongs to the royal bloodline among griffins. although not as good as the dragon bloodline. But compared to ordinary Warcraft, it is absolutely crushing. This positioning tag, placed in the pet card, represents higher attribute growth value. The higher the level of bloodline, the more attribute growth value will be. I see. Put it this way, the quality of the Golden Winged Griffin can be considered the best among R-rated pet cards. Chila couldn't help but rub his hands. You don't have to think about SR-level pet cards. Although Qilu is looking forward to it, the system will not be able to release another SR-level pet card easily before the Flame Spirit expires. After all, the Flame Spirit pet card can be cultivated as long as you are willing to cultivate it. Even with Zero Awakening, his combat effectiveness is still not weak. At least a Flame Spirit pet card with a level and magic that can keep up, even if it is not awakened, there is still no problem in dealing with a group of Grandmasters. Such a powerful pet card must be rare and expensive. So R-rated pet cards are very good. Especially this small and exquisite R-level pet card has the potential to become a best-selling pet card. Because really speaking, the Gale Flying Dragon is not suitable as a mount. After all, if a normal person sits on the back of the Gale Flying Dragon, the size difference is really huge. And this kind of positioning has a pet card with a mount tag. There is a picture on the ground, a white horse riding on the wind. The one in the sky is the Golden Winged Griffin. Others, gone. Therefore, Qilu is not worried at all about the sales of the Golden Winged Griffin. After reading the details of the Golden Winged Griffin pet card, Qilu felt that eating egg tarts was more important. Fortunately, this night, Yu Shuangshi did not stay up all night. Otherwise, I would definitely have to come over and clamor for egg tarts. The next day. Just as Qilu thought, after mineral water, egg tarts have become a must-have snack for those fighting classes. The price of a pair of 25 spiritual crystals is expensive. But when it comes to cheap, it is definitely not cheap. Plus other snacks and drinks, as well as changing equipment and replenishing elixirs from time to time. The number of spiritual crystals consumed every month is definitely a number that makes many practitioners feel dizzy. For a considerable number of customers who can come to Qilu's store, spiritual crystals are not a problem. But the other part is not. Cultivation is definitely not a path that can save spiritual crystals. Especially in the Qilu store. The products here are so effective that you won't believe it. There are also many types of products that you can't even imagine, but you can't find anything you can't find. But the price is also not cheap. This has led to the New World model becoming more and more popular in disguise. If not for anything else, just because in the New World mode, as long as you look in the right direction, you can earn spiritual crystals much faster than hunting World of Warcraft. After all, those young masters who have spiritual crystal mines at home invest astronomical amounts of spiritual crystals into the New World mode. As long as it can improve one's own strength, the spiritual crystal is just a number. For these young masters, as long as they can spend spiritual crystals to buy their strength, whether it's themselves or their family members, it's all in favor. So, in Qilu's shop, physical commodities are a great way to earn spiritual crystals. But the speed of earning spiritual crystals in the New World mode is not weaker than these physical commodities. Therefore, many of Qilu's promotional methods will use the New World model and the membership card guild communication system. For example, pop-up ads. The Golden Winged Griffin pet card is promoted using this method. After all, compared with the Flame Spirit, it would be too fussy if a pet card off Golden Winged Griffin needs to be set up. Golden Winged Griffin, I seem to have seen it in history books. Yes, I think I've heard it too, but I can't remember it right now. It's okay if you didn't take the ancient history class seriously, but you fell asleep during the ancient monster appreciation class? Let's do some popular science. The Golden Winged Griffin is the royal bloodline of the ancient Warcraft Griffin. The griffin you are talking about was the standard mount of the flying team that was once invincible and extremely powerful in ancient times? That's right. Isn't the golden-winged griffin? Yes, I must use this spiritual crystal. Just explode it, and that's it. The guild communication system is still as lively as ever. Especially the members of the Pet Card Research Guild. After the advertisement for the guild communication system came out, they already took their spiritual crystals and took up positions next to the pet card machine. Although the current membership card has already opened the pet card extraction function. But drawing cards at the pet card machine always seems more sincere. Although the probability set by the system is definitely the same. However, metaphysical probability and psychological effects always occupy a very important position. It's always good to be religious. What if these people knew Qi Li's behavior before the lottery? Maybe they would even make a special trip to bathe and burn incense before coming to the store. Looking at the increasingly busy shop, Qi Li took 2 boxes of egg tarts and a bottle of pure milk with satisfaction and found a small round table to sit down. With egg tarts, pure milk is better. It would actually be better with milk tea. However, this milk tea is just like the illusory fat mansion, happy water, not even a shadow. Boss, long time no see. What are you eating? Kumingling opened the store door and strode in. Haven't seen you for a long time. Qi Li raised his head and said hello. Some time ago, Kumingling was called back to the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire by Ku Zhen, so it was true that he had not been here for a while. In fact, if you really want to talk about it, the first person who walked into Qi Li's store should be Kumingling. Unfortunately, the first customer was Ying Shui. Oh, I was called home by my grandfather before. Fortunately, there were no activities during this period. Otherwise I would have missed so many good things. Kumingling bought a bacon sandwich and a bottle of mineral water, and then sat across from Qi Li. It's good to go home. I should spend more time with my family when I have time. Qi Li said while eating egg tarts. Only when a person is alone can he understand the value of his family. So, don't wait until your family members leave before you feel regretful. However, Kumingling obviously did not hear the emotion in Qi Li's tone, and continued to chatter. I only found out after I went back. It turned out that my married aunt was back. No wonder my grandfather would specially call me back. Kumingling said while eating the bacon sandwich in his hand. Then while drinking mineral water, smelling the faint milk fragrance floating in the air, I asked again. Boss, what are you eating? Egg tarts, a new item released today. Qi Li slowly put the remaining half of the egg tart into his mouth and answered. It still smells delicious. I must try it later. Kumingling nodded, and then continued chatting with Qi Li about what happened during this period. After all, it would be a bit boring to not talk about anything while eating. But to be honest, this is also the first time Qi Li has heard Kumingling mention things about his family. He also talked about the history of the Huangyuan Empire, by the way. The most senior member of the Ku family is Ku Zhen, Kumingling's grandfather. That is to say, he is the current left prime minister of the Huangyuan Empire and the head of the civil servants. He is responsible for coordinating and prosecuting the ministers in the court. Qi Li does know this. During the last college competition, Ling Xiao secretly held a live broadcast and introduced him to those watching the live broadcast. As for Ku Zhen's seniority, that was because he fought with the late emperor of the Huangyuan Empire. Although he was a military advisor at that time, his contribution cannot be denied. At that time, Ying Kuang was also accompanying the late emperor on the expedition. That is, the grandfather of Ying Shui and Ying Feng. These two can be regarded as the 2 oldest remaining ministers in the Huangyuan Empire. However, it is a pity that due to years of personal expeditions, a large number of hidden injuries were accumulated in the battles, so that after the late emperor established the capital, Xian Kuzhan and Ying Quan passed away in one step. After the death of the previous emperor of the Huangyuan Empire, it was the turn of the current Fire Emperor Ling Ao to ascend the throne. Therefore, Ling Ao also had great respect for the two elders, Kuzhan and Ying Quan. However, among these three people, although the former emperor passed away first, in terms of the number of affairs, he was the more powerful. Ying Quan has only one son. That is, Ying Shui and Ying Feng's father, Ying Juzhan. As for Ying Juzhan's wife, it was Ying Quan who had decided on their marriage when he and the late emperor were both in the army. That is, the younger sister of the current Fire Emperor Ling Ao, Ling Qingge. But Kuzhan is better than Ying Quan, having a son and a daughter. The son is Ke Qingyu, the head of the Central Supervision Department, who is also Ke Minglang's father. Ke Minglang's mother is Ling Ao's sister, Ling Qingyu. You can see it here. The friendship between the late emperor and Ying Quan and Kuzhan was indeed like brothers. Marriage means getting closer to each other. They are relatives of the emperor. The Ying family and the Ke family are both in-laws of the Ling family. If you really want to count, Ke Minglang, Ying Feng, and Ying Shui, these three people will all call Ling Ao uncle. But when it comes to this, we must focus on Kuzhan's daughter, who is what Ke Minglang calls her aunt this time. Kuzhan's daughter, Ke Sisi. This is the only person among the three families in the Huangyuan Empire who is not related by marriage. Ke Sisi was married outside and was not married. Her husband was the reason why Kuzhan called Ke Minglang back this time. Yandu came from the Yun family, one of the big families in the eastern wilderness. This big family is completely different from the simple ones of the Ke family and the Ying family. The Ke family and the Ying family are at most the big families in the Huangyuan Empire. Although the Ke family and the Ying family belong to family power. But the real strength is actually just that. Except for the Ling family and Ling Ao, a hero-level strongman, the strongest members of the Ke family and the Ying family are only at the peak of the Grandmaster level. But a big family like the Yun family can stand tall in the eastern wilderness. The power of his family is completely comparable to that of the Huangyuan Empire. Even more so. This is what Ke Minglang learned from Kuzhan after he returned this time. It has been said before that there are not many forces in the eastern wilderness that transcend all empires. But in summary, it is the power of the academy and the power of the sect. But the family power that appeared this time was a hidden power. The so-called hidden forces refer to those forces that do not participate in disputes under normal circumstances. But similarly, the power of hidden forces far exceeds those on the surface. So this time, Ke Sisi came home, Kuzhan had to be cautious. There is still such a thing. Qila listened to Ke Minglang's words as if he was listening to a story. The forces within the eastern wilderness are complicated. Now that another family force appears, Qi Lu is actually not surprised at all. On the contrary, Qi Lu felt that this was more reasonable. Just a little surprised. The surprising thing is that the family power can be so strong. To be honest, things like the aristocratic family will exist wherever there are people. It can even be said that wherever there is intelligent life, it will exist. After all, unless it was raised naturally, it jumped out from the cracks in the rocks. Otherwise, the blood relationship is indelible. But families exist, such as the Ke family and the Ying family, even if they are expected aristocratic families. However, as Ke Minglang said, it is really unbelievable that a big family like the Yun family can compete with the real big forces. Yes, this time when I went home, my aunt brought my uncle back too. Ke Minglang finished his bacon sandwich, then rinsed his mouth with mineral water, and then swallowed the water he rinsed with. This mineral water is very precious. Ke Minglang is not so luxurious as to spit out mineral water. Then why are you here now? They have gone back? Qilu and Kumingling talked so much that they became interested. It's not fun to stay in the store all day. Listening to stories like this can be a very good way of entertainment. No, they stayed at home for a few days, and then left. I heard they said that they came out of Yun's house, this time, to find someone. So they definitely didn't go back, but I don't know where they went now. But my aunt and the others were not at home, so my grandfather didn't groan. Kumingling said nonchalantly. His aunt's search for someone had nothing to do with him. Because really speaking, after Kusisi married into the Yun family, she actually lost contact with the Ku family. But this time, Kusisi and Yundu will return to the Ku family, probably hoping to use the power of the Ku family to find someone. After all, the reason why the hidden forces are called hidden forces. Just because he rarely shows up. In comparison, with the power of the Ku family in the Huanyuan Empire, it is obviously much easier to find people. I see. Qilu nodded. Qilu was not interested in who Kusi thought would find. So I didn't ask any more questions. Okay, breakfast is finished, so I won't disturb you anymore and we'll go over first. Okay, I finished my breakfast, so I won't disturb Boss Chi anymore and we'll go over first. Kumingling clapped his hands and pointed to the Combat Effectiveness Improvement Training Room area. Good. Qilu waved his hand, indicating that Kumingling didn't need to pay attention to him. Regarding the so-called family power, Qilu just listened to a story. Now that the story is over, it's time to get down to business. At the gate of Yunwu City, a man and a woman were walking in slowly. The man's eyes are firm and handsome. Girls are noble, elegant, graceful, and luxurious. If Kumingling were here, he would probably be able to recognize these two people. It was Yundu and Kusisi. The Soul Fire Guidance has responded. In Yundu's hand, there was a fist-sized crystal ball. In the crystal ball, Asmal Flame was swaying. The little girl from the Mainland family should be here in Yunwu City. Kusisi looked at the flame and said firmly. Soul Fire can be used to judge life status. The Soul Fire Guide is an object created using soul fire through special alchemical methods. The main function is to find people. However, the Soul Fire Guidance must be not far from the owner of the Soul Fire before it will react. That's why Yundu and Kusisi moved around in various city-states. I've been searching all over the eastern wasteland along the way, and definitely found it. Yundu also showed a relaxed look on his face. As long as the Soul Fire Guidance responds, Yundu will be confident and will not let anyone escape. The person has been found, but the task is not completed yet. We still have Ito take him back. Kusisi said slowly. Since the release of the Golden-Winged Griffin pet card, Chila's shop has been bustling for 2 or 3 days. Flying mounts are the dream of most cultivators. Whether it is a fighting spirit class or a magician class. In battle, if you can have a flying mount, it will be a huge advantage. If you don't reach the hero level, you won't be able to take to the sky. This is a well-known thing. But facing the hero level, a mere flying mount is no longer of much significance. That is completely a competition of hard power. However, how many powerful heroes can there be? Therefore, the Golden-Winged Griffin pet card has already gone crazy among the customers of Chila's shop. After all, the Golden-Winged Griffin pet card is just an R-level pet card. Unlike SR-level pet cards such as the Flame Spirit pet card, if the Golden-Winged Griffin pet card is not awakened, the strength it cultivates is too weak. It can even be said to be a bit touching. However, the appeal of flying mounts is simply too great. Therefore, even if the cost is high, it is not hesitating. In the Pet Card Research Guild, there is a young man who has a spiritual crystal mine at home and spends a lot of money on it. It took a full 300,000 spiritual crystals to draw the Golden-Winged Griffin pet card. And after screening, I selected the Golden-Winged Griffin pet card whose first 2 activated skills were not useless, and cultivated it to the level of 4 awakenings. There is no way, 1 awakening only requires 10 identical pet cards. For the second awakening, 20 cards are needed. This is relatively small. At the third and fourth awakenings, 50 and 100 identical pet cards are needed. If it's a B-level pet card, then forget it. However, the shipment rate of R-level pet cards is really too low. If we forcibly select 4 golden-winged griffin pet cards with very good skills, I'm afraid I can't survive even if I have a spiritual crystal mine at home. So, in the face of the cruel facts, this young man also wisely chose only 2 skills. As for the 2 skills activated behind the golden-winged griffin pet card, Wiccan only let it happen. But even with only 2 powerful skills, the golden-winged griffin pet card has shown its edge after awakening 4 times. As long as you don't encounter a hero-level powerhouse, it's absolutely impossible to lose. That's right, it's not invincible. After all, there is no way for the Grandmaster level to go up to the sky. Flying mounts like the golden-winged griffin are inherently invincible, so there's nothing much to say about it. But the golden-winged griffin, which has awakened 4 times, is in an absolutely crushing position when facing a master-level powerhouse. The power of the pet card was also fully revealed at this moment. A truly cultivated R-level pet card will completely beat the Grandmaster level in terms of combat effectiveness. The only SR-level pet card currently available is the Flame Spirit. If there really is a lucky customer who can cultivate a 5 awakened Flame Spirit pet card, it is no exaggeration to say that it can completely defeat the heroic level. That's why the shipment rate of SR-level pet cards is horribly low. Another golden-winged griffin pet card. If you're lucky, if you get 2 more, you can get the second awakening. Kuming Lang leaned on the sofa and took out the pet card with his membership card. While waiting for the booth, drawing pet cards is indeed a good pastime. This is also the daily life of customers in Chila's store. When I came to the store, I first bought a bottle of mineral water. Then buy other snacks and drinks according to your needs and preferences. Then find a small round table, gather together in 2s and 3s, eat, and discuss some topics of interest. Those who need to replenish elixirs and update equipment should go to the shelf area. While waiting for the free time in the deck, draw a few pet cards, or study the strategy. Then go to the guild communication system and brush it up. Over such a long period of time, the content of the guild communication system has been updated several times under Chi Li's suggestion. The current guild communication system is not as monotonous as before. Except for the internal communication and private calls of each guild that were there from the beginning. A form-like function has also been added, which can be used to post various posts. For example, in the New World mode, the strategies for dungeons, the fighting methods of wild monsters, and the combos of martial arts or magic. Or it might be better to load those skill books on the pet card. Naturally, it is impossible for Chi Lu to teach these things. These customers and players need to discover it themselves. The public channel where everyone can speak and communicate, and the large channel for communicating with major friendly guilds, were also features that were added later. With these increasingly rich functions, customers in the store are increasingly unable to leave their membership cards. It has become normal to just browse the forums in the guild communication system when there is nothing to do. Of course, this is not just for communicating about Chila store. Including the daily updates of the customers in the store, as well as the big and small news they discovered, various help information, and some strange things, they are all posted. Water Forum, Water Association Communication System. It's normal to be out of water for most of the day. 3 golden-winged griffin pet cards are for sale. The base price is 300 spiritual crystals each. If you are interested, please contact us privately. I want to buy a Flame Spirit pet card. The price is negotiable. We can discuss it privately. I want to buy 3 Gale Wyvern pet cards. The price is negotiable. We can chat with you privately. Help, on the 5th floor of the doll maze, there is a strange doll at the corner. How should I fight it? Waiting online, it's urgent. Posts like this are everywhere in the forum. Pet cards cannot be traded through the trading system in the New World mode, so you can only post posts in the forum to buy or sell them. And there are many posts of this type. The young master who has so many spiritual crystals is in the minority after all. Under normal circumstances, cultivators still have relatively few spiritual crystals for daily use. Therefore, there are many people who use luck to earn spiritual crystals. 3 golden-winged griffins, just right. After Ku Mingling saw this sale post, he immediately chatted with this person privately. The second awakening of the golden-winged griffin? What skills were activated in the first awakening? Qi Lu walked over, caught a glimpse of Ku Mingling's movements, and asked curiously. The skill activated by an awakening is the agility of the wind. Ku Mingling scratched his head and answered truthfully. The agility of the wind is a passive skill that can increase the pet's agility growth value and armor-breaking ability. For the golden-winged griffin pet card, it is a good skill. Because most wind pets are mainly agile. Unless it is a wind magic pet. Pets with agility as their main growth attribute will be insufficient in attack power, so the armor-breaking ability enhanced by the agility of the wind is very suitable for the golden-winged griffin. Good luck. Qi Lu praised. It's okay, it just depends on what skills can be activated in this second awakening. Ku Mingling humbly accepted Qi Li's praise. To be honest, with Ku Mingling's financial resources, the second awakening of the golden-winged griffin pet card is already the limit. After a private chat, the price was quickly negotiated. The other party didn't increase the price either, so he took away the 900 spiritual crystals and 3 golden-winged griffin pet cards. Transactions are made through the pet card backpack that comes with the membership card. This is a setting specially made by Qi Lu to let the system distinguish between New World mode and pet cards. After all, pet cards cannot be brought into the New World mode. Awakening for the second time, please protect me from the late Emperor and Bajur to activate a better skill. After Ku Mingling prayed seriously, he clicked on the membership card to confirm his awakening. 20 golden-winged griffin pet cards disappeared instantly. Then after a white light flashed, a prompt box appeared on Ku Mingling's membership card. The second awakening of the golden-winged griffin pet card was successful. Activate skill, Spiral Charge. Spiral Charge. The golden-winged griffin turns into a spiral and charges forward for a certain distance, causing a large amount of physical damage to enemies on the path, and has a high probability of causing tearing and crushing effects. Offensive skills. And it's a very good offensive skill. Wow, you are really lucky. Qi Lu came over to take a look and was also amazed. Spiral Charge can definitely be regarded as an offensive skill above the standard line. The attack speed is extremely fast, and there is a high probability that it can add tearing and crushing effects. The tearing effect is an injury that is difficult to heal. As for the crushing effect, needless to say, it is a powerful armor-piercing effect. Comes with 2 negative effects. Even if the damage of this offensive skill is not high, it can still be regarded as a standard offensive skill. However, the damage of Spiral Charge is not low. That would be terrible. I accept the boss's kind words. Ku Mingling said cheerfully. The agility of the wind and the Spiral Charge have 2 skills. This second awakening golden-winged griffin pet card is completed and can be continued to be cultivated. That's not what I said. In fact, my luck has never been very good. Qi Lu shrugged. There is nothing false about this statement. Otherwise, Qi Lu wouldn't have to take a bath every time he got the reward. However, the effect is not obvious. Crack. Right here. While Qi Lu and Ku Mingling were chatting, the store door was pushed open. a man and a woman walked into the store. He also held a crystal ball in his hand. Qilu was very sure that he had never seen these two people. Not many people can find Qilu's store without someone to guide them. "Aunt, uncle, how did you find this place?" Kuming Lang, on the other hand, looked at the two people at the door of the store in astonishment. "They are what you said." Qilu looked back at Kuming Lang. 2 days ago, Kuming Lang was telling stories to Qilu, talking about family power. "As a result, I met someone today." "Xiao Lang, why are you here?" Kusisi was obviously surprised when she heard Kuming Lang's voice. She and Yundu worked hard to find this remote place, but they didn't expect that Kuming Lang was already here. "This is a store I often come to, so of course I will be here." Kuming Lang also said, dumbfounded. "This person is the owner of this store." As he spoke, Kuming Lang pointed at Qilu and introduced him to Kusisi and Yundu. As for these two people, they have been introduced very clearly in the stories of the past 2 days. "Hello, you two, do you need anything?" Qilu said calmly, with his hands behind his back. He didn't care about the identities of Kusisi and Yundu. "As long as you come to the store and don't cause trouble, you are a customer." Qilu treats everyone equally. However, Qilu could not care, but Yundu and Kusisi could not. Previously, the two of them only noticed the movement guided by the soul fire, so when they came to the store, they only accidentally met Kuming Lang here. However, when Kuming Lang introduced Qilu, Kusisi and Yundu suddenly realized that they couldn't see through Qilu's strength. No, to be precise, they couldn't sense the existence of even half of Qilu's power in his body. Neither fighting spirit nor magic can be sensed. However, it is absolutely impossible to say that Qilu is an ordinary person. Not to mention anything else, even if Kusisi and Yundu came into sight. None of the customers in the store hall are ordinary people, they are all practitioners. Strengths range from the non-entry realm to the master level. How could the owner of a store that could entertain these customers be an ordinary person? Do you still want to die? Because ordinary people are too weak in front of cultivators. If you don't believe it and offend a certain cultivator, you really don't know how you will die. As for the inside of the store. More inside. Space folding magic. How is this possible? Looking inside the store, Kusisi and Yundu were even more shocked. No, I should say it was shocking. Space folding magic, that is such a rare magic. Even among those powerful space magicians, few are proficient in space folding magic. What's more, there are only a handful of space magicians that still exist today. However, this shop located in a remote alley is blessed with space folding magic. The size of the folded space is simply appalling. What level of magic is that? I'm afraid that even a peak-level space magician at the heroic level cannot release it even if he tries his best. A space magician of this level must be treated as a guest even in the Yun family. This time, Kusisi and Yundu were even more convinced. This boss cannot be an ordinary person. Just kidding, which ordinary person can be favored by such a powerful space magician? If there is not enough strength, or do not have strong enough qualifications and potential, even the biological son of a powerful hero cannot be valued so highly. Kusisi and Yundu swallowed hard. Then he looked at Qilu. Under such circumstances, if they still think that Qilu is an ordinary person, then there may be something wrong with their brains. But he couldn't sense the fighting spirit or magic power in Qilu's body. That leaves only one situation. That was the shop owner in front of them, so powerful that they could only look up to him. For example, a hero-level powerhouse. When a strong hero-level person intentionally hides his aura, it is impossible for those who are not strong enough to be a hero-level person to detect it. Naturally, Kusisi and Yundu cannot be hero-level powerhouses. After all, no force can be so generous as to let the hero-level powerhouses run around and look for people. Therefore, in just a moment, the eyes of the two people looking at Sheila changed. Although they don't know why there is such a strong man with unfathomable strength living in seclusion in such a remote place. But facing a strong man of this level, it is impossible not to care. Therefore, the tone of Kusisi and Yundu also became respectful. The two of us are here to look for someone. I wonder if Senior can make it easier. Kusisi smiled and sounded quite awe-inspiring. Senior? Sheila couldn't help but be startled when he heard what Kusisi called him. This is really a new title. It's the first time I've met someone who calls me a senior since I've been running the store for such a long time. My name is Chi Lu, and I am the manager of this store. You can just call me Store Manager Chi or Store Manager. There is no need to call me Senior. Chi Lu is not interested in the title Senior. Although there is a saying that a master is a teacher. But when I hear this title in the store, I always feel like I'm being called old. Yes, Store Manager Chi. I wonder if Store Manager Chi can make it easier. Kusisi immediately changed her tune. Yundu also followed and smiled apologetically. There are indeed hero-level experts in the Yun family, and there are more than one. But this does not mean that Yundu dares to disrespect a heroic-level powerhouse outside. In fact, no force would rashly offend a powerful hero. That's just making yourself uncomfortable. This scene made Kuming Lang next to him stunned. Are these apologetic expressions on their faces really the two people who were bossing around in the Ku family earlier? The Yun family in the eastern wasteland was even half as powerful as the Huangyuan Empire. As a member of the Yun family, Yun Du, even if he only has the strength of the peak master level, is still extremely noble to ordinary forces. This is why, when Kusisi returns home, Ku Zhen will specially summon the people of the Ku family back. A wife is as valuable as her husband. The Ku family cannot afford to offend the Yun family. This is why, when Kusisi returns home, Ku Zhen will specially summon the people of the Ku family back. Unless the Ku family can have a hero-level strongman, they will be qualified to be on an equal footing with the Yun family. This is also the reason why heroic-level powerful people are called the foundation of great forces. There are completely two levels of power with heroic-level powerhouses and power without heroic-level powerhouses. Therefore, Kusisi married into the Yun family. That was considered a moment of prominence. Even though Kusisi later broke off contact with the Ku family, the Yun family's remaining power still remained. Therefore, even if the Ku family had no power in the army, its deterrence in the court remained undiminished. However, no matter how powerful the Yun family is, as long as Yun Du is not promoted to the hero level for a day, he must be respectful when facing the powerful hero level. Otherwise, the Yun family would never mind using a Yundu to eliminate the anger of a hero-level strongman. You can find someone, but don't cause trouble in the store. Chi Lu is just a store manager, not the guardian of these customers. Of course, they would not stop Kusisi and Yundu's request to find someone in the store. So I just gave him a reminder and didn't bother with it anymore. Since we are not here to buy goods, what else is there to do, as long as we didn't disturb other customers? Thank you, Manager Chi. The two thanked each other first, and then walked into the store. There is no way to be too respectful to a strong person whose strength far exceeds your own. It doesn't matter. Chi Lu waved his hand, then glanced at Kuming Lang. You don't seem to like your aunt and uncle very much. Chi Lu could see Kuming Lang's expression from the moment Kusisi and Yundu arrived at the door of the store. It can be clearly seen that Kuming Lang doesn't like these two people very much. There is no such feeling as between relatives at all. Auntie has changed since she married into the Yun family. Kuming Lang looked at the backs of the two people walking into the shop, sighed, and whispered. Sudden strength and power can make people lose themselves. The same is true for Kasisi. The Yun family's status in Donghuang is far higher than that of the Ku family. Even in front of the Huangyuan Empire, they were on an equal footing. After marrying into the Yun family, Kasisi's status naturally rose with the tide, and she naturally felt that she looked down upon the people of the Ka family. And Yundu comes from the Yun family, so for these small forces that Don Tevin have a hero-level powerhouse. That is simply a look-down attitude. So it's normal for Ke Minglang not to like these two people. But when it comes to fear or apprehension, that's not the case. No, to be precise, there are still many people in the Ku family who are wary of Yundu and Kasisi. Everyone, including Ku Zhen, had the idea not to offend Yundu and Kasisi. But Ke Minglang is definitely not included. As for the reason, you only need to look at the customers in Chila's store, Tokno. Are heroic heroes rare? Let's not talk about others, let's talk about Chi Lu, the store manager. In front of Chi Lu, those heroic heroes were as vulnerable as chickens and dogs. If anyone dares to argue, let those heroic heroes fight a bone dragon alone before they speak. It's normal. Chi Lu smiled, but didn't comment much. This is someone else's family matter. As an outsider, Chi Lu cannot comment. Because when you evaluate other people's housework, no matter what angle you evaluate it from, you will feel like you are nosy. So Chi Lu chose to remain silent. Why did you find yourself here? Only a quarter of an hour after Kasisi and Yundu entered the store, a childish voice came from the combat power improvement training room area. This voice sounded very familiar to Chi Lu. Then before Chi Lu could think of who it was, Nailan Chinchi stood up from the booth. How could it be this little girl? Chi Lu looked at this scene in surprise. But without knowing what happened, Chi Lu couldn't take action to take care of the matter. Why do you have my soul fire guidance in your hand? Nailan Chinchi had a gloomy face and stared at Yundu with a pair of eyes. Of course your father gave it to me. After Yundu confirmed that he had found the right person, he felt a lot more relaxed. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for my father to do such a thing. What on earth do you want to do with me? Nailan Chinchi retorted without hesitation, and then asked angrily. It's hard to imagine why a little loli would be so angry. Of course I will take you back to complete the engagement ceremony. You ran away during the engagement ceremony, which caused the Yun family a lot of humiliation. If Master Yun hadn't begged for mercy, I'm afraid we wouldn't be here to invite you back today. Yundu said coldly. Bah, hypocritical benevolence and righteousness, begging for mercy? Nailan Chinchi snorted coldly and sneered at Yundu's remarks. In any case, please think carefully, Miss Nailan. Since we can find you, we will naturally have a way to take you back. A sunny smile appeared on Yundu's face. But the squinting look looked fake. Are you threatening me? Nailan Chinchi's voice suddenly turned cold. Of course not. Yundu glanced at the sofa at the entrance of the store from the corner of his eye, and said, I don't dare either. Whether it was because of what Chi Lu said about no making trouble or because of family rules, Yundu couldn't possibly take action against Nailan Chinchi. I just kindly advise Miss Nailan to think about it again. Yundu said with a smile and placed the soul fire guide in front of Nailan Chinchi. Now that the person has been found, the role of soul fire guidance is gone. Soul fire is just a flame condensed by special means based on a person's or an array of blood. When a person dies, the soul fire is extinguished. But extinguishing the soul fire will not cause any damage to the owner of the soul fire. Therefore, Yundu is not afraid that Nailan Chinchi will take away the soul fire guidance and then continue to escape. After all, Nailan Chinchi's soul fire was more than just that. You. Shao Qi, what happened? The quarrel here quickly attracted the rest of Lanya's team. As the youngest member of the Lanya team, she is also the sister who is loved by all the sisters. If Mainland Qingqi was bullied, the rest of Lanya's team would never ignore it. "Who are you?" Lanyi asked immediately after seeing Yundu. The tone was far from friendly. "Are you the one bullying Shao Qi? I'm going to beat you up." Lan Zier frowned, stared at Yundu, and said fiercely, "If you dare to bully Shao Qi, you won't be afraid that you won't be able to leave this cloud city." Lan Qinger lowered her eyes slightly and said lightly, "How dare you bully Shao Qi? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out of this cloud city?" Lan Qinger lowered her eyes. Her tone of voice when she said this was as simple as saying, "Have you eaten today? Shao Qi, if he bullies you, we will definitely let him know what it means to have trouble come from the mouth." Fei Shua looked at Yundu and said calmly, "You know, Lu Jingya has not returned to the sword control sect at this time, and is still staying in Yunwu City." This is also Fei Shua's confidence. Don't say that Yundu is just a peak master. Even if Yundu is a hero-level strongman, as long as Fei Shua opens his mouth, Lu Jingya can guarantee Nailan Qin chess. Other forces are afraid of offending the hero-level powerhouse. Lu Jingya is not afraid. As long as you dare to come, Lu Jingya will dare to beat you back. If you are not convinced and still dare to come, then Lu Jingya also has the ability to keep those heroes who are not good at learning forever. This is the deterrence of top power. The true height that a big force can reach is also determined by the top power that this force possesses. Yes, Shao Qi, if he bullies you, just tell us. Xiaoya puffed out her cheeks and glared at Yundu hard. Although Yojio, who was standing aside, did not speak, the dagger had already appeared in his hand. Everyone has misunderstood. I don't dare to bully Miss Nailan. Yundu quickly raised his hands to prove his innocence. Facing 6 grandmasters at the same time, Yundu was not sure that he could escape intact. What's more, the strength of Kusisi, who is following him, is only at the professional level. In this kind of conflict, it is best if we can't afford it. Although the Yun family's deterrent power is great, it is among the major forces. Many times, the Yun family's deterrence is not enough for such idol practitioners. Because they are a hidden force, most of the idol cultivators have never heard of the Yun family. So how can we talk about deterrence? I'll go back with you. Just as several people were confronting each other, the sound of Nailan Qingqi's teeth gnashing could be heard. A wise decision. Yundu had an expected look on his face. Little chess. Lanyi and others looked at Nailan Qingqi anxiously. Shao Qi, if he forces you, don't be afraid, just tell us. Yes, Shao Qi, we have been together for so long. Are you still worried about something? Shao Qi, Zier is here, Sister Lanya and the others are here, and Big Brother is here. Lan Zier, who was closest in age to Nailan Qingqi, walked over directly, took Nailan Qingqi's hand, looked into her eyes, and spoke seriously. I know, I'm just going home, it's okay. Nailan Qingqi shook his head, and then smiled. Is it really okay? Lan Zier held Nailan Qingqi's little hand tightly and asked worriedly. It's really okay. Nailan Qingqi also held Lan Zier's hand with his backhand and nodded to her. It's just that I have some conflicts with my family. After I resolve them, I will invite you to come to my house to play. After Nailan Qingqi finished speaking, he looked at Lan Yi and others. Sister Lanya, Sister Fei Shua, Sister Qinger, Sister Yojio, Sister Xiaoya, don't worry, it's really just a matter of my family, it's okay, you don't have to worry too much. I'll be back soon. Nailan Qingqi's rhetoric made it impossible for Lan Yi and others to refute. Since it is Nailan Qingqi's family matter, if the person concerned does not want them to get involved, it will be in vain if they try to say anything. Now that you've figured it out, let's go. Yundu said aloud with a false smile on his face. The purpose of his and Kusisi's trip was to bring Nayland Chinchi back. Now that Nayland Chinchi has agreed to leave with them, there is no point in staying here anymore. If you dare to bully Shao Qi, we will definitely let you know what regret means. Lan Yi knew that Nayland Chinchi had already made up his mind, so it was hard to persuade him. It is very unwise to get involved in other people's family affairs. No matter what the situation is, you are the one who is at fault. You don't have to worry about this. We don't dare to bully Miss Nayland. The fake smile on Yundu's face remained unchanged. But he was dismissive of Lanya's words. As long as Nayland Chinchi returns to the Yun family's territory, if you dare to come over and make trouble, it will be your ability to get you out of the Yun family. No matter how many grandmasters there are, they are just a group of slightly stronger ants in front of the hero level. If too many ants kill an elephant, that's just saying. There are so many types of ants. Brother, will Shao Qi be okay? Watching the three of them walk out of the store, Lan Zier tugged at the corner of Qi Li's clothes and said worriedly. It'll be okay. Qi Li gently rubbed Lan Zier's hair and comforted her. Nayland Chinchi's departure did not have a big impact on Chila's shop. It's just the people in Lanya's team who look forward to it every day. It's just to make some customers who know them a little curious. Store manager, what happened to them? Yu Yufeng took a bottle of yogurt and came to sit opposite Qi Lu. Then he pointed to Lan Yi and others sitting at the small round table next to him and asked, curiously. If you keep yourself clean and travel well, you will naturally be concerned about this kind of mercenary team, composed entirely of ladies and Lolita. Nayland Chinchi is back home. Qi Lu answered briefly and concisely. Nayland Chinchi, have you gone home? Yu Yofeng's face looked a little strange, as if he had seen something incredible. What? Qi Lu looked at Yu Yofeng's face, a little puzzled. Nayland Chinchi went home, is there anything wrong? When Yu Yufeng heard Qi Li's question, his expression became even stranger. After swallowing the yogurt in his mouth, Yu Yufeng immediately said, "'Tis so wrong. Nayland Chinchi will go home on his own, so that's the problem." Hearing this, Qi Li looked at Yu Yufeng meaningfully. Then he said, "It's true that I didn't go home by myself. I was found by a person named Yundu." What? That makes sense. Yu Yufeng was shocked at first, and then quickly calmed down. What happened? Qi Li knew something was fishy from Yu Yufeng's tone, so he immediately asked. Yes, what's going on? Tell us quickly. In the past few days, Lan Yi and others have been highly sensitive to the topic of Nayland Chinchi. Now, as soon as Yu Yufeng and Qi Lu talked about Nayland Chinchi, Lan Yi and others who were sitting not far away immediately gathered around. Then they all stared at Yu Yufeng. You don't know? Yu Yufeng might have enjoyed being stared at by so many pairs of big eyes if it had been in the past. But after knowing the strength of these beautiful girls, a layer of cold sweat broke out behind Yu Yufeng. If I knew, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lan Yi sighed. Without Nayland Chinchi, Lan Yi's team had no motivation to even hunt the monsters. Then do you know the Hidden World family? Yu Yufeng asked again. The term hidden family is actually not an unfamiliar term to practitioners. But most practitioners have only heard of it. To say that they understand, it is definitely not as good as those big forces. Even many practitioners have only heard of the existence of hidden families and have no idea how powerful these hidden forces are. Heard about it. Lan Yi also answered truthfully. As long as you have heard of it, in fact, there are only a few hidden families in the eastern wasteland. Yu Yufeng nodded before speaking. Yu family, Lan family, Yun family, and Nayland family. Wait, the Yu family and the Lan family? Qi Lu suddenly thought of Yu Yofeng's sister, Lan Jili. Yes, store manager, you are right. My father and I are from the Yu family, and my sister and my mother are from the Lan family. Our parents' wedding was the product of the marriage between the Yu family and the Lan family. Yu Yufeng shrugged and brushed off the matter lightly. For big powers, marriage is a very common thing. Things like marriage are beneficial to both parties. It's just that it's not very fair to the two people who are getting married. Yu Yufeng's parents are actually quite lucky. At least both parties have a good impression of each other. Unlike most other marriage partners, the marriage is just forced by marriage, but the result is that they are the same bedfellows. But unfortunately, my father is not a direct descendant of the Yu family, and my mother is not a direct descendant of the Lan family. So although I know about this, I can't help. Yu Yufeng honestly said the ugly things first. In fact, among the four major hidden families, the Yu family and the Lan family are inherently weaker than the Yun family and the mainland family. Not to mention non-direct relatives. It doesn't matter, we just need to know what happened. Lan Yi said immediately. There are also rules among family forces. There is no such thing as a random attack. Well, since you want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you, because this matter is no longer a secret among the hidden families. Yu Yufeng nodded. In fact, this matter is cliché to say. This happened a few years ago. At that time, Nailan Qingqi was less than 10 years old. At that time, among the four hidden families, they were ranked in terms of strength. The Yun family deserves to be number one. Although the Nailan family followed closely behind, they were still far behind the Yun family. The strength of the remaining Yu family and Lan family is even worse than that of the Nailan family, and even more incomparable with the Yun family. However, the strength of the Yu family and the Lan family is about the same. On one occasion, during a gathering of the four major hidden families, a direct son of the Yun family fell in love with Nailan Qingqi, who was already a beauty at the time. And Nailan Qingqi is not actually a direct descendant of the Nailan family. It's just a collateral line that has a relatively close blood relationship with the direct line. Moreover, the strength of the Nailan family and the Yun family are still far apart. Therefore, after Nailan Qingqi was attracted by a young master from the direct lineage of the Yun family, the Nailan family would naturally have no problems. But because Nailan Qingqi was still a little too young at that time. Therefore, the Yun family and the Nailan family decided to let the two get engaged first and wait until Nailan Qingqi was of the right age to get married. Marriage is a very common thing. If the Nailan family can marry with the Yun family, the Lan family and the Yu family, who got married early, did not pose a threat to the Nailan family at all. Yes, this matter actually has to talk about the Lan family and Yojia. Among the four hidden families, the Lan family and the Yu family were the first to start marriages. Both the direct line and the collateral line have marriage partners. So the Lan family and Yojia were actually tied to the same boat. However, the Yun family and the Nailan family have never been married. The Yun family is powerful, so they don't care. However, the Nailan family has already declined, so they have to consider the future of the family. Therefore, Nalankan chess became the first chess piece of the marriage. For a little girl who is less than 10 years old and should have spent her childhood carefree, marriage is really too heavy a word. Not to mention, this so-called engagement is just a prelude to concubinage. That's right, concubinage. As a collateral line of the Nailan family, in the eyes of the Yun family, how could he become the head wife of the direct line of the Yun family? So I can only be a concubine. And the Nailan family knew all of this. However, a member of the side clan really couldn't attract the attention of the head of the Nailan family. If we can use this relationship to get assistance from the Yun family, then it doesn't matter even if we send Nailan Qingqi to be a concubine. It's just a chess piece. If you are raised by your family, isn't it normal to dedicate yourself when necessary? After Nailan Qingqi's parents found out about this, they were also firmly rejected. Even if it's a sideline. Mainland Qingqi's parents did not want their daughter to marry as a concubine in another family. What's more, the direct son of the Yun family is well known. I fell in love with mainland Qingqi, just for fun. So the night before mainland Qingqi's engagement, mainland Qingqi's parents helped mainland Qingqi escape from mainland's house. This has nothing to do with abandoning the family. A hidden family actually pinned its destiny on a marriage, but it didn't want to make progress. This in itself is an extremely stupid thing to do. What's more, a concubine has no status. Sending one's own clan members to other clans as concubines would be dishonouring one's own face. The marriages between the Yu family and the Lan family were all marriages between clear matchmakers. However, the Nayland family has fallen to this point. Even if the marriage is successful, it will only give the Yun family a better excuse to annex the Nayland family. That's the whole story. After Yu Yufeng finished speaking, he took another sip of yogurt to soothe his throat. Then he added, at that time, this incident was widely spread among the four hidden families, but Nayland Qingqi's parents tried their best to stop it, so Nayland Qingqi successfully escaped from the Nayland family's territory. The Yu family and the Lan family were not involved in this matter. It can even be said that there is a feeling of being happy to see it succeed. Nayland Qingqi's escape blocked the chance of marriage between the Yun family and Nayland family. In this way, the Yu family and the Lan family, which are relatively weak, can rest assured and hide their capabilities and bide their time. The person who took Shao Shu away before was a member of the Yun family. Lan Yi suddenly thought of this. Oops, if someone from the Yun family takes Shao Shu away, will she go back for that damn engagement again? But why does she want to go back? Fei Xue knitted her delicate eyebrows. She had always been calm, but her tone couldn't help but become anxious. Yes, Shachi just needs to stay here. Why should he go back with the Yun family? Xiaoyao's face also became a little flustered. As long as you stay in Yunwu City, no one can take Nayland Qingqi away by force. If it were the previous Yunwu City, he would not have dared to say this. But now, just looking at the number of hero-level experts who stay in Yunwu City every day is enough to make anyone dare not run wild in Yunwu City. If I guess correctly, Shao Qi should be protecting you. Qila leaned on the back of the chair and suddenly said aloud. This sentence really wakes up the dreamer. Since Nayland Qingqi's parents sent Nayland Qingqi away from the Nayland family, they may have thought of the consequences they should bear. And Nayland Qingqi was found by the Yun family in Yunwu City. If Lan Yi and others did not show up, Nayland Qingqi could indeed resist. He even said that as long as Nayland Qingqi was willing, no one could forcibly take her away in Yunwu City. But of course, after Lan Yi and others appeared, this idea was shattered. The Yun family will not harm Nayland Qingqi. But he will not show mercy to the people around Nayland Qingqi. Nayland Qingqi, who knew how powerful the Yun family was, had no choice but to compromise in order to protect Lan Yi and others. Shao Qi is to protect us. Lan Yi said na. Of course, we can't rule out that the Nayland family threatened Shao Qi with her parents. Qila tapped the surface of the small round table with his fingers and spoke slowly. The soul fire guides this thing. Without Nayland Qingqi's soul fire, there would be no way to find Nayland Qingqi. And where is Nayland Qingqi's soul fire? Of course it was in the hands of Nayland Qingqi's parents. Yun Du's words at that time were threatening Nayland Qingqi. If they don't go back to Yun's house with him, then Nayland Qingqi's parents won't be too safe. Damn guy. That bastard. Lan Qing'er and Yojiao cursed together, their faces filled with anger. Fei Xue's face was even covered with frost. So what do we do now? Xiaoya has long been in a state of being without a master. Go to Nayland's house, go to Yun's house, we are going to bring Shao Qi back. Lan Ye's eyes slowly swept across the faces of the other members of Lan Yi's team, and then he spoke firmly. That's right, we need to bring Shao Qi back. A firm voice sounded in the store. Not a trace of hesitation. Mainland Qingqi is like a lovely sister to everyone in the Lanya team, a sister who should be pampered. It shouldn't be the chess piece thrown out by the Nayland family in order to top-lease the Yun family. You don't want to fight against the Yun family and Nayland family just like this. Besides, do you know where the hidden family is? Yu Yufeng, who was sitting opposite Qi Lu, couldn't help but pour cold water on Lan Yi and the others when he saw how angry they were. But after saying these words, Yu Yufeng regretted it. However, before the idea of running away was implemented, several eyes fell on Yu Yufeng. The gazes of Lan Yi and others made Yu Yufeng feel like there was a light on his back. That's right, we don't know where the hidden world family is, you should know. Lan Yi stared at Yu Yufeng's face and spoke slowly and calmly. There was evil in these words. Yu Yufeng dared not deny Lan Yi's words, no matter what. I do know, but... No, but, if that doesn't work, I'll ask my master to invite you. How about that? Fei Shui interrupted Yu Yufeng. A pair of beautiful eyes stared closely at Yu Yufeng's eyes. No, no need, I'll just take you there. Yu Yufeng was closely watched by the Lanya team, and was helplessly defeated in the end. Especially the threat of Fei Shui is too serious. Anyone who has not come to the store for the first time knows that Fei Shui's master is none other than the strongest elder of the sword control sect, Lu Jingya. Moreover, Lu Jingya was very protective of his shortcomings. If Fei Shui really sues you, Yu Yufeng will definitely not be able to eat and carry around. But wait a minute. Although Yu Yufeng took over the job of guide, you still have to say what you should say. I still say the same thing. Do you want to use this lineup to go head-to-head with the Yun family and the Nayland family? This is a very real problem. If you don't have enough strength, it won't help if you go there, and you might even end up trapping yourself in it. What, the hidden family? Lu Jingya, who happened to exit the dungeon, looked at Fei Shui in astonishment after hearing Fei Shui's words. Did you go to provoke the hidden family? Lu Jingya didn't even bother to finish the dungeon, she just looked Fei Shui Yupan down. Master, it's not me, it's Shao Qi. Shao Qi was taken away by people from the hidden world family. Fei Shui quickly explained. And told the whole story about Mainland Qingqi. Marriage. Lu Jingya narrowed her eyes slightly as she listened to Fei Shui's story. As the elder of the hidden world sword sect, it was impossible for Lu Zhenjia not to have heard of it. It's just that the discord inside is not enough for outsiders to understand. Therefore, the story of Mainland Qingqi was only spread within the 4 hidden families and did not spread to the outside world. However, everyone in the big influence would have heard about marriage. If you want to be in love with each other and be happy with each other, that is a lie. The more purpose of marriage is just for the exchange of interests and the consolidation of the power of both parties. But to put such a thing on a little girl, that would be too much. Master, we need your help now. Fei Shui said solemnly. If you go to the Yun family and Nayland family to ask for someone, if you don't have enough strength, you're going to die. To become a hidden family that stands tall in the eastern wilderness, a hero-level powerhouse is indispensable. The current strength of Lan Yi's team is not enough to compete with the hero-level powerhouse. Therefore, we must find sufficient support. However, facing Fei Shui's request, Lu Jingya sighed. I'm sorry, Fei Shui, I can't be involved in the affairs of the hidden world family. This is related to the stability of the entire eastern wasteland. Lu Jingyao's words were not an excuse. The sect power and the hidden family are 2 major forces that have nothing to do with each other. Nowadays, the sect's power has been devastated by the Shadow Palace incident, and its vitality has been severely damaged, and it has not recovered yet. If they were to face the hidden world family again at this time, it would be even worse. In particular, the sword control sect lost an elder. If Lu Jingya provokes the hidden family again, it will definitely give the remnants of the Shadow Palace an opportunity to take advantage of them. When the time comes, a war breaks out between the sect forces and the hidden families, and the stability of the entire eastern wilderness will be shattered. By that time, there will be smoke everywhere in the eastern wasteland, and all life will be in ruins. Lu Jingya can't do this kind of thing. However, if you can bring Nalan Qingqi out, then I can guarantee that no one from the hidden family will dare to come to you again. After a slight pause, Lu Jingya added another sentence. Because Fei Xue and others are now among the mercenaries, that is, idle practitioners. Not within the major forces. Even if they slap the hidden family in the face, they won't start a war. That's why Lu Jingya added such a sentence. To bring Nalan Qingqi out, you don't even need to take him out of the Hidden World family's territory, you just need to leave the Hidden World family's gate. Then Lu Jingya can come forward and save the person. At this point, if the people from the hidden family continue to pester him, it means they are not giving him face. To offend a hero-level peak powerhouse for the sake of a side clan member. That's what fools do. Presumably those people from the hidden family also know what to do. I understand, Master, this is enough. After all, Fei Xue had stayed in the sword control sect for so long and could be considered a disciple of the sect. The doorway here is naturally clear. So I am very grateful to Lu Jingya for making such a guarantee. Indiscriminately interfering with other forces' affairs, if not to cause chaos in the eastern wasteland, then to make enemies of all forces. Both of these are not things ordinary people do. System, what did you just say? You asked me to get information about those hidden families? After the members of Lan Ye's team and Yu Yufeng left, Qi Lu was startled by a sudden sound coming from the system. That's why I ask. System, host, this is a temporary task. You can choose not to accept it. Wait a minute, why are you so diligent in this temporary assignment? Qi Lu stretched out his little finger to pick out his ears, then put it to his mouth and blew gently. Qi Lu actually understood the urinary nature of the system very early. Qi Lu has recently figured out the release conditions for this temporary mission. It seems like that's when I encounter something new. To be precise, it should be when the system discovers that there are still some good things in this world after hearing about it. Quite consistent with the personality of a system money addict. Whenever I see something good, I want to get a copy of it. The blood of the dragon, the bone of the dragon, the soul of the dragon, all the parts of the heroic monster. In short, as long as it is a rare thing in this world, it is best to get a copy. So, now we are eyeing the hidden family again. System, host, the so-called temporary tasks are tasks that are decided to be released on a temporary basis. Of course, the tasks are released based on the mood of this system. Probably sensing Qi Li's inner speculation. The system said these words very shamelessly and openly. It is as expected. Although Qi Li guessed the system's idea correctly, he didn't know why, but hadn't feel any joy in his heart. On the contrary, I kind of want to slap the system and see how this shameless face is tempered. System, okay, host, decide quickly whether to accept this temporary task. Qi Li held up his hands and smashed his mouth. Then he said in his mind, System, what do you think I, with my thin arms and legs, can do to fight against those hidden families? The 4 great hidden families. This is no joke. This is not like the last mission to kill the Red Moon Wolf King. A piece of Sky Thunder token is enough. Qi Li didn't believe that there was only one hero-level strongman among the 4 hidden families. You can't even fool a child by saying this. Even if the Yu family and the Lan family won't participate, the Nalan family alone is enough for Qi Lu to have a drink. What's more, there is a more powerful Yun family. System, don't worry, host, this system has already considered this situation, so for this mission, 2 mission rewards have been designed. Oh? Let's talk about it first. Qilu suddenly became interested. Although after the store manager level increases, the system becomes more and more useless. But in terms of humanization, it is much better than before. System, it's very simple. In the first case, if the host uses the power off the system, the task reward will be reduced by 80%. System, the second type is that the host completes the task independently on its own strength and obtains all task rewards. Qilu was speechless when he heard this. Is there any difference whether you said it or not? System, of course, all the rewards are a brand new purchase channel, and the rewards for the abridged version are the skill crystal lottery. System, by the way, if it is a skill crystal lottery, the host is specially allowed to draw 3. This reward is really somewhere between stinginess and generosity. The new purchase channel is indeed an extremely generous reward. Although the previous purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls was cheated by the system, the compensation was very generous. Therefore, the new purchase channel is a pitfall. Qilu is also willing to jump in. However, how to complete this mission without relying on the power of the system is indeed a big problem. Therefore, Qilu directly focused on the abridged version of rewards this time. 3 skill crystals. To be honest, skill crystals are much stranger than trial crystals. After all, the skills embedded in the seal of trial are powers that are superior to martial arts and magic, and are blessed by the power of heaven and earth. It's normal to be rare. Therefore, 3 skill crystals are actually not a loss. The key is to look at the levels of these 3 skill crystals. If it were a hero-level skill crystal, it would not be an exaggeration to sell it for a sky-high price. You know, there is a saying that goes well. Hero-level strong men are rare, and heroic-level strong men with heroic-level skills are even rarer. Even though Fire Emperor Ling Ao has been sitting on the throne of the Huangyuan Empire for so long, he has not actually found any hero-level skill crystals. In other words, it took Gu Pingchuan the longest time to become a hero. When I was traveling around, I was lucky enough to get a hero-level skill crystal. But after all, I don't know if the skill is suitable and whether it is embedded in the seal of trial. System, before accepting the mission, I have one more question to ask. System, host, please speak. What level is this skill crystal? Qilu must ask this matter clearly. If it were 3 brave level skill crystals, that would be a big loss. Skill crystals are indeed extremely rare, but to be truly almost impossible to find, they must at least be hero-level skill crystals. As for those low-level skill crystals, no matter how rare they are, it's definitely not impossible to find. Therefore, even if it is auctioned, the price is very different compared tot hat of hero-level skill crystals. System, host, please rest assured, this system is the most generous system. This time the skill crystal extracted, this system guarantees that it will beat least the Grandmaster level. Okay, deal, I'll take over the task. Qilu said resolutely. In fact, this question is also testing the preciousness of which purchase channel. The better the rewards for the abridged version, the more valuable this purchase channel will be. If the system's answer is that these 3 skill crystals will be at least hero level, then Qilu guarantees that even if he goes all out, he must get that purchase channel. But the Grandmaster level? Forget it, life is important, life is important. Hidden family territory. To outsiders, this place is just an endless desert. Looking into the distance, you can occasionally see a few green vegetation dotted on this desert. Let this barren land have some vitality. And above this desert, 3 figures were walking slowly. It was Yundu and Kasisi who brought Nailan Chinchi with them. This is a place that Nailan Chinchi doesn't want to be recalled. As a descendant of the Nailan family, Nailan Chinchi's life was not a good one when he was a child. In a family, the direct line's contempt for the collateral line is unabashed. Yunda seemed to have noticed Nailan Chinchi's expression, and suddenly said, "Miss Nailan, judging from your expression, it seems that you have remembered something unpleasant. It's already very unpleasant for me to walk with you. Mainland Chinchi glanced at Yendu, and then answered expressionlessly. I'm really sorry to make you have such an unpleasant feeling, Miss Naylan. But it's a pity that even so, it's still me who will send you back to the Yun family. Yendu said with a smile. But in those slightly narrowed eyes, there was a cold and stern light flashing. A smile hides a knife. Kusisi, who was following him, remained speechless. When people from the four secluded families were talking to each other, Kusisi, as a married woman, could not easily interrupt. Even if it is a collateral line, it will not work. Snort. Nayland Chinchi snorted coldly and stopped talking. At this point, it's useless to say anything. Returning to this prison again, Nayland Chinchi, who had already escaped once, would never have the chance to escape a second time. I just hope that Sister Lanya and the others will not be implicated in this. Nayland Chinchi thought silently in his heart and walked forward without saying a word. Strength, I really need strength. If you can give me a little more time to pass on the power of the Ice Queen more, I can control my own destiny. Nayland Chinchi sighed in his heart. Back then, when I obtained the Ice Queen's inheritance in Chila's shop, Nayland Chinchi really felt that maybe one day, he could return to Nayland's house with unparalleled power and take his parents out of Nayland's house. Then take back what is yours. Rather than being captured like this, like a prisoner. We're here, Miss Nayland, you probably haven't forgotten where the hidden family is. Yanda suddenly stopped. Nayland Chinchi followed suit for a moment, then gave Yendu a cold look without saying a word. It's useless to blame me. If you want to blame me, I can only blame you. You were born in the wrong place. Yendu said the last word and sneered. Then he took out his identity token and sent it forward. The space in front of him suddenly became distorted, and then, a transparent air door appeared in front of Yendu. This is the entrance to the Hidden World family. As a family force that has stood firm in the eastern wasteland for hundreds of years, its heritage is naturally unfathomable. It is normal to make friends with space magicians. The place where this hidden family is located is exactly the proud work of a space magician who was recently promoted to the strong level hundreds of years ago and combined space magic with a magic circle. A small independent space. In the following hundreds of years, although the space magician of that year had disappeared. But after being improved again and again by the Hidden World family, this small space has become extremely stable. Although it is impossible to compare with the main world outside, it is more than enough to withstand the attacks of heroic heroes. Even if he is a powerful person, he wants to destroy this small space. It is impossible to do it in a short time. What's more, today, there is no strong person in the eastern wasteland. A hero-level strongman is already at the pinnacle of power. The entrance to the hidden family's territory was opened, and Yendu immediately walked in with Nayland Chinchi and Kusisi. The identity token that opens this small space actually existed in Nayland Kinka before. But after escaping, it was destroyed by Nayland Chinchi. Once you enter the family's territorial space, don't think about escaping anymore. This is your final destination for the rest of your life. Yendu looked at the familiar scenery in this small space and breathed a sigh of relief. Bringing Nayland Chinchi back to the hidden family's territorial space, Yendu's mission has been completed. In this case, Nayland Chinchi could still be allowed to escape. That's not Yendu's dereliction of duty. It's the incompetence of these hidden families. The location of the Hidden World family is in a desert further west of the Star Empire. It's just because of the long distance that I haven't been back for a long time since I came here. After Yu Yufeng was captured by the Lanya team and became a guide, he naturally told some things about the hidden family. Because these things are not actually the secrets of the hidden family. It's just that no one understands it. On the one hand, it's because it's useless even if you know it. Who would bother the hidden family? Isn't that what you eat when you are full? On the other hand, even if someone wants to cause trouble for the hidden family, it doesn't matter whether this person has the ability or not. Even if you find a place without an identity token, you can't enter the hidden family's territory. Also, the place where the hidden world family is located is actually another small space independent of this space. The legend is that it was the work of a powerful man hundreds of years ago. Regarding the territorial space of the hidden world family, Yu Yufeng did not hide anything and told everything he knew. In fact, everyone in the hidden family knows about this matter. It's not even a secret. It is even used as a kind of bragging rights by people from hidden families. Because today, there is simply no strong person in the eastern wasteland. Today, there is no strong person in Donghuang. A small space built by a powerful person is a shock in itself. It's like saying to other forces, look, our hidden family has made friends with powerful people. Who dares to provoke? However, this kind of intimidation is just a joke to some big forces with real foundation. After all, among these powerful forces with great foundation, whose ancestors have never made friends with powerful people. For example, the Sword Control Sect. For the Sword Control Sect to be able to sit at the top of the sect's power, let alone the ancestors of the Sword Control Sect, they had never made friends with powerful people. Going up 10 generations, the leader of the Sword Control Sect is himself a powerful person. But what now? A hero doesn't mention how brave he was. If you really want to say that you have the ability, then go find a powerful person now. That's what you are really capable of. It's just a pity that no one has this ability yet. I've told you the general situation. It's just that I am only a collateral descendant of the Yu family. I don't have any more information here. Yu Yufeng spread his hands. The true strength of the four hidden families is all secret information. As a collateral descendant, it is impossible for Yu Yufeng to know. It's enough to know so much information, thank you very much. Lan Yi nodded and said thank you. In fact, Yu Yufeng's real job is to lead the way. Now that I can say so much, it is already considered extra news. You're welcome. To be honest, I can't stand the Yun family style either. Yu Yufeng shrugged. In fact, collateral heirs don't have much favorable impressions of direct heirs. Not to mention direct descendants of other families. The relationship between the four hidden families, except for the Lan family and the Yu family who started to marry very early, the other families are at odds with each other. It's just that they are in the same territorial space. If the fight gets too tense, it won't look good on either side. Walk all the way west from Yunwu City, across the Huangyuan Empire. Then borrow the road from Yashui City and Yashui Pass. After crossing the Star Empire, not far to the west, there is an endless desert. On the edge of this desert, there are actually some small forces. It's just bordered by the Star Empire and the Great Desert. These small forces are just trying to survive in the cracks. There are not many plants and food in the desert, and there are not many magical beasts living here. The most numerous ones are groups of desert sand dogs and some small monsters. Several low-strength cultivators were crouching in the desert, in the sun-scorched yellow sand, waiting for prey to come to them for a whole day's food. This is their way of life. The desert sand dog, which appears in groups, is a weak monster that relies on numbers for hunting. It is also one of the most common foods for people living on the edge of the desert. The desert sand dog is coming, everyone please keep your voice down. I need to hunt a few more heads today. I don't want to lie in this hot sand every day. Silence, prepare to take action. The practitioners lying in the yellow sand all closed their mouths and put their hands on their weapons. A large group of hundreds of desert sand dogs ran over from a distance carrying smoke and dust. In fact, with the desert sand dog's courage and strength, it would be better to call it a gerbil. Although, with the courage and strength of the desert sand dog, it would be more appropriate to call it a desert sand rat. However, because the shape of this monster is more like a dog, that's why it's called the desert sand dog. The practitioners took a deep breath and were about to take action. Chirp. But at this time, suddenly there was a sharp cry from the sky. The desert sand dog that was supposed to rush over was suddenly trembling with fear. This is a griffin. How could a griffin appear in a place like this? Which big force is going to come to this desert and actually use such a powerful magical beast? Several cultivators were stunned by this sharp cry. When I looked up, I was even more shocked. Griffin, that is an extremely rare monster. As a necessary magical beast for the flying team, it was captured by the humans and disappeared in the wild. It is even said to be a monster that has been extinct for a long time. But no one knows whether any major force has left the griffin bloodline and is cultivating it secretly. Therefore, the appearance of griffins will not make these practitioners feel strange. It will only make them feel shocked. And fear. How powerful the force that can cultivate griffins is simply unimaginable to these practitioners. That is definitely one of the top forces in the eastern wasteland. But why would a force of this level come to this desert? They don't know. But they knew that this news had to be sent back. In order to prevent the small forces living in this desert from disappearing inexplicably because they have offended people they cannot afford to offend. Are there practitioners in this kind of desert? In the sky, Lan Yi sat on the golden-winged griffin and glanced down. Rushing to the location of the hidden family, it would be a waste of time took on foot. The movement of the gale-flying dragon is too great, and it may cause a lot of trouble when it crosses the Star Empire. Therefore, the golden-winged griffin became the best choice. The griffin is the most essential monster for the flying team. The golden-winged griffin is of royal blood among griffins, so there is no doubt about its endurance and flight speed. Of course there will be. As long as it is not a place where survival is impossible, there will be life. But it may not necessarily be human race, it may be warcraft, or it may be their races. Yu Yufeng also followed and looked down. In the endless desert, there are occasionally a few green vitality dotted in it. The weak monster shivered in fear from the aura emanating from the golden-winged griffin, and the cultivator ran back in panic after seeing the golden-winged griffin. Everything seems extremely lonely in the desert. Not far ahead is the territory of the Hidden World family. At the speed of the golden-winged griffin, it does not take much time to enter the depths of the desert. Yu Yufeng put his hand on the back of the golden-winged griffin's neck and drove the golden-winged griffin down. The pet card produced by the system is good for this reason. As long as it is bound to the summoner and the summoner concentrates his thoughts, he can communicate with the summoned pet. People from Lan Ye's team also followed them into the desert. Is this right here? Lan Ye put the golden-winged griffin back into the pet card and looked at Yu Yufeng. Yes, it's right here. Although I haven't been back for a long time, I can't remember it wrong. Yes, this is it. Although I haven't been back for a long time, it's impossible to remember this kind of thing wrong. Yu Yufeng took out 2 identity tokens from his pocket. Then he continued, without an identity token, there is no way to enter the territorial space. For convenience, I specially brought my sister's identity token. Yu Yufeng shook the 2 identity tokens in his hand. Although the territorial space of the hidden family requires an identity token to enter. But in reality, an identity token is just a key. It is not a bound item. Therefore, as long as you have an identity token and know how to use it, you can enter the territory of the hidden family. This is also the self-confidence of the hidden family. Even if I give you the key and let you in, so what? People who can shake up the 4 hidden families probably don't exist in today's eastern wasteland. Senior Lijing, I leave this identity token to you. Yu Yufeng handed an identity token to Lu Jingya, who came with him. Lu Jingya would not enter the hidden family's territorial space before she broke her skin. You know, a hero-level strongman who is not affiliated with the Hidden World family rashly breaks into the Hidden World family's territorial space. The waves it caused were huge. Don't worry, I won't see my disciple left in a place like this. Lu Jingya nodded. She came with him just to help Fei Xue and others leave. Then others, please come in with me. Yu Yufeng took a deep breath, then raised his identity token and pushed it forward. There were some fluctuations in the air immediately. Immediately afterwards, an air door appeared in front of everyone. Thanks a lot. Lan Yi thanked her sincerely. No matter how this matter develops, you will be our friend forever. Fei swayed seriously. Yes, if anything happens in the future, you can come to us. Lan Qing'er also nodded. Let's wait until you all come out. Yu Yufeng shook his head and was the first to walk into the air door. This is not to say that Yu Yufeng is pessimistic. It's just stating a fact. If there was a hero-level expert among Lan Yi and others, the danger of this action would be reduced by 90%. But no. Facing the Shangyun family and mainland family, just a few Grand Masters are really not enough. As the people from Lan Yi's team filed in, after the last person entered, the air door disappeared. I hope you all can return safely. Lu Jingya held the identity token in her hand tightly and breathed out slowly. Oh? The hidden family would actually hide in such a place where birds don't poop. Where no one noticed, Qile suddenly poked his head out. Looking at Lu Jingya sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qile was sure that the entrance to the hidden family was really here. In order to complete temporary tasks issued by the system. Obtain information about the hidden family. Qile drove out from Yunwu City overnight, chasing after Lan Yi and others, and came to this desert. This is all due to Qile not knowing where the hidden family is. If Qile knew the location, he could just use the empty boots to open the door to space. There would be no need to go to such trouble. So during the days when Qile left, the job of taking care of the store was temporarily left to Yu Shi'er. Anyway, there aren't any new products in the store recently, so Yu Shi'er can handle it. Not to mention the help of Gu Pingchuan and others. To be honest, even if Qi Lu is not here. If anyone dares to bully Yu Shi'er, the first person who won't agree is probably the customer in the store. How dare you bully such a cute shop assistant? Do you still want to die? Besides replenishing goods, Qilu also serves as the mascot most of the time in the store. A mascot that is so powerful that everyone needs to look up to him. So Qilu is still relieved. After all, it's time for Yu Shi'er to learn how to be independent. When the time comes, Qilu is also planning to open a clerk version of the warehouse to Yu Shi'er for restocking. Now that we have determined the place, let's go in first. Qilu rubbed his hands, and then activated his ability to break the empty boots. As long as the specific coordinates are known, even the alien space like the ruins that has been salvaged from the long river of time can be entered with the hollow boots. What's more, this kind of small space built by strong people. After Qilu entered the territory of the Hidden World family, it was easy to collect information about the Hidden World family. Anyway, it is definitely impossible to get it. Then just collect it secretly. The system will not interfere with the process of completing the task, only the results. The territorial space of the reclusive family. Although this is a small space. But after entering, you will find that it is also a vast and huge space. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge mountain range. Like a giant dragon that stretches across the earth, it divides the entire territorial space into 4 parts. These 4 areas are the locations of the 4 hidden families. Looking forward from the mountains, there are countless buildings lined up in rows. It's like 4 city-states built on the mountains. This is the space that the four hidden families spent countless resources building hundreds of years ago. After hundreds of years of recuperation and intermarriage with outsiders, the four hidden families have long since developed into a huge tribe. In the territory of each hidden family, the direct line of the hidden family is the main one, and the collateral line is the supplement. There are also a large number of clansmen whose bloodline is so thin that they can almost be ignored. And those who once entered this territorial space as servants and helpers ended up staying here. Then multiply. Therefore, in the city-states established by each hidden family, there are far more than just members of the hidden family. There are many more residents living in this small space. There are hundreds of thousands of them. Here, there are simply four brand new city-states, a country of its own. Following Yu Yofeng's introduction, Lan Yi and others' eyes widened. My heart was filled with shock. Such a large-scale effort is simply unimaginable. Dozens of generations of improvement, countless resources, and a lot of lives have been spent to create this strange space. Yu Yufeng looked at the sky. There is light condensed by the majestic magic power. No matter how majestic this small space is, it is just a broken space. Without the existence of rules, without the protection and blessing of the power of heaven and earth, even if it can absorb energy from the main world, it is nothing more than a moth in the main world. The Yun family and the Mainland family are right in front, and the other two places are the Yu family and the Lan family. Here, there are simply four real city-states, a country of its own. Following Yu Yofeng's introduction, Lan Yi and others also widened their eyes and looked at everything in front of them. My heart was filled with shock. Such a large-scale effort is simply unimaginable. Dozens of generations of perfection. It took countless resources and a lot of lives to create this strange space. Yu Yufeng looked at the sky. There is light condensed by the majestic magic power. No matter how majestic this small space is, it is nothing more than a broken space. Without the existence of rules, without the protection and blessing of the power of heaven and earth, even if it can absorb energy from the main world, it is nothing more than a moth in the main world. The Yun family and the Mainland family are right in front, and the other two places are the Yu family and the Lan family. Yu Yufeng stood on the mountain range, pointing downwards and talking. According to inference, after Mainland Qinchi comes back, he will start preparing for the engagement ceremony. Having said this, Yu Yufeng paused, then looked at Lan Yi, and said in a solemn and slow tone, "The engagement ceremony of a concubine is not that grand, so it won't take long to prepare. If the engagement ceremony ends and the Yun family goes on alert, you will never have a chance again. As long as there is a marriage between the four hidden families, whether it is a direct line or a collateral line, whether it is a marriage or an engagement, people from other families will be invited to witness it. For marriages between people of the same clan or outsiders, only people within the family will be invited to participate. Therefore, people from the Yu family and the Lan family will definitely be invited to the engagement ceremony between Mainland Qinchi and the direct son of the Yun family. And precisely because of this, the defense is at its weakest during the engagement ceremony. Because this is the territorial space of the hidden family. The four hidden families are indeed on guard against each other. But that's normal. And when the four major hidden families get married in pairs, it is an established rule to invite people from other families to attend the ceremony and witness the marriage. When the ceremony was held, it was the truce period. This is also an unwritten rule. Therefore, when Mainland Qinchi got engaged to the direct son of the Yun family, it was the time when the four hidden families were most relaxed. Years of being pampered have long since made them lose the idea of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Conceded. When there is no need to guard against other families, their vigilance will be extremely relaxed. Do you understand? Yu Yufeng stared at Lan Yi and others and asked seriously. This is a matter of life and death. We understand. Lan Yi nodded. Okay, in that case, I will go back to Yojia first to find out the news. Yojia will definitely receive news about Nailan Qingqi's engagement ceremony. When the time comes, we will contact you using our membership card. After Yu Yufeng made sure that he had said everything he needed to say and warned, he handed it over and left. This operation requires an internal response. Sorry to bother you. You're welcome. I wish I could bring shame on the Yun family. I just hope that you will succeed. Yu Yufeng waved his hand and did not accept Lan Ye's thanks. Just mutual benefit. The four hidden families were originally at odds with each other. When you can attack other families, you must do your best to attack them. However, this kind of thing cannot be done openly, it can only be done secretly. If Nailan Qingqi manages to escape again during this engagement ceremony, this incident will definitely make the Yun family a laughingstock. After Nailan Qingqi was brought back to the hidden family's territorial space by Yandu. Even out of etiquette, Yandu would send Nailan Qingqi back to Nailan's house first. After all, the Yun family and the Nailan family are not at odds with each other. If Nailan Qingqi is taken directly to the Yun family, it will become the Yun family robbing people. It will not end well for both parties by then. Miss Nailan, the Nailan family city-state has arrived. Someone from the Nailan family will come to greet you on the way ahead, so I won't send you any more. Yandu's footsteps stopped in front of the gate of the city-state established by the Nailan family. The four hidden families each built a city-state. Normally, residents in the four city-states cannot move around freely without an invitation letter or a road guide. Especially members of a reclusive family like Yandu. Who knows if you came here to inquire about information? If you rashly enter the city-state of another family, you will be breaking taboo. Nailan Qingqi has remained silent since he entered the territory of the Hidden World family. Even outside the Nailan family city-state, they didn't say a word. Just watching it all with cold eyes. The city gate was quickly opened. A group of guards quickly poured out from the city, then lined up on both sides, standing upright with their weapons on their shoulders. Immediately afterwards, a neatly dressed middle-aged man who looked like a butler walked out from between the two rows of guards. I, Nailan Kong, will temporarily serve as the steward of Nailan Mansion. The middle-aged man bowed slightly and saluted. Then he raised his head, glanced across Yandu's face, and landed on Nailan Qingqi. Steward Nailan is very polite. I am at Yandu and have been ordered to send Miss Nailan home. Now that Steward is here, my mission has been completed. Yandu bowed his hand politely. The so-called steward is actually the chief steward of the Nailan family's mansion. As for the name Nalankang, Yandu had also heard of it. Nalankang was not named Nailan before. It was because manager Nalankang had followed the head of the Nailan family since he was a child. Although he had a foreign surname, he was loyal to the Nailan family. And his cultivation qualifications are extremely high. Therefore, when the current head of the Nailan family came to power, he gave Nailan Kong his current surname. Moreover, Nalankang's status in the Nailan family is actually not low at all. Even compared to ordinary direct descendants, it is half a step higher. Therefore, Yandu did not dare to neglect. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yandu. Since I have come here, I will leave Miss Nailan Qingqi to my care. Nalankang nodded, and then said aloud. Nailan, please do it yourself. Naturally, Yundu would have no objection. I was just a little surprised to see Nalankang here. In terms of identity, Nailan Qingqi is just a collateral descendant of the Nailan family. Nailan Kang's status in the Nailan family is much higher than that of Nailan Qingqi. But this time someone was sent to take Lan Qingqi back to Nailan's house, but it was Nailan Kong, the great steward, who came in person. It has to be said that the Nailan family attaches great importance to this marriage. The so-called wife is valued based on her husband. If Nailan Qingqi marries the direct son of the Yun family, even if she is a concubine, her status will be much better than it is now. Therefore, the Nailan family naturally did not dare to neglect this matter. After Yendu handed over his hand and said goodbye, only then did Nailan Kong return his gaze to Nailan Qingqi's face. Please, Miss Nailan, your parents are waiting for you. Please, Nailan. Miss Nailan, your parents are waiting for you. Nailan Kang's tone became a little stiff, and the expression on his face became serious. When Nailan Qingqi escaped from the engagement ceremony, it was not just the Yun family that was embarrassed, the Nailan family was not much better off either. So Nailan Kang naturally doesn't like Nailan Qingqi very much. Then let's go. Nailan Qingqi glanced at Nailan Kang coldly. The loyal lackey of the current head of the Nailan family is very arrogant in the Nailan family's mansion. Don't say that Nailan Kang doesn't want to see Nailan Qingqi. But Nailan Qingqi didn't expect to see Nailan Kang. Before I meet your parents, I have something I must tell you. Both the Nailan family and the Yun family don't want to see you escape again. This is the advice I give you. Nailan Kang looked at Nailan Qingqi and spoke word by word. This is advice and a warning. He was telling Nailan Qingqi to calm down. As a chess piece for the family to exchange interests, it is just daydreaming to think about jumping out of the chessboard. However, Nailan Qingqi ignored Nailan Kang's words. Now that Nailan Qingqi has taken the initiative to return here, he has no intention of resisting anymore. At least, not during the engagement ceremony. If they do it during the engagement ceremony, it will only make the Yun family and Nailan family angry. Nalankan chess will probably be pushed out as the culprit and used to sacrifice the flag to vent his anger. It is better to use the time before getting married to accumulate your own strength after getting engaged. Then figure it out slowly. The side hall of the Nailan family's mansion. Nailan Kang took Nailan Qingqi to the entrance of the side hall, and then left with others. The location here is right next to the main house. Logically speaking, with the collateral status of Nailan Qingqi's parents, they could live here. But Nailan Qingqi knew it in his heart. I live here not because of my status, but for house arrest. Nailan Qingqi's parents were placed under house arrest to force Nailan Qingqi to submit. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Nailan Qingqi took a deep breath and then opened the door of the side hall. The first thing that catches the eye is a large courtyard. In the corners of the courtyard, there are several towering trees, which cast a large amount of shade, and there are also ponds and rockeries as decorations. The side hall next to the main house has a good view. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man with a very elegant temperament was pacing back and forth. This scene doesn't feel like hanging out. More like anxiety. Shao Qi, you were really captured. Perhaps because he heard the door push, the middle-aged man turned his head and saw Nailan Qingqi standing at the door of the side hall. A look of dejection suddenly appeared on his face. Dad. Nailan Qingqi took a few steps and came to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is Nailan Qingqi's father, Nailan Jishu. Jishu means to know the books and reason. Such a bookish name is also the reason for Nailan Jishu's elegant temperament. You shouldn't have come back. Nailan Jishu shook his head and sighed. Regardless of Nailan Jishu's elegant temperament, he felt that Nailan Jishu's strength was low. In fact, a few years ago, he was able to help Nailan Qingqi escape from the hidden family's territory, which is enough to prove that Nailan Jishu's strength is not weak at all. A few years ago, he could have helped Nailan Qingqi escape from the hidden family's territory. This is enough to prove that Nailan Jishu's strength cannot be underestimated. In fact, Nailan Jishu is known as the Grandmaster, closest to the hero level in the Nailan family. It's a pity that Nailan Jishu's status as a collateral member can only stop at Grandmaster level. Dad, I'm worried about you. They used my soul fire to guide them. Nailan Qingqi said calmly. It was as if what he was talking about was not his own business. Yes, guided by the soul fire, those damn guys took the soul fire away from. Mainland Jishu closed his eyes, and his elegant temperament suddenly became violent. But soon, it returned to its original state. Dad, it's okay. I escaped from here by myself back then. In fact, I was too selfish. I shouldn't have left you here. Mainland Chinchi said seriously. It is really wrong to trade your parents' safety for your own freedom. Shao Chi, are you back? While the father and daughter were talking, a young woman in a moon-white dress suddenly ran out of the house. Time seems to have left no trace on this woman's face. Even in middle age, this woman's face is still beautiful and gentle. She is Mainland Chinchi's mother, and Moran. Although Moran has a foreign surname, he is married to Mainland Jishu, and they are in love with each other, and they are happy with each other. The name given to Mainland Chinchi actually has something to do with Moran. Mainland Chinchi is an only daughter. And Moran's name comes from Moran's painting. Play chess, learn books, and dye ink. It is Chin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Mom, it's me. Mainland Chinchi responded quickly and then came to Moran. You're back, it doesn't matter if you're back, you must have suffered a lot outside these years. And Moran carefully inspected Mainland Chinchi's whole body, and then held Mainland Chinchi in his arms. As a first-time mother, how could Moran not want Mainland Chinchi to be by her side? But the direct son of the Yun family is aggressive. Mainland Jishu and Moran had no choice but to work together to send Mainland Chinchi away. Although the Grandmaster level is strong. But in front of the hero level, they are just stronger ants. It's not bitter, Mom, I'm living a good life outside. A smile appeared on Mainland Chinchi's face. Perhaps the period of time just escaping from the hidden family's territorial space was indeed very difficult. A little girl under 10 years old, with low strength. It takes a lot of courage and perseverance to survive in that endless desert. Fortunately, Lanya's team happened to be performing a mission in the desert at that time, and met Mainland Chinchi, who was dying in the desert. Being a mercenary can be hard. But unfettered, free, and happy. At least that's what Mainland Chinchi thinks. So after being found by Yundu, Mainland Chinchi wanted to use himself to protect Lanyi and the others. Because Mainland Chinchi's life was saved by Lanyi and the others. I heard that the person has been found. Yes, Mr. Yun. In Yun family mansion, Yun Fanfei's room, Yundu got down on one knee and respectfully reported the situation this time. A man with a somewhat feminine face held his chin with one hand, and a cold sparkle flashed in his narrow red eyes. This man is the direct son of the Yun family who has taken a liking to Mainland Chinchi. The clouds are flying. The clouds are flying. He is known as the person most likely to aspire to the hero level among the younger generation of the Yun family. There is no doubt about his qualifications and talent. And as a direct descendant of the Yun family, as long as Yun Fanfei can be promoted to the hero level and become the head of the Yun family in the future, it is almost a certainty. So it's not an exaggeration for Yundu to come over in advance to curry favor. What's more, every head of the family will have his own team and confidants. Moreover, Yundu, as an underappreciated branch of the Yun family, could no longer gain the trust of the current head of the family, so there was nothing wrong with trying to please the next head of the family. A few years ago, I discovered that Mainland Chinchi's physique is very suitable for me to use as a cauldron to enhance my strength. It's just that at that time, the time was not yet ripe, and Mainland Chinchi was not strong enough. Yun Fanfei got up from his seat and walked slowly around the room. He muttered to himself. It seemed like he was reminiscing, but also like he was telling Yundu. So I allowed Mainland Chinchi to escape from the engagement ceremony and escape from the territorial space. Because I'm afraid that I won't be able to help but destroy this cauldron. But now, the time is ripe, As long as I swallow the power of mainland Qingqi, I will definitely be able to pass the hero level trial and be promoted to the hero level. When the time comes, you will be my confidant, do you understand? Yandu. When Yin Fanfei finished speaking, he glanced at Yundu from the corner of his eye. That cold look made Yandu shiver all over. Yes, I understand. Mr. Yun, I am willing to go through fire and water for Mr. Yun, no matter what. Yandu understood instantly. What Yin Fanfei said today has never been known to anyone else. Otherwise, the engagement ceremony would be very lively. Yun Fanfei fell in love with mainland Qingqi just to use Nalan Kinki as a cauldron. Then this is not a marriage, but taking advantage of the Nalan family. If the Nalan family knew about it, then even if the Nalan family was not as powerful as the Yun family, for the sake of face and the hearts of the people, the Nalan family would have no choice but to go to war with the Yun family. By then, it will be really lively. Today, Yun Fanfei told Yundu about this just to get Yundu into the same boat. Because Nalan Qingqi was retrieved by Yandu. In other people's eyes, Yandu belongs to Yun Fanfei's family. The battle for the position of the head of the family is never peaceful. Therefore, Yandu could only express his loyalty immediately. Because if you get on the same boat, you can only get both good and bad, and there is no way to get off the boat. The only way to get off the ship is for Yun Fanfei to become the head of the Yun family. Otherwise, we can only drown together in this undercurrent. Very good, we will notify you about the engagement ceremony soon. That's when I'll accomplish something great. Yun Fanfei looked out the window. Outside, there is a somewhat gloomy scene. And the main residence of the Yun family mansion. There is where the head of the Yun family sits when discussing matters. It's really strange. The information about these hidden families is hidden so secretly. It has been a few days since I entered the territory of the Hidden World family. Although Qi Lu was shocked by the huge gesture of the Hidden World family, he quickly adjusted his mood. I feel like the mission is still important. Moreover, the Hidden World family did not hesitate to spend countless resources to build a small space. The four major hidden families will not hesitate to spend huge amounts of resources to build a small space. There must be a secret in this. It's no wonder that the system is suddenly interested in the hidden family. To be honest, if Qi Lu came to this small space without the ability of breaking the empty boots, he never thought that there would actually be a force that would create a world of his own. Even if it is just a broken world with no rules and no power of heaven and earth. But this is a pioneering work. However, Qi Lu hid his aura and wandered around the four hidden families in the past few days, although he found some information. But not much of the real secret has been revealed. Do I really have to go to the heads of those families and directly ask them about their family secrets? Qi Lu thought for a moment silently. Then he quickly suppressed this strange idea. Since it is someone else's family secret, if you ask directly, others will tell you. Maybe there will be a fight. At that time, Qi Lu will have no choice but to run away. If all the four hidden families were alarmed, Qi Li's mission would have to be declared a failure in advance. By the way, system, will you search the memory directly? Qi Li sat in a dark corner and asked in his mind. Since the information in ancient books cannot be found, let's find the information directly from the human brain. This second stroke system is usually very diligent when it comes to peeking at thoughts of its host. I just hope it won't fall behind at such a critical time. System, host, your idea is very interesting. System, but this system clearly tells you that if you want to search for complete memories, you must give your soul to this system. This answer is decisive. There is probably no room for negotiation. As for handing over the soul to the system, it is basically like a meat bun beating a dog, and there will be no return. Although there are some magics used for interrogation in general magic. However, the magic used for interrogation has nothing to do with searching for memories. As the system said, if you really want to search for complete memories, the trauma to a person's consciousness will be extremely serious. Because memory is something deeply buried in the soul. Even if Qi Lu and the system are almost integrated, the system can only occasionally peek into some of Qi Li's scattered memories. Want to extract the complete memory? It is estimated that half of the soul will be consumed. Then forget it, I'll think of something else. Qi Lu also knew it in his heart. If he really used memory searching to gather the information the system wanted, Qi Lu would probably go on a killing spree. Because no one knows who has the memory of these materials in their mind. The heads of the 4 hidden families are the most likely. But Qi Li's mind was fine. He won't go to trouble with those powerful heroes. If it is a person, then assassination is assassination. However, given the information on the 4 hidden families, it would be necessary to assassinate at least 4 powerful heroes. This amount is terrifying just thinking about it. After returning from Nalankinki, the engagement ceremony begins. It's just a few days. Yu Yufeng returned to Yojia. After discovering that his family had received an invitation from the Yun family, he used his membership card to contact the people in Lanya's team. The engagement ceremony is about to begin. The specific time is, the specific location is, please be careful. After the news was sent out, Yu Yufeng fell silent. To achieve this step is to be considered as the most benevolent and righteous person. Yu Yufeng can't get involved in what happens next. On this day, the Yun family's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. As a direct descendant of the Yun family, Yun Fanfei is the first person with the strongest cultivation qualifications. The Yun family naturally attached great importance to his engagement ceremony. After receiving the invitation, members of the 4 hidden families also comito the Yun family mansion to express their congratulations. Whether it's true or false. Anyway, superficial skills must be done well. As for the residents of the city-state built by the Yun family, every one of them seemed to be celebrating a festival, and the streets and alleys were filled with a joyful atmosphere. The legitimate son is engaged, and the residents rejoice together. On the occasion of the engagement ceremony, all residents in the city-state can go to the Yun family's mansion to receive a gift and have a meal offering water. The Yun family has a big business, so naturally they won't be stingy with such a small thing. The territorial space of the hidden family was originally built for the purpose of self-sufficiency. The huge mountain range that stretches across this small space is a huge source of materials. However, this area of material production is all within the jurisdiction of the 4 hidden families. Members of the hidden family can go into the mountains to collect supplies. But not the people who live in the castle. Instead, they can only cultivate and harvest in the cultivated fields and medicinal fields assigned to the number of people. Although the daily life is enough for food and clothing. But it is very difficult to have a surplus. So every time this kind of ceremony occurs, it is the happiest time for the residents of the city-state. The day has finally come. Yun Fanfei, who was sitting backstage in the lobby, held his chin with one hand and let the 2 innocent and lovely maids apply makeup on him. The engagement ceremony cannot be taken lightly. Although Yun Fanfei's posture with his chin propped up is not convenient for putting on makeup. But the 2 maids did not dare to bring it up. Master Yun, the lobby has been decorated and guests are coming in one after another. Yundu came to the backstage and reported the situation to Yun Fanfei. As someone who is in the same boat as Yun Fanfei, Yundu naturally has some small privileges. Moreover, Yundu did not dare to betray Yun Fanfei. Not to mention the gap in status between the two. Even if Yundu said it, how many people would believe it? At that time, it is unlikely that Yundu will be accused of slandering a direct descendant of the Yun family and will be sent to jail. Is Nalan Qinchi here? Yun Fanfei asked calmly. This sentence, to the ears of the two maids, meant that Yun Fanfei was concerned about Nailan Qingqi's situation. In the hearts of the two maids, they suddenly felt that Yun Fanfei was a good man. Taking concubines is extremely common for people of Yun Fanfei's status. But how many people can really care about concubines? However, Yandu knew Yun Fanfei's thoughts in asking this question. Nailan Qingqi must not run away. When Nailan Qingqi escaped from the engagement ceremony for the first time, it was because of Yun Fanfei's connivance. That's why Yun Fanfei later interceded for Nailan Qingqi. In the eyes of outsiders, Yun Fanfei would only be considered a good man. Good husband. However, Yandu, who knew what happened, felt cold in his heart. Don't show off, keep all your plans in mind, and make a gesture that outsiders want to see. But just to hide his true purpose. From this point of view, there are several other direct descendants of the Yun family who are qualified to compete for the position of head of the family. I'm afraid no one can beat Yun Fanfei. Backstage in the lobby, another room. This is the room where the Nailan family belongs during the engagement ceremony. Nailan Qingqi was picked up very early. He had already changed his clothes and was being put on makeup by several maids. Nailan Jishu and Moran were sitting next to him. Outside the door were guards arranged by the Nailan family. But these guards are not so much protecting the people in the room as they are preventing the people in the room from escaping again. Crack! The door was pushed open. After the guards saluted, Nailan Kang walked in from the door. Manager Nailan, why are you here? After Nailan Jishu saw Nailan Kang, he frowned slightly, but soon forced himself to relax his brows. Living in the Nailan family, unless you can be promoted to the hero level. Otherwise, as a collateral heir, his status would not be better than that of Nailan Kang. Perhaps Nailan Jishu could not give Nailan Kang a good look. But Nailan Jishu must consider his wife and daughter. I came over to see if you are still there. Nailan Kang said unabashedly. Nailan Kang himself did not attach much importance to collateral descendants. After all, his identity lies there, as a confidant of the current head of the Nailan family. Even those direct descendants of the Nailan family who are not in important positions usually have to look at Nailan Kang's face. But this time, Nailan Kang will come here instead of the head of the Nailan family. Just to warn Nailan Qingqi. Last time, you ran away from the engagement ceremony regardless of Thifamili's face. Master Yun Fanfei was willing to lower his face to intercede for you. You should feel grateful. If that happens again this time, the Nailan family will capture you without the Yun family taking action. After Nailan Kang said this, he glanced around the room with warning eyes. Then he looked at the maids who were putting makeup on Nailan Qingqi. How much longer? It will take 10 more minutes to report to the steward. A maid who seemed to be the leader answered loudly. Very good. Nailan Kang nodded, and then left the room expressionlessly. Damn guy. Nailan Jishu looked at Nailan Kang's back and cursed secretly. But that's all, other things are helpless. Grandmaster level power is still too weak. Facing the Shangyun family and the Nailan family, it is like trying to use Amantes as a chariot. Even if you sacrifice your life, you will not get anything in return. Yun's lobby. As guests entered one after another, the banquet became lively. However, the marriage between the Yun family and the Nailan family is not what the Lan family and the Yu family want to see after all. Therefore, the heads of the Lan family and Yu family were not present. They just sent an elder as a representative to bring their clan members over to express their congratulations. However, Yun Chengfeng, the head of the Yun family, and Nailan Kuan, the head of the Nailan family, were having a very happy conversation at the moment. In other words, it is more accurate to say that it is hypocrisy and compromise. Although the two families are married, it is inevitable that the Nailan family has taken advantage. But joining forces is never simple. Although the relationship between the Yun family and the Nailan family can pass today's engagement ceremony, it appears to be even closer. But when it comes to real interests, there is no ambiguity. The brothers are still settling accounts. What's more, the Yun family and the Nailan family are both big families, so how could they be affected by a marriage? Guests, please take your seats. The newcomers will enter immediately. The master of ceremonies' voice echoed in the lobby. An engagement ceremony is no different than a wedding ceremony, and its process is relatively simple. One does not worship heaven and earth, and the other does not worship high halls. This engagement ceremony is nothing like a wedding ceremony. The process is relatively simple. Neither worshipping heaven and earth nor worshipping the high hall, it is just a simple banquet. Invite people from the 4 hidden families to come over, more to be witnesses and to congratulate the two on their engagement. As the MC shouted, the banquet was being prepared in an orderly manner. The newlyweds enter and receive blessings from the guests. Then everyone witnessed the engagement of the two, and the banquet could begin. The flowing water seats outside the lobby will also start. As the guests took their seats, a man with a somewhat feminine face walked out from the high platform in the lobby. It was Yun Fanfei dressed in fine clothes. After putting on makeup, Yun Fanfei's face still looks feminine, but it gives people a strange sense of beauty. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend my engagement ceremony. Yun Fanfei came to the stage under the guidance of the MC. He bowed slightly and said some words of thanks. These are just clichés. Anyone who can receive an invitation to attend an engagement ceremony has heard this cliché countless times. But even so, no one would refuse to give face to Yun Fanfei's politeness. Offending the most likely successor to the next head of the Yun family. Not a wise choice. So after Yun Fanfei spoke, all the guests in the audience congratulated him. It is well known that Nailan Qingqi escaped from the last engagement ceremony and Yun Fanfei interceded for her. So for such an infatuated person, everyone's congratulations are mostly sincere. After all, Yun Fanfei's identity is inherently nobler than Nailan Qingqi's. But this kind of thing would be a loss of face for ordinary people, but Yun Fanfei was able to put down his dignity. It's really not simple. Master Yun Fanfei is so outstanding, but my Nailan family is far ahead of him. Nailan Kuan sat in the audience and exchanged polite words with Yun Chengfeng. Yun Fanfei is infatuated, I just want to help him, but I can't talk about reaching for anything. Naturally, Yun Chengfeng would not respond. If you really agree to the phrase, climb high, it means that the Yun family wants to be higher than your Nailan family. This kind of language is taboo among the 4 hidden families who should be equal. Unless the Yun family is really confident that one can fight against 3. Otherwise, no matter how confident Yun Chengfeng is, he will not talk nonsense. After Yun Fanfei made his opening remarks, Nailan Qingqi also walked out from the backstage of the lobby. In the past, Nailan Qingqi was just a beauty, but her appearance now is naturally better than before. After applying makeup, put on a dress. Nailan Qingqi's appearance was enough to amaze the guests present. Even though Nailan Qingqi is not very old now, his face still looks a bit immature. But it is not difficult to see that she will be a beauty who brings disaster to the country and the people in the future. Thank you all for coming to attend this engagement ceremony. Nailan Qingqi said this sentence with an expressionless face and some stiffness. Then there is no further text. If Nailan King hadn't threatened Nailan Qingqi's parents, maybe Nailan Qingqi would have stood silently until the end after taking the stage. Dear guests, please forgive me, this newcomer may be a little shy. The MC immediately came out to smooth things over. All the guests in the audience also smiled and expressed their understanding. Everyone knows the details of this engagement ceremony. If Nailan Qingqi was really willing, how could he have escaped from the last engagement ceremony? It's just that everyone knows about this scandal about the Yun family and the Nailan family. It's all tacit. Because no matter how this matter is discussed, it is still a matter between the Yun family and the Nailan family. Even the two family heads didn't speak. It was their turn to meddle in other people's business. Let's just eat the banquet honestly and say a few false blessings, and then the task is completed. When Yun Fanfei and Nailan Qingqi both came to the stage and stood still, the MC also began to introduce the lives of the two people as usual. These are fixed processes. The guests in the audience also sat quietly and listened. Master Yun Fanfei, are you willing to make an engagement with Miss Nailan Qingqi and stay with her for the rest of your life, regardless of birth, old age, illness, or death? At the end, the master of ceremonies looked at Yun Fanfei and asked seriously. I do. Yun Fanfei smiled and answered immediately. In fact, at this point, these are just procedures. As long as I get past today, the power of Nailan Qingqi will help me achieve the goal of becoming a hero. After Yun Fanfei responded, his eyes suddenly became thoughtful when he looked at Nailan Qingqi. This kind of look, in the eyes of the guests in the audience, is a sign of deep affection. Infatuation. Miss Nailan Qingqi, are you willing to make an engagement with Mr. Yun Fanfei and stay with him for the rest of your life, regardless of birth, old age, illness, or death? The master of ceremonies looked at Nailan Qingqi again and continued to ask. I. Nailan Qingqi opened his mouth hesitantly, but only uttered one word before he paused. Nailan Qingqi hated Yun Fanfei from the bottom of his heart. This sentence, I do, is really difficult to say. Hurry up and agree, Nailan Qingqi. Yun Fanfei still had a smile on his lips and looked at Nailan Qingqi quietly. I was really roaring in my heart. When the MC standing aside saw this scene, his forehead was quickly covered with beads of sweat. Miss Nailan Qingqi, are you willing to make an engagement with Mr. Yun Fanfei and stay with him for the rest of your life, whether you are born, old, sick or dead? As a last resort, the master of ceremonies had to repeat the question. Otherwise, you will be left in the cold during the engagement ceremony. Then this is the end of his role as a master of ceremonies. The guests in the audience were also staring at the two people on the stage, wondering what was going on. How is this going? Nailan Kuan glanced at Nailan Kong, who was standing by. Didn't I give you a warning when I asked you to go backstage? Why do you still drop the chain at this time? Nalankan's eyes were very clear. This made Nalankang's forehead instantly sweat. No matter how high Nalankang's status is in the Nailan family, it is all given by Nalankan, not Nalankang's bloodline. Therefore, facing Nalankan's doubts, Nalankang was even more panicked in his heart. Bang! A slight crisp sound sounded in the audience. Nailan Qingqi's eyes were immediately attracted, but he saw a hairpin falling to the ground. It's in Moran's hairpin. Nailan Kong had a gloomy face, staring at Nailan Qingqi, his thumb passing across his neck. Made a beheading motion. Damn it! Nailan Qingqi immediately understood what Nailan Kong meant. Nailan Jishu and Moran did not come to the lobby to participate in the engagement ceremony, but stayed in the backstage room. Because in the lobby, no matter what, the Nailan family will worry about face issues. It was impossible to take action against Nailan Jishu and Moran. In the lobby, it was indeed impossible to attack Nailan Jishu and Moran. But in the backstage room, that's not necessarily the case. Nailan Kong asked someone to drop the hairpin, which attracted Nailan Qingqi's attention. Just to deal with this situation. Threats from family members are always the most effective. Nailan Qingqi gritted his teeth, and finally could only take a deep breath, looked at Yun Fanfei, and spoke word by word. I wish. We object. Before Nailan Qingqi finished speaking, he was interrupted by a clear voice. The sudden sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then everyone was surprised to find that the person who spoke out turned out to be a heroic woman. "Who are you?" Yun Fanfei stared closely at the woman who spoke and asked in a deep voice. Nalankan chess is an important cauldron in Yun Fanfei's plan. If anyone dares to stop it, Yun Fanfei will never show mercy. "My name is Lan Yi, I am Nayland Qingqi's partner and sister. I came here this time to take Nayland Qingqi out of here." Lan Yi looked at Yun Fanfei without fear. Then he spoke loudly. "Now that we have arrived here, there is no way out." So Lan Yi didn't hide anything and directly stated his purpose. "Sister Lanya." Nayland Qingqi's eyes widened and he looked at Lan Yi in shock. But soon, it turned into emotion. Nayland Qingqi knew that he had not chosen the wrong person. Nayland Qingqi is willing to dedicate his freedom to protect Lan Yi and others. But the people from Lan Ye's team will also break into Long Tan Tiger's den to take Nayland Qingqi out. It has to be said that during the engagement ceremony, the Yun family's guarding force was indeed extremely lax. Because at this time, the city-state residents of the four hidden families will move around. Anyone can come and participate in the flowing seats set up outside the lobby. Even if the guards of the Yun family are all cultivators, it is impossible for them to know all the residents in the four city-states. But this is also the Yun family's self-confidence. I am confident that no one will dare to cause trouble in the Yun family. Therefore, Lan Yi and others sneaked in easily. "Sister Lanya, it's done." Yojiao followed closely and said softly. Fei Xue and others also followed Yojiao, and came to stand next to Lan Yi one after another. Everyone in Lan Yi's team is now here. Although the flowing water seats are open to those residents who can come and participate. But there are guards at the entrance of the lobby checking invitations. However, the strength of these guards is just that of a professional class. To Yojiao, who possesses the breath of shadow, they are nothing more than meat on the chopping board. No one even discovered that these guards had actually been assassinated. "It's you." Yun Fanfei's face suddenly darkened. Naturally, Yundu also reported the news about Lan Yi and others to Yun Fanfei. But Yun Fanfei never expected that these people would dare to follow the hidden family's territorial space. Seeing that the situation was not good, the guests in the lobby began to veto both sides. A large open space was left in the lobby. After all, this is Yun Fanfei's business. Or to put it more seriously, it is the matter of the Yun family and the Nalan family. It has nothing to do with them, the guests attending the engagement ceremony. It's none of your business, just hang it up high. Not to mention that the four hidden families themselves are not harmonious. Someone can come and disrupt the engagement ceremony, and the Lan family and the Yu family are happy to laugh. After all, the marriage between the Yun family and the Nalan family is not good news for the Lan family and the Yu family. Guys, today is the day of the engagement ceremony between my Nalan family and Yun family. You show up like this, but you want to make enemies of my Nalan family and Yun family? Nalan Kuan looked at Lan Yi and suddenly said aloud. This time, everyone came to the engagement ceremony except the Yun family's home court. The Lan family and the Yu family were just elders, bringing their clansmen here. And for Lan Ye's appearance to ruin the engagement ceremony, I applauded it with both hands. Naturally, it was impossible to speak aloud. At most, they can just echo, but it is impossible to take action. In order to show that the Nalan family attached great importance to this matter, Nalan Kuan personally came to the Yun family. So the first one to speak out at this time was naturally Nalan Kuan. After all, when it comes to family strength, the Yun family is better than the Nalan family. If this engagement ceremony is messed up, the worst-case scenario is that they break up in one fell swoop. The Yun family just lost some face. But it is the Nalan family that really suffers after all. Do you know the consequences of being enemies with the Nalan family and the Yun family? Just because you guys are only at the master level, you want to fight against the two hidden families. Even if you die, that's not how you die. Nalan Kuan asked with a sullen face. There was a big fight at the engagement ceremony. Even if Lan Yi and others were suppressed, the engagement ceremony would be ruined. So Nalankan had to suppress his anger, trying to use the reputation of the hidden family to intimidate visitors. The hidden family? Lan Yi looked at Nalan Kuan with a half-smile, and then his face suddenly straightened. So what? Lan Yi's tone was extremely firm and decisive. The hidden family is indeed powerful, but what does Lan Yi have to fear? Fei Xue and the others also looked at the stage with a straight face, expressionless, without a trace of flinching in their eyes. Lan Yi's words mean Lan Yi's team. No matter how difficult and dangerous the front is, they can't stop their determination to take Nalan Qingqi away from Nalan's family. Shao Qi, say it. Say what you want to say in your heart. Lan Yi ignored Nalankan's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, and shouted to the stage. They don't need other people's opinions. As long as Nalan Qingqi wants to leave Nalan's family, they are willing to do their best. Sister Lanya, Sister Fei Xue, Sister Qing'er, Sister Yojiao, Sister Xiaya, Zir. Nalan Qingqi looked at the familiar faces in the audience. The tears in his eyes couldn't stop flowing out. With the strength of Lan Yi and others, coming to the territory of the Hidden World family is no different than sending them to death. Otherwise, Nalan Qingqi would not have decided to come back. This is to protect Lan Yi and others. But now even though Nalan Qingqi is back, Lan Yi and the others still come over. This made Nalan Qingqi feel moved and grateful. I don't want to get engaged to Yun Fanfei, I want to leave the Nalan family. I want to go on adventures with you. I want to go back to Brother Qi Li's shop. Nalan Qingqi let the tears on his face flow freely and shouted out what was in his heart. Back at Nalan's house, Nalan Qingqi's mood has been depressed. But now, Nalan Qingqi is really in a happy mood. Even if this is the case in this life, it doesn't matter. Okay, Shaoqi, wait for us on the stage. After Lan Yi received a satisfactory answer, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Okay, Shaoqi, wait for us on the stage. After Lan Yi received a satisfactory answer, he suddenly smiled. I don't want to get engaged to Yun Fanfei, I want to leave the Nalan family. I want to go on adventures with you. I want to go back to Brother Qi Li's shop. This is the voice of Nalan Qingqi. This is also the purpose of Lan Yi's trip. Ready to fight. Damn guys. Get them. Nalankan said through gritted teeth. As the head of the Nalan family, no matter how powerful he is, he will never take action immediately. As the head of the family, you can turn the tide in times of crisis. It can appear in the finale to shock the enemy. But if there are guards, it would be too cheap to take action immediately. Following Nalankan's angry roar, dozens of Grandmaster-level guards immediately rushed in outside the lobby and pounced on Lan Yi and others. The heritage of the hidden family was fully revealed at this moment. A master-level person is enough to become a powerful person in the outside world. Even among those big forces, they are still the mainstay. However, in the hidden family, the master-level experts can only serve as guards. In other words, they are elite guards. Xiao Lian, do it. Lan Zier shouted immediately. For these large number of Grandmaster-level guards, Lan Yi alone is really a bit troublesome. After all, Lan Yi and others are only at the Grandmaster level. Even after studying in Qi Li's shop for so long, his strength is far beyond that of ordinary master-level experts. But when facing such a large number of opponents of the same level, it is still somewhat stretched. However, this situation is not a problem for the Dragon Clan. In the case of both being at the Grandmaster level, as long as the opponent isn't a dragon. No matter how many there are, the dragon will not be stretched. Roar. Dozens of guards have not approached Lan Yi and others. A terrifying roar suddenly sounded in the lobby. Anyone familiar with this sound can recognize it. This is the roar of the dragon. How is this possible? Why is there a dragon here? Isn't this the territorial space of the Hidden World family? How could Agent Dragon appear? Help! It's a dragon. Run! The guests in the lobby suddenly became panicked when they looked at the huge figure that suddenly appeared. One by one, no longer caring about their dignity, they all started to run out of the lobby door. That's a giant dragon. No matter how weak a giant dragon of the Dragon Clan is, it starts at the Grandmaster level. Unless it's a newborn dragon. Under normal circumstances, adult dragons will have heroic levels of strength. Even if it is just a junior hero level, it is not something that a mere master level can resist. What's more, not everyone who comes to the engagement ceremony is a master. So don't run at this time. Are you still waiting to die in the lobby? Roar. There was another roar of a giant dragon, and Xing Lian, who was all icy blue and so huge that he occupied half of the lobby, lay down behind Lan's ear. A pair of sharp pupils stared closely at the person in front. After Lan's ear was promoted to the Grandmaster level, Xing Lian's strength quickly rose to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. And the strength is still accumulating. If it weren't for Lan's ear's lack of realm, Xing Lian can be promoted to hero level at any time. This is the result of the gift left by Xing Lian's parents for Xing Lian and the majestic energy contained in the frozen fruit. So at this moment, Xing Lian's momentum was no less than that of a heroic level strongman. Heroic dragon. Xing Lian's appearance not only panicked the guests in the lobby. Even Nailan Kuan and Yun Chengfeng showed shock, looking at the roaring dragon in astonishment. After Xing Lian's power level reached the Grandmaster level, with the power of the frozen fruit, he was able to use frost to condense a real dragon body. If you don't know the details of Xing Lian, you will definitely not be able to tell that this is a dragon body made of pure energy. Moreover, with the blessing of frozen fruit. Even if Xing Lian's power level is limited to the Grandmaster level. But in terms of true strength, it is definitely not something that the Grandmaster level can resist. Roar. With a roar, the power of the dragon burst out. The dozens of ferocious Grandmaster level guards were immediately blown away by the violent dragon power. These are dozens of master level experts. In the outside world, it is enough to become a powerful person. Even in the territorial space of this hidden family, they can be called the elite among the elite. In front of Xing Lian, he was so vulnerable. It is indeed a heroic dragon. Oh my God, what a terrifying dragon power this is. Fortunately, we ran fast. It would have been a disaster if we had stayed there. It's a good thing I didn't speak before. The guests who fled out of the lobby in a panic looked back after hearing this terrifying roar. His face suddenly turned pale and he spoke with lingering fear. At the same time, I was secretly glad in my heart. Fortunately, I and others did not sarcastically mock those women in the lobby earlier, but chose to treat the matter as if it had nothing to do with them. Otherwise, the person who bears such terrifying dragon power at this moment may be himself. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Now retreat outwards, be careful not to be affected by the aftermath of the battle. The elders of the Lan family and Yu family immediately spoke up to comfort their clan members. Then organized the tribesmen to evacuate. A hero-level battle, with its wide impact and strong residual power, is definitely not something that these non-professional or Grandmaster-level clansmen can withstand. As for this engagement ceremony, when Lan Yi made a sound, he was already in a semi-destroyed state. But now, the heroic dragon has taken over the lobby, and all the guests have fled. The engagement ceremony was already completely ruined. At this time, the Lan family and the Yu family would not give the Yun family and Nailan family face. Now that the engagement ceremony is gone, why are you still here? What's more, the four hidden families are not harmonious to begin with. Now that a heroic dragon has appeared to create trouble for the Yun family and Mainland family, it is too late for the Lan family and Yu family to be happy. As for reaching out, then forget it. If they didn't have to worry about face, maybe the Lan family and the Yu family would come to add fuel to the excitement. Hateful. When Nalankan saw most of the guests escaping from the lobby, he knew that this engagement ceremony had become a joke again. Moreover, the same joke was made by the Mainland family twice. This brought shame to the Mainland family. The culprit is Mainland Chinchi. You damn guys. Nalankan stood up from his seat with boundless anger. The aura on his body was rising steadily, and he soon broke through the limitations of the master level and reached the hero level. And it's still rising. The majestic momentum burst out from Nalan Kuan like a tsunami. Nalan Kuan's aura was rising steadily. Brave level, professional level, grandmaster level. The majestic momentum broke through the limitations of the grandmaster level and reached the hero level in just a moment. And it's still rising. The majestic momentum burst out from Nalan Kuan like a tsunami. To be able to become the head of the Nalan family, his strength must not be weak. Hero level is just the minimum requirement. It has been many years since Nalankan entered the hero level, and it has been quite some time since he reached the peak of the hero level. Only this kind of power can overwhelm his subordinates and lead the Nalan family. And this power, at this moment, burst out without reservation. Because Nalan Kuan knew that facing a heroic dragon, even a peak hero must go out. The master-level guards in the family, no matter how powerful they appear in normal times. What a boast. But in front of the heroic dragon, they are just a group of ants that can run faster. Therefore, Nalankan must take action himself. As long as we can capture this heroic dragon, everything else can be easily solved. The territorial space of the hidden family, within the family territory of Felon family. Chi Lu happened to slip out of the Lan family's library. I don't know what day it is today, but the guarding power of the four hidden families has suddenly become so weak. After getting what he wanted, Chi Lu had some strange thoughts. In the past few days, Chi Lu also collected information from the four major hidden families. However, Chi Lu can hide his aura. However, hiding one's aura does not mean being invisible. Even if Chi Lu is confident that his aura will not be sensed by anyone. But to get past those guards without being discovered is beyond the scope of magic. That's magic. In the hidden family, the defensive magic arrays placed in important places are not just decorations. However, I don't know why, but today the guarding strength of those suspicious locations in Chi Li's eyes among the four major hidden families has been greatly relaxed. Only then did Chi Lu find an opportunity. Sneaking into the hidden family's library, the head of the family's study, etc., places where the family's secret information may be hidden. Whether it's ancient books, collections of books, or other parchment scrolls. Anyway, I found that it might be mission data, so I let the system scan it in. At that time, let the system do the statistics and sort it out by itself. Huh? This aura is Long Wei? It seems to be Xing Lian's aura. But at this moment, a faint wisp of dragon power came over and was captured by Chi Li's keen perception. Looking at the past, the direction where Long Wei came from. It is the city-state of the Yun family. Even if they are separated by a mountain range, the heroic momentum can still be felt. However, the momentum that spread was already very weak. Fortunately, Chi Li's perception is sharp, otherwise, he might have missed it. What's going on? Is there a fight? Chi Li knew what Lan Ye's team wanted to do when they entered the hidden family's territory. Take Mainland Chinchi out of here. However, if you want to do this, you will inevitably have a conflict with the hidden family. The Yun family and the Nailan family are not weak families. Wait a minute, could it be that the hidden family's guard strength has weakened because of the engagement ceremony? Qi Li's expression suddenly became a little strange. Etc. Could it be that the reason why the hidden family's guard strength suddenly weakened was because of the engagement ceremony? Qi Li's expression suddenly became a little strange. In that case, Qi Lu has accepted Nailand Qinqi's love. Although this is also a mistake. This is a strange aura, the peak of heroic level. He's from the Hidden World family. However, after sensing Xing Lian's aura, Qi Lu quickly sensed another aura. A peak of heroism. Although after it spread to Qi Lu, the momentum was already very weak. However, the more powerful the person's momentum, the more powerful the level of coercion contained. This is not something that will change after the momentum becomes weak. Oops, something is going to happen now. Qi Lu knows very well. Although Xing Lian is indeed a hero in terms of momentum. But that's just a showpiece. It just looks good. The true strength is severely limited by Lan Zier's realm. Even when Xing Lian faces a grandmaster, he can suppress them as much as possible regardless of the number of opponents. However, when facing the hero level, Xing Lian's current strength is really beyond his capabilities. And about how much real strength Xing Lian has. Not only Qi Lu, who is far away in the Lan family city-state, knows this. Lan Yi and others who were confronting Nailan Kuan also knew it in their hearts. So after Nailan Kuan exploded with peak heroic momentum, Fei Shua's eyes turned around Lan Yi's face. The meaning is self-evident. Now is not the time, just let Xing Lian hold Nailan Kuan back. Lan Yi shook his head slightly. Xing Lian was indeed defeated by Nailan Kuan. But with the elemental ability given by the frozen fruit, Xing Lian can be invincible when fighting Nailan Kuan. To suppress this elemental ability, unless Nailan Kuan's momentum can crush Xing Lian. However, just speaking of momentum, Xing Lian is also a hero. Even compared to Nailan Kuan, it is still slightly insufficient. But it will never be crushed. Only when Nailan Kuan was held back could Yojiao and others rescue Nailan Qinqi. Otherwise, he would be blocked in front by a hero-level peak powerhouse. That is a big mountain that stretches across the front. High platform in the lobby. Yun Fanfei frowned and looked at the situation in the lobby. The current situation has already exceeded Yun Fanfei's expectations. A heroic dragon. If he had known that Nailan Qinqi had such power around him, Yun Fanfei would never have used such a strong method to send Yun Du to bring Nailan Qinqi back. Because this is not in line with Yun Fanfei's calculating character. But that's it. Now that he had made enemies with the heroic dragon, Yun Fanfei could only make mistakes. In the lobby, the heroic battle was beyond Yun Fanfei's scope. Take Nailan Qinqi backstage to my room. Yun Fanfei said in a deep voice. Immediately, several Grandmaster-level guards came over. Nailan Qinqi is also a master-level expert after all, so Yun Fanfei will naturally not underestimate Nailan Qinqi's power. Master Yun Fanfei, isn't this bad? The MC who was hiding aside listened to Yun Fanfei's words and spoke out a word of advice. The master of ceremonies is from the Yun family, so naturally he won't run away. But watching Yun Fanfei take Nailan Qinqi backstage at this time might not be a good choice. If Yun Fanfei takes Nailan Qinqi backstage at this time, it may not be a good choice. After all, even though there are no guests from the Lan family and Yu family in the audience, but people from the Yun family and Nailan family were waiting outside the lobby. As long as the matter in the lobby is resolved, even if the engagement ceremony is ruined, it can still have an ending. But Yun Fanfei took Nailan Qinqi backstage. Then it's really over. The Yun family and Nailan family will definitely become the laughingstock again. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't you still understand what's happening now? Do it. Yun Fanfei glanced at the MC and snorted coldly. Several ferocious Grandmaster-level guards immediately pounced on Nalan Kinky and controlled her to prevent her from making a sudden move. That's all you can do. Nalan Qingqi gave Yun Fanfei a cold look and said disdainfully. If you want to be tough, do it now. Yun Fanfei glanced at Nalan Qingqi with a cold face, and then walked backstage first. Several Grandmaster-level guards immediately followed Nalan Qingqi. You are really brave to dare to provoke our hidden family. Nalan Kuan's face was frosty, and he looked at Lan Yi coldly. After all the heroic peak momentum was unleashed, Xing Lian's dragon power had been suppressed. Although it is still barely able to compete with it. But the show is just a show after all. Compared with the real peak hero level, Xing Lian is still far behind. And with Nalankin's perception, he naturally felt this. The hero level, after all, has 20 minor levels. There is a huge gap between the initial level of hero level and the peak level of hero level. You're just a giant dragon who has just entered the heroic level. He dares to come to the hidden family and run wild. Who gave you the courage? Or, you just came here to die? Nalan Kuan shouted angrily, and a two-handed heavy knife appeared in his hand. Knife warrior. This is Nalankin's rank. This two-handed heavy sword looks more like an extended shield than a weapon. Wah! The sound of breaking through the sky sounded. The speed of Nalankin's attack was so fast that the sonic boom had just sounded and he was already in front of Xing Lian. The heavy sword slashed through him, and the sword's light was like electricity. The majestic fighting spirit condensed into a blade and slashed across Xing Lian's slender neck. The huge dragon head was instantly chopped off by this heavy two-handed sword. However, not a single drop of blood was scattered, but ice crystals filled the sky. How is this going? Nalankin's reaction was so fast. The moment he saw the ice crystals all over the sky, a bad premonition flashed through Nalankin's heart. Sure enough, the ice crystals scattered all over the sky condensed into countless ice cones in an instant. Then he shot towards Nalankin. Whoosh whoosh dash. The sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded in the lobby, like a sharp roar. Nalan Kuan immediately raised his knife to resist, and most of the ice pick that flew towards him was shattered. The remaining ice picks will not become much of a climate. They were all stopped by Nalankin's body-protecting fighting spirit. Then, in everyone's shocked eyes, the scattered ice crystals all flew back to the neck of the ice-blue headless dragon, and then condensed into a dragon head. Roar! As if to demonstrate, Xing Lian let out a dragon roar. The elementalization given by the frozen fruit makes it almost invincible when faced with physical attacks. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nalan Kuan looked at this scene with disbelief on his face. And those who stayed outside the lobby, the Yun family and Nalan family members, also had their eyes widened with disbelief. No, how could this happen? Elementalization, is this the legendary elementalization? How is this possible? No, the things in this theory are impossible. I must be dreaming. A giant dragon that can transform into elements. Who can defeat this kind of enemy? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Elementalization is not a strange concept. In fact, anyone with a magician class has some understanding of elementalization. Especially elemental magicians. The concept of elementalization was a conjecture put forward by a powerful elemental magician in ancient times. This amazing power believes that elemental magic is formed by magicians using magic power to drive various elements to condense. Then, elemental magic should be able to be restored to various elements. By extension, among elemental magic, there is magic that uses magic power to condense summoned objects for fighting. For example, magic like stone giant and ice puppet. So, theoretically speaking, after an elemental magician reaches the pinnacle of understanding of various elements, he should be able to try to elementalize himself. After all, there is no need to go into details about the benefits of elementalization. However, looking at the ancient times, there were many great powers. From ancient times to the present, elementalization has always been a theory. But just today, this theory was turned into reality by a giant dragon. How could this not surprise them? How not to be shocked? Even those customers who have seen a lot of the big world in Chila's small store. When they learned that Xing Lian had used frozen fruit and could transform into elements, they were all shocked and dumbfounded. Not to mention the group of people who stay in the hidden family's territorial space every day. Damn it! Yun Qingfeng, it's time for you to take action. Facing the sword warrior class, like Nalankan, being able to elementalize isonantly invincible. So Nalankan greeted Yun Qingfeng with great self-knowledge. Magic is the best way to deal with elementalization. You don't need to tell me. Yun Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and stood up from his seat. At some point, an extra staff appeared in his hand. On the orb of this staff, wisps of lightning flashed continuously, indicating Yun Qingfeng's rank. Thunder Element Magician. This is a rather rare class. The thunder element is not among the regular elements. But it is the most violent, offensive and destructive element among all elements. Compared with the fire element, which is known for its destructive power, the destructive power of the thunder element is purer and more extreme. The honor of the hidden family cannot be insulted. Today, you have disgraced my Yun family and Nailan family, so you should be prepared to pay the price with your life. Yun Qingfeng's voice has a certain majesty to it. Being associated with the thunder element all year round has made Yun Qingfeng's aura extremely domineering. For Shao Shao, who dared to offend the hidden family, he was more dismissive than angry. Thunder. Yun Qingfeng waved his staff. The mighty magic power was like a huge wave, and the thunder elements condensed instantly, turning into thunder that filled the sky and struck towards Xing Lian. Thunder. Yun Qingfeng raised his eyes like lightning. The staff in his hand waved suddenly. The magic power condensed on the top of the staff was like a huge wave. The thunder elements all over the sky condensed in an instant, turned into thunder, and struck towards Xing Lian. Elementalization can certainly avoid physical damage. But the resistance to elemental magic is much weaker. Unless the perception is strong enough to be able to elementalize, in advancito avoid magic attacks. Otherwise, when the magic bombards the body, there will be no way to use elementalization to avoid it. The speed of thunder is so fast. It hit Xing Lian without even giving him time to react. The shattered ice crystals were instantly wiped out by the violent thunder. This is the tyranny of the thunder element. Xing Lian, are you okay? Lan Zier and Xing Lian were in the same mood and asked anxiously. It's a pity that Lan Zier has no way to intervene in a battle of this level. Otherwise, Lan Zier will definitely stand at the front. No, it's okay. Xing Lian replied weakly. With peak master level strength, he can withstand a spell from a peak level hero level thunder elemental magician. Even with the Dragon Clan's resistance bonus to magic, Xing Lian is proud enough. Because of the dragon's natural magic resistance, the more they face low-level magic, the stronger their resistance becomes. The higher the level of magic, the lower its magic resistance. Moreover, Xing Lian is just a dragon soul, so the magic resistance bonus is extremely low. If Xing Lian hadn't been able to use ice crystals to condense entities now, maybe this thunder element magic would have been enough to split Xing Lian's dragon soul apart. After all, a simple dragon soul has no magic resistance. Elementalization is nothing more than that. Yun Qingfeng said contemptuously. although magicians are naturally restrained when facing the dragon clan. But this kind of restraint is almost negligible for the thunder element magician. Because among all the elements, the thunder element has the purest destructive power, and the dragon's natural magic resistance is ignored the most. It's like it has magic penetration. You should have taken action long ago. Nalankan let out a breath. Nalan Kuan was also quite afraid of Yun Qingfeng's strength. The thunder element magician is basically the strongest magician class before being approached by the agility attack class. No matter how strong it is the advanced version of those thunder element magicians in ancient times. However, those ranks are all legendary ranks. To this day, it has been lost for an unknown amount of time. There are even some ranks that are not even recorded in those ancient books. If Nalan Kuan hadn't been the head of the Nalan family, he probably wouldn't been able to learn those secrets. I'll leave this giant dragon to you, and let me handle the others. Nalan Kuan was already angry. It is impossible for a fighting class not to feel aggrieved when faced with an opponent who can transform into elements. So, after Xing Lian was dragged away, Nalan Kuan naturally wanted to vent his anger on Lan Yi and others. Just deal with these people. Then this engagement ceremony can still be held. As long as the matter is announced and the dust settles, it doesn't matter even if the Lan family and Yu family are not present to witness it. This engagement ceremony was just a formality. Start early and solve the problem early. Yun Qingfeng raised his staff, and the magic power immediately gathered towards the top of the staff. Nalankan also raised the heavy sword in his hand. The momentum instantly climbed to its peak. As Yun Qingfeng said, the sooner this matter is resolved, the less impact it will have on the two families. Dawn Thunder. Yun Qingfeng opened his arms, and the majestic magic power lingered around him. The staff with flashing lightning was suspended in front of Yun Qingfeng, gathering magic power crazily. The previous thunder was Yun Qingfeng's tentative group attack. The current Dawn Thunder is a powerful single attack. Facing a dragon that can elementalize. If you can't kill him with one blow, you will be harmed instead. Even though Yun Qingfeng didn't care about the life or death of those clan members, if a heroic dragon was allowed to go crazy, the entire Yun family would be destroyed. This terrifying power of thunder was caused by the master of the Yun family. Great, Master Yun takes action. Those who dare to fight against the hidden family will definitely die. That's right, I thought I had some strength, so I dared to come to the hidden family to cause trouble, but I really don't know how to write the word death. Let those young men see, this is the strength of the Yun family. This is the power of the Thunder Emperor back then. Feeling the power of thunder roaring in the lobby, the tribesmen hiding outside the lobby suddenly became excited. The eyes looking at Yun Qingfeng were even more filled with enthusiasm. As for Lan Yi and others, his words were full of disdain. But it was contemptuous to the extreme. You know, Yun Qingfeng can be regarded as a legend among the hidden family. The violent thunder element magician, combined with the powerful strength of Shang Yun Qingfeng, is almost unmatched by anyone in the hidden family. Although the hidden family is hidden from the world, it is by no means isolated from the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many powerful forces to be so afraid of the hidden family. This is the reputation that the Hidden World family has gained over the years while fighting against the major forces in the Eastern Wasteland. The strength of the Hidden World family is already higher than those of the big forces. And Yun Qingfeng is one of the most powerful heroes among the previous heads of the Hidden World family. In terms of combat effectiveness, it far surpasses the heads of the other three hidden families. It's a pity that after Yun Qingfeng became the head of the Yun family, he began to cherish his life. No more taking action easily. This has to be said to be a great regret for the hidden family. But now, Yun Qingfeng took action. The violent power of thunder immediately made the clansmen of these hidden families aware of it. The powerful lightning element magician. The Emperor of Thunder, who was so famous among the hero-level powerhouses, is back again. You dare to challenge the Hidden World family. Over the years, you are not the first, and you will not be the last. However, those who came to challenge the Hidden World family before you have all disappeared from this world. You will not be an exception. Yun Chengfeng said in a shaking voice. The staff floating in front of him suddenly erupted with a terrifying thunder light. In the lobby, the terrifying thunder light was like the white light at dawn, instantly turning into a thunder that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. This terrible thunder magic. Even if it is a true heroic dragon, if it is faced head-on, it will be seriously injured. Not to mention that Xing Lian is not even a heroic dragon. Boom! Thunder breaks, thunder bursts. The members of the Hidden World family outside the lobby were even more happy. No matter how powerful your heroic dragon is, there is no way you can take this thunder magic attack head-on and remain unscathed. As long as this heroic dragon falls, the rest are the fish on the chopping board. Others, come and die too. Nailan Kuan followed Yun Chengfeng's Dawn Thunder and rushed forward. The speed was so fast that even the afterimage seemed a bit blurry. Aren't you too complacent? However, what came out from behind the thunderous light was a terrifying pressure. And a sharp shout. Violent power burst out from the lightning, sending Nailan Kuan flying back. In an instant, all the lightning in the lobby was gone. A horse that was as red as blood, with a mane like a lion's, and as powerful as a rainbow, appeared in front of everyone. That violent coercion was emanating from this horse. Red Lion. A heroic ancient beast given to Lan Yi by Overlord Phantom. At this moment, its appearance appeared. Another heroic beast. How so? No, it won't happen. I must have seen it wrong. Crouching outside the lobby, the members of the Hidden Family, who were originally extremely excited, felt as if they had been splashed with a basin of ice water. Everyone looked at Red Lion with horrified expressions. Ancient beasts are almost synonymous with power. That's not to say that all ancient beasts are powerful. However, the ancient beasts that can survive to this day are definitely not weak. The long inheritance has endowed these ancient beasts with powerful fighting instincts and almost perfect power forms. The Red Lion can never be weaker than a heroic dragon in terms of combat power. You can actually block my Dawn Thunder. Yun Chengfeng stared closely at the Red Lion, who suddenly appeared in the lobby, his face gloomy. It is indeed a powerful ancient beast, and it can actually have the power of a giant dragon. Nalankan, who flew backwards, coughed heavily, which relieved the heavy feeling in his chest. The eyes looking at the Red Lion were full of fear. If the Red Lion is not strong, how can he be favored by the Overlord class holders? Just a shadow of the Overlord, with its aura and coercion, can suppress a half-step strongman like Gu Pingchuan. Not to mention the Overlord class holders at their peak. Fortunately, it was blocked. Lan Yi gasped and stared closely at Yun Chengfeng and Nailan Kuan. Although Overlord Shuiying also gave Lan Yi an Overlord halberd. But that is not a weapon that allows Lan Yi to fight beyond the level. After all, the gap between Grandmaster level and Hero level cannot be bridged by one weapon. The current Lan Yi team can be said to have all its cards. I just hope that I can hold back the powerful hero of the Hidden World family. A heroic dragon, a heroic ancient beast. No wonder you dare to challenge the Hidden World family. Yun Chengfeng said with a gloomy face and a sinister tone. This situation can no longer be explained by simply snatching the bride. This is a slap in the face of the Hidden family. They are slapping the Yun family and Nailan family in the face. If these people are allowed to leave the Yun family today, then what qualifications does the Yun family have to be called the #1 hidden family? Then what qualifications does Yun Chengfeng have to be called the strongest member of the Hidden World family? Nailan Qingqi actually has such a powerful friend. What happened to her outside the territorial space in the past few years? Nalan Kuan was also shocked. There was even a hint of regret in my heart. If it were just a heroic dragon, it wouldn't be enough to tempt Nalan Kuan. However, if a heroic dragon and a heroic ancient beast can join the Nalan family, then the power of the Nalan family can surpass that of the Yun family. Then it's okay not to want this marriage. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Now the Nalan family and the Yun family are on the same boat. Even if Nalan Kuan brings Nalan Qingqi back to Nalan's house and announces that the engagement is cancelled, they may still be strangers in the future. In this case, it is better to let these people stay here forever. Master Yun, our Nalan family is willing to do our best to help. Thinking of this, Nalan Kuan walked to Yun Chengfeng and said aloud, "Then thank you Master Nalan for your kindness." Yun Chengfeng glanced at Nalankan. Yun Chengfeng could tell what Nalan Kuan was thinking. If it weren't for Nalan Qingqi's incident, it would have reached an irreversible point. I am afraid that Nalan Kuan will turn against Yun Chengfeng at this moment and aim the heavy sword in his hand at Yun Chengfeng. I admire your courage to come to the Hidden World family to challenge. But if you think that this level of strength is worthy of being compared with me Yun family, are you being too confident? Wait, do you really think there is no one in my Yun family? Yun Chengfeng shouted, really furious. The 4 elders of the Yun family are all hero-level warriors. Together with Yun Chengfeng, the 5 hero-level experts are undoubtedly the strongest among the hidden families. Even the Sword Control sect, which has not been attacked by the Shadow Palace, is not as powerful as the Yun family. Now Yun Chengfeng's angry shout immediately alerted the 4 elders who were guarding the Yun family city-state. The distance of a city-state. For a hero-level powerhouse, it can be achieved in an instant. You are the first person to be able to force Master Yun to this point. The eldest elder of the Yun family came outside the lobby door and spoke calmly. I don't know whether the tone was mocking or disdainful. How could they, the elders of the Yun family, who are also heroes, not beware of a heroic battle, just a city-state away? It's just trust in Yun Chengfeng. Even at this moment, the eldest elder of the Yun family still has no doubts about Yun Chengfeng's combat effectiveness. It's just that the eldest elder of the Yun family doesn't want to cause more casualties to the Yun family. Following closely behind were the 3rd elders of the Yun family. The few auras here in the lobby are like beacons to the heroic level. The enemy only has 2 heroic auras. Naturally, the Yun family does not need all 4 elders. The 4 hero-level experts are in a bit of a pickle now. Lan Yi took a few deep breaths and looked at the 4 powerful heroes inside and outside the lobby. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. The fear of death is the instinct of all life. It's just that people with perseverance can overcome this instinct. Qinger, Zier, Xiaoya, do you regret it? Lan Yi suddenly asked. Facing the 4 powerful heroes, it may be a matter of life or death. No regrets. Lan Zier answered without hesitation. If I hadn't come, I might have spent the rest of my life in regret. Lan Qinger took a deep breath and spoke seriously. Sister Lanya, these are our own decisions. Since we are partners and sisters, we have no regrets. Xiaoya said firmly. The will is as strong as iron, even when facing death, there is no fear. Then I will help you. Yun Chengfeng's perception was so sharp that he could also hear clearly the conversations between Lan Yi and others. With a wave of the staff, the power of thunder gathered. Do it. The 2 elders from the Yun family who came over suddenly burst out with a majestic aura like the sea. They are all heroic high-level experts. Although it is not as high as the peak of hero level, it is not far away. Nalan Kuan also raised his momentum and released his coercion, crashing towards Lan Yi and others like a wave. Give it a try. Lan Yi also took out the Overlord halberd. The aura of the Red Lion also burst out. The pressure unleashed by a heroic ancient beast is no less powerful than that of a peak heroic hero. Roar. Xing Lian also let out a loud roar, and the power of the dragon was like a tide. Others also took out their weapons. Sitting back and waiting for death has never been Team Lanya's style. Even if you are defeated and have no way to retreat, you should do your best and fight until the last moment. However, just when the battle that made everyone's hearts hang in the air was about to begin, a lazy voice suddenly sounded in the lobby. Bullying the minority with the more powerful, doesn't it? It's not in line with the demeanor of a hidden family. This voice sounded. Suddenly, everyone in the lobby felt a creepy feeling. There is no other reason. Because no one can perceive where this sound came from. You know, inside and outside this lobby, there are 4 hero-level experts among the members of the Hidden World family alone. Who? Come out. Yun Chengfeng shouted angrily. This feeling that the enemy is in the dark and you are in the light is really uncomfortable. Especially this enemy hiding in the dark can even avoid it with hero-level perception. One can imagine how strong it is. It's me, a store manager with no ill intentions. I came here unexpectedly and didn't bring any gifts. I'm really sorry. Facing Yun Qingfeng's angry shouts, Qi Leshi calmly walked out of the backstage of the lobby and spoke slowly. Who are you? Yun Qingfeng stared at Qi Lu and asked in a deep voice. Even if you see the enemy in front of you. But Yun Qingfeng still couldn't feel the slightest aura from Qi Lu. Just like an ordinary person. However, Yun Qingfeng is not naive enough to think that Qi Lu is an ordinary person. If ordinary people could walk out from the backstage of the Yun family's lobby, then all the guards of the Yun family could feed it to the dogs. Store manager Qi? It is different from the confusion and doubts of the people from the hidden family. The eyes of Lan Yi and others were full of shock and surprise, and part of them couldn't believe it. It's great to see you here. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said seriously. To be honest, Qi Lu was really happy to see Lan Yi and others alive and well. There are at least 10 hero-level experts from the 4 hidden families. Even if the Lan family and Youjiao leave on their own initiative, the hero-level powerhouses of the Yun family and the Mainland family are definitely not something that Lan Yi and the others can shake. It seems that you are also with them. Then there's no need to know who you are, just take them all together. Yun Qingfeng was furious at this moment. Seeing that Qi Lu and Lan Yi knew each other, he immediately ordered them toward without saying a word. After receiving the order, the first elder of the Yun family and the third elder of the Yun family immediately took action and attacked Qi Lu. A joint attack by 2 high-level hero-level powerhouses. Even a peak hero-level expert would be in a hurry to deal with it. However, it seems that your hidden family has indeed expanded. There was no trace of panic on Qi Li's face, and there was even a hint of a smile. Reaching out his hand, the Qianji ball condensed into a staff. The boundless magic power, like a giant wave pouring into the sky, instantly swept through the entire lobby inside and outside. All the members of the hidden family who felt this magic power were oppressed and almost suffocated by this vast and boundless magic power. The terrifying pressure made the tribesmen remaining outside the lobby almost want to worship. Really like a demon. Freeze. Qi Lu spit out 2 words. As soon as these words came out, the vast magic power seemed to have found an outlet and gathered crazily towards the lobby. In an instant, the 2 Yun family elders who attacked Qi Lu were frozen into ice sculptures. All breath was cut off instantly. Instant kill. This is impossible. The appearance of this scene made Yun Qingfeng roar in horror. Killing 2 high-level hero-level experts with one move is such a terrifying strength. It's simply chilling to the core. Outside the lobby, all the members of the hidden family who saw this scene felt cold all over, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be frozen. It's like the ice sculptures in the lobby are not the two Yun family elders. But they are the same. Nalan Kuan was so frightened that his whole body was trembling. Could it be that this person is also Nalan Qingqi's friend? How can this be? This is absolutely impossible. If Nalan Qingqi had such a powerful friend, then the Nalan family would have nothing to be proud of in front of Nalan Qingqi. Kill a hero-level powerhouse instantly. This terrifying power is enough to destroy an entire hidden family. Chi, the store manager? The people in Lanya's team also looked at Qi Lu in shock. Although they knew before that Qi Lu was very strong and his strength was unfathomable. But he never expected that Qi Li's strength could be so strong that he could instantly kill a hero-level warrior. This power is not in the heroic category at all. I'm sorry. Although I don't have any ill intentions, if someone wants to attack me for this, I must be prepared to pay the price. Qi Li said it calmly, with a harmless smile on his face. By the way, he turned the staff into 1,000 chance ball and put it away. Pay the price. Yun Chengfeng looked at the two ice sculptures in the lobby, feeling so heartbroken that he almost vomited blood. These are two heroes. If you are an elder from the Yun family, go for 2 out of 4. The strength of the Yun family will definitely be greatly reduced. But now, no matter what, Yun Chengfeng doesn't dare to provoke Qi Lu anymore. Because Yun Chengfeng knew that Qi Li's power had surpassed the heroic level. There is simply no existence that he and others can contend with. System, have you received the souls of those two guys? Remember to extract the memories. Maybe there is information needed for the mission. Qi Lu glanced at the ice sculpture and ordered in his mind. This kind of force that is powerful enough to kill heroes in an instant, of course asked the system for help. If it weren't for this kind of intimidating method, these hidden families would be able to be subdued. After all, the power provided by the system is limited. Because this is not a store. In this kind of local help system, the more you borrow, the more you have to pay back. If this tyrannical power were used for a little longer, maybe even the abridged version of the reward for this mission would be gone. System, memory retrieval completed, information required for the task is being integrated. That's good. Qi Lu nodded slightly, then looked at Yun Chengfeng and Nalan Kuan. I wonder why the senior came to the Yun family? Yun Chengfeng asked through gritted teeth. Among practitioners, the master is the teacher. There is nothing wrong with calling Qi Lu senior. Is it possible to take Nalan Qingqi away? Qi Lu narrowed his eyes and said lightly. There was no threat in his tone. But the last question made Yun Chengfeng and Nalan Kuan soak in cold sweat in an instant. They had no doubts. If I dared to say even half of the word no, I'm afraid that the next ice sculpture would be one of the two of them. Of course there is no problem. If Senior is willing to take Nalan Qingqi away, it will be Nalan Qingqi's blessing. Nalankan immediately expressed his attitude. Now 2 of the 4 elders of the Yun family are gone. The strength of the Yun family is on par with the Nalan family. At this time, marriage is no longer important. What's more, if you can make friends with this senior through Nalan Qingqi, the benefits you will get will be enough for the Nalan family to enjoy endlessly. Senior, please excuse me. I'll say nothing to someone like Yun. Yun Chengfeng also raised his hands and said. Now that the matter has come to this, we can only stop the loss. If he accidentally angered this senior again, the Yun family might be destroyed here. That's good. Qi Lu smiled faintly. Then he continued, when we were backstage, someone in your Yun family unfortunately went astray. I have already taken action to solve the problem for you. I hope you don't blame me for going overboard. Backstage? Yun Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately thought about it. It's Yun Fanfei. With Yun Qingfeng's perception, the entire lobby is within his range of perception. Naturally, Yun Fanfei's little moves couldn't be hidden from Yun Qingfeng. But bringing Nailan Qingqi backstage was a trivial matter, so Yun Qingfeng acquiesced to Yun Fanfei's behavior. But he didn't expect that this move would bring disaster to Yun Fanfei. Although Yun Fanfei is the most talented person among the younger generation of the Yun family. But facing Qi Lu, a senior with unfathomable strength, one can only blame him for being unlucky. Since he was the one who went astray first, it is a good thing for Senior to take action. Yun certainly doesn't dare to blame Senior for going too far. Yun Qingfeng could only knock out his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Moreover, even if Qi Liyue replaces Zhu, so what? Does Yun Qingfeng still dare to take action? In that case, that's good. Qi Lu nodded, and then said to Lan Yi, "You can go backstage and bring Nailan Qingqi out now." In the Lan family city-state, when he sensed something was wrong with the atmosphere here, Qi Lu had already come over. But at that time, there weren't many opportunities. So Qi Lu went backstage first. However, when Qi Lu arrived at the room at the backstage of the lobby, Yu Jiu and Fei Xue had already arrived first under the cover of Lan Yi and others. But during their battle with Yun Fanfei, Qi Lu discovered a familiar aura. The breath of the Shadow Palace. The bloody aura mixed with evil aura and hostility was so unique that it was impossible to admit it. I really didn't expect that the Shadow Palace could penetrate into the hidden family. It seems that when Yun Fanfei caught Nailan Qingqi, he probably wasn't just attracted by Nailan Qingqi's appearance. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and thought in his mind. Regarding the matter of Shadow Palace, Lu Jingya mentioned it a lot in the shop. As the person who killed the Red Moon Wolf King, Qi Lu is naturally no stranger to the Shadow Palace. The blood sacrifice formation has many uses. It is not impossible to refine other people's strength for your own use. Therefore, Qi Lu easily dealt with Yun Fanfei. It is not a pity to die for the remnants of the Shadow Palace. It seems that the hidden family's affairs are not as simple as I thought. System, host, the data required for the mission has been collected and integrated, the integrity of the data has been confirmed, and the mission is completed. While Qi Lu was thinking, the system prompt sounded. It's really like the sounds of nature. Mission accomplished? Great, I don't have to run around anymore. Qi Lu said happily. As a store manager who is just waiting to die, this kind of business trip is simply torture. Fortunately, Yu Shi'er is still watching over the store, so the store won't be closed yet. The Nailan Qingqi matter has been resolved, so it's time for me to retire. Qi Lu glanced at Yun Qingfeng. Then he coughed, attracting the attention of everyone in the lobby. As a store manager with no ill intentions, I'm sorry for showing up uninvited. So, to express my apology, I decided to give you a small thing. Qi Lu took out a stand-in doll and threw it to Yun Qingfeng. This kind of thing can be regarded as a quasi-artifact to others. But for Qi Lu, just ask for one from the system. What's more, the limit of a stand-in doll is to withstand a fatal injury for a hero. At a higher level, the power of the stand-in doll appears to be somewhat insufficient. After all, this thing is just the output of a 45-level map like Doll Maze. It can be used at the hero level, which is already very good. Going further up would seem to ignore the power of heaven and earth. So Qi Lu doesn't really care. However, for Yun Qingfeng, he couldn't help but care. Stand-in doll. When the function of the stand-in doll came into Yun Qingfeng's mind, Yun Qingfeng was almost frightened out of his wits. And then immediately after, there was ecstasy. There is no need to go into details about the role of stand-in dolls. For a hero-level powerhouse like Yun Qingfeng, it is simply unimaginable how significant one extra life is. Even the deaths of the two elders of the Yun family were temporarily forgotten by Yun Qingfeng. Thank you, Senior, for the reward. After hurriedly putting away the stand-in doll, Yun Chengfeng immediately thanked him. For Qi Lu, a deep sense of awe emerged in his heart. Even this kind of divine item can be given away at will. The strength of this senior is simply shocking. No need to be polite. However, since you took my things, you should do things seriously. Qi Lu said lightly. Yes, I understand. Yun Chengfeng clasped his fists and answered respectfully. Even the self-identification has changed. Being able to sit in the position of the head of the Yun family, Yun Chengfeng was naturally not stupid, and he instantly understood what Qi Li's words meant. It's nothing more than hitting a stick and giving a sweet date. But this method made Yun Chengfeng dare not have any thoughts. Whether it's Qi Li's unfathomable strength or his ability to produce a magical object like a stand-in doll. Yun Chengfeng was shocked and frightened. And when Qi Li took out the stand-in doll, it might not be without the intention of shocking him. Give both grace and power. Divine things are in the hands of the weak. That is, the common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. But if this divine object is in the hands of a strong person, that will only make people more in awe and dare not resist. Because you don't know how many divine objects this strong man has in his hands that you can't even imagine. So Yun Chengfeng knew in his heart that Qi Lu was the one who protected Nailan Qingqi. Since I have taken advantage of this senior, I must send Nailan Qingqi out of the hidden family's territory intact. Otherwise, these benefits. I'm afraid I can take my life, but I can't spend my life. As long as you know. Qi Lu nodded, not afraid of Yun Chengfeng's sudden change of heart. If Yun Chengfeng really dares to change his mind, Qi Lu will destroy the Yun family even if he doesn't give up the reward. However, most people who can reach this level are smart people. Stop loss is just the most basic approach for smart people. Moreover, outside the territorial space of the hidden family, there is also Lu Jingya to support them. I believe that Yun Chengfeng will not risk offending Qi Lu and Yujian sect and insist on keeping Nailan Qingqi. This doesn't do any good. As for Nalankan, he probably regrets it most now. It's a pity that if I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? The Nailan Qingqi matter has basically been settled, and Qi Lu doesn't plan Tosti any longer. After all, it's not as comfortable to stay outside as in a store. Senior, walk slowly, Nailan Qingqi will definitely appear in front of Senior intact. When Yin Fanfei saw Qi Lu preparing to leave, he immediately patted his chest to assure himself. Qi Lu nodded, then moved his feet. The empty boots opened the door to space. Qi Lu raised his feet and disappeared in front of Yun Chengfeng in an instant. This move once again caused an uproar in the lobby. Senior's strength is indeed something we cannot predict. Yun Chengfeng took a long breath. For Qi Lu, I was even more afraid of him. Phew, the mission is finally completed. After Qi Lu came out of the space gate, he was already in Cloud Mist City. There is no need for Qi Lu to deal with the remaining matters in the hidden family's territorial space. Previously, Qi Lu wandered around the city-states of the four hidden families while obtaining the information required for the mission. He also had the purpose of investigating the strength of the four hidden families. In the previous battle, Qi Lu took action with thunderous force and got rid of the two elders of the Yun family. It is to balance the strength of the four hidden families. The prerequisite for ambition to grow is sufficient strength. As long as the strength of the four hidden families is at the same level, they will be afraid of each other. At this time, it is naturally impossible to offend more heroic level experts. Otherwise, it is self-destruction. System, host, this system really didn't expect that you could be so cunning. Pooh. Qi Lu almost choked to death from the sudden sound of the system. I'm called resourceful. You are a two-bill system. If you can't speak, don't speak. Using adjectives indiscriminately is not a glorious thing. Qi Lu said angrily. He was peeking into his own thoughts and using adjectives to curse people. It was strange that Qi Lu had a good tone. System, don't worry about these details. System, host, the mission is confirmed to be completed. However, since the host relies on the power of this system, it can only receive the abridged version of the reward. Do you want to receive it now? Abridged version rewards. Just 3 skill crystals. To be honest, Qi Lu really couldn't arouse much interest in this kind offerword with a clearly specified amount. Not as good as snacks and drinks. After all, Qi Lu also wants to eat snacks and drinks. However, Qi Lu was destined to have no use for skill crystals. Let's wait and talk about it tonight. Actually, I have always wanted to ask a question. System, you said you have the information of the hidden family. What is the use of it? Qi Lu waved his hand and then asked, curiously. The materials from the previous giant dragons and the materials from the heroic monsters. No matter how you say it, it can be regarded as a kind of natural treasure. But for this mission, Qi Lu had no idea what use these simple materials would have. System, the hidden family is a force that has survived since ancient times. The information it possesses and the secrets it knows are of great use. For example? Qi Lu asked next. System, for example, this system can select the address of a branch based on this information. Branch? This word immediately made Qi Li's eyes widen, and he suddenly became excited. As a store manager, even if I keep eating and waiting to die. But the desire to open a branch is almost instinctive. Opening a branch means higher turnover, higher income, and more customers. By the way, you can also follow the branch location selection and travel for free. If Qi Lu didn't have the authority to open branches independently, maybe it would have opened several branches now and become a chain brand. Then when can we open a branch? Qi Lu quickly asked. System, if you want to open a branch, you need to upgrade the store manager level by 1 level, so the host please keep up the good work. Hearing this, Qi Lu said helplessly, if you give me a clear goal, then I can at least work hard in that direction. However, if you upgrade the store manager level, you can only wait for the upgrade task. So Qi Lu was no longer anxious about opening a branch. And just in time, there is still time to train Yu Shi'er. After all, if a branch is opened, the store in Yunwu City will definitely be handed over to Yu Shi'er. By the way, system, now that you have sorted out all the information about the hidden family, I still want to ask, what is going on with the territorial space of that hidden family? Qi Lu put away his expectations for the branch and asked another question. Because the scale of that small space is enough to shock everyone. The 4 city-states form a realm of their own. If there wasn't some secret in it, at least Qi Lu wouldn't believe it. System, it doesn't matter if I tell you this. System, the hidden world family spent countless resources and a large amount of biological power to build that small space for refuge. Although the system said it without concealing it. But Qi Lu was confused. Escape? System, yes, it's evacuation. System, this system has said before that the hidden world family is a surviving force from ancient times. System, in ancient times, a great war took place in the Eastern Baron, which shattered the lifeblood of the Eastern Baron and drained the luck of the Eastern Baron. It was at that time that the hidden world family built the territorial space for refuge. The greatest battle. The system's words revealed a lot of information. No wonder the current Dong Huang can't even find a single powerful person at strong level. Luck is exhausted and lifeblood is broken. It would be strange if a powerful person could still appear. The strong level is a state known as the vastness of heaven and earth can be reached. Under the sky, one will always be strong. If we say it, the hero level is the foundation of a big force. Then a powerful person is an existence that can guard the fate of a place. However, in Dong Huang now, all luck has been exhausted. Then how could it be possible to give birth to a powerful person? It turns out that this kind of thing happened in Donghuang back then. It's really a shame. Qile raised his head and looked at the sky of Yunwu City. Qile did not ask any more about the situation of that unprecedented battle. Because Qile knows, it might be useless to ask. The Hidden World family built territorial space just to take refuge, so naturally it was impossible for them to participate in that great war. Then the details of it should not be recorded in the information of the hidden family. As for the outcome of that unprecedented battle, the system also told Qi Lu. Countless strong men fell in that battle. At the end of the fight, the winner survives and the loser leaves. To this day, all the cultivators who participated in that battle have no news. Nearly 1,000 years have been enough to wipe out all the strong men who survived, despite being covered with injuries. After my own death, I won't care about the floods in the future. A great war destroyed the entire eastern wasteland. Qile looked at the sky, his eyes so stung by the afterglow on the horizon that he couldn't even open his eyes. Forget it, what do these things have to do with me? With a slight sigh, Qile shook his head silently and walked into the familiar alley. It's still comfortable in the store, so you don't have to think so much. Store manager, welcome back. A happy smile appeared on Yu Shi'er's face, and she happily greeted Qi Lu. Thank you for your hard work these days, Shi'er. Qile smiled. She hasn't been in the store these days, so Yu Shi'er is doing everything in the store, and it's still so organized. This allowed Qi Lu to hand over the store to Yu Shi'er with more confidence. It's not hard, this is what I should do. Yu Shi'er said softly. This sentence is not polite. Yu Shi'er really feels that these things are what she should do. Even if it's what you should do, it's all thanks to you. Qile rubbed Yu Shi'er's head. The silky hair was tousled. Yu Shi'er made a slight sound in her throat, looking a bit like a cat. The ancestor of the Moon Spirit Cat clan was probably a cat. Qi Lu, what are you doing? A childish voice suddenly came from the side. Ah! Yu Shi'er exclaimed, her face flushed slightly, and she immediately broke away from Qi Li's hand, lowering her head shyly. Xiaoxue, since when did you start liking to appear at this time? Qile glanced at Yu Xuanxue, who was squatting on the counter. Then he calmly took his hand back. I was so tired from staying up all night last night. I didn't get up until now. While Yu Xuanxue spoke, she licked her little paws and then started washing her face like a cat. In the past few days, when Qi Lu was not in the store, Yu Xuanxue was finally out of the cage. Day and night are reversed, and work and rest times are chaotic. Although this is an old problem, it has obviously become more serious in the past few days. Okay, go and play with yourself. Qile rubbed Yu Xuanxue's body hard twice. It felt really good to play with the cat. It feels very healing. TSK, can't you just rub Shi'er? Why do you still rub me? Yu Xuanxue opened Qi Li's hand dissatisfied. It's really nice to pet a cat, but that's not necessarily true for the cat being petted. Xiaoxue. When Yu Shi'er heard Yu Xuanxue's words, she immediately shouted in shame and anger. No, why don't you stop talking? Let me go, I'll go to the New World mode. Yu Xuanxue, who was grabbing her head by Yu Shi'er and rubbing it violently, quickly begged for mercy. After all, they are roommates living in the same bedroom. If Yu Xuanxue learned to transform, then Yu Shi'er and Yu Shi'er would probably be considered good friends. The spirit-eating cats and the Moon Spirit Cat clan. Qile watched Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanxue struggling, and suddenly felt that this kind of life seemed quite relaxing and comfortable. System, if I receive the mission reward in the lobby, there shouldn't be any big noise. Qile sat on the sofa and asked in his mind. 3 skill crystals are not enough for Qi Lu to take seriously. It's not like after being extracted, these 3 skill crystals are like other commodities and can be supplied in unlimited quantities. This one is only 3 yuan. This kind of mission reward feels like tasteless food, tasteless and a pity to throw away. Just smoke it and that's it. System, the host's request can be met. When it comes to receiving rewards, the system is pretty easy to talk to. After all, this is not a draw of goods, but more like an extra reward, without any sense of ceremony. Qi Lu closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his mind, and saw a lottery box. With just a thought, a small ball will be poured out of the lottery box. Let me see what the first skill crystal is. Grandmaster level skill crystal, Fighting Qi Explosion. Fighting Qi Explosion, passive skill. Every time a martial skill is used, it will cause secondary damage to the enemy, causing a large amount of physical damage. Restrictions on use, all vindictive classes. A good start. The skill of Do Qi Explosion can definitely be regarded as a high-quality skill crystal. If used properly, it can enhance at least 30% of the combat effectiveness. Moreover, in battles, the more frequently a class uses martial arts, the greater the value of the Do Qi Explosion skill crystal. This is much better than passive skills that enhance certain attributes. If you can sell it in bulk, you can definitely make a lot of money. However, there is only one piece. The first skill crystal is so good, then the next ones will definitely not disappoint me. Qi Lu took a deep breath and silently encouraged himself in his heart. Then an idea struck. The lottery box floating in my mind flipped over, and another small ball was poured out. Grandmaster level skill crystal, Ancestral Power. Power of the Ancestors, active skill, summons the power of the ancestors to bless oneself, and temporarily improves all attributes of the skill user. Friendly reminder. The strength of this skill is closely related to the strength of the skill owner's ancestors. Usage restrictions, all classes. Strange things started appearing again. When Qi Lu saw this piece of skill crystal, this was the first thought in his mind. The power of ancestors, what is that? Does using skills depend on whether your ancestors are strong or not? System, host, this system would like to remind you again that this skill crystal is best not to be used by humans. Just when Qi Lu was contemplating, the sound of the system came out. The words of the system are like a ray of dawn. The fog in Qi Li's mind suddenly cleared away. This power of ancestors is actually the power of blood. The system gave a friendly reminder not to be used by humans. In fact, what we are talking about is that the power of human blood is too weak. After all, among the many races, the human race is the race that least relies on the power of blood. Therefore, if this ancestral power skill crystal is used by the human race, it will be considered useless. Who can it be used for? Qi Lu rubbed his chin and continued thinking in his mind. When it comes to the power of bloodline, most of them belong to the powerful bloodline among Warcraft and alien beasts. And the top bloodline power must have a place in the Dragon Clan. But Lan Zier's bloodline power has been activated, and she has signed a 2-soul contract with Xing Lian. Therefore, it seems a bit wasteful to use this ancestral power skill crystal again. Then think about it further. Qi Lu suddenly discovered that the customers who would come to his store seemed, basically all humans. After all, the Eastern Wasteland belongs to the human race. If other races dare to come to Cloud Mist City in a big way, they will most likely be kicked out by the human race. Wait a minute, demi-human blood seems to be okay too. Qi Lu suddenly remembered this matter. In fact, when talking about the power of blood, many people ignore the demi-human race. After all, there are really not many strong people among the demi-human races. However, in real terms, the power of the demi-human bloodline is not that it isn't strong, but that it is impure. The power of the bloodline is too mottled and thin, so there are very few places where demi-humans can benefit from the bloodline. However, even so, The training qualifications of the demi-human race are still 2 ways better than those of most human races. It's just that the human race is extremely large in number, and many strong people have emerged. So much so that most people feel that humans are stronger than demi-humans. It seems that customers in the store will not be able to buy this skill crystal. Qi Le thought of this and already found a master for the ancestral power skill crystal. Then let's take a look at the 3rd skill crystal. Can you give me a surprise? Qi Le had a thought. A small ball immediately rolled out of the lottery box. Heroic skill crystal, magic power condensed. Magic condensation, passive skill. When releasing magic, you can actively charge it, condense magic power, and enhance the power of magic, which can increase the power up to 10 times. Usage restrictions, all magic classes. Excellent. Absolute crystallization of top-notch skills. Actively charging can enhance the power of magic by up to 10 times. What is this concept? This simply instantly increases the level of combat effectiveness. If used well, it will definitely not be a problem for a low-level hero to fight against a peak hero level. And, most importantly, the use of magic power condensed skill crystals is restricted to all magic classes. Not all magician classes. This means that classes that use magic, such as priests, can also be embedded with this skill crystal. That group healing magic that was 10 times more powerful was sprinkled down. It's simply a magical skill. System, you really didn't lie to me. You can actually draw hero-level skill crystals. Qi Le was excited for a while, before calming down. Although this time the mission rewards, there is no new purchase channel. But I drew a hero-level skill crystal, and it was also a top-quality hero-level skill crystal. It's not a loss at all. System, that's natural. This system has always been generous and honest. The level of narcissism is still the same. Qi Le glanced at his mouth and did not reply to the system. Don't behave when you get an advantage, that would seem a bit unworthy of a beating. I should be the one to set the price for these 3 skill crystals. Qi Le asked a crucial question. System, this is your mission reward, host. You can naturally set your own price. That's fine. After Qi Le got the answer, he waved his hand and logged out of the system. Sure enough, these limited quantity mission rewards are not commodities. It is Qi Le's personal belongings. So the system will not be involved in pricing. Even whether Qi Le can be sold or not is Qi Le's own business. The system won't care. At this time, Shao Qi and the others should be out soon. Qi Le leaned lazily on the sofa, his eyes drifting into the distance. His eyes seemed a little blurred. When we returned to the store, it was already getting late. The afterglow fell, and what greeted the horizon was a ray of pale white moonlight. Qi Le, who had been asleep for a while, stretched hard and listened to the crisp crackling sound of the joints coming from his body. He felt that the fatigue of the past few days had been relieved by more than half. How long have I been asleep? Qi Le glanced at the thin quilt beside him, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and asked with a yawn. All the customers in the store have left by this time. The store door is also closed. Only Yu Shi'er was still sorting out the hygiene in the store. In fact, just check in the fast food area and the combat power improvement training room area. After all, customers who come to the store know that it is best to throw away those packaging bags, glass bottles, etc. Because no one dares to let a strong man with unfathomable strength pack these things for him. Even this strong man is very easygoing. About 3.5 hours. Store manager, you must be very tired since you haven't been in the store these days. Yu Shi'er came over and folded the thin quilt on the sofa, preparing to take Kite to the bedroom later. Fortunately, I finally gained something. Qi Le waved his hand, then walked to the snack vending machine. Come have something to eat with me. What would you like to drink? Pure milk. Yu Shi'er answered softly. Yu Shi'er will not refuse Qi Li's invitation, she will only accept it. Keep this feeling deep in your heart. Drinking pure milk at night is not very suitable for the occasion. Qi Li got 2 portions of crayfish and 2 double cheese beef burgers. He first put the food on the small round table, and then went to get a bought leaf pure milk and 2 bottles of cold beer. Crayfish and cold beer are only available in summer. After this summer, if you want to eat it again, you will have to wait until next year. It's a pity that it's only the beginning of the month, otherwise we could go outside to enjoy the moon. Shi'er, can you handle it by looking after the store alone? Qi Li opened the cap of the pure milk bottle, placed it in front of Yu Shi'er, and asked, casually. Yeah, no problem, store manager. Even if we are sometimes overwhelmed, everyone will help, so it will be no problem. Yu Shi'er answered seriously. Although it seems an understatement, Qi Li knows the hard work involved. To be honest, when the store was not as big as it is now, Qi Li would feel tired even if he had systematic help. What's more, what about Yu Shi'er now? Qi Li took a sip of cold beer, then peeled a crayfish and put it in his mouth. Suddenly he asked abruptly, Shi'er, tell me, will you regret working in Miss Store as a clerk in the future? Won't. Yu Shi'er's answer came out of her mouth, almost subconsciously. Then he was suddenly startled and looked up to see Qi Li's eyes. There was only a faint smile inside. As long as the store manager doesn't dislike Shi'er, Shi'er will always work as a clerk here. Yu Shi'er replied firmly. Okay, I get it. Of course I won't dislike you. Where can I find such a good store clerk? Qi Li waved his hand. The reason why I ask this is because I will wait for the store manager level to be upgraded 1 level and open a branch. This store in Yunwu City will be managed by Yu Shi'er alone. Although Qi Li will come back to visit often, he definitely can't stay in the store every day like now. And, in order to reward such a diligent clerk, I specially prepared a gift for you. After Qi Li confirmed Yu Shi'er's intentions, he gathered the water element and washed his hands. Then he took out a piece of pure crystal and placed it in front of Yu Shi'er. Store manager, what is this? Yu Shi'er looked at the things Qi Li put in front of her and asked with some doubts. Skill crystals are much rarer than trial crystals. I haven't seen Yu Shi'er before, so it's normal. This is a master-level skill crystal that contains the power of ancestors. I think it should be suitable for you. Qi Li gave a brief introduction. In terms of the power of a single bloodline, the blood power of the demi-human race is much stronger than that of the human race. For the skill ancestral power, the stronger the bloodline power, the stronger the increase will be after it is released. If a top bloodline like the Dragon Clan uses the power of ancestor skills, it is not impossible to temporarily leapfrog the battle. Skill crystal. After hearing Qi Li's introduction, Yu Shi'er suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at the crystal in front of her. The pure and flawless crystals are so gorgeous that it makes people's eyes blurred. But there was no trace of greed in Yu Shi'er's eyes. Instead, he was a little scared. Store manager, this is really too precious, I can't have it. Yu Shi'er waved her hands repeatedly. Even if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you have heard about the preciousness of skill crystals. The so-called martial arts and magic are easy to learn, and skills are hard to find. Things like skill crystals have always been priceless. Having accepted the 2 trial crystals earlier, Yu Shi'er already felt that she deserved it. Now here's another skill crystal. Don't refuse in a hurry. Qi Li did not take back the skill crystal, but picked up the cold beer, took a sip, and then spoke slowly. Shi'er, you will still have a lot of time to look after the store alone in the future. This will be considered as the salary increase I helped you with. How can any store employee actively refuse a salary increase? After Qi Li finished speaking, he looked at Yu Shi'er quietly. The ancestral power skill crystal was given to Yu Shi'er, mainly to help Yu Shi'er improve her strength. If you are looking after a store alone, you still need to have some strength to better intimidate outsiders. After all, the customers in the store know that Qi Li's strength is unfathomable, so they will not commit any crime in the store. But sometimes new customers come to the store. If Qi Lu is not here, then Yu Shi'er can only rely on herself. Of course, Gu Pingchuan, Lu Jingya and others will also help. But the favors owed must always be repaid. Store manager, Yu Shi'er only felt that something was stuck in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. She only felt moved in her heart. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling of being cared about. Don't say those sensational words. I can't handle that kind of situation. Qi Lu quickly waved his hand to stop what Yu Shi'er wanted to say. Qi Lu has been very bad at dealing with women's tears since he came to this world. The pear blossoms and the rain are indeed beautiful, but heartbreaking. So Qi Lu has never cared much about sensational things. Store manager, giggling, I understand, thank you. Yu Shi'er was amused by Qi Li's words, and the mist in her eyes did not turn into tears in the end. Yu Shi'er still accepted the ancestral power skill crystal. In fact, Yu Shi'er knew that Qi Li's character was somewhat stubborn, and once made a decision, he rarely changed it. So Yu Shi'er was just scared. I don't know how I should repay Qi Lu. A late-night snack was enjoyed by both host and guest. After Yu Shi'er cleared the small round table first, Qi Lu also returned to Tohi's bedroom. I haven't eaten the snacks and drinks in the store for several days, but they still taste as good as ever. Qi Lu took a bath carefully. After washing away all the fatigue of the past few days, I came out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel. During those few days in the hidden family's territorial space, Qi Lu had no time to sleep at all. Running around every day. Occasionally I took some rest time, mostly leaning against the wall and taking a nap. It's strange that I'm not tired. But the most important thing is that when collecting information in the reclusive family's territorial space, there is nothing to eat. This is definitely the biggest mistake. Qi Lu yawned, and the fatigue from these days turned into sleepiness, coming over him like a tide. Qi Lu immediately became drowsy. System, host, please go back to sleep later. This system has a message to notify. A crisp voice rang in Qi Li's mind. Qi Lu suddenly woke up with a jolt. Tisk, do you have any news about the system? Can't you tell me tomorrow? I'm almost exhausted. Qi Lu shook his head and said with some dissatisfaction. System, it's news about the next festival. Since the host doesn't want talk now, then forget it. Etc. When Qi Lu heard this, he shouted loudly. Your Majesty has a large amount of system, so forget what I just said. Please tell me the news about the next festival. Qi Lu would come up with such compliments as soon as he opened his mouth. Anyway, it's just a temporary trick to the second bill system. Who would take kite seriously? Except for this two-stroke system, whose IQ is approximately negative. System, assuming you are sensible, there are a lot of adults in this system, so I won't care about you, a stupid host. If this two-stroke system is complacent, Qi Lu will simply ignore it. Waiting quietly for what follows. System, the next festival is the Chinese Valentine's Day. The so-called companionship means that the best time is another year. Chinese Valentine's Day is a day for people who love each other to meet and reunite. System, this time, the system gave a reminder 3 days in advance. I hope the host will not have any further objections. Oh? It turns out that the system accepted the last suggestion. This arrogant two-stroke system is sometimes quite good. When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately became happy. This behavior deserves praise. System, you have done a very good job in this matter, which is especially helpful for our store to increase its sales. Then, please tell me what the benefits of the Chinese Valentine's Day are. Qi Li's deceit comes as soon as he opens his mouth, and there is no need to draft it at all. Qixi Festival, in fact, from Qi Li's understanding, it is a festival that isn't even a holiday, so the system probably won't care. But I didn't expect that the system would notice such a holiday. Strictly speaking, Qixi Festival is indeed one of the traditional festivals. And there are myths and legends that go with it. System, the festival benefits of the Chinese Valentine's Day. In the New World mode, special events for the Chinese Valentine's Day will be launched. System, furthermore, with the special sponsorship of this system, the host will be given a Chinese Valentine's Day ring as a commemoration. Commemorate? Qi Lu was obviously stunned for a moment, then swallowed, and with a hint of luck in his arms, he asked aloud, then what is the use of this Chinese Valentine's Day ring? System, it has no special purpose, it's just a souvenir. Qi Lu was so angry at the system's words that he cursed a lot, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, thousands of words turned into a middle finger. I really despise your stingy system. How dare you give me a souvenir? System, what are you sorry for? This system reminded you 3 days in advance. You still want to ask this system for a reward. Who is greedy? Qi Lu was immediately stunned by the system's remarks. Is it so expensive to give 3 days' notice to co-authors? Even holiday benefits can be taken openly, and they are said so righteously. Forget it, I can't compete with you, you should tell me about the Qixi Festival activities first. Qi Lu is really unable to argue with this fallacy. In short, it's just one sentence. This system is stingy, what can you do to me? The answer is, no way. System, this Chinese Valentine's Day event in the New World mode will start on the Chinese Valentine's Day and last for 7 days. System, during the Chinese Valentine's Day event, there will be a small probability that the Chinese Valentine's Day magpie will appear in all dungeons. If you catch the Chinese Valentine's Day magpie, you will have a small probability of obtaining the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm Key Fragment or Chinese Valentine's Day Chocolate Fragment. Wait, system, please wait for me first. When Qi Lu heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt the system. System, what's wrong with the host? Qi Lu coughed hard, and then said solemnly, if I remember correctly, chocolate should be a gift for Valentine's Day. Why did it become a mission item for the Chinese Valentine's Day event? System, isn't Valentine's Day the same as the Chinese Valentine's Day? Host, could you please not pay attention to these details? This voice sounded rather resentful. Okay, forgive me for being nosy, please continue. Qi Lu raised his hand to admit his mistake. But the system is actually right. The functions of Valentine's Day and Chinese Valentine's Day are actually pretty much the same. It's all because of love. System, collect 10 pieces of the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm Key fragments to synthesize a Magpie Bridge Secret Realm Key. System, a Magpie Secret Realm Key can enter the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm once. If you hunt the Chinese Valentine's Day magpie in the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm, you will have a small chance of dropping a magpie feather. The magpie feathers can be used to exchange for special equipment for the Chinese Valentine's Day. System, collect 10 pieces of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate to synthesize a piece of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. System, 10 pieces of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate can be exchanged for a Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate redemption card in any store in the New World mode. System, players who have a Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate exchange card can find the store manager to exchange for a Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. It's the same routine as the Dragon Boat Festival again. But this time the rice dumplings were replaced with Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. Qi Li's attitude towards this was silent, because this was an expected thing. Qi Li even had this hunch when he mentioned chocolate to the system before. So Qi Lu just silently clicked on the detailed properties of Qixi chocolate. Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. This is a chocolate with the sweetness and slightly bitter taste of love. Please give it to the person in your heart on this special festival of Chinese Valentine's Day. This dessert is limited to the Chinese Valentine's Day. After eating it, it can slightly enhance the mental toughness of the eater. The so-called mental toughness refers to the intensity of mental power. The strengthening of the attribute of mental power is divided into two parts. Simply increasing your mental power is like increasing a half bowl of water to a full bowl of water. And enhancing mental toughness is like replacing half a bowl of water with half a bowl of mercury. Although they still look the same, they are completely different inside. This is the first time that the attribute of mental toughness has appeared. After Qi Lu read the detailed properties of Qixi chocolate, he nodded with satisfaction. As for the attribute of mental power, it is not enough to improve the quantity alone. In terms of quality, it must also keep up. The two complement each other. If one of them is too powerful and leads to imbalance, it will be easy to cause trouble. Just like blowing bubble gum, the bigger you blow, the more air you need and the thinner the skin will be. If the amount of mental power is insufficient, you will not be able to blow. If the quality of mental power is insufficient, it will be easily broken. However, just relying on an event item such as Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates may not be enough to promote the event. Qi Lu was thinking about how to promote it. The sound of the system started ringing again. System, the special equipment for the Chinese Valentine's Day that can be exchanged for magpie feathers are as follows. Magpie feather headband moderately enhances the power of martial arts or magic used by the wearer, and can be used to form a Qixi festival set. Exchange price, 10 magpie feathers. Magpie feather shawl moderately increases the wearer's shooting speed, and adds a magpie feather attack to each of the wearer's attacks, causing moderate physical damage. It can be used as a set for the Chinese Valentine's Day. Exchange price, 20 magpie feathers. Magpie feather belt moderately improves the wearer's physical defense and magic resistance. After entering combat, every time the wearer is attacked, a magpie feather attack will be concentrated. When 10 magpie feather attacks are gathered, the wearer's next attack will be accompanied by a powerful magpie feather attack, causing a large amount of physical damage and adding an armor-breaking effect. Can be made into a Chinese Valentine's Day set. Exchange price, 50 magpie feathers. Magpie feather boots moderately improves the wearer's agility attributes and can be used as a set for the Chinese Valentine's Day. Exchange price, 20 magpie feathers. Qixi Festival Set Attributes, 2-piece set attributes, Magpie Power. Magpie Power, condensing the power of magpie feathers, the wearer can temporarily stay in the air, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooling time of 5 minutes. 4-piece set attribute, Magpie Bridge. Magpie Bridge, summon Magpie Bridge to perfectly resist an attack not higher than the hero level, and perform a short flash, with a cooldown of 120 minutes. System, attention, all the special equipment for this Chinese Valentine's Day can be exchanged for real equipment. Players who need this, please ask the store manager to exchange it. What? Can I exchange the special equipment for the Chinese Valentine's Day this time? Qi Lu, who had previously thought that it would be difficult to promote the Chinese Valentine's Day this time, was shocked. Qi Lu previously thought that only Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates could be redeemed. Unexpectedly, the system directly focused on equipment this time. The 4-piece Chinese Valentine's Day suit, in terms of the properties of a single piece of equipment, is not weaker than ordinary rare equipment at all. And all of them are equipment with no restrictions on use. This is awesome. At least for now, there are no rare level equipment with no restrictions onus in the store. This is equivalent to an ordinary person being able to wear this set of equipment. And the most important thing is that this Qixi festival suit has suit properties. Whether it is the Magpie Power skill or the Magpie Bridge skill, they are both very good skills. The magpie's power stays in the air for a short time, which brings more changes to the way of fighting. The magpie bridge skill is even more powerful. It can perfectly withstand an attack no higher than the hero level, and it also comes with a short flash to help the wearer escape from the predicament. Not higher than the hero level, naturally including the hero level. This is very powerful. And looking at the attributes of each piece of the Qixi festival suit, it creates a kind of suit that can both fight and run. It feels like you get a batch of meat, but the damage is still high. The only regret is probably that the armor is not included in the Qixi festival set. But think about it. How high can the defensive power of armor made from magpie feathers be? Fortunately, the magpie feather belt perfectly replaces the attributes of armor. And it also makes room for other armor-type equipment. For example, the Four Seasons armor. Now, it will be convenient to promote it. While Qilu was surprised, there were also surprises. Holiday benefits are naturally intended to provide benefits to customers and increase customer flow. After all, Qi Li's shop doesn't just rely on the New World model to earn spiritual crystals. The profits in the shelf area and fast food area are no less than those in the New World model. This is called joint consumption. After deciding on the publicity strategy, Qi Lu quickly fell asleep. Sleep is always the sweetest after surprises and exertions. Someone once said, sleeping is an effective way to transcend time. For example, when I get up in the morning, I just want to squint for 5 more minutes, but when I open my eyes again, 2 hours have passed. Fortunately, Qi Lu does not have this ability. After waking up, although his eyes were still a little confused, he sat up at least. Why do I feel like I haven't slept so well in a long time? Qi Lu stared, and it took him a while to wake up. Then I started to wash up and communicate with the system. System, we are not in a hurry to release the promotional video for now, but remember to release the promotional video designed last night in the New World mode today. In the early stage, the focus is on tragedy, and the final scene is designated to be as romantic as possible. The Qixi festival mainly targets customers, those young people. After making sure that he explained clearly, Qi Lu went downstairs to the hall. I got 2 pairs of egg tarts and a bottle of pure milk. Store manager, good morning. Store manager, good morning. Yu Shi'er, who had been standing behind the counter for a long time, greeted Qi Lu with a smile. It seems that the breath has changed slightly. Shi'er, have you used the ancestral power skill crystal yet? Qi Lu looked Yu Shi'er up and down and suddenly asked. Skill crystals and trial crystals are different. When using skill crystals, as long as there are no problems in the realm and a corresponding seal of trial has not yet been embedded with skill crystals, it can be embedded at any time. And there won't be any difficulty. I've already used it. It suits me very well. It's a very powerful skill. Yu Shi'er nodded, and the extra breath on her body became more and more obvious. It is the blood power of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. Although the blood power of the demi-human race is powerful, it is always very mixed and very thin. At this point, we have to talk about the origin of the subhuman race. There are many legends about the origin of demi-human races. But the most reliable one is the descendants of those powerful ancient beasts who, after turning into human form, fell in love with the human race and blended their blood. That's why there are so many races included in the subhuman race. After all, there is more than one ancient beast that can transform. But these ancient beasts that can transform have one thing in common, that is, they are extremely powerful. The most representative one is the giant dragon of the Dragon Clan. But in most cases, those proud dragons disdain to take human form. Therefore, there is absolutely no doubt about the power of the demi-human bloodline. Even the blood power of some demi-human races could compete with dragon blood in ancient times, when it was not as diverse and thin as it is now. It seems I made the right choice. It really suits you. Sheila smiled, then took breakfast and found a small round table to sit down. In fact, Sheila did not think about this at first. The ancestral power skill crystal actually has hidden effects. That is purifying the bloodline. The human race is indeed the race that least relies on the power of blood. But the reason for this situation is that the power of human blood is too weak and cannot be relied on at all. It's not that humans like to risk their lives on their own. If there was a way to get twice the result with half the effort, then who would want to use it? The key is that there is no way. Good morning, Manager Qi, when did you come back? Gu Pingchuan opened the store door and immediately saw Sheila having breakfast. Then I went to buy a bottle of orange juice and a colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Last night. Sheila put half of the egg tart in his hand into his mouth, and the fragrance immediately overflowed, and the fragrance of milk filled the air. It's rare to see store manager Qi not staying in the store. I didn't expect to be back so soon. The shadow assassin entrance is short of someone, do you want to come? Gu Pingchuan skillfully formed the ice blade and divided the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8 pieces. The sharp ice blade exudes cold air. When used to cut pizza, it will not stick to the knife, and the cold air can also cool down the pizza. Come on, it's better to have a few people together than to do it alone. Sheila responded while watching Gu Pingchuan's movements. Although, colorful fruit-flavored pizza is better when eaten hot. After all, cheese drawing is the essence of eating pizza. But there will always be people who like to eat cold food. However, before Sheila could finish his thoughts, Gu Pingchuan dismissed the ice blade, and a small flame condensed in his hand, which flickered on top of the colorful fruit-flavored pizza. The chill is gone and the cheese is melting. Tisk. Gu Pingchuan's series of actions made Qi Li's eyelids jump. Magic really makes life easier. The Xingyao Empire goes to the west, in the Great Desert. A group of golden-winged griffins flew through the sky as fast as the wind. When the people below looked up, there was only a sharp eagle call and a few blurry figures. It's these guys again, coming and going. If they go deep into the desert, what can they do? Don't talk nonsense, be careful that those adults overhear you. It shouldn't matter if you talk about it. Is there any treasure deep in the desert? Who knows, it's better to report this matter. I'm so envious of these young people. The cultivators living on the edge of the desert were panicking and talking about it. If you could own one of the ancient magical beasts, like the griffin. Among the small forces in such a place, it is enough to dominate one party. And in a city-state near the edge of the desert. This is the border city-state of the Starry Star Empire. It was a small city-state built to protect against these small forces that were living on the edge of the desert. At this moment, in the palace of the city lord of this border city-state, a middle-aged man with a sunny face and somewhat sinister eyes stood quietly by the window, looking at the back of the golden-winged griffin that was gradually receding on the horizon. This person is the city lord of this border city-state, Xinhuang City. The eagle falls. Golden-winged griffin, which force is this that has such a profound foundation? I went deep into the desert, and the chess pieces buried in the hidden family disappeared. Damn it. Even though the golden-winged griffin had gone far away, Ying Luo still looked at the sky and whispered to himself. Until a guard from the city lord's mansion knocked on the door. Ying Luo lowered his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and said, "Come in. City lord, I have a secret letter from you." After the guard entered the door, he respectfully stretched out his hands and presented an envelope with subtle magic fluctuations. "I understand, put it on the table." Ying Luo nodded and spoke quietly. "Yes." The guard put down the envelope and turned to leave. Ying Luo was left standing by the window, staring at the envelope on the table. Is it about to start? Yunwu City, Chila shop. There are still a lot of customers, but on normal days, it's not too crowded. The small round table in the fast food area was still half full. If it's not a meal, the customers sitting next to the small round table are basically waiting for the booths in the combat power improvement training room area to be vacated. The rest just come to hang out or talk about things. Even if we don't talk about products, we just talk about the environment. Qi Li's shop is also one of the best. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but yawn. The afternoon when you are full is the time when you are most likely to feel sleepy. Especially when there is nothing to do, the sleepiness is endless. Sheila, I'm back again. A soft shout suddenly sounded. Before Qi Lu could finish his yawn, a small figure threw himself into Qi Lu's arms, almost making Qi Lu lose his breath. Ahem, Shao Qi, can you not choose to pounce at such a strange time? Ahem. Shao Qi, can you not choose to pounce at such a strange time? Qi Lu coughed hard twice. Without looking at it, Qi Lu knew it was mainland Qinchi who was coming towards him just by his breath. Qi Lu, thank you for going out of your way to save me. Mainland Qinchi sat on Qi Li's lap, looked into Qi Li's eyes, and said seriously. Welcome back. Qi Lu reached out and rubbed mainland Qinchi's head. This time, mainland Qinchi did not resist. Store manager. It's not necessary if you want to thank me. Come in and sit down. Qi Lu waved his hand to interrupt Lan Yi and others who followed him and entered the store. It's just a casual thing, so there's really no need to say thank you. Store manager Qi is as humble as ever. If it weren't for you this time, we might not be able to come back. Lan Yi kept the words of thanks in her heart and said with a smile. This battle will also be of great benefit to Lan Yi and others. Only by fighting a hero-level strongman in advance can you realize your own shortcomings, and only then can you be calm when facing a heroic-level strongman again. Compete with the hero level with the master level. This is definitely not something that can be accomplished with determination and perseverance. This is a gap in hard power. If Qi Lu was not here, they would all fall into the hands of the Hidden World family. Don't do this kind of hot-headed thing next time. Qi Lu also said helplessly. Then he stretched out his finger, tapped mainland Qinchi's forehead, and said, the main thing I'm talking about is you. Is there something that I can't tell you properly? Do you have to do such dangerous things alone? If Qi Lu had taken one step too late, he would have been able to rescue Lan Yi and others. I'm afraid mainland Qinchi will also be sacrificed by Yun Fanfei. I understand, Qi Lu. Mainland Qinchi pouted and covered his forehead with his hand. I have promised Sister Lanya and the others that I will tell you anything in the future and I will not take risks alone again. It would be nice if you really knew. Qi Lu shook his head and took mainland Qinchi away from him. The character of a child. Although mainland Qinchi has a precocious personality, his character is still that of a child. But that's okay, children should act like children. How tiring it is to live in intrigue every day. By the way, where are Shaoqi's parents? Qi Lu expressed concern, by the way. I'm still staying at Nayland's house. It's because I'm used to living there, but my status is completely different. Lan Yi said simply. Although Qi Lu did not participate in what happened next, people from Lan Yi's team were present throughout the whole process. With Qi Li's intimidation, no one in the hidden family dared to be disrespectful to these beautiful girls. Moreover, let's not talk about the insurmountable mountain of Qila. Even the red lion in Lan Ye's hand and Xing Lian beside Lan's ear. That's enough for them to drink a pot. As for Jishu Naylan and Moran, their status in the Naylan family instantly rose to the level second only to the head of the family and the two elders. Who knows that their daughter Naylan Qinchi is supported by at least 3 hero-level experts. It's better to stay in the hidden family. Qi Lu immediately understood the intentions of Nayland Qinchi's parents. The current strength of the 4 major hidden families has reached a balance. So at this time, no one dares to act rashly. In this balance, mainland Jishu and Moran are the levers that can lever this balance. As long as the balance is not broken, no one dares to touch them. Even have to protect them. Mainland Jishu could naturally understand this, so he chose to stay in the hidden family within Moran. First, you can use the power of the hidden family to protect yourself. Secondly, it will not cause any trouble to Nayland Chinchi, who is adventuring around the outside world. Parents always think of their children. Okay, you go, and do what you want to do. There will be an event in 2 days, so you can prepare in advance. Sheila waved his hand and lay on the sofa again. As long as you know this kind of thing, there is no need to inquire about it. Then don't disturb the store manager's rest. Let's go. Lan Yi smiled, knowing that Qi Li didn't want them to have too much burden. Qi Li's character has always been like this. I don't like to owe others, and I don't like others to owe me. After Lan Yi and others entered the store, before Qi Li could close his eyes, Yu Yufeng slipped in from outside the store. You move very quickly. Looking at the sneaky Yu Yufeng, Qi Li looked curious. Store manager, have you seen my sister? Yu Yufeng just came to Yunwu City from Yojia and was about to return the borrowed identity token to Lan Jili. I didn't see him. It seems he's not here today. Qi Li thought about it for a moment before answering aloud. Lan Jili is a prospective graduate of Pinnacle Academy. It is normal for him to not come to the store sometimes, because of something. No, then I'll ask someone else. Yu Yufeng strolled into the store again. If Lan Jili wasn't in the store, he would be at Pinnacle Academy, and Yu Yufeng wouldn't go to Pinnacle Academy. Even trying to contact me with my membership card was of no use. It seems they are all back. Qi Li looked at Yu Yufeng's back, shrugged, and began to close his eyes and meditate again. In the morning, I entered the Shadow Assassin entrance with Gu Pingchuan and Ban Zheng. The intensity of the battle was many times stronger when teamed up with other players who came to paddle. The fighting consciousness of a heroic-level strongman. Especially the veteran hero-level powerhouses, they are absolutely powerful without a doubt. Even Qi Lu was a little tired after 4 hours of high-intensity fighting. Although not to the point of tiredness. But now in the store, why torture yourself? Now that you are a little tired, you should take a rest. A store manager who knows how to balance work and rest will always live a more comfortable life than a store manager who only knows how to be diligent. And just when Qi Lu closed his eyes to rest, the Chinese Valentine's Day promotional video released in the New World mode has gone viral on the public screens of various guilds. The method of placing promotional videos is still the pop-up mode. Although inconspicuous. But there are always people who can't help but click in. At the beginning of the promotional video, an extremely beautiful girl appeared. When she went out to practice alone, she encountered danger. Appreciating beauty is human nature. Therefore, under Qi Li's suggestion, the girl designed by the system is dignified yet lively, cute, delicate, pure, and as beautiful as a fairy who should not appear in the world. It instantly attracted the attention of customers. Such a beautiful girl is in danger, which naturally makes people worried. And at this critical moment, a young man passing by passed by. Faced with danger, he acted righteously and rescued the girl.